Chapter 1. Descent from the Mountain. Disciple, I must return to the upper realm to find your master's wife. You shall descend the mountain and seek your own livelihood. The note left by his master read, as Qin Guan returned to his abode after relocating a mountain. This old man surely has nothing but mischief in mind. Upon reading the first line, an ominous feeling gripped Qin Guan's heart. 12 years ago, in a moment of carelessness, I inadvertently caused the demise of the ancestral patriarch of the Nan family in Qingzhou. As compensation, I privately sold you to them before his passing, signing a marriage contract, so you must go and serve as their son-in-law. Qin Guan's lips twitched involuntarily upon reaching this point. 12 years prior, he was merely 4 years old when his master sold him off. How could he have trusted such a shameless old rogue? To become a Doran's son-in-law was something he had never envisioned for himself. In his eyes, it was a man's disgrace. A man ought to stand tall and firm. How could he bow down and live off the kindness of others? With this thought, Qin Guan felt a sense of helplessness. It was his master who rescued him from the clutches of death, raised him, and imparted his skills. In his heart, he had long regarded his master as a father. The debts of a father must be repaid by the son. It is only just. This humiliation, however, was one he must endure. Alas! Sighing, Qin Guan continued to read. Rascal, did you just insult your master? Upon seeing this line, Qin Guan was rendered speechless. This old monster, who seemed oblivious to the passage of time, still behaved like a child. When would he ever mature? Take good care of that tower. It is of great significance to you. Do not misplace it, or I shall ensure your demise. Furthermore, should you find yourself in dire straits one day, open that red silk pouch. It may be of assistance. Lastly, do not complain about being sold by your master. I have sent you to enjoy life. Qingzhou is abundant with beauties, and with your current prowess, you can do as you please there. Qin Guan. Having finished reading his master's letter, Qin Guan picked up a storage bag from the table and opened it. Inside, there was a red silk pouch, a marriage contract, and a small black tower. Upon seeing the small black tower, Qin Guan's eyes lit up. This was a treasure. Whoosh! Just as Qin Guan grasped the small black tower, it suddenly transformed into a mysterious light and fused into his forehead. Qin Guan attempted to communicate with it, but the black tower paid him no heed. Such a personality, I like it. With a smirk, Qin Guan shrugged off the small black tower. He understood that such artifacts possessed their own consciousness and required time to cultivate a bond. Half a month later, in the territory of Qingzhou, on the vast river, a ferry boat glided gracefully. On board stood a stunning young woman, clad in white, with a complexion as exquisite as jade. A golden phoenix yellow sash accentuated her slender waist, beautifully outlining her alluring figure. Miss, step back. At that moment, a venerable elder in a blue robe suddenly appeared before the young woman, shielding her behind him. What is it, Elder Su? The young woman inquired, somewhat astonished. Elder Zus gazed fixed on the distance, his expression grave. An extraordinary individual approaches. The young woman was taken aback. She had never seen Elder Su so tense. Just then, the tranquil river surface began to ripple violently. In the next instant, the water erupted as countless fish, seemingly startled, leaped out of the water in panic. Splash! The Wunscom River became tumultuous, crashing violently against the banks. Earthquake! Earthquake! The ferryman shouted in alarm, gripping the mast tightly. Elder Su pressed down gently with his palm, and the swaying ferryboat immediately stabilized. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Flying mountains. The ferryman gazed up in terror as a small hill soared past overhead. Phew! Before they could process the scene, a red pillar of water erupted from beneath the surface, and a young man shot forth from the depths, enveloped in a faint red glow. He moved with astonishing speed, resembling a cannonball launched from the water, heading straight for the descending hill. Apologies. In midair, supporting the small hill, Qin Guan bowed in the direction of the ferry before plunging into the river below. On the water's surface, the small hill sped away, vanishing from view in mere moments. I have long heard tales of celestial beings existing in this world today. I have had the fortune to witness one relocating, truly a stroke of luck from my ancestors. Once Qin Guan departed, the ferryman bowed repeatedly towards the direction he had left. That young man is no ordinary individual, Elder Su remarked solemnly. Hearing this, the young woman in white inquired with a smile. How does he compare to you? Elder Su sighed. I cannot be certain. If I were, I would not have allowed him to leave so easily after disturbing you, Mississippi. Huh. The young woman giggled. This is the first time I've seen Elder Su so straightforward. With such formidable energy, to confront such a martial artist without a resolute determination to die would be unwise, Elder Su replied earnestly. From what I know, No such figure exists among the prominent families of Qingzhou. To have achieved such prowess at such a young age is truly rare. Could it be he is also headed for that place? The young woman furrowed her brows slightly. Investigate this person. As her words fell, a man slipped away quietly into the shadows. 3 days later, in Luyun city of the Longyuan Empire, Qin Guan finally arrived at the Nan family residence. The head of the Nan family, Nan Yunqi, gazed incredulously at the marriage contract on the table. Is this marriage contract genuine? Mrs. Yang Hongmei beside him asked, her expression grim. It is indeed in the old ancestor's handwriting, Nan Yunqi confirmed with a nod, turning his gaze towards Qin Guan. Qin Guan had a dark complexion, with a face chiseled like a knife, appearing handsome and radiant, yet his coarse linen garments and shoes riddled with holes made him seem particularly destitute. While his poverty was one matter, the key issue was that Qin Guan radiated not a trace of spiritual energy, clearly marking him as an ordinary mortal devoid of cultivation. Father, if you expect me to marry such a useless person, I would rather cripple my own cultivation and die. At that moment, a young girl could no longer restrain herself and stood up. She was strikingly beautiful, with a figure that aroused a sense of conquest in any man who beheld her. This young girl was Nan Xiao, the one betrothed to Qin Guan. Upon seeing his shabby appearance, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Having just awakened her Yin spirit body, her future was limitless. How could she possibly be interested in this ordinary man? To marry him would bind her for life and ruin her promising future. Shower, do not be so agitated. Hearing his daughter's willingness to cripple herself, Nan Yunqi was alarmed and stood up. Since the fall of the ancestral patriarch, the Nan family's strength had plummeted, reducing them to a third-rate family. Now, the entire Nan family depended on Nan Xiao's rise. Nan Yunqi turned to Qin Guan, troubled. Young hero, to speak honestly, we were not aware of this marriage contract signed by the old ancestor. This is all rather sudden, and Xiao is understandably overwhelmed. I believe it would be wise to take some time to consider this matter before discussing the marriage further. Not only was Nan Xiao unable to accept this, but as her father, he found it equally incomprehensible. If Qin Guan were a normal youth, it would be one thing, but the fact that he had no cultivation whatsoever made it impossible for him to be worthy of his exceptional daughter. Now that Nan Xiao had awakened her Yin spirit body, in due time, many powerful factions would vie for her hand. Her future was bright, and if she were to marry, it must be to an extraordinary talent. What further words are there to waste on him? He is utterly unworthy of our Xiao. At that moment, Yang Hongmei interjected, casting a scornful glance at Qin Guan. Do not take offense at my words, but look at yourself. An aura of poverty surrounds you. With neither lineage nor strength, how dare you aspire to marry my daughter? Our Nan family is vast and prosperous. You must understand that you and Xiao inhabit entirely different worlds. You're like a toad yearning to eat a swan's meat. At that moment, she could not help but curse the old ancestor of the Nan family. Had he lost his mind or been struck by a door for arranging such a disgraceful match for his granddaughter? It was utterly absurd. Though her words were harsh, they were the truth. It was an undeniable fact that Qin Guan could not compare to Nan Xiao. At that moment, several core members of the Nan family nodded in silent agreement, acknowledging Yang Hongmei's viewpoint. Qin Guan, on the other hand, felt a mix of anger and amusement. Truth be told, it was difficult for anyone to accept such a sudden marriage contract, but must they go so far as to belittle and humiliate him? Are you implying that your Nan family wishes to breach the contract? Qin Guan cast a glance at Yang Hongmei, ultimately resting his gaze upon Nan Yunqi. Nan Yunqi's expression darkened. He was known throughout Luyun City as a man of his word, and the Nan family had always maintained a good reputation. To breach the contract would be detrimental to their standing. Alas, how about this? Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Yang Hongmei's eyes. She turned to Nan Yunqi and suggested, isn't Ruer still unmarried? Why not have her substitute for Xiao? Upon hearing his wife's proposal, Nan Yunqi furrowed his brow. Nan Ro was his eldest daughter, afflicted with a strange illness since childhood, and with little time left. How could she substitute for Nan Xiao? As Nan Yunqi hesitated, Yang Hongmei had already summoned Nan Ro. Qin Guan turned to look at Nan Ro. She had a slender figure, skin as white as snow, resembling a delicate flower swaying gently in the breeze, enchanting and graceful. Yet her complexion bore the pallor of early winter snow, pure yet tinged with a hint of sickness. Casting a fleeting glance at Nan Ro, Qin Guan furrowed his brow slightly and mused. Her vital essence has been depleted, and the cold poison has seeped into her very bones. If she is not treated soon, she may not survive beyond 5 days. Ruer, come here quickly. Upon catching sight of Nan Ro, Yang Hongmei hurriedly greeted her with a smile, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her usual attitude. Nan Ro approached Yang Hongmei, who pointed at Qin Guan and said with a grin, "Your father and I have found you a splendid husband. Do take a look." Hearing Yang Hongmei's words, Nan Ro cast a puzzled glance at Qin Guan, but she quickly averted her gaze. At that moment, Nan Yunqi's expression brightened with Nan Rao's time running short. If she could take Nan Xiao's place in marriage, it would not only resolve this dilemma, but also grant her a complete life. With this thought in mind, Nan Yunqi presented the marriage contract to Nan Ro, speaking softly, "Ruer, this young man was originally betrothed to your sister, yet Xiao is adamantly refusing." As he spoke, Nan Yunqi sighed lightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. "You lost your mother at a tender age, and I have been preoccupied with family matters for many years, rarely finding time to accompany you. If you were to marry this young man, you would have someone to look after you. Do you understand your father's intentions?" Nan Ro clutched her garment's hem, her head bowed in silence, lost in thought. Noticing her silence, Yang Hongmei grew somewhat impatient. "Oh, what is there to hesitate about? Just look at this young Master Qin, strong and handsome. He is clearly someone who understands and cares for others. Your sister is willing to give you such a fine husband. You should be grateful. How thick-skinned can this woman be?" Qin Guan couldn't help but twitch his lips at Yang Hongmei's words. Just moments ago, she had expressed disdain for him, yet now she extolled him as if he were a flower. This sudden change of demeanor was indeed eye-opening for Qin Guan. "Indeed, sister and this fellow are quite compatible," chimed in Nan Xiao, nodding eagerly from the side. "Enough of this chatter, I agree." Nan Ro suddenly spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing her consent, Nan Yunqi laughed heartily. "Ha ha! Truly my daughter, Nan Ro, is clever and understanding." He then turned to Qin Guan, inquiring, "What say you, young hero?" "That is acceptable," Qin Guan replied with a faint smile. His master had sent him to the Nan family to serve as a son-in-law, intending to compensate the family and assist in their growth. After all, marrying anyone meant he would be a son-in-law, and besides, Nan Ro was far more pleasing to his eyes than Nan Xiao. As for her cold poison, curing her would not pose a significant challenge for him. "Oh, how wonderful!" Seeing Qin Guan's agreement, Yang Hongmei clapped her hands, her eyes nearly squinting into crescents of joy. She had not anticipated Qin Guan's prompt acceptance after all. Nan Rao's sickly appearance stood in stark contrast to her own daughter. Truly, the saying "the poor have shallow eyes" holds weight. Perhaps he would gladly accept even a servant girl as his bride. Nan Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden emergence of a betrothed waste had startled her. But fortunately, the ailing girl had come to her aid. "Very well. In 3 days, I shall arrange a grand wedding for you." With the dilemma resolved, Nan Yunqi was filled with delight and made up his mind. Yang Hongmei's expression shifted as she delicately covered her nose with a handkerchief, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Guan. "Ruer, why are you dawdling? Take your fiancé downstairs to freshen up. You are in dire need of a bath. Follow me." Before long, Nan Ro led Qin Guan down. They soon arrived at a secluded courtyard. The yard was quite desolate, overgrown with weeds, and the bricks and stones appeared worn, resembling an abandoned place. "You live here?" Qin Guan inquired, perplexed. "Yes," Nan Ro nodded, glancing around and whispering, "Young Master Qin, while no one is around, you should leave quickly." "Why? Do you find me unworthy?" Qin Guan raised an eyebrow. Nan Ro let out a bitter laugh. "It's not that I look down upon you, but rather that I do not deserve you." Qin Guan waved his hand with a smile. "What does it matter who deserves whom? Our meeting signifies a kind of fate." Nan Ro shook her head, her expression turning somber. "Young Master Qin, to speak frankly, my time is limited. I do not wish to bring harm upon you by marrying someone who is on the brink of death." Upon hearing her words, Qin Guan was momentarily taken aback. This girl possessed a kind heart, thinking of others even as she faced her own demise. With that thought, he grasped Nan Rao's wrist, causing her to jump in surprise and instinctively attempt to pull away. "Do not be afraid, I merely wish to take your pulse." As he spoke, Qin Guan placed his hand upon Nan Rao's wrist. The cold poison had penetrated deep, already beginning to ravage her internal organs by shielding her heart with his vital energy and employing ice silver flowers to counteract the poison. He could potentially remedy her condition. This cold poison can be cured. In just a brief moment, Qin Guan had conceived a method of salvation. Upon hearing this, Nan Ro forced a bitter smile. "Young Master Qin, please do not jest. My ailment is beyond cure." Just as Nan Ro was speaking, she suddenly began to tremble violently. A layer of frost visibly enveloped her pale cheeks, and her limbs stiffened alarmingly, appearing quite dreadful. Chapter 2. A Hero's Struggle with Poverty. Witnessing this, Qin Guan placed his palm against Nan Rao's forehead, a surge of dominant vital energy rushing into her body and suppressing the cold poison. Instantly, Nan Ro felt significantly better, and Qin Guan assisted her into the room. Inside, the walls were cracked, the windows shattered, and drafts whistled through every crevice. Qin Guan could not help but be speechless. How could a young lady reside in such a place, without even a servant or maid by her side? Nan Ro shivered from the cold, appearing as if she might freeze to death. Now that the cold poison was temporarily subdued, it was imperative that she not be exposed to any further chill. With this in mind, Qin Guan promptly asked, "Miss Nan, where's the charcoal? I shall fetch some to warm you." Nan Ro shook her head. "Charcoal has not been distributed this month. We used up what was given last month." "Who is responsible for distributing the charcoal?" "I will go and collect some for you," Qin Guan inquired. Nan Ro quickly waved her hands. "Young Master Qin, please do not go. Hu Lu, who handles the internal affairs, is ruthless and difficult to deal with. If you provoke him, he may strike you." "Strike me? If he dares to strike, I shall break his arms," Qin Guan replied casually with a smile. Seeing that Qin Guan took her words lightly, Nan Ro grew anxious. "Young Master Qin, the Nan family is not as harmonious and accommodating as it appears. You should leave quickly and not concern yourself with me. You should lie down on the bed. I will be back shortly." Qin Guan disregarded Nan Ro's words and stepped outside. Seeing Qin Guan leave the room, Nan Ro hurried out to stop him, but as soon as she emerged, Qin Guan had vanished from sight. Before long, Qin Guan, guided by a servant, arrived at the quarters of Hu Lu, who was in charge of internal affairs. "Sixth Master, this is the fiancée of the eldest young lady, Qin Guan," the servant announced upon reaching Hu Lu. The news of Qin Guan's arrival to marry the second young lady had already spread throughout the Nan household. Hu Lu scrutinized Qin Guan for a moment before picking up a skewer of meat to roast over the fire, taking a while to respond. "What is it?" "I have come to collect some charcoal," Qin Guan stated. "The charcoal for this month has already been distributed. Come back next month," Hu Lu replied, flipping the meat skewer without even lifting his head. Qin Guan cast a glance at the considerable pile of charcoal in the corner, his brow slightly furrowing. "Why is there not a single piece of charcoal over there after the recent dispatch?" he pondered. "I cannot say," Hu Lu replied, casually blowing on the half-red coals in the furnace, muttering, "What a waste of resources on someone who is nearing their end." "What do you mean?" Qin Guan's expression shifted dramatically. "What I imply," Hu Lu smirked, "is that given the circumstances of you and the young lady, you do not deserve to use charcoal. Do you understand?" "By heaven!" Suddenly, Qin Guan found himself both amused and infuriated. How audacious for a mere servant to display such arrogance. Yet, what truly vexed him was the realization that Nan Yunqi, as the head of the family, permitted his own flesh and blood to be treated in such a manner. What a commendable father he was! Observing Qin Guan's smile, Hu Lu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is this? Are you dissatisfied?" "Indeed, I am not content." "What do you intend to do about it?" Qin Guan replied with a nod and a grin. Upon hearing this, Hu Lu's expression darkened, and with a scoff, he retorted, "Do you believe that because you are now the son-in-law of the Nan family, I would hesitate to act against you? Let me be frank, it is not just you. Even if the eldest young lady were to come in person, she would still have to consider my disposition. If I do not give my consent, who would dare to lay a finger on that charcoal?" No sooner had Hu Lu finished speaking than Qin Guan suddenly materialized before him. Bang! Without uttering a word, Qin Guan delivered a powerful strike to the crown of Hu Lu's head. Crack! The formidable force of his palm shattered Hu Lu's cervical vertebrae, producing a cacophony of splintering bone. In an instant, Hu Lu's neck was obliterated, leaving his plump head precariously balanced upon his shoulders, wide-eyed and gaping. Blood streaming from his 7 orifices, yet his eyes remained unclosed in death. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the onlookers were rendered utterly speechless with terror. Qin Guan cast a stern glance at several servants and commanded, "Move all the charcoal over to the young lady's courtyard." Upon hearing this, the servants, startled, immediately set about their task with haste. Qin Guan detained his servant, instructing him to procure a stove, as there was none in Mrs. Chamber. The servant glanced at Qin Guan's hand, nearly collapsing from fear, and hurriedly scrambled towards the storeroom. Before long, an abundance of charcoal was transported to Nan Ro's courtyard. Upon witnessing the servant bring in such a considerable quantity of charcoal and set up her stove, Nan Ro found it hard to believe. "Master Qin, is it possible that Hu Lu did not trouble you?" she inquired. "I did not afford him the opportunity," Qin Guan replied with a smile. "Did not afford him the opportunity?" Qin Guan's response left Nan Ro momentarily bewildered. "You all may leave," he commanded as he waved his hand at the servants who had just finished their tasks. Upon hearing this, the servants hurriedly departed. One of them, in a rush, exclaimed, "Quickly report to the lady. Hugu has been killed by Qin Guan. Wasn't it said that Qin Guan was a mere worthless individual without any cultivation? How could he have possibly slain Hugu, who at least possessed the strength of a fifth-tier body refiner. Recalling how Qin Guan had effortlessly struck down Hulu, the group remained apprehensive. In the Yuanyang continent, cultivators are divided into 10 realms: body refining realm, qi refining realm, spirit refining realm, profound communication realm, pinnacle realm, free and easy realm, stellar realm, breakthrough realm, harmonious path realm, and unity realm. In addition to cultivators, there exists another type of martial artist who is inherently devoid of a dantian, and thus cannot gather spiritual energy for cultivation. The martial artist realms are also divided into 10, known as the 10 heavenly gates. Each time they reach a new realm, they unlock a battle gate. The 10 battle gates are Strength Gate, Speed Gate, Frenzy Gate, Chi Gate, Life Gate, Shock Gate, Fate Gate, Kill Gate, Illusion Gate, and Heaven Gate. Fool, can't you see? One of the leading servants glared at the other. There are no fluctuations of spiritual energy. He is clearly a martial artist. The ability to casually kill Huga indicates he is at least a second-tier martial artist. A second-tier martial artist possesses strength equivalent to that of a second-tier cultivator in the Qi refining realm, thus easily overpowering Hu Lu, who was merely a fifth-tier body refiner. Meanwhile, Qin Guan prepared a bowl of ginger soup for Nan Ro. Upon seeing him present the soup, her heart warmed unexpectedly, and she began to drink. As she sipped, her eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Countless nights, when the cold poison ravaged her, she had endured the pain alone, curled up in bed, facing the dread of death by herself. How she longed for someone to offer her warmth and a sense of security. And this bowl of ginger soup prepared by Qin Guan deeply touched her. Noticing the redness in Nan Ro's eyes, Qin Guan understood her feelings well. A young lady on the brink of death had no one to care for her. This thought filled him with indignation, and he said, "If it weren't for your sake, I could easily smash your father's head with a single punch." Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Nan Ro quickly responded, "Young Master Qin, please don't act impulsively. My father is a cultivator at the spirit refining realm. With a mere gesture, he could take your life." Seeing her anxious demeanor, Qin Guan let out a bitter laugh. "Rest assured, I will not act recklessly." At that moment, after finishing the ginger soup, Nan Ro began rummaging through her belongings on the bed. Before long, she produced a small pouch from beneath the blanket and said, "Young Master Qin, this contains 30 gold coins, which I have saved over time. Although it is not much, it should suffice for your journey home if you are frugal." Hearing Nan Ro's words, Qin Guan felt somewhat speechless. Journey home? Forget it. Qin Guan contemplated expressing his thoughts but deemed it futile. The girl was only looking out for his well-being, which is why she persistently urged him to depart. After a moment's reflection, he accepted the purse, weighing it in his hand before smiling. "I wonder if 30 gold coins will suffice for your medicine. I regret that this is all I possess." Nan Ro replied with a hint of resignation, "It's all right. If it's insufficient, I shall find a way. You should focus on resting." With that, Qin Guan turned and made his exit. "Young Master Qin, thank you for the ginger soup." As Qin Guan approached the door, Nan Ro suddenly spoke, revealing a sweet smile. "Rest well," Qin Guan said before closing the door. On the bed, Nan Ro cast a glance at the tightly shut door and then slowly reclined. He merely sought an excuse to depart. After all, anyone who became involved with a person on the brink of death would surely encounter misfortune. "I am already grateful to have been offered a bowl of ginger soup. I wish you safe travels and a life free from illness and calamity." Having inquired about the elusive ice silver flower, Qin Guan arrived at the renowned Tianbao Pavilion. This rare item was nowhere to be found, and his inquiries revealed that only the Tianbao Pavilion possessed it. The pavilion, with branches in every state and city, boasted an extensive array of heavenly materials, treasures, martial arts techniques, and more, all under the control of a formidable and enigmatic power that none dared to provoke. Upon entering the vast interior of Tianbao Pavilion, Qin Guan wandered about until he finally located the section dedicated to the sale of spiritual materials. As he surveyed the various herbs displayed on the counters, he was disappointed not to find the ice silver flower. When the proprietor finished attending to another customer and had a moment to spare, Qin Guan smiled and inquired, "Excuse me, do you have ice silver flowers available?" The shopkeeper glanced at Qin Guan with a nonchalant demeanor and replied, "Indeed, we have one, priced at 50,000 gold coins." "What? 50,000? Qin Guan was taken aback, astonished that a mere ordinary ice silver flower could command such a price. He recalled a time when, during his trials on the ice and fire mountains, these flowers grew abundantly, akin to wild grass. Noticing the shopkeeper's keen gaze upon him, Qin Guan awkwardly fumbled with his coin pouch and admitted, I'm a bit short of that amount. Upon hearing Qin Guan's admission of being slightly short, the shopkeeper's expression softened as he quickly responded, no problem. We can offer a slight discount. How much do you have? 30 gold coins, Qin Guan replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, you call that being short? Have you overindulged and taken me for a fool? Qin Guan waved his hand with a sheepish smile, saying, of course not. I truly did not anticipate that the silver flower would be so valuable. The proprietor, somewhat impatient, replied, Go on, stop your nonsensical chatter, and let me attend to my business. Qin Guan scratched his head, feeling rather vexed. Without money, things were difficult to manage. During his time with his master, he had access to all sorts of rare treasures and never had to worry about finances. He had little understanding of money, only recalling that the old man possessed a black storage ring, seemingly inexhaustible in its resources. Boss, do you have any tiger demon bones? At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. Noticing the man's opulent attire, the boss quickly stepped forward with a beaming smile. Yes, of course. Please select a quality piece. The middle-aged man scrutinized the counter. Just a moment. Soon, the boss produced a 1-foot-long white bone. How much is it? The middle-aged man inquired as he retrieved a storage bag. Upon hearing this, the boss placed the tiger demon bone on the scale. It weighs 10 jin and 3 liang. At 50 gold per liang, that totals 5,150 gold. I'll give you a discount of 150 gold. So you only pay 5,000 gold? The middle-aged man nodded and, after settling the payment, turned to leave. Qin Guan, witnessing this exchange, felt a spark of excitement. The bones of a second-tier minor demon beast were worth such a fortune. If he could capture one, it would surely yield a great profit. With that thought, Qin Guan hastily called out, Boss, lower your voice. The boss, startled by Qin Guan's sudden outburst, nearly reacted with hostility. Are you interested in trading for tiger demons? Qin Guan inquired. What is that? The boss raised an eyebrow. How about I catch a tiger demon and exchange it for an silver flower? Of course. The boss replied cheerfully. Do you want it alive or dead? Qin Guan asked again. The boss's eyes twitched slightly. It must be dead. Where can I find tiger demons? Qin Guan asked. Listen, kid, tiger demons are quite formidable. With your small stature, a single swipe from one could end your life. The boss, recognizing that Qin Guan appeared serious, rushed to caution him. He could see at a glance that the young man had no cultivation. And while making money was important, it would be a grave sin to let him lose his life. Rest assured, just tell me the location. And I shall await my silver flower, Qin Guan replied with a smile. Before the boss could respond, a youth clad in brocade and jade interjected with a mischievous grin. If you want to catch a tiger demon, head to the Valley of 10,000 Demons. There are all sorts of beasts there. You are sure to catch one. Where is the Valley of 10,000 Demons? It's 300 miles west of the city. Thank you. Qin Guan clasped his hands and turned to depart. Casting a glance at Qin Guan's swiftly retreating figure, the proprietor shifted his gaze toward the youth who had previously guided Qin Guan, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. Young master, your actions may very well jeopardize his life, he remarked. Even on the periphery of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, survival was exceedingly difficult without a group of at least 10 or 8 cultivators at the Qi refinement stage. The proprietor feared that Qin Guan's venture could lead him to certain doom. The youth scoffed, whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. In response, the proprietor merely shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 3, a fortuitous encounter. Half an hour later, Qin Guan arrived at the base of towering mountains. Before him, the peaks stretched endlessly, shrouded in a dark and serene forest that exuded an aura of primal danger. The Valley of 10,000 Beasts, colloquially known as the Valley of the Dead, was replete with treasures and fortuitous encounters, yet it was also teeming with man-eating beasts lurking within the woods, where a moment's inattention could result in death. Gazing at the profound and seemingly boundless mountains before him, Qin Guan ventured into the depths of the forest. Upon entering, he noticed several groups proceeding cautiously along the path. Alone in the mountains, Qin Guan swiftly garnered the attention of many. Young man, called out a rugged-looking middle-aged man. It takes commendable courage to venture into the mountains alone. However, this is not a place for mere bravado. Would you care to join us? With an additional companion, we could ensure greater safety. As Qin Guan was about to speak, a woman with a cold demeanor suddenly interjected, It is not the quantity of people that matters, but their quality. Are you inviting him in to hinder our progress? Hearing her words, Qin Guan simply smiled faintly and quickened his pace into the depths of the forest. After traversing several mountain peaks, he encountered not a single trace of his quarry, only a few small foxes and gray wolves. The fur, flesh, and inner cores of these mystical beasts are immensely valuable, and in recent years, mercenaries and various family factions have frequently hunted them in the outskirts of the myriad beast valley. This not only allows them to acquire resources and wealth, but also effectively trains their combat abilities, prompting many mystical beasts to relocate deeper into the wilderness, away from human presence. After half an hour, Qin Guan arrived at an expansive mountainous area, having crossed numerous towering peaks without discovering even a single hair of his target. Just as he was beginning to feel frustrated, a powerful roar of a tiger echoed from the southeast. Upon hearing the tiger's call, Qin Guan's heart leaped with joy, and he swiftly darted in that direction. Scaling another hill, he soon reached the area from which the tiger demon had roared. In the distance, within a thicket of trees, a wounded tiger demon let out a ferocious roar. From afar, it was an imposing figure, towering over 10 feet high, exuding a formidable aura of demonic energy. Before it lay 3 young individuals, gravely injured and clutching their chests, gazing at the tiger demon with eyes filled with despair. They had underestimated the tiger demon's strength, and it seemed their lives would be forfeit today. The tiger demon roared defiantly, as if asserting its unassailable dominion. In the next moment, it leaped forward, its sharp claws aiming directly at a bloodied girl. The girl's face turned pale in despair when suddenly, a boy wielding a wooden stick appeared above the tiger demon. With a powerful swing, the boy struck the tiger demon on the forehead. With a pained howl, the tiger demon convulsed for a moment before collapsing to the ground, slain by Qin Guan's blow. Witnessing this scene, the 3 young individuals were rendered utterly speechless. After casting a glance at them, Qin Guan seized the dead tiger demon and turned to leave, quickly vanishing into the forest. Approximately an hour later, Qin Guan finally returned to the Tianbao pavilion, the sky now shrouded in darkness. Upon entering the spiritual material sales area, he sought out the proprietor who had previously made him a promise. When Qin Guan produced the massive tiger demon, the shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Young man, are you serious? You truly brought it? Are you not going to trade?" Qin Guan inquired with a furrowed brow. Of course, of course." The shopkeeper eagerly nodded. After swallowing hard, he couldn't contain his curiosity any longer, asking, "Did you really slay this tiger demon?" Qin Guan nodded, proclaiming, "It was I who killed him, yet it was not solely my doing. One might call it a fortunate stroke of luck." Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, the proprietor sighed, exclaiming, "You truly possess remarkable fortune. Sir, I am awaiting assistance for the injured. Please expedite the process," Qin Guan urged. Upon hearing the mention of aid, the proprietor hastily wrapped the ice silver flower and, feeling a twinge of conscience, decided to gift Qin Guan an additional century-old blood ginseng. With Nan Ro's vitality severely depleted and her body weakened, the ancient ginseng would serve as an excellent remedy. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Guan departed from the Tianbao pavilion. "You harbinger of misfortune, you cannot even keep the man I found for you. What use are you now? It would be better for you to perish." In the confines of the room, Yang Hongmei pointed an accusatory finger at Nan Ro, cursing with venomous intent, her demeanor akin to that of a predator ready to pounce. Trembling, Nan Ro buried her head in her chest, too frightened to utter a word. Upon returning from outside and learning of Hu Lu's demise at the hands of Qin Guan, Yang Hongmei was engulfed in fury, leading a cadre of over a dozen guards directly in search of him. To her dismay, after an exhaustive search, they could not locate Qin Guan. Although Qin Guan had previously agreed to marry Nan Ro, he was bound by a prior engagement with his own daughter. The prospect of him carelessly damaging Nan Xiao's reputation with reckless talk was a matter of great concern. In her current state of frustration and urgency, Nan Xiao could not locate Qin Guan. "I see you are simply envious of my happiness, deliberately allowing that useless person to roam free, aren't you?" she exclaimed. Her face flushed with anger as she glared at Nan Ro. "Do not worry. Young Master Qin is kind-hearted and will not speak indiscriminately," Nan Ro softly replied. Her head bowed. Yang Hongmei, gritting her teeth, retorted, "He won't speak indiscriminately? You speak so lightly, you little wretch. It infuriates me to no end. How can a family have such a treacherous daughter?" With a stomp of her foot, Nan Xiao declared, "Mother, send someone to find that useless person immediately. If my daughter's reputation is tarnished because of him, I shall never forgive you." After uttering this harsh rebuke, Yang Hongmei and Nan Xiao hastily made their way toward the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Yang Hongmei suddenly halted, exclaiming, "You let that worthless man go." causing Hu Lu's demise, and you still have the audacity to sit here in comfort by the stove. Bring forth the workers to dismantle this room and remove all the charcoal from the yard. Let her sleep in the woodshed. Before long, Qin Guan returned to the courtyard, and upon entering, he was taken aback. The scene before him was one of utter devastation, with the house collapsed in disarray. Nenro, he called out anxiously as he rushed toward the ruins. In the dark woodshed, a faint sound emerged, and a delicate figure stepped into view. Nenro, are you all right? Upon realizing it was her, Qin Guan hurried over. Qin Gongzi, you didn't leave? Nenro trembled, her body shaking. The sight of Qin Guan's unexpected return filled her with exhilaration, akin to seeing a ray of light in the darkness. I went to buy medicine for you, but I was delayed due to a lack of funds. As Qin Guan spoke, Nenro suddenly leaped into his embrace, unable to contain herself any longer, and broke down in tears. She had initially believed that Qin Guan had taken the money and left her, only to discover that he had indeed gone to procure medicine for her. Fear not, I shall be here for you, Qin Guan reassured her, gently patting her frail back. Feeling her shivering and fragile form, his expression darkened. Tell me what transpired. Chapter 4. It is wonderful to be alive. My stepmother brought people to capture you. Nenro wiped her tears and recounted the events that had unfolded. I am sorry, I have burdened you. Qin Guan felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this. No, it is I who have brought you trouble. Nenro quickly shook her head, then cautiously inquired, did you truly kill Hu Lu? Indeed I did. He showed you disrespect, and thus I took his life, Qin Guan affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Nenro's face turned ashen, and she urgently urged Qin Guan. You must leave at once. She had initially doubted her stepmother's claim that Qin Guan had killed Hu Lu, thinking it was merely a tactic to frighten her, especially since they were not yet wed and he posed a threat to Nanqiao. Now, hearing Qin Guan confirm the deed, her heart raced with anxiety. I promise to marry you, and I shall keep that promise. Do not fear. Qin Guan comforted her. Warmth spread through Nenro as hard at his words. Yet her worry persisted. But Hu Lu was my stepmother's man, and he is also Yang Ao's cousin. This could lead to trouble. Who is Yang Ao? Qin Guan inquired. Intrigued. Yang Ao is my stepmother's nephew, and I, along with Nan Qiao, refer to him as our cousin, Nenro replied. Qin Guan's lips twitched slightly, dismissing the notion of cousins as mere nonsense. Suddenly recalling something, Nenro expressed her concern. Yang Ao is still in seclusion, and if he learns of your slaying his cousin upon his return, he will not let you off easily. Just how formidable is his cultivation? Qin Guan inquired with a smile. He's at the 5th level of qi refinement and a sword cultivator. His talent is on par with that of my sister. Nenro replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan scratched his head. Even a small sword cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement would be unable to breach his defenses, even if he stood still and allowed him to strike it well. Reflecting on Nenro's persistent concern for him, Qin Guan took her icy little hand and said earnestly, do you know that your future husband is quite formidable? I could easily take down any cousin or relative with a single blow. However, before Nenro could voice her thoughts, Qin Guan hastily interjected, do not dwell on such matters. Come, let me first assist you in alleviating the poison. After Qin Guan finished speaking, he took Nenro to the woodshed. He kindled a fire, and the once dim and shadowy room was instantly illuminated and warmed. Noticing the tear streaks adorning Nenro's cheeks and the evident worry reflected in her captivating eyes, Qin Guan felt a pang of compassion. Let us warm ourselves by the fire first. I shall brew the medicine for you, and once you have taken it, I will attend to your ailment. As Qin Guan busied himself in the woodshed, he intended to administer the century-old blood ginseng to Nenro, hoping to bolster her vitality before addressing the chill poison plaguing her. Watching Qin Guan diligently laboring at the stove, a complex expression crossed Nenro's face. Prepared for death, she suddenly found herself gripped by an unexpected fear of it upon meeting him. Despite knowing Qin Guan for less than a day, she felt an unwillingness to part ways. If survival were an option, she would yearn to marry this man before her, to care for him, to serve him, to wash his clothes, to prepare his meals. Lost in these thoughts, she abruptly shook her head with force, followed by a bitter smile. How could she entertain such notions when death was so imminent? Half an hour later, Qin Guan finally completed the concoction of the blood ginseng. Here, it's no longer hot. Drink it while it's warm, he said, presenting a bowl of ginseng soup to Nenro. All right, she replied, not even glancing at it, and swiftly consumed the entire bowl. Immediately, warmth spread throughout her body, and her once pallid cheeks gradually regained their color. Observing the improvement in her spirit, Qin Guan produced the ice silver flower. Once you take this, the chill poison within you will be purged. There may be some pain during the treatment, but it's a normal reaction. Do not resist. Understood, Nanro nodded gently. It wasn't that she wholly believed in Qin Guan's ability to heal her. She simply didn't wish to let his goodwill go in vain. Before long, she crushed the ice silver flower and swallowed it. At that moment, it felt as if her body had plunged into an ice cavern, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Noticing her distress, Qin Guan gently pressed his palm against her head, allowing his formidable vital energy to envelop her internal meridians. This ice silver flower thrived in the most frigid of locales, making it the coldest substance in existence. Even the sturdiest cultivators would hesitate to consume it. Had it not been for Qin Guan's powerful energy shielding her, Nanro might have quickly turned into a mere ice sculpture. As the chilling essence of the ice silver flower clashed with the chill poison within her, Nanro let out a painful moan. The poison, sensing its adversary, began to frantically writhe within her. After a short interval, she expelled a large mouthful of black blood, which quickly solidified into a block of black ice. Witnessing the deep-seated poison being forced out, Qin Guan hastily channeled his energy to dispel the coldness of the ice silver flower. Nanro's lips involuntarily parted as she exhaled a stream of white, icy vapor. Before long, Qin Guan withdrew his hand and smiled. How do you feel? Nanro opened her eyes, sensing the changes within her. After a moment, a brilliant light ignited in her gaze as she exclaimed in disbelief, "It truly has been cured." At this moment, she could distinctly sense that there was not a trace of coldness within her. On the contrary, her entire being felt light and warm, an indescribable comfort enveloping her. Over the years, her father had sought the expertise of numerous skilled practitioners for her ailment, but all had shaken their heads in despair after diagnosing her condition. She could never have imagined that it could be resolved so simply by Qin Guan. All of this felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. "So, do you now believe in my abilities?" Qin Guan teased with a smile. "Yes." Nanro nodded vigorously, tears of joy welling up in her eyes, unable to be contained any longer. The exhilaration of recovering from a grave illness and feeling as though she had been reborn was indescribably delightful. How wonderful it is to be alive. "Thank you, young Master Qin," Nanro exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as she leaped into Qin Guan's embrace, holding him tightly. "Indeed, you're better now. Your strength has returned," Qin Guan remarked with a chuckle. Realizing she had lost her composure, Nanro hastily released Qin Guan. Her fair and lovely cheeks suddenly flushed with a deep crimson. "You will soon be mine. No more calling me young Master Qin," Qin Guan said with a playful grin directed at Nanro. Embarrassed, Nanro quickly lowered her head and murmured, "Well, can I call you Brother Guan for now? I'll change it after we get married, okay?" "That is fine." Qin Guan nodded in agreement. "Wait here for a moment while I fetch some blankets." Seeing Qin Guan about to leave, Nanro hurriedly stepped forward. "In the dead of night, where will you find blankets? And if your stepmother discovers, I can dispel your cold poison. Do you believe I would fear your stepmother?" Qin Guan replied with a smile. "You've just been cured of your poison. Stay here and don't go out." "All right, I will listen to you." Nanro nodded obediently, retreating. Previously, she had always thought of Qin Guan as an ordinary person, but now, upon reflection, he had effortlessly vanquished Hu Lu, who was at the 5th level of body refinement, and had easily resolved her cold poison, indicating that he was far from ordinary. Having exited the woodshed, Qin Guan leaped gracefully out of the courtyard. It was now deep into the night, enveloped in profound silence, as the members of the Nan family, weary from a day of toil, had all succumbed to slumber. Qin Guan stood atop a high building belonging to the Nan family, his gaze coldly surveying the courtyard below. After a brief moment, he soared toward the main courtyard. "So late, and yet you all sleep so soundly?" Upon reaching the main courtyard, Qin Guan suddenly propelled himself off the ground, launching into the air. "Do you enjoy tearing down houses, do you?" With a firm grip, Qin Guan unleashed a powerful punch downward. The next moment, the opulent structures within the main courtyard crumbled almost instantaneously under the residual force of his strike. "An enemy attack! An enemy attack!" The drowsy guards shouted in panic, while Nan Yunqi, Yang Hongmei, and Nan Xiao swiftly emerged from the ruins. At that moment, numerous guards from the Nan family and 2 elders hastily arrived. The gathered individuals exchanged anxious glances, for they had not caught even a glimpse of their assailants. "Father, look!" Nan Xiao suddenly exclaimed, pointing urgently at a deep pit. Nan Yunqi gazed in astonishment at the enormous fist-shaped crater. This punch is no ordinary feat, one elder remarked, swallowing hard, his expression grave. Such power is beyond that of an average person. Another elder echoed, equally astonished. The elder's words sent a wave of panic through the crowd. Husband, has the Nan family recently offended some powerful figure? Otherwise, why would we be attacked so inexplicably? Yang Hongmei voiced her fears. Nan Yunqi furrowed his brow. It is impossible. Our family has always acted with caution and integrity, maintaining a steady course without overstepping our bounds. At that moment, one elder interjected. It is evident that our adversaries do not seek our demise, but rather wish to deliver a warning. Hearing this, Nan Yunqi surveyed the surroundings before bowing respectfully. If we have inadvertently offended anyone, we humbly request guidance. The Nan family shall certainly amend our ways. The assembly cautiously lifted their gazes, peering into the shadows, yet received no response. The silence deepened their unease. If such a blow were to fall while they slept, they would surely be reduced to mere pulp. Investigate immediately. Ascertain whether any members of the Nan family have recently crossed paths with someone ill-fated. Nan Yunqi commanded several guards. Seemingly struck by a thought, he added, increase personnel to ensure the safety of our second miss. Given that Nan Xiao had awakened her Yin spirit body, he suspected that certain factions in Luyun City might harbor malicious intentions. Upon hearing her father's concern for her safety, Nan Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. Could someone truly wish to extinguish her life before it had even begun? In a flurry of speculation, the group became increasingly agitated. Meanwhile, Qin Guan returned to the firewood room, carrying several blankets. Upon seeing him, Nan Ro let out a sigh of relief. Brother Guan, I thought I heard a great commotion just now. Has something occurred? Just some sparring. I happened to witness two individuals engaged in practice. Qin Guan casually fabricated an excuse. Oh, Nan Ro nodded, her delicate brows furrowing. Sparring at such a late hour? She dismissed her concerns, reassured that Qin Guan had returned safely, and hurriedly took the blankets to prepare the bed. Once the bed was made, an unexpected silence enveloped the firewood room, for there was only one bed. How would they sleep? I shall spend the night outside, Qin Guan declared. Qin Guan broke the awkward silence and proceeded towards the door. Nan Ro hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Qin Guan's arm, saying, it is freezing outside, and with no shelter, you must not venture out. We are not yet married, and it would be ill-advised for an unmarried man and woman to spend the night alone in one room. Should this news spread, it could tarnish your reputation. Qin Guan chuckled in response. Hearing this, Nan Ro gazed at Qin Guan and declared, my life was granted by you. I care not for such matters. Qin hesitated for a moment and then smiled, saying, very well, you shall sleep inside while I take the outside. With a nod, Nan Ro obediently nestled within, resembling a little kitten. Qin Guan cautiously lay beside Nan Ro, feeling an unusual sensation as it was his first time sharing a bed with a girl. Nan Ro experienced a similar sense of surrealism, and the two remained quietly lying together, enveloped in silence. The following day, as Qin Guan opened his eyes, he discovered Nan Ro stealthily engaged in some task. Did I wake you, Brother Guan? She asked, filled with guilt upon noticing Qin Guan's awakening. Not at all. Qin Guan replied, rubbing his eyes. You must be hungry. I will prepare a meal for you as soon as the water is boiled. No need. Let us dine out. Qin Guan said, stretching and rising to his feet. Dine out. Nan Ro frowned. We shall go to your parents' place for a meal. Qin Guan smiled. Upon hearing this, Nan Ro shook her head in alarm. Brother Guan, they are searching for you everywhere. Wouldn't you be walking straight into a trap? Their net cannot ensnare me. Qin Guan declared, taking Nan Ro's hand and leading her outside. Not long after, the pair arrived at an exquisite villa. The main hall had been dismantled by Qin Guan the previous night, so Nan Yunqi and the others had relocated here. At that moment, the family of three was enjoying breakfast, and when they saw Qin Guan entering with Nan Ro, they were momentarily taken aback. Especially Yang Hongmei, who pointed at Qin Guan, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. After searching all night, this incompetent fellow had the audacity to present himself willingly? Good morning, uncle and aunt. Why did you not call us for breakfast? Qin Guan grinned and greeted them. Nan Ro hurriedly stepped in front of Qin Guan. Rower pays her respects to her esteemed parents. Yang Hongmei completely disregarded Nan Ro, pointing at Qin Guan instead. You, worthless wretch, summon someone. No sooner had she spoken than 4 guards rushed in. Stand down. Nan Yunqi suddenly barked at the guards. The guards hesitated briefly before retreating. Master, what are you doing? This good-for-nothing has killed Hu Lu. Why do we not apprehend him? Yang Hongmei glared at Nan Yunqi in anger. Before Nan Yunqi could respond, Qin Guan interjected with a cold scoff. Shouldn't a dog that dares to bite its master be put down? What do you mean by that? Nan Yunqi furrowed his brow. Qin Guan looked towards Nan Yunqi and said, on such a frigid day, Hulu intentionally denied Nan Ro charcoal for warmth, nearly causing her demise, and even went so far as to insult her. Uncle, do you believe he deserves to die? Upon hearing this, Nan Yunqi's expression darkened. He glanced at Yang Hongmei. He was aware of many matters, yet he had never anticipated that Yang Hongmei could be so outrageous. Nonsense. When has Hulu ever deprived Rower of her necessities? Every provision he has given her has been of the highest quality. Yang Hongmei retorted, her face unflinching and her voice steady. At that moment, Nan Ro suddenly interjected. Her voice soft yet tinged with reproach. I do not mind the quantity, but I kindly ask Mother to refrain from referring to Brother Guan as a waste. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Look at how you've raised this daughter, my lord. She now dares to address me with such insolence. It is utterly disrespectful. Yang Hongmei initially stood in shock. Normally timid and meek, Nan Ro today displayed an audacity that took her by surprise. A flicker of malice flashing in her eyes. This wretched girl must be tired of living. Mother, perhaps you should say less. In just a few days, it will be the joyous occasion of my sister and Qin Guan's wedding. We should extend our blessings to them and focus on arranging a splendid ceremony. Nan Xiao, who had remained silent until now, interjected. At this point, all that mattered to Qin Guan was to agree to be with Nan Ro and not trouble himself with her. Xiaoer speaks wisely. We are soon to be one family, and harmony is essential. Nan Yunqi nodded in agreement. Currently, the Nan family depended on the support from Yang Hongmei's family, and to be honest, there were many matters he felt powerless to change, having to turn a blind eye to them. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongmei hesitated, suppressing her anger. She understood Nan Xiao's meaning. Hulu's reputation was insignificant compared to that of her daughter, and as for her grievances, there would be ample opportunity to address them once the two were wed. Quickly, fetch 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. Nan Yunqi commanded a maid by the door, then turned to Nan Ro with a smile. Rower, you appear much better today. There's color in your cheeks. Hearing this, Nan Ro joyfully replied, Father, I have not yet told you. Brother Guan has cured my cold poison. I am completely well now. What? Upon hearing Nan Ro's words, Nan Yunqi abruptly stood, anxiously reaching for her pulse. After a moment, astonishment and joy washed over him. Ha, it is indeed gone. That dreadful cold poison has truly dissipated. Young Master Qin, please allow me to pay my respects. Tears welled in Nan Yunqi's eyes as he deeply bowed to Qin Guan. Having lost his wife at a young age, he felt he had failed as a father to Nan Ro, burdened with guilt. Now, witnessing his daughter's recovery, he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Qin Guan. Yang Hongmei and Nan Xiao were equally astonished to learn that the cold poison, which had baffled so many skilled practitioners, had been cured by this so-called waste. Father-in-law, I cannot accept such a gesture of respect. Qin Guan jested as he supported Nan Yunqi. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Nan Yunqi's expression darkened, and he quickly stood up, straightening his back. Meanwhile, Nan Ro couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Humph, what a disgrace. Yang Hongmei huffed and rose to leave, unwilling to share a table with these two, even at the cost of her life. Father, I shall retire to my cultivation. Nan Xiao also stood to bid farewell. After the mother and daughter departed, Nan Yunqi couldn't suppress a sigh. Rower, I regret not being a better father to you over the years. Father, there is no need for such concern. I understand, Nan Ro replied softly. Fully aware that her stepmother exploited the Nan family's reliance on the Yang family, consistently pressuring her father. Let us not dwell on that. Come, sit and eat. Nan Yunqi said with a smile. The three resumed their seats, and Nan Yunqi turned to Qin Guan. Is it true that you killed Hulu? Indeed, Qin Guan nodded. Are you a martial artist? Nan Yunqi inquired further, having heard from the servants that Qin Guan was a second-tier martial artist. Yes, Qin Guan confirmed with a nod. To achieve the second tier at such a young age is quite commendable, Nan Yunqi remarked appreciatively. Martial artists are inherently devoid of dantians and cannot condense spiritual energy for cultivation. They must rely on rigorous training to elevate their realms. In Nan Yunqi's view, it was already remarkable for Qin Guan to reach the second tier. Being a martial artist has its merits. At least one is grounded and diligent. I do not expect grand achievements from you, merely that you treat Rower well in the future. Nan Yunqi glanced at Nan Ro before patting Qin Guan on the shoulder. Work diligently in the Nan family from now on. I shall endeavor to secure some cultivation resources for you, striving for you to break through to the third tier during your lifetime, though it is a daunting challenge. Young man, you must persevere and not give up easily. Qin Guan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. At present, as an 8th-tier martial artist, he found it exceedingly difficult to take even a small step forward. The entirety of the Nan family's resources would scarcely suffice for such a meager advance. At this moment, Nan Ro expressed her concerns. Father, after Guan got killed Hulu, Yang Ao will undoubtedly seek retribution. What do you think? Nan Ro had been preoccupied with this matter, which was precisely why she had mustered the courage to come here. Do not worry, I shall handle this personally, Nan Yunqi reassured her, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache at the thought of Yang Ao's temperament. Instantly, Nan Ro felt a wave of relief wash over her. Witnessing her unwavering concern for him, Qin Guan felt a warm glow in his heart. Truly, he had chosen a remarkable partner. Reflecting on this, he turned to Nan Yunqi and said, now that Nan Ro's residence has been dismantled, she can only sleep in the woodshed. Should we not resolve this matter as well? What? Nan Yunqi exclaimed, taken aback, but he quickly grasped the situation. It had to be Yang Hongmei's doing. This woman had grown increasingly disdainful towards him over the past 2 years. Jia Quan. Nan Yunqi suddenly summoned a middle-aged guard. Clean up the eastern courtyard for the young lady. You will handle this personally. Yes. Jia Quan promptly departed. Once he was gone, Nan Yunqi discreetly produced a storage pouch and handed it to Nan Ro, whispering, this contains 100,000 gold coins. Today, take it to the market and purchase a few decent outfits, as well as some gifts for the betrothal. In a couple of days, you shall be wed, and it would be inappropriate to have no gifts. All right, Nan Ro replied eagerly, accepting the storage pouch. Qin Guan smiled inwardly, thinking to himself that this inexpensive father-in-law had finally accomplished something worthwhile. Oh, by the way, you two should be cautious as well. Last night, our family was assaulted by a formidable foe. The main courtyard structures have all collapsed. This individual possesses strength rivaling my own, so you must be particularly vigilant while you sleep at night. Upon concluding his words, Nan Yunqi's expression suddenly turned grave, as the assailant from the previous night remained an enigma, leaving him restless and uneasy. Hearing Nan Yunqi's remarks, Nan Ro furrowed her brows slightly and cast a furtive glance at Qin Guan. Qin Guan quietly took a large sip of rice porridge while savoring the small pickles. I have matters to attend to, so please eat without me, Nan Yunqi stated before rising to leave. Once Nan Yunqi departed, Nan Ro turned to Qin Guan and inquired, Brother Guan, did you not witness someone sparring last night? Could it be that they were not merely practicing but rather demolishing the place? Upon hearing this, Qin Guan nearly spat out his food, astonished by the naivety of the young lady. I am uncertain. In the darkness, I could not discern clearly, Qin Guan replied, hastily diverting the conversation. Hurry and eat. Your meal is getting cold. Later that afternoon, Qin Guan and Nan Ro relocated to a small courtyard to the east. The courtyard was modest and somewhat secluded, yet it offered a serene atmosphere. Qin Guan stood in the courtyard, idly kicking small pebbles while occasionally glancing towards a particular room. He was awaiting Nan Ro, who had mentioned her intention to dress elegantly, insisting that she could not afford to bring him embarrassment during their outing. Before long, Nan Ro emerged from the room. Tall and graceful, akin to a slender bamboo standing elegantly, she donned a gown of soft yellow that accentuated her fair complexion, as pure as freshly fallen snow. With her arched brows and gentle steps, her skirt billowed softly in the breeze, radiating an aura of warmth and beauty. She resembled a breathtaking beauty who had stepped forth from an ancient painting, captivating all who beheld her. Qin Guan found himself entranced, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Observing his momentary daze, Nan Ro felt a flicker of pride within her, yet she still inquired with genuine concern. Brother Guan, do you think I look beautiful like this? Indeed, Qin Guan affirmed with a nod. Delighted by his approval, Nan Ro smiled radiantly. Then let us proceed. Soon, the pair arrived in the bustling district of Luyun City. Along their journey, the enchanting Nan Ro frequently drew the attention of passers-by, who could not help but steal glances at her. However, upon noticing the modestly attired Qin Guan accompanying her, they shook their heads, their expressions a mixture of envy and disdain. Nan Ro then led Qin Guan into a fabric shop, eager to purchase several pieces of cloth to personally craft garments for him. Qin Guan selected several colors of fabric that were rather simple and unadorned, which Nan Ro quietly noted, understanding that Qin Guan had a preference for understated hues. After leaving the fabric store, the two purchased a few small items before arriving at the Tianbao Pavilion, located in the upscale district of Liyun City. The treasures within were often valued in the thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins. After a brief perusal inside the pavilion, they had spent 50,000 gold. Eventually, Qin Guan guided Nan Ro to the spiritual materials section, intending to concoct a remedy for her. Upon seeing Qin Guan accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman, the proprietor of the spiritual materials shop, who had seen them the day before, inquired with a smile, "May I ask who this young lady is?" "She is my fiancée," Qin Guan replied. Nan Ro offered a slight bow to the shopkeeper. "You lad, not only do you possess good fortune, but you also have a fair share of romantic blessings," the shopkeeper remarked, giving Qin Guan a thumbs up. Although the young man appeared unremarkable, one could not deny his impressive capabilities. "Indeed, I have always been quite fortunate." Qin Guan smiled broadly and quickly selected several pieces of spiritual materials. 16,008. "With 800 deducted, I shall charge you 16,000, the shopkeeper said with a beaming smile, knowing that this was a supplement she was purchasing for herself. Nan Ro hesitated to take out her storage bag, feeling that spending 16,000 gold on a single medicine was indeed extravagant. "This young lady's bill is entirely waived." Just as Nan Ro was about to make her payment, a voice suddenly resonated from a distance. A young man clad in white approached with measured steps. His sharp brows and starry eyes, combined with a countenance as refined as jade, were complemented by a high nose and thin lips that curled into a faint smile. Two elegantly dressed guards trailed closely behind him. "Yes, young master." The shopkeeper quickly nodded in respectful acknowledgement upon seeing the young man. The young master, Qin Xiaojia, son of the Tianbao Pavilion's owner, was a well-known figure of affluence in Liyun City, a true member of the upper echelon. "I am Qin Xiaojia," he said, his gaze captivated by Nan Ro's beauty. "Might I have the honor of befriending such a lovely lady?" "That won't be necessary." Alarmed by Qin Xiaojia's insidious gaze, Nan Ro hurriedly retreated to Qin Guan's side. Observing this, Qin Xiaojia turned his attention to Qin Guan and inquired with a smile, "And who might he be to you?" "Dear lady?" With a hint of anger, Nan Ro replied, "He is my fiancé. I kindly ask you to show some restraint." Upon hearing her words, Qin Xiaojia suddenly produced a storage bag and tossed it before Qin Guan. "This sum is sufficient for you to live comfortably for the rest of your days. Relinquish your fiancé to me." Qin Guan smiled faintly as he turned his gaze towards Qin Xiaojia. "Are the women in your family for sale? Name your price. I would be willing to purchase your mother, sisters, and any others. I possess a handful of gold coins, sufficient, perhaps?" Chapter 6. This accursed wretch. "Let this vile cur be torn asunder." Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Qin Xiaojia's expression contorted into a terrifying grimace. How dare this despicable wretch insult his family? As the words left his lips, two of his bodyguards swiftly advanced towards Qin Guan. Bang! Bang! The guards were quick to approach, yet even faster in their retreat. As they were sent sprawling backward, spitting blood before they could even strike. Qin Xiaojia, caught off guard, felt the surrounding scene dissolve into a blur. Qin Guan had seized his head with one hand and slammed him directly to the floor, blood spewing from his mouth, and a tooth shattered into fragments. Bang! Qin Guan's foot pressed down upon Qin Xiaojia's head. "Stop it, young man. He is the young master of our Tianbao Pavilion." Before the owner of the spiritual materials shop could finish his words, Nan Ro abruptly seized Qin Guan and dashed outside, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. A group of onlookers exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh dear, what just happened?" Qin Xiaojia, clutching his bloodied mouth, bellowed in fury, his remaining teeth few and far between, causing his speech to escape through the gaps. Meanwhile, Nan Ro pulled Qin Guan along as they ran, deliberately seeking out the secluded alleyways to evade pursuit. Qin Guan was somewhat astonished. This delicate young lady possessed remarkable strength. Soon, Nan Ro tugged Qin Guan into a secluded corner, gasping for breath. "Qin, brother Qin, we must hide at once. That person is the young master of Tianbao Pavilion." Nan Ro anxiously glanced around, her petite face drained of color. The Tianbao Pavilion was an entity that the Nan family could never afford to offend. Even if the Nan family had tenfold courage, they would not dare to provoke Tianbao Pavilion. The moment she heard that the man was the young master of Tianbao Pavilion, she acted without a moment's hesitation, dragging Qin Guan away. With his left hand raised, Qin Guan shook a handful of spiritual materials and chuckled, "We haven't paid yet." "Oh dear." Nan Ro replied, rendered speechless, and without further ado, she pulled Qin Guan along as they hurried towards the Nan residence. It was only upon entering her own courtyard and finally locking the gate behind them that they came to a halt. Brother Guan, they shouldn't be aware that you are the son-in-law of the Nan family, should they? Nan Ro inquired with a hint of concern in the courtyard. Qin Guan shook his head, indicating he should be unknown. That's good. They probably don't recognize me, especially since I haven't stepped outside in many years, Nan Ro replied, her expression easing slightly. The two had been wandering the streets, and Qin Guan mused that tracking down the Nan family should not present a challenge. Suddenly, he laughed. So, what shall we do? At his words, Nan Ro felt a wave of unease wash over her. The thought of the young master having his teeth knocked out by Qin Guan sent her into a panic. Given the Nan family's strength, they could not protect Qin Guan. Moreover, if her father and stepmother learned of this incident, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nan Ro felt tears welling up. What had started as a joyful outing to shop had taken such a dire turn. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. Startled, Nan Ro shivered. Do not be afraid, Qin Guan reassured her as he approached and opened the courtyard door. An elderly maid entered with a cheerful demeanor, saying, Young master, young miss. In a couple of days, it will be your grand day. The master has sent me to take your measurements for the wedding attire. Nan Ro let out a sigh of relief. She had nearly been frightened to death. Please, follow me, she said, leading the maid inside. The maid produced numerous beautifully embroidered samples for Nan Ro and Qin Guan to choose from. Knowing that Qin Guan preferred simple colors, Nan Ro selected a plain red wedding gown adorned with minimal patterns, which Qin Guan admired. Once the samples were chosen, the maid began taking measurements for both Qin Guan and Nan Ro. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaojia was frantically sending out searches for Qin Guan and Nan Ro. Witnessing his son's battered state, Master Qin Guangling set aside his current affairs and immediately dispatched his personal guards to thoroughly investigate the matter, vowing to exact a grisly revenge on the perpetrator. That evening, in a lavish inn, a shadow guard reported to a woman in white standing by the window, Miss, we have tracked down the young man we encountered on the river a few days ago. Speak, she commanded. The young man is named Qin Guan. His background and strength remain unclear, but we know he has come to Liyun City to become a son-in-law of the Nan family, the shadow guard replied. The Nan family? A son-in-law? The woman furrowed her brows at this revelation and inquired, what is the Nan family standing? They are merely a third-rate family in Liyun City, quite weak. The shadow guard informed her. Understood. The woman waved her hand dismissively, and the shadow guard quickly withdrew. Interesting. Once the shadow guard departed, an elder in a blue robe stroked his beard contemplatively. Su Lao, it seems he is not targeting the Myriad Demon Valley, the woman remarked. He is currently in Liyun City. He will certainly learn of the Myriad Demon Valley's secret realm when it opens. Su Lao spoke, and upon hearing this, the woman in white slightly nodded. It is quite amusing that such a formidable individual would join a third-rate family. Su Lao, after we visit Tianbao Pavilion, let us pay a visit to that young man. Su Lao agreed, saying, that lad will undoubtedly be intrigued by the secret realm. Currently, the forces aware of the secret realm include the Wei Kingdom, the Lingjin Academy, and the Yunlong sect. If we can win that young man to our side, it would greatly benefit us. Master, have you heard? The young master of Tianbao Pavilion, Chen Xiaojia, was beaten today, leaving him with barely a tooth left. At the dining table of the Nan family, Yang Hongmei's eyes sparkled with glee as she spoke to Nan Yunqi. Nan Yunqi nodded. I have heard whispers of this matter. It is said that it was done by a young man, truly audacious to strike the young master of Tianbao Pavilion. Any family that raises such a calamity must be cursed for generations. Reporting to the family head, something terrible has happened. A frantic servant rushed in, nearly scaring Yang Hongmei out of her wits. What is the cause of such panic? Nan Yunqi inquired. The head of Tianbao Pavilion, Qin Guangling, has come with dozens of people, claiming they wish to annihilate the Nan family. What? Upon hearing this report, Nan Yunqi felt as if he had been struck hard. His head ringing. Yang Hongmei's expression changed dramatically. Are you mistaken? Why would Tianbao Pavilion want to destroy our Nan family? They say it was son-in-law Qin Guan who struck Chen Xiaojia. What? So it was that scoundrel. This calamity is going to drag our Nan family down as well. Yang Hongmei cursed vehemently, nearly fainting from rage. Nan Yunqi was equally furious. How dare Qin Guan strike the young master of Tianbao Pavilion? That is a prominent figure. The Nan family is surely headed for disaster now. Nan Yunqi, you better bring that old fool out now. At that moment, a voice filled with fury echoed from outside the courtyard. Nan Yunqi's face turned pale as he hurriedly steeled himself to rush outside. Shower, quickly find a place to hide. You must not let the people from Tianbao Pavilion harm you. Yang Hongmei urgently instructed Nan Xiao. Humph, the consequences of that useless person's actions should be borne by him. I shall go find him, Nan Xiao declared, striding toward the back. Yes, hurry and bring that fool from the east courtyard. Yang Hongmei nodded rapidly. At this moment, 2 elders of the Nan family, along with all the core members, rushed over. Upon learning that it was Qin Guan who had assaulted Qin Shaojia, they were all consumed with rage. This fool had brought such great calamity upon the Nan family. Master Chen, surely there has been some misunderstanding? My son-in-law is merely a weak and feeble martial artist. He could not possibly have the strength or audacity to strike the young master. Nan Yunqi hurriedly stepped forward to offer an explanation. You dare to quibble? I possess irrefutable evidence regarding this matter. If your Nong family fails to provide me with a satisfactory resolution today, Tianbao Pavilion shall not spare you. Chen Guangling exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Nong Yunqi. No sooner had Chen Guangling finished his tirade than Qin Shaojia, with a face swollen to the likeness of a pig's head, interjected vehemently. You old rascal! Spare us your nonsensical prattle and hand over that wretched creature at once, or your Nong family will face dire consequences tonight. Nong Yunqi, repeatedly berated and having fingers clenched tightly within his sleeves, nearly pierced his palm. At that moment, Yang Hongmei rushed forward, her face adorned with a forced smile. Rest assured, Master Qin and young Master Shaojia, should that useless Qin Guan have laid a hand on you, our Nong family will never shield him. And you shall have full discretion over him. Upon hearing Yang Hongmei's words, Qin Shaojia nodded in agreement. That wretched creature Qin Guan must perish. However, that Miss Nong Ro, his thoughts drifted to Nong Ro's stunning visage, and he nearly drooled. Having long heard of Qin Shaojia's insatiable lust, Yang Hongmei quickly responded, Young master, you may have your way with Roer. Get out of here. Nong Yunqi suddenly roared at Yang Hongmei, startling her. Have you lost your mind? She gasped, as Nong Yunqi had never dared to raise his voice at her before. I am the head of the Nong family. It is not your place to dictate here. He glared fiercely at Yang Hongmei. Fuming, Yang Hongmei stomped her foot and retorted, How dare you, Nang Yunqi? Have you forgotten your humble demeanor when seeking resources from my family? You dare to shout at me? If it weren't for our Yang family's support over the years, would you even hold the position of head of the Nong family? Qin Shaojia, irritated by the sharpness of Yang Hongmei's words, interjected impatiently, Enough. I did not come here to witness your quarrel. Hand over that wretched Qin Guan and Nong Ro without delay, or I shall raise your Nong family to the ground. Raise the Nong family? You speak grandly despite your current state. Just then, Qin Guan strolled over leisurely, with Nong Ro tightly clutching the hem of his garment. She had nearly fainted upon hearing her sister's news that a group had come to confront them, and she had wanted Qin Guan to flee, only to be stopped by Nong Qiao. You wretched creature. Qin Shaojia began to berate Qin Guan, but his eyes lit up upon noticing Nong Ro and Nong Qiao. He covered his mouth, stifling a pained laugh. Oh, 2 stunning beauties. Shaojia, are you certain it was he who struck you? Qin Guangling scrutinized Qin Guan with suspicion. It was indeed this wretch. He is merely a martial artist who ambushed me. Otherwise, I would have vanquished him. Qin Shaojia's gaze was filled with malice. Oh, a martial artist with no future, Qin Guangling scoffed, then waved his hand, commanding, Seize him, as several guards prepared to take action. Nan Yunqi suddenly spoke in a deep voice, Master Qin, although our Nan family is merely a third-rate clan, is it not rather tyrannical of you to intrude and seize people like this? Tyrannical? Qin Guangling's gaze turned icy. Your son has beaten my child to this extent. It is already a mercy that I have not leveled your Nan family. You dare accuse me of tyranny? Qin Guan is an honest man. There must be a reason he struck your son, Nan Yunqi remarked, glancing at Qin Guan. I care not for your reasons. Listen closely, Nan Yunqi. Should your family dare to resist, I assure you that tonight, the Nan family will vanish from Luyun City. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Qin Guangling's eyes, for he had lost all patience. Upon hearing Qin Guangling's words, 2 elders of the Nan family hurried to Nan Yunqi's side. Nan Yunqi, as the head of the Nan family, you must prioritize the greater good at all times. You cannot allow your son-in-law's troubles to implicate the entire clan. Why should our whole family suffer for his wrongdoings? If you proceed thus, you are unworthy of being the head of the Nan family. Although the Nan family appeared harmonious, it was, in reality, a fragmented entity. Over the years, led by the 2 elders, the family had divided into factions, each vying for dominance. and had it not been for the support from his wife's family, Nan Yunqi would have long lost his position as head. At this moment, it was evident that the members of the Nan family were divided into three distinct camps. Nan Yunqi's expression grew exceedingly grim. After years of feeling indebted to Nan Ro, who had finally found someone to rely on, he desperately wished to spare Qin Guan's life. Handing over Qin Guan would certainly lead to his demise, given Chun Xiaojia's temperament. Just as Nan Yunqi found himself in a dilemma, Qin Guan suddenly approached him. Father-in-law, let each bear their own responsibility. I can resolve this matter myself. Step back. This is not a matter for a junior like you to interject. Nan Yunqi glared at Qin Guan, then turned to Qin Guangling, forcing a smile. Master Qin. Qin Guan did indeed err in his actions. Might you, in your magnanimity, consider allowing him a reprieve? Additionally, the Nan family is willing to offer 10 vials of Qi refinement elixir as compensation. The Qi refinement elixir is an extremely scarce resource for the younger generation of cultivators, worth 30,000 gold per vial, constituting a substantial sum for the Nan family. Upon hearing Nan Yunqi's proposal to compensate Tianbao Pavilion with 10 vials of Qi refinement elixir for Qin Guan, the members of the Nan family were incensed. Haha. Qin Guangling suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Nan Yunqi, do you take me for a beggar? Even if it were 100 vials, this issue would not be resolved. After what my son has endured, I intend to make that little wretch suffer. Just as Qin Guangling was about to utter a final word, he suddenly coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. Suddenly, Qin Guan had inexplicably appeared in the position originally occupied by Qin Guangling. What on earth is happening? What just transpired? How did Qin Guangling get thrown out? Everyone was taken aback, and the atmosphere became eerily silent. Not far away, Qin Guangling clutched his chest, his pupils dilating in shock. As he fixed his gaze on Qin Guan and solemnly declared, "You are a martial artist of the Three Realms who has unlocked the frenzied gate." Upon hearing the term Three Realms martial artist, an uproar erupted among the onlookers, and the members of Tianbao Pavilion instinctively recoiled, distancing themselves from Qin Guan. A martial artist of the Three Realms who has opened the frenzied gate could easily crush them to death if they were caught within reach. Qin Guangling, at the mid-stage of the Divine Refinement realm, had been caught off guard and had suffered a grievous injury from a single strike by Qin Guan, illustrating that Qin Guan's strength was indeed formidable. Qin Guan cast a sweeping glance over the members of the Tianbao Pavilion, then disdainfully shook his fist, declaring, "A bunch of insignificant fools, daring to come to me. Do you believe I could incapacitate each of you with a single blow?" Qin Guangling pointed at Qin Guan, shouting in anger, "Do not be so arrogant. What does it matter if you are a third-tier martial artist? Just you wait. I shall return to summon reinforcements. If I do not raise the Nan family to the ground today, then all these years have been for naught. Go, fetch your strongest fighter from Tianbao Pavilion. So I need not make the journey myself." Qin Guan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "Just you wait." Chapter 8. The unfortunate Qin Guangling. After the members of Tianbao Pavilion departed, the atmosphere grew silent. All eyes turned towards Qin Guan, filled with a complex mix of emotions, as they realized that the seemingly inconspicuous Qin Guan was indeed a third-tier martial artist. Nan Yunqi wore an expression of disbelief. He had always thought Qin Guan to be a weak second-tier martial artist, only to discover that this individual had been concealing his true strength. After a moment, the elder Nan Shunda spoke up. "Qin Guan, while a third-tier martial artist, is indeed formidable. You must be aware that Tianbao Pavilion has a revered patron of the Xiantong realm overseeing them. If you value the grace shown to you by the Nan family, you should hasten to Tianbao Pavilion and admit your wrongdoing." The second elder, Nan Yuantong, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the might of a Xiantong realm expert is beyond your capacity to contend with. You must sever ties with the Nan family at once and seek forgiveness from Tianbao Pavilion. Depart now. We do not welcome you among us." With both Elder Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong expressing their sentiments, the Nan family's members immediately began to clamor, fearing the repercussions if Qin Guangling were to summon the Xiantong realm patron. Witnessing the growing hostility, Nan Ro hurried to Qin Guan's side, gripping his hand tightly. "Enough!" Nan Yunqi suddenly bellowed, directing his gaze toward Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong. "I am the head of the Nan family, and it is not your place to make decisions here." He then turned to Qin Guan, stating, "Qin Guan is my son-in-law. Once he entered the Nan family's domain, he became one of us. Should we not unite against external threats at this moment?" In response, Elder Nan Shunda scoffed, "Unite? Nan Yunqi, do not spout empty words. It is clear you wish to use our family members as cannon fodder to safeguard your son-in-law. Nan Yunqi replied sternly, Nan Shunda, with a great enemy before us. What are your intentions in sowing discord? At that moment, second elder Nan Yuanong interjected, Nan Yunqi, spare us the feigned benevolence. Qin Guan has brought the wrath of Tianbao Pavilion upon our family. Our standing in Liyun City will become increasingly precarious. If we do not rid ourselves of this calamity, the Nan family will never rise again. Having spoken, Nan Yuantong turned to the gathered members of the Nan family and added, I, for one, shall not sacrifice myself for an outsider. When Tianbao Pavilion arrives, I will not lift a finger to assist. As he stepped aside, a number of his fellow clansmen followed suit. I too will not intervene. After Nan Shunda finished speaking, he walked to the other side, and simultaneously, those behind him followed suit. At the scene, the Nan family, comprising dozens of individuals, was swiftly divided into 3 factions. A portion of those trailing behind Nan Yunqi began to glance around, and before long, some rushed towards Nan Shunda while others headed towards Nan Yuantong. The latter belonged to Tianbage, who certainly did not wish to serve as cannon fodder for Qin Guan. In just a short while, only a little over 10 individuals remained behind Nan Yunqi, leaving the head of the family feeling utterly unsupported. Observing this scenario, Qin Guan could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that his father-in-law's position as the family leader was precarious. Nan Yunqi suddenly threw back his head and laughed. He knew that this situation would inevitably arise one day, with Qin Guan merely serving as the catalyst. Noticing her father's smile tinged with melancholy and the reluctance of so many to offer assistance, Nan returned to Qin Guan, her voice filled with helplessness as she softly uttered, Brother Guan. Qin Guan chuckled as he gently ruffled Nan Ro's hair, assuring her, Fear not, this is a fortuitous event. Thus, the atmosphere fell into silence once more. As if everyone was awaiting the arrival of the representatives from Tianbao Pavilion, one party eager for battle while the other contemplated surrender. Meanwhile, Qin Guangling and his entourage had just arrived at the entrance of Tianbao Pavilion when they encountered 2 individuals. Upon recognizing one of them as the elderly man in a blue robe, Qin Guangling's eyes brightened instantly. He hurriedly approached and knelt before him, exclaiming, Old Su, your arrival is most timely. Our Tianbao Pavilion has been assaulted. You must intercede on our behalf. Old Su frowned slightly in Liyun City. Who dares to show such disrespect to Tianbao Pavilion? Old Su, Qin Guangling continued, the assailant is a martial artist of the 3rd realm, brazen in his arrogance. He claimed that our Tianbao Pavilion is but a trifling establishment, akin to a mere collection of lowly creatures, and demanded that I return with the strongest among us, threatening to leave us in disarray. Qin Guangling exaggerated the tale, fully aware that while they were all formidable practitioners of the Xiantong realm, Old Su's prowess far surpassed that of any offerings from Tianbao Pavilion. If he were to be summoned, that 3rd realm martial artist would likely be vanquished with a mere flick of his wrist. Upon hearing that the adversary was a martial artist of the 3rd realm, Old Su was taken aback. It was astonishing that such a place as Liyun City could nurture a warrior of that caliber. Nevertheless, his indignation quickly flared. A mere 3rd realm martial artist dares to boast so. Lead me to him. Turning to the woman in white behind him, he added, Miss, I shall resolve this matter promptly and return. Hearing Old Su address the woman respectfully as Miss, Qin Guangling's pupils dilated in shock. He hastily bowed his head towards her. I am a fool who fails to recognize greatness. It is an honor to meet you, Miss. The woman in white disregarded Qin Guangling, her voice calm and indifferent. I am rather bored. I shall join the fray. Qin Guangling's heart soared with joy as he hurriedly led Old Su and the woman in white towards the Nan residence. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the grand courtyard of the Nan family. Upon witnessing Qin Guangling's return with his company, Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong hurriedly approached him, seeking to appease and beg for mercy. Get out of my way. Qin Guangling pushed them aside without a second thought and proceeded directly towards Nan Yunqi. He gestured aside, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Guan. Old Su, it is this wretched creature who insulted our Tianbao Pavilion. Following Qin Guangling's, Old Su's gaze fell upon the person indicated, and he immediately recoiled in shock, while the woman in white widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. When Qin Guan recognized Old Su and the woman in white, he furrowed his brow slightly. So it is them. These were indeed the same 2 individuals he had encountered while crossing the river days before. Wretched creature, why are you silent? Weren't you the one boasting about defeating our Tianbao Pavilion? Before Qin Guangling could finish his tirade, he suddenly coughed up blood and was sent flying backwards. The crowd stood frozen in shock, bewildered by the turn of events. What had just transpired that had caused the pavilion master to be so violently expelled? In the distance, Qin Guan, spitting blood and flying backward, felt a tumult of emotion surging within him. With a look of astonishment, he hurried back to glance at Elder Su. He was about to express that a mistake had been made, but upon witnessing Elder Su's grim expression, a wave of apprehension washed over him, and his words were abruptly stifled. As the crowd grappled with disbelief, Elder Su stepped forward and addressed Qin Guan with a smile. "Young friend, I believe there must be some misunderstanding regarding this matter." Misunderstanding? At Elder Su's words, everyone present felt a jolt of shock, although they were unaware of Elder Su's identity. Qin Guanling's demeanor suggested he was a figure of considerable stature. How could such a prominent individual openly suggest to Qin Guan that there was a misunderstanding? Qin Guan cast a glance at Elder Su, remaining silent. Noticing Qin Guan's reticence, Elder Su felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, he and his young lady had planned to win over Qin Guan, yet before they could even make their approach, they had already been offended by Qin Guanling. Truly, a blundering fool who could achieve nothing but cause trouble. Indeed, this matter was merely a misunderstanding. At that moment, Nan Yunqi hurriedly stepped forward to Elder Su, smiling. The old man before him possessed unfathomable strength, and although he could not comprehend why the other party would extend a gesture of goodwill, he recognized that accepting such a concession was essential. To refuse would be to display profound ingratitude. Just as Nan Yunqi finished speaking, Qin Guan suddenly interjected, stating, "I have two conditions. First, the deaths of Qin Guangling and his son Qin Shaojia must be ensured by this evening. Second, Tiangong Pavilion must compensate my father-in-law with 100 bottles of qi refining elixir in exchange for the lives of these two. If these terms are met, we can put this matter behind us." Upon hearing Qin Guan's demands, everyone present gasped in astonishment. How could he dare to negotiate with Tiangong Pavilion? What audacity bestowed upon him such courage to present these terms? Elder Su's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated Qin Guan's blatant disregard for his authority, nor his intention to humiliate Tiangong Pavilion. Despite Qin Guan's formidable prowess, the dignity of Tiangong Pavilion was not something he could afford to challenge. With this thought in mind, Elder Su regarded Qin Guan and spoke in a grave tone. "What if I refuse?" Seeing Elder Su's growing anger, Nan Yunqi felt a wave of fear wash over him, his legs trembling as he hastily waved his hands, saying, "Elder Su, the young man is merely hot-headed. Please do not take it to heart." "We would never dare." Just then, Qin Guan interrupted coldly, "Refusal is acceptable. We can engage in a battle. I alone from the Nan family against all of you present." "Preposterous!" Elder Su bellowed, his voice laced with fury, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him instantly. Just as Elder Su was about to take action, the white-clad woman, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Young lady." Elder Su restrained his aura and turned to the woman. "Agree to his terms," she replied calmly. Elder Su's gaze turned contemplative, and after a moment, he faced Qin Guan. "The two conditions you propose can be met by Tiangong Pavilion. You may choose." Hearing Elder Su's words, Qin Guangling fell to the ground in terror, pleading, "Elder Su, I have served faithfully for many years. My contributions may be modest, but I have endured hardships as well. Tiangong Pavilion cannot treat me this way." Qin Shaojia quickly crawled over, trembling uncontrollably, bewildered as to why Tiangong Pavilion would fear a mere third-tier martial artist. This question echoed in the minds of all present. It was utterly perplexing that Tiangong Pavilion would acquiesce to Qin Guan's demands. "Father-in-law, would you prefer 100 bottles of qi refining elixir or the lives of these two?" Qin Guan inquired, turning to Nan Yunqi. Nan Yunqi, nearly overwhelmed with fear, stammered, his voice barely above a whisper, 100 bottles of qi refining elixir. It is a jest to consider the assassination of the Lord of Tianbao Pavilion. Such a thought would be deemed sinful, given the vast disparity in ranks. Conversely, the acquisition of 100 bottles of qi refining elixir would constitute a monumental fortune for the Nan family. Upon hearing that Nan Yunqi sought 100 bottles of the elixir, Qin Guangling and his son breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the matter would merely result in a financial penalty. As they prepared to settle the account, Qin Guan unexpectedly extended his hand. I do not possess such an amount," Qin Guangling stammered, glancing at Elder Su. "What do you expect me to do?" Elder Su retorted with a fierce glare. Terrified, Qin Guangling hastily turned to the others. "Everyone, please contribute. I shall repay you upon our return." Before long, Qin Guangling began to gather the necessary funds from his storage bag. In a short while, he had amassed the 100 bottles of qi refining elixir, which he then handed over to Qin Guan. Without so much as a glance, Qin Guan tossed the storage bag to Nan Yunqi. Upon receiving the bag, which was brimming with qi refinement pills, Nan Yunqi felt as though he were in a dream. Such a substantial resource had just fallen into his hands. The avaricious and fervent gazes of the Nan family disciples were unmistakably revealed as they beheld the bag. Typically, an ordinary disciple would take 2 months to procure a single vial of qi refinement pills, while those with slightly better aptitude could obtain one each month. Even Nan Xiao managed only 3 vials monthly, but now 100 vials of qi refinement pills. Regret. At this moment, many were indeed filled with remorse. Particularly those disciples who had temporarily defected from Nan Yunqi. Their regret was profound. No one had anticipated that not only would Qin Guan emerge unscathed, but he would also be compensated with 100 vials of qi refinement pills. Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong wore grim expressions, as they had previously hoped that Tianbao Pavilion would eliminate Nan Yunqi, yet the outcome was far beyond their expectations. Just then, a woman clad in white approached Qin Guan and smiled, saying, "Young Master Qin, may I have a word with you?" Qin Guan hesitated for a moment before following the woman in white as she strode away. Chapter 9. The Reversal of Yang Tian. Upon witnessing the stunningly beautiful woman in white extend a personal invitation to Qin Guan, the onlookers seemed to suddenly grasp the situation. It was evident to discerning eyes that this woman was indeed the true magnate of the evening, and her invitation to Qin Guan suggested a familiarity that hinted at a profound connection. The reason Tianbao Pavilion acquiesced to Qin Guan's terms was entirely attributable to this enigmatic woman. Meanwhile, after walking for a while, the two came to a halt, and the woman in white turned to Qin Guan with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Lianyue." Qin Guan nodded, inquiring, "Is there something you wish to discuss, young lady?" "I seek to collaborate with you, my lord," Jiang Lianyue replied straightforwardly. "Collaborate? For what purpose?" Qin Guan furrowed his brow. "Have you heard of Yang Tian and I?" Jiang Lianyue asked. Upon hearing those 3 words, Qin Guan's expression shifted. "Do you know of this esteemed figure?" Jiang Lianyue nodded affirmatively. "In 5 days, an ancient secret realm will emerge in the Valley of 10,000 Demons. From the intelligence I possess, it is highly likely that this realm is connected to Yang Tian and I." Qin Guan's heart surged with excitement at Jiang Lianyue's words. He had heard his master speak of Yang Tian and I, a remarkable individual who excelled in both swordsmanship and martial arts. The only one in millennia capable of cultivating the sword path without a dantian. It was said that he had devised a unique technique that allowed one to harness the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation, even in the absence of a dantian. Swordsmanship. This was the pinnacle of martial arts that Qin Guan had longed for in his dreams. Influenced by his master since childhood, he yearned to become a transcendent swordsman, soaring through the realms. Hu Wu-Ti desired to ride the wind on a sword, experiencing ultimate freedom. Yet, he was hindered by the absence of a dantian, destined to remain a struggling martial artist tethered to the ground. Over the years, his master had tirelessly searched for traces of Yang Tian and I, hoping to grant him the martial legacy of this figure to cultivate the sword path. However, the passage of time had rendered the search fruitless. Yang Tian and I had vanished over 20,000 years ago, leaving not a whisper of information behind. Thus, hearing Jiang Lianyue mention Yang Tian and I had stirred a profound excitement within Qin Guan. Noticing Qin Guan's emotional response, Jiang Lianyue continued, "Many factions are now aware of this development, which is why I wish to partner with you, Qin Guan, to explore the secret realm together. As for the treasures within, let fate decide." After listening, Qin Guan nodded. "Very well, young Master Qin, let us keep our cooperation under wraps for the time being. It may catch the various factions off guard when the time comes." "Understood," Qin Guan replied, nodding in agreement. "May I pose a question to you?" Jiang Lianyue asked with a playful glint in her beautiful eyes. "Go ahead," Qin Guan encouraged. "With your remarkable prowess, why would you choose to become a son-in-law to the modest Nan family? Please do not misunderstand. My curiosity is purely innocent." "Fate." Qin Guan pondered for a moment before uttering those 2 words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue glanced at Nan Ro in the distance, who was also looking at her. But Nan Ro quickly lowered her head. "Your fiancée is quite beautiful," Jiang Lianyue remarked with a smile before turning to depart. Subsequently, the members of Tianbao Pavilion followed suit and left. As Qin Guan turned back, he was greeted by Nan Shunda, who approached him with a beaming smile. "Ah, truly. You are indeed the esteemed son-in-law of the Nan family. Not only are you exceptionally skilled, but your connections are quite remarkable as well. Nan Yuantong quickly nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, with just a modest display of your prowess, you have secured 100 bottles of qi refining elixir for our Nan family. Our clan shall now be well equipped with ample resources for cultivation. Qin Guan cast a disdainful smile, regarding the two with an expression akin to that reserved for the intellectually challenged. Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong exchanged an awkward grin. Qin Guan approached Nan Ro, taking her hand as they walked towards Nan Yunqi and Yang Hongmei. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, it is getting late. We shall take our leave now. Haha, walk slowly. Nan Yunqi chuckled, his smile radiant. Indeed, take care on the uneven paths at night. Yang Hongmei's gaze faltered. The arrogance and disdain she once displayed had vanished, replaced by a countenance of shame and trepidation. Qin Guan nodded, leading Nan Ro away. As they walked hand in hand, Nan Xiao bit her lip in frustration. In terms of beauty, she did not believe herself inferior to Nan Ro, and in talent, Nan Ro was far beneath her. She had always looked down upon Nan Ro, a frail girl who never dared to voice her dissent. Yet now, this timid soul had seemingly undergone a transformation and found a suitor who gazed at her as if she were the moon among stars, a man she had discarded like refuse, one with whom she had once been betrothed. Lost in thought, Nan Xiao suddenly chuckled at herself. She looked up at the starry sky, and upon seeing the multitude of stars and the bright moon, her eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. Stars and the luminous moon. One must look far ahead, undistracted by the illusions before them. What are the martial artists? Their fates are often uncertain and their futures bleak. Yet she possessed a rare and exceptional constitution. Brimming with potential, she would undoubtedly become a figure of admiration in the future. With this realization, Nan Xiao felt invigorated and turned away with purposeful steps. At that moment, Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong approached Nan Yunqi, eager to speak. However, Nan Yunqi dismissed them with a scoff, turning to leave. Husband, wait for me. Yang Hongmei hurriedly called out as she chased after him. On the way, Qin Guan noticed that Nan Ro seemed lost in thought, her silence revealing an inner turmoil. I am not well acquainted with that woman in white or old Sue. I have only met them once, he remarked with a smile. Nan Ro looked surprised. If you have only met once, why did they concede? Because they cannot match my strength, Qin Guan replied with a grin. Nan Ro fell silent, her mind elsewhere. Do not overthink, he teased, gently pinching her cheek. I am not. She pouted playfully before tightly wrapping her arms around his, pulling him towards the eastern courtyard. The following day, news erupted from Luyun City. In 4 days, the Valley of 10,000 Demons would unveil an ancient relic. This explosive revelation swept through every corner of Luyun City, driving all families and factions into a frenzy. The legendary ancient relic held the promise of treasures that could transform lives and alter the destinies of families. Such an opportunity was rare and precious. Consequently, many influential families began to form clandestine alliances, fully aware that such a secret realm would attract fierce competition from powerful factions. In light of this, uniting was undoubtedly a prudent course of action. Upon learning of this development, the Nan family did not remain idle. Nan Yunqi, nearly exhausting himself in his quest, sought allies far and wide. However, to his dismay, even those families with whom the Nan family had cultivated amicable relations, or whose ancestors had shared a cordial bond, were reluctant to ally with them. This left Nan Yunqi in a state of profound frustration. Patriarch, you must promptly distribute the 100 bottles of qi refining elixir from yesterday to everyone. We should strive to enhance our strength over the next few days, thus increasing our competitiveness when the secret realm opens. Do you not agree? Suggested Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong within the grand hall of the Nan family. Following the events of the previous night, the two had become considerably more reserved. Upon hearing the news of the secret realm, they hastily sought an audience with Nan Yunqi. Recognizing the formidable prowess of Qin Guan, who also maintained connections with the upper echelons of Tianbao Pavilion, it was imperative to cling to such a powerful ally. Upon hearing their remarks, Nan Yunqi could not help but scoff. Ah, now you wish for unity? Where was this solidarity when my son-in-law was coerced by Tianbao Pavilion last night? Nan Shunda, feigning concern for the family, responded, Patriarch. We acted without full knowledge of the situation, but our intentions were always for the future of the clan. Nan Yuantong nodded in agreement. Nan Yunqi regarded them both with a discerning gaze and reiterated, we are all members of the Nan family, sharing the same ancestral bloodline. Thus, we must always strive for unity, rather than harboring ulterior motives. Do you not agree? Indeed, Patriarch, Your words echo the teachings of our ancestors, and we shall certainly keep them in mind, the two replied earnestly. At this juncture, Nan Yunshi sighed and remarked, with many families forming alliances for the secret realm, our Nan family currently lacks any allies, placing us at a distinct disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Nan Shunda inquired urgently, what of the son-in-law's stance? I inquired this morning. He mentioned that he is not well acquainted with Tianbao Pavilion. As for the events of last night, he merely reciprocated a favor. And he even managed to reclaim the 100 bottles of qi refining elixir that were compensated. Nan Yunqi responded, shaking his head in resignation. Earlier that morning, he had sought out Qin Guan, who confirmed that the assistance rendered by Su Lao and the woman in white from Tianbao Pavilion was merely to repay a debt. However, Qin Guan had not reclaimed the 100 bottles of qi refining elixir. Nan Yunqi now understood that Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong would not easily relinquish their power or willingly support him. Under such circumstances, he deemed it unnecessary to expend resources to sustain their ambitions, which could ultimately jeopardize his own position. Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong's expressions darkened at this revelation. The secret realm will open in 4 days. Our foremost priority is to seek powerful allies. Let us not concern ourselves with other matters for now. I implore both elders to exert more effort in this endeavor. Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong departed the hall in silence, both displaying displeasure upon their countenances. Observing their retreating figures, Nan Yunqi let out a cold snort. These two cunning old foxes are ever so eager to take advantage. Yet they flee at the first sign of trouble, utterly shameless. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard of the Nan residence, a flurry of servants busily attended to their tasks. Sweeping and tidying, adorning the space with red lanterns and festive couplets, as the air brimmed with a jubilant atmosphere. Qin Guan and Nan Ro were summoned by several matrons to impart knowledge regarding the ceremonial etiquette to be observed during the wedding festivities scheduled for the following day. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day had arrived. On the morrow, the street where the Nan family resided was filled with the jubilant sounds of drums and firecrackers, while Nan Yunqi stood in the courtyard, eagerly awaiting the arrival of invited guests. To his surprise, as the auspicious hour for the wedding ceremony approached, the number of attendees was disappointingly scant. Over 60 invitations had been dispatched, yet only a handful of insignificant families had graced the occasion with their presence. Ultimately, Nan Yunqi sent someone to inquire further and learned that the previous night, the master of Tianbao Pavilion, Qin Guangling, had stormed into the Nan household with a menacing entourage. Whispers in the streets suggested that the very individual who had assaulted the young master of Tianbao Pavilion was none other than the groom, Qin Guan. The resolution of that tumultuous encounter remained a mystery to all, and as a result, the majority of the invited families, fearing the wrath of Tianbao Pavilion, opted to abstain from attending the wedding. The previous evening, Tianbao Pavilion had ostensibly come to make amends with the Nan family. Yet a host of foolish individuals had jumped to conclusions. In the courtyard, the once cheerful countenance of Nan Yunqi now appeared as if it could rain. For he had prepared over 100 banquet tables, but not a single one was filled to capacity. Should word of this circulate, the Nan family would surely find it difficult to hold their heads high in the future. What troubles you, father-in-law? Qin Guan, clad in his groom's attire, approached with concern. With a sigh, Nan Yunqi recounted the events of the previous night to Qin Guan. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan chuckled. It matters not whether they come or not. What is truly important is that my father-in-law can sit in the high hall. Chapter 10. Slaying him as one would a chicken, oh dear son-in-law. The auspicious time is fast approaching. Why do you still linger here? At that moment, an elderly matron hurried over, leading Qin Guan away. Before long, melodious, joyful tunes resonated in the air as the bride, adorned in a phoenix crown and embroidered gown, gracefully advanced with the assistance of the matrons. Making her way towards the equally resplendent groom, the bride stood tall and elegant, her figure akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Each delicate step reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze, exuding an air of softness and grace. Beneath the crimson veil, Nan Ro's charming visage resembled a bud poised to bloom, barely concealing the blush of shyness that danced upon her cheeks. As Qin Guan gazed upon the approaching Nan Ro, his heart brimmed with profound affection. Reflecting on the serendipitous twists of fate that had brought them together, he marveled at the extraordinary nature of destiny. Let us now invite the bride and groom to perform the 3 bows of respect. The first bow was to heaven and earth, to express gratitude for the gift of creation in the union of 2 hearts. The second bow was to the ancestors, honoring their virtues and the bond forged through this auspicious marriage. Observing the radiant couple before him, Nan Yunqi felt a surge of joy and satisfaction in his eyes, while Yang Hongmei beside him wore a smile that seemed somewhat strained and unnatural. As the officiant prepared to announce the final step, the once bright hall was suddenly engulfed in darkness, the luminous light receding like a tide. Gasps of surprise erupted among the guests as they turned their heads toward the entrance. Above the Nan residence, ominous clouds rolled in, shrouding the sky in a heavy veil. An omen had appeared. At that moment, several powerful figures in Luyun City also cast their gaze toward the Nan family. Just then, a brilliant golden sword light soared skyward from within the Nan family's cultivation chamber, instantly transforming the oppressive clouds into a dazzling spectacle of gold. As the sword light penetrated the heavens, a resounding and majestic dragon roar echoed through the air, as if emanating from an ancient beast, causing the very void to tremble. The true dragon sword intent. Someone from the Nan family had awakened the true dragon sword intent. In an instant, all the formidable beings in Luyun City rushed toward the Nan residence. Master Yang Ao has awakened the true dragon sword intent. The phenomenon in the sky is a result of his power. A servant hurriedly reported to Nan Yunqi in the wedding hall. What? Upon hearing this, Nan Yunqi sprang to his feet. Truly worthy of my dear nephew. Upon learning of Yang Ao's awakening, Yang Hongmei could hardly contain her delight. She glanced at the assembled guests and chided, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and go congratulate my nephew." In an instant, the few guests present at Qin Guan and Nan Ro's wedding hastily departed. Observing the awkwardness of Qin Guan and Nan Ro, Nan Yunqi quickly said, "You two wait here for a moment. I shall see what is happening." With that, he hurried out as well. Witnessing this, Qin Guan's expression darkened. After all, the ceremony had yet to be completed. Within the cultivation chamber, Yang Ao, who had awakened the true dragon sword intent, emerged with a confident demeanor, chin slightly raised and a smug smile gracing his lips. He surveyed the crowd, his eyes radiating an air of superiority, feeling as invincible as a warrior surveying a swarm of ants. "Young Master Yang, congratulations. At such a young age, to awaken the rare true dragon sword intent is indeed a testament to your exceptional talent. Indeed, young Master Yang is already a swordsman. And now with the awakening of such formidable sword intent, even at the Qi refinement stage, he could effortlessly slay masters at the divine refinement stage. Truly, the youth is fearsome." Around him, various influential families incessantly showered praises, for they had previously refrained from attending the wedding at Qin Guan's due to their fear of offending the Tianbao Pavilion. However, the circumstances had now changed. Yang Ao had awakened the true dragon sword intent, and it was evident that he was destined for greatness. They were unwilling to miss the opportunity to curry favor. "Brother Nan, your family is on the verge of rising." First, a unique Yin spirit body emerged, and now a sword cultivator with the true dragon sword intent. It is only a matter of time before the Nan family becomes a first-rate clan. When that day comes, do remember to support us, the Song family. Indeed, Brother Nan, you must not forget us once you achieve prosperity. Laughter followed, and as praise flowed from those who had previously ignored the Nan family, Nan Yunqi displayed a look of pride. "Aoer, your awakening of the true dragon sword intent brings honor to our Yang family. I am genuinely proud of you." Yang Hongmei proudly approached Yang Ao, her voice deliberately raised to ensure Nan Yunqi understood that Yang Ao was of her maternal lineage and not a member of the Nan family. Whether he remained with them depended on her goodwill. Years ago, when Yang Ao had encountered trouble in the Yang family, he had traveled a great distance to seek refuge with her. She had cared for her nephew as tenderly as she did for Nan Qiao, believing firmly that Yang Ao would heed her words. Upon hearing Yang Hongmei's remarks, Nan Yunqi's expression turned unnatural. He forced a smile, feeling fortunate to have married a woman who openly embarrassed him in public. "Cousin, congratulations." Nan Qiao approached Yang Ao to offer her felicitations. "Dear cousin." Upon seeing Nan Qiao, Yang Ao, who had maintained an air of superiority, momentarily tempered his arrogance. Curiously, he inquired, "Aunt, is there a marriage happening in the Nan family today?" He noticed the celebratory attire adorned with red embellishments worn by the Nan family members. "Today, Nan Ro, that frail girl, is marrying a man who will come to live with her family," Yang Hongmei replied tersely. Initially, she had been cautious of Qin Guan, but now that her nephew had awakened the true dragon sword intent, she deemed a mere third-tier martial artist insignificant. Hearing that it was Nan Ro who was marrying, Yang Ao's expression turned dismissive, revealing his disdain. "A woman on the brink of death has found a suitor. The man must be quite foolish." "Young master, You may emerge now. At that moment, a servant rushed in, whispering urgently into Yang Ao's ear. What? Yang Ao's expression shifted to one of fury, and a sharp aura of sword energy enveloped him. The onlookers frowned. What news could have incited such wrath from Yang Ao? What is wrong, Ao? Yang Hongmei asked anxiously. Yang Ao replied furiously, that man named Qin Guan has killed my cousin Hulu. Where is he? Hearing this, Nan Yunqi's expression changed dramatically as he hurried over. Yang Ao, do not act rashly. This is a misunderstanding. What a misunderstanding. Hulu was indeed killed by Qin Guan, and my aunt has been silently enduring this matter. Yang Hongmei spoke solemnly. Aunt, where is he? Yang Ao asked coldly. He is in the main courtyard. He is the groom today, Yang Hongmei replied. No matter who he is, even if he is the groom, I shall ensure he accompanies the dead today. With that, Yang Ao furiously strode towards the main courtyard. Ao, do not act impulsively. That Qin Guan is a third-realm martial artist, and even your uncle is no match for him. Yang Hongmei, recalling something, quickly warned. Upon hearing Yang Hongmei's words, the surrounding influential families gasped in shock, realizing that the South family's son-in-law was, unexpectedly, a third-realm martial artist. What of a third-realm martial artist? I have awakened the true dragon sword intent. Slaying him is as easy as killing a chicken. Chapter 11. The Wedding Night Qin Guan. Come out, you coward. Soon, Yang Ao arrived at the main courtyard, radiating murderous intent. Upon hearing someone call for him, Qin Guan stepped out. South Row, upon recognizing Yang Ao, hastily lifted her red veil and rushed out, urgently warning, Brother Guan, that is Yang Ao. You must be cautious. Earlier, after hearing that Yang Ao had awakened the true dragon sword intent, South Row had forewarned Qin Guan, mentioning that Yang Ao would likely seek revenge for Hulu's death, and now it was proving true. I hear you are a third-realm martial artist. Do you dare to fight me? Yang Ao raised his longsword, pointing it at Qin Guan. Stop. At that moment, Nan Yunk suddenly interjected, stepping between the two. Ao, do not act recklessly. Uncle, are you siding with him? Nan Yunk had not finished his sentence when Yang Ao abruptly interrupted. It is not that Nan Yunk is unsure of how to proceed. Yang Ao glared at Nan Yunk coldly and declared, today, in the South family, it is either I or him. If the South family protects Qin Guan, then I shall leave. His words left the crowd in shock. The implication was clear. If the South family chose to defend Qin Guan, Yang Ao would forsake his ties to them. It was a choice between a newly awakened sword cultivator with the true dragon sword intent and a third-realm martial artist. One would have to be a fool to choose the latter. All gazes turned to Nan Yunk, whose face reflected a struggle. He glanced at Qin Guan and South Row, who wore red ropes. Qin Guan remained expressionless, calm as the wind, while South Row appeared frantic. Upon seeing South Row's fearful expression, a surge of resolve filled Nan Yunk's heart. If he could not even be a proper father, how could he hope to lead the family and revitalize it? With this thought, he turned to Yang Ao. Yang Ao, this is the South family. Today is my daughter's wedding to Qin Guan, and you shall not act wantonly. Nan Yunk's declaration astonished those present. He had chosen the seemingly unpromising martial artist, Qin Guan, over the awakened sword cultivator, abandoning the true dragon sword intent wielder. The crowd silently shook their heads at Nan Yunk. It was no wonder the South family was merely a third-rate clan. Such a patriarch lacked vision and ambition. Very well. Then, Yang Ao's gaze turned icy, and the sword in his hand trembled violently. How could you, Nan Yunqi? After all the support my Yang family has given you, this is how you repay us? You are nothing but an ungrateful wolf, a wolf that cannot be tamed. Witnessing Nan Yunqi's decision to side with Qin Guan, Yang Hongmei erupted in anger, feeling that all the kindness the Yang family had shown him was wasted. Silence, old fool. Nan Yunqi bellowed suddenly, his body quaking with rage as he glared at Yang Hongmei. He deeply regretted marrying such a thoughtless woman who thrived on chaos. After a brief silence, it seemed he had made a resolute decision. From this day forth, I shall repay every debt owed to the Yang family. You, Yang Hongmei, are hereby divorced. Leave at once, and do so swiftly. In a fit of fury, Nan Yunqi's voice echoed, releasing the long-suppressed humiliation and frustration within him. Everyone present was taken aback by Nan Yunqi's sudden outburst. Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong exchanged glances, secretly elated. Without the support of the Yang family, Nan Yunqi was nothing. Yang Hongmei stood frozen, bewildered by the intensity of Nan Yunqi's anger. Was it simply because she had scolded him in front of others? He had endured far worse in the past without such a reaction. Or perhaps he had never truly loved her. and had only been with her for the backing of the Yang family. In that moment, Yang Hongmei's heart was a tempest of confusion, an instinctual sense telling her that Nan Yunqi was not merely jesting or trying to intimidate her. Overwhelmed, she began to weep, feeling deeply aggrieved. "Mother, please calm down." Yang Chao rushed to her side. "Stop crying. My Yang family does not raise those who weep at the first sign of trouble." Seeing Yang Hongmei sobbing, Yang Ao expressed his disdain coldly. He then turned his wrist, tilting the sword towards the ground as he addressed Nan Yunqi. "Should you dare to obstruct me, do not blame me for taking you down as well." Nan Yunqi narrowed his eyes. "Perfect. I too wish to test the might of the true dragon sword intent." As Yang Ao prepared to strike at Nan Yunqi, Yang Hongmei dashed forward to restrain him. "Ao, do not. He is your uncle. Get away." Yang Ao forcefully pushed Yang Hongmei aside. In the next moment, a surge of fierce golden sword energy erupted from within him, swirling and converging to emit a series of terrifying dragon roars. Feeling the overwhelming sword aura emanating from Yang Ao, the crowd's expressions turned grave. The true dragon sword intent was indeed formidable, even in its nascent form. Nan Yunqi's countenance grew serious as well, a faint layer of blue spiritual energy enveloping him while the power surged from his dantian to his palms. "Die!" Yang Ao slashed fiercely at Nan Yunqi. Roar! A golden sword dragon, entwined with the long sword, descended in an instant. Confronted by the formidable sword strike, Nan Yunqi's visage twisted into a grimace as his palms, pressed together in prayer, were about to rise in defense. Suddenly, a crimson figure materialized before him, Qin Guan, with astonishing speed. Qin Guan unleashed a powerful punch towards the incoming sword. Boom! In the next moment, Yang Ao, along with his sword, was sent flying backward. Thud! Yang Ao crashed heavily against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could this be possible? Clutching his chest, disbelief filled his eyes. How could he, who had just awakened the true dragon sword intent, be defeated by a mere third-tier martial artist with a single blow? The onlookers were equally astonished, never expecting that Qin Guan could so effortlessly vanquish Yang Ao. Although Yang Ao's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of qi refining, that last strike had been empowered by the true dragon sword intent, its might approaching that of a pinnacle divine transformation expert. How could it be shattered by a third-tier martial artist? At that moment, Yang Ao's expression twisted with rage as he launched another attack on Qin Guan. His speed remarkable, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. This time, he gripped the sword hilt with both hands, channeling all his strength into his arms. This strike was his most formidable. Roar! A dragon's cry reverberated throughout the skies above the Nan family estate, sending shivers down spines. Bang! Just as the sword was a mere half-foot away from Qin Guan, Yang Ao was once again sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Lying on the ground, clutching his chest, Yang Ao shook his head repeatedly, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat, despite his all-out effort. He hadn't even grazed Qin Guan. In that moment, a deep frustration surged within him. If it were not for my wedding today, I would surely take your life. Qin Guan cast a glance towards the distant Yang Ao and let out a cold snort before turning to South Yunqi, his expression tinged with displeasure. What kind of elder-in-law are you, allowing your daughter to flee in the midst of her wedding ceremony? Recovering from his shock, South Yunqi hastily shouted to the matchmaker and the officiant, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and let the groom and bride continue the ceremony." The servants, upon hearing his command, rushed towards the main hall. The wedding must go on. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a splendid robe landed before Yang Ao, producing a red elixir. "Young hero Yang, this is a blood qi pill. You must consume it immediately." A single blood qi pill was worth 50,000 gold. A significant treasure indeed. Yang Ao looked up at the robed man, and after a brief pause, accepted the pill and murmured, "Thank you, Master Xiao." At this juncture, several influential families from Luyun City began to approach. The robed man addressed Yang Ao, saying, "Young hero Yang, you have just awakened the true dragon sword intent. Your swordsmanship is still unsteady, and you are too eager." Upon hearing this, those around nodded in silent agreement. Yang Ao had yet to grasp the essence of the true dragon sword intent. Although his previous strike was powerful, it had not been effectively integrated into his sword technique. Had he been more composed, Qin Guan would have had no chance against him. With the crowd's remarks, the feeling of defeat that had washed over Yang Ao dissipated like a receding tide. It seemed he had acted too impulsively. The robed man then expressed disdain. If young hero Yang were to stabilize his swordsmanship and master the essence of the true dragon sword intent, A mere third-tier martial artist could be effortlessly dispatched with a single strike. Indeed, while a third-tier martial artist was not to be underestimated, young hero Yang's comprehension of the true dragon sword intent would ensure that his future growth far surpassed that of any martial artist. He must not allow Qin Guan to disturb his resolve. Someone nearby chimed in with praise. Encouraged by their words, young Ao's confidence surged. The earlier defeat at Qin Guan's hands had nearly shattered his spirit. The robed man continued, "My family's ancestor possesses profound insights into swordsmanship. If young hero Yang does not mind, you may accompany me to receive his guidance, which will also aid in stabilizing your sword path." Hearing this, young Ao's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly rose and bowed respectfully. "I am immensely grateful, Master Xiao." The Xiao family was renowned for their swordsmanship, and their ancestor, Xiao Yun, had attained the strength of a swordmaster. If he could receive such guidance, young Ao's swordsmanship would undoubtedly progress by leaps and bounds, and he could seek vengeance against Qin Guan at a later time. In the Yuanyang continent, sword practitioners are categorized into levels of prowess: sword mortal, sword apprentice, sword warrior, sword master, grand sword master, sword king, sword sovereign, sword emperor, sword sage, sword immortal, and grand sword immortal. "Young hero Yang, let us depart," Xiao Yesan said, supporting young Ao as they prepared to leave. "Bower." From a distance, Yang Hongmei called out urgently, hoping to retain him. "Humph, since the Nan family has chosen Qin Guan, then I shall not linger here." With that, young Ao cast a resentful glance in the direction of the main hall, vowing to settle the score with the Nan family and Qin Guan in due time. A prodigious talent like young hero Yang shall surely be honored as a distinguished guest in the Xiao family. The man in the splendid robe, having spoken, departed the courtyard with young Ao. Observing Xiao Yeshan's departure with young Ao, some individuals in the vicinity could not help but mutter under their breath. Recognizing the impeccable timing with which he sought to win over young Ao, truly a cunning old fox. To relinquish such a once-in-a-century talent in the way of the sword was nothing short of foolishness. A man shook his head with a sigh and exited the Nan family estate. One by one, the onlookers followed suit. They had come seeking the awakening of the true dragon sword intent, and with young Ao now taken by Xiao Yesan, they had little desire to linger at the Nan family residence. The Nan family, having already offended the Tianbao Pavilion, now found themselves at odds with young Ao as well. The Xiao family, eager to court young Ao, would undoubtedly seek retribution on his behalf, simultaneously antagonizing the two major powers of Luyun City. It seemed that the Nan family was on the brink of ruin. Soon, aside from a few remaining members of the Nan family, no other clans lingered. Even the smaller families that had attended the wedding hastily departed. As night descended, although there were few guests, the customs and rituals were rather intricate. Qin Guan remained occupied until darkness enveloped the sky, finally arriving at the bridal chamber. Within the room, the flickering red candles cast shifting shadows. Qin Guan cautiously lifted the red veil, and in that moment, their gazes met, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Ninro's cheeks were adorned with a rosy hue, a blend of shyness and happiness. She lowered her gaze, her trembling eyelashes resembling the delicate wings of fallen blossoms. Unable to meet Qin Guan's ardent stare, while her heart raced like a frantic rabbit, Qin Guan gazed upon the delicate beauty of Nanro before him, his eyes brimming with joy and tenderness. From this moment forth, she would be the wife he vowed to protect for a lifetime. He leaned down, unable to resist placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Nanro shivered, her cheeks instantly flushed, radiating warmth akin to the evening glow. Observing this, a heat surged within Qin Guan, igniting a fervent desire that coursed through him. He embraced Nanro's soft waist and reclined with her. Like a docile lamb surrendering to a great wolf, she yielded to him. The curtains were drawn, and as Qin Guan's throat grew parched and his heart raced like a drum, garments were cast aside amidst heavy breaths. Outside, the cold wind howled, while inside, the air was filled with the sounds of spring. As their passion deepened, two mysterious forces quietly awakened within them, both utterly unaware of the transformation taking place. Meanwhile, in the infinite expanse of the starry sky, a colossal eye of the void peered down through countless galaxies, seemingly in search of something. An hour later, as Nanro surrendered, Qin Guan finally relented. Nestled in the soft embrace of the blankets, Nanro pressed closely against Qin Guan's sturdy chest, her flushed face aglow with happiness. In that moment, she bid farewell to her youthful innocence, truly becoming the wife of this man. Suddenly, Qin Guan sat up with a start. He had been too preoccupied to notice before, but now he beheld a small black tower hovering above them. The tower trembled slightly, continuously emanating an unusual black energy that enveloped them in a protective shield. "Husband, what is that?" Nanro inquired, her voice tinged with fear as she too noticed the ominous tower. "Fear not, my dear. This small tower is my treasured possession." Upon finishing his words, Qin Guan furrowed his brows and gazed at the small black tower suspended in the air. What on earth was this tower doing? Just as Qin Guan was engulfed in curiosity, the small black tower abruptly retracted its energy, and in the next moment, it trembled before crashing violently towards Qin Guan. Bang! Qin Guan was forcefully struck by a formidable power, causing him to spit blood and be hurled away. Chapter 12. The Sacred Body of the Moon. "Ah, my lord." Upon witnessing this, Nanro, terrified, hurriedly drew back the bed curtains, wrapped herself in the blankets, and rushed to the bedside to assist Qin Guan in rising. Qin Guan hastily shielded Nanro behind him, his gaze fixed intently upon the small black tower. "What do you intend to do?" he demanded, recalling the arduous efforts he had expended to obscure this boy from the gaze of the heavens while he reveled in bliss upon the bed. Qin Guan felt a surge of frustration. After an hour of labor, the small black tower suddenly quaked violently, becoming agitated. "Brother, let us converse amicably," he implored, sensing an ominous power emanating from the tower. He had not anticipated that this seemingly innocuous tower possessed such formidable strength. It had indeed inflicted harm upon him. Observing Qin Guan's sudden capitulation, the small black tower abruptly ceased its tremors and, in the next instant, transformed into a stream of ethereal light that penetrated Qin Guan's forehead. Qin Guan's lips twitched as he silently cursed. What in the world is this? The little black tower had vanished without a trace. Nanro hurriedly wiped the blood from the corner of Qin Guan's mouth, her face filled with concern. "Husband, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Qin Guan replied, shaking his head as he embraced Nanro and returned to the bed. "That tower is both your treasure. Why would it harm you?" Nanro couldn't help but inquire. Qin Guan's expression darkened. "I am at a loss as to why it has become enraged." As Qin Guan concluded his utterance, he suddenly sensed a peculiar force burgeoning within his lower abdomen. In haste, he examined the source, only to discover a mass of white gas, approximately the size of a fist. What an immense power! Upon perceiving the terrifying energy contained within this white mass, Qin Guan was taken aback. He swiftly endeavored to probe it with the vital energy coursing through his body. However, the instant his internal energy made contact with the white gas, a ferocious and terrifying force erupted violently within him. Qin Guan's heart raced with alarm as he hastily summoned his inner energy to suppress the uncontrollable force surging within him. What in terrifying power! After a brief moment, that force subsided, and Qin Guan released a long, relieved sigh, filled with trepidation. From whence did this white mist originate? At that moment, lying in bed, Qin Guan fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that the sudden appearance of the little black tower was linked to this white mist? "My dear, are you asleep?" At that instant, Nanro's soft voice broke the silence. "No, are you feeling tired?" Upon hearing Nanro's voice, Qin Guan snapped back to reality. "Not really, my dear, but I feel a warmth in my lower abdomen, and it's rather uncomfortable," Nanro replied, a hint of distress in her tone. "What's wrong?" Qin Guan exclaimed, quickly lifting the covers to investigate. How can this be? The second level of Qi refinement. Qin Guan suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on Nanro in disbelief. At this moment, an uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy coursed through her abdomen. Although martial artists cannot cultivate spiritual energy, they are still capable of sensing its energetic fluctuations. Just moments ago, Nanro possessed no trace of cultivation, yet now she emanated the aura of a second-tier Qi refinement. "Husband, my stomach hurts," Nanro lamented, clutching her abdomen in agony. Qin Guan quickly said, "Rower, listen to me. Relax your body and mind, hold your breath, and concentrate. Try to control the spiritual energy within your abdomen and condense it." Upon hearing this, Nanro hurriedly complied. After a cup of tea had passed, the spiritual energy in Nanro's lower abdomen gradually calmed down. "Husband, it no longer hurts," Nanro remarked as she gently touched her belly. "That is good to hear," Qin Guan replied, ruffling Nanro's hair. "Have you practiced before, Ro?" Nanro shook her head. "No, I haven't." Qin Guan pondered briefly before speaking. "Rower, the pain you felt in your lower abdomen was due to your recent attainment of the second level of Qi refinement. The spiritual energy within you has not been properly controlled." "Ah, how can this be possible?" Nanro exclaimed, astonished. Though she had never practiced cultivation, she was well aware of the realms of cultivators. In Luoyang City, it typically took young practitioners 7 to 8 years to reach the qi refinement stage. Even her sister, Nan Xiao, who possessed considerable talent, required 5 years to achieve this. Thus, hearing Qin Guan assert that she had reached the second level of cultivation left her utterly incredulous. What could have caused this? How had a mysterious surge of white energy manifested within her? Nan Rower had suddenly transitioned from a novice with no cultivation to a practitioner of the qi refinement stage, advancing 2 significant realms in an instant. Could it be attributed to her shared living arrangements with Qin Guan? Cohabitation? Dual cultivation? Suddenly, Qin Guan recalled something. He seemed to remember his master mentioning a rare constitution known as the Taiying sacred body, which is possessed by certain women. This unique physique not only grants them extraordinary innate talents, but their cultivation breakthroughs occur with the ease of quenching one's thirst. Furthermore, should they engage in dual cultivation with a male partner, the latter stands to gain immense benefits, significantly unlocking their physical potential. This thought led Qin Guan to remember Nan Xiao, who also possessed a special constitution, the Yin spirit body. This particular physique has a remarkable affinity for Yin energy, providing unparalleled advantages when practicing Yin-attributed techniques. For instance, while cultivating ice or dark arts, she could rapidly absorb and transform the corresponding spiritual energy, accelerating her progress far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Rower, you might be the legendary Taiying sacred body. Your awakening coincided perfectly with my previous experience, Qin Guan remarked. Upon hearing this, Nan Ro's cheeks flushed crimson as she tilted her head curiously. What is the Taiying sacred body? It is an exceedingly rare and special constitution. Once awakened, the speed of cultivation is astonishing. What would take others 10 or 20 years to achieve, you may accomplish in just 1 or 2. Nan Ro felt a surge of excitement at this revelation. Having been frail and unable to cultivate since childhood, she deeply envied her sister's abilities, which had earned her greater affection from their father and elders. If Qin Guan's words held true, she was determined to cultivate diligently and grow stronger. For this was a world where martial prowess was revered. Her husband was so formidable. She too must become powerful, lest she become a burden to him in the future. At that moment, Qin Guan smirked mischievously. The Taiying sacred body not only possesses exceptional qualities, but also greatly benefits her partner. Each time they unite, the male's cultivation will experience a substantial enhancement, and it serves to unleash his latent potential. The greater the male's potential, the more advantageous it becomes. Upon hearing this, Ninro's face burned with embarrassment as she shyly responded, "Husband, are you desiring more? If you are not yet satisfied, we can continue." "No. What I said was entirely true. Please do not misunderstand." Qin Guan replied, amused yet flustered. "No. As your wife, it is my duty to serve you well." Nanro shook her head and, in a sudden gesture, planted a kiss on Qin Guan's cheek. Teased by Nanro, a rush of blood surged through Qin Guan as he embraced her, and they once again indulged in their intimate world. After an indeterminate time, they eventually paused. "Roa, you truly are the Taiying sacred body." Upon careful examination, Qin Guan noticed that the white energy within his lower abdomen had increased slightly in volume, though not drastically. He could perceive the change distinctly. Not only that, but Nanro's cultivation had also ascended to a new level, breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. While others would make a commotion during breakthroughs, Nanro's transition was as silent and effortless as sipping water, regardless of the type of body one possesses. As long as her husband is happy, that is what truly matters. Nanro nestled against Qin Guan, who felt a pang of concern seeing her so exhausted. As an 8th realm martial artist, he was resilient, while Nanro, merely a qi refinement practitioner, had just recovered from a cold poison and was still frail. He realized, with a sense of guilt, how thoughtless he had been. With that in mind, Qin Guan gently adjusted the quilt around her, embracing her as he said, "It is getting late. You should rest." "All right." Nanro nodded, and soon she fell asleep in his arms. However, Qin Guan found himself wide awake. The sudden appearance of the little black tower was likely connected to the wisps of white gas within him. It seemed prudent to seek a suitable place for thorough investigation the following day. Recalling the consequences of utilizing the qi to stimulate the white gas, he dared not touch it again. The next day, Qin Guan rose early. He had been too occupied with wedding preparations to concoct the restorative medicine he had promised Nanro, thus he was up at dawn. As soon as Nanro opened her eyes, a maid brought over the medicinal soup. "Miss, this is the soup your husband prepared for you. You should drink it to replenish your strength." Upon hearing the word replenish, Nanro's cheeks flushed. She inquired, "Where's my husband?" He has gone to the training chamber, the maid replied. Meanwhile, in a secluded training chamber of the Nan family, Qin Guan stood still with his eyes tightly shut, having maintained his position for over an hour. His brows were furrowed as he concentrated on the faint red qi swirling from his clenched fist, which was interspersed with tendrils of white gas that seemed uncontrollable, darting about as if attempting to escape the confines of the qi. After another hour, Qin Guan's tense brow began to relax. Suddenly, the erratic white gas surged toward the center of his fist, as if drawn by an unseen force. In the next moment, he snapped his eyes open and unleashed a punch into the air. Instantly, a ferocious force erupted from his fist, akin to a volcanic eruption, dragging the air in front of him into a red shockwave. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, and the training chamber could not withstand the force, collapsing instantaneously. Concurrently, the Nan estate trembled as if an earthquake had struck, prompting everyone to rush out of their rooms, bewildered at the sudden commotion. Nan Yunqi was among the first to arrive, standing a short distance from the now-ruined training chamber. Upon witnessing the devastation, he was momentarily stunned, grappling with the reality of what had transpired. Soon, other members of the Nan family arrived, their expressions frozen in shock at the sight of the obliterated chamber. At that moment, a figure leaped from the ruins. It was Qin Guan. Ha 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 ha. Qin Guan threw back his head and laughed heartily. His laughter unabashed and carefree, as if oblivious to the presence of those around him, he sauntered past them. Nan Yunqi's expression darkened progressively, his features contorting with rage. The cultivation chamber, a sanctuary built through the toil of generations, had been laid to waste by Qin Guan. Without the cultivation chamber, the Nan family was surely doomed. That little rascal, daring to destroy my sacred space. In a sudden fit of fury, Nan Yunqi transformed into a frenzied wolf, charging at Qin Guan with unbridled ferocity. In that moment, he seemed to have lost all semblance of reason, and he struck out towards Qin Guan's back with a powerful palm. Qin Guan, who was secretly reveling in his triumph, furrowed his brow at the sudden disturbance, and in the next instant, he pivoted and extended a finger. With a resounding boom, their strikes collided, unleashing a violent gale that whipped through, disheveling Nan Yunqi's hair and leaving him utterly disordered. He was halted by a mere finger from Qin Guan. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that their leader could not withstand even a single finger of Qin Guan. Father-in-law, what are you doing? Qin Guan's irritation flared upon realizing it was Nan Yunqi. How dare this old man attempt a sneak attack from behind? Fortunately, he had restrained his strength, for had he inadvertently killed Nan Yunqi, it would have been a grave matter indeed. Nan Yunqi felt tears welling up in his eyes, for at that moment he longed to weep. This despot was turning the tables, casting him as the villain. Father, why strike my husband? Nan Ro, carrying a food box, hurriedly approached. From afar, she had witnessed her father's underhanded attack on Qin Guan, and panic surged within her as she rushed over. Chapter 13. Unity is strength. Seeing Nan Ro rush towards Qin Guan, Nan Yunqi pointed vehemently at the ruins and exclaimed, "Look at the calamity your husband has wrought." Nan Ro turned her gaze to the distance, and upon seeing the remnants of the once sacred cultivation chamber, she was rendered speechless. This chamber was the very heart of the Nan family, a crucial site for the training and development of its members. It had been destroyed by Qin Guan. Panic-stricken, she cast a worried glance at Qin Guan, realizing the enormity of the catastrophe that had unfolded. Qin Guan smiled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "I truly did not intend to cause any harm." After successfully mastering the power of the white gas within him, he was overwhelmed with excitement. The infusion of that power into his fist had remarkably tripled his strength. At his current level, even the slightest enhancement in power was exceedingly difficult. Unlike cultivators, martial artists could not rely on formidable techniques or talismans to elevate their strength. They were constrained to enhancing their realm to bolster their power. The sudden tripling of his strength left him in a state of exhilaration. Even his master would likely be astounded, for that white gas was indeed terrifying. "Master, something's amiss." At that moment, Jia Quan rushed in. "What is it?" Nan Yunqi turned to Jia Quan. Jia Quan hurriedly replied, reporting to the master. "The Grand Elder and Second Elder have defected to the Shao family along with over 20 members of our clan." "What?" Upon hearing this, Nan Yunqi staggered back a few steps. The destruction of the training chamber by Qin Guan had already dealt him a heavy blow, and now the defection of 2 elders with so many clan members nearly caused him to faint. The surrounding members of the Nan family were equally astonished. With only about 30 members in total, The loss of over 20 was a devastating blow to their clan's survival. Father. Nan Ro rushed forward to support Nan Yunqi, using a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Master, yesterday Yang Ao also defected to the Xiao family, Jia Quan added. His implication was clear. The Grand Elder and Second Elder must have been influenced by Yang Ao's betrayal. Indeed, this matter is likely closely tied to Yang Ao. However, the Grand Elder and Second Elder have never accepted me as the clan leader. It was only a matter of time before they made their move. After regaining some composure, Nan Yunqi nodded, appearing significantly aged. Was the Nan family truly destined to decline under his leadership? The secret realm opens in 2 days, and their defection to the Xiao family at this juncture reveals their cunning. A member of the Nan family spoke solemnly. At this, the surrounding members nodded in agreement. Once the secret realm opened, the benefits within would naturally fall to the strongest, and the Xiao family was a dominant force in Luyun City. Jia Quan. Gather all the clan members. I have something to say. Nan Yunqi's expression turned grave. Yes. Jia Quan turned and departed. Father, what has happened? At that moment, Nin Xiao hurried over from a distance, accompanied by Yang Hongmei. After the events of the previous day, Yang Hongmei had noticeably lost her earlier exuberance and now stood silently like a wooden figure. The Grand Elder and Second Elder, along with over 20 members of the Nan family, have defected, Nan Yunqi said in a low tone. I had suspected they were up to something, Nan Xiao remarked, showing little surprise. Seeing the troubled expression on Nan Yunqi's face, Yang Hongmei felt a pang of sympathy and quietly approached him, whispering, My lord, it was all my fault yesterday. Please take care of yourself. Last night, Nan Xiao provided her with guidance throughout the night. Nan Xiao remarked that she had consistently disrespected her father, never considering his dignity or acknowledging him as the head of the family, which ultimately led to his overwhelming outburst. She encouraged her to humbly lower her head to her father, suggesting that there was still room for reconciliation. After a night of contemplation, Yang Hongmei experienced a moment of enlightenment. Upon witnessing Yang Hongmei's initiative to humble herself, Nan Yunqi felt a surge of surprise, yet he chose to disregard her, lacking the inclination to engage. Before long, the remaining members of the Nan family were summoned by Jia Quan. Nan Yunqi addressed the assembly with a solemn tone. Esteemed family members, I trust you are all aware of the defection of the First Elder and Second Elder. I must inform you that this is indeed true. At this revelation, the crowd exchanged glances and murmured amongst themselves. Silence, please. Allow me to speak. Nan Yunqi gestured for quiet and continued. Since the passing of our ancestor, our Nan family has experienced a significant decline, diminishing from a second-tier family to a third-tier one. Over the years, I have come to understand that many family members harbor doubts regarding my leadership. To speak candidly, I acknowledge that my capabilities have their limitations, and I have not always considered matters thoroughly. However, I implore you to trust that I possess no ulterior motives. My thoughts are constantly focused on restoring the Nan family to its former glory. I believe that the strength of a family does not rely on its numbers, but rather on its unity. Even with an abundance of members, if their hearts and efforts are scattered, we remain as fragile as a pile of loose sand, easily vanquished by our adversaries. Now, those who remain, I am confident, are passionate about our family and genuinely wish to revive it. Therefore, do not be alarmed by the defection of the First Elder and Second Elder. In the future, let us stand united, and we shall secure our place in Luyun City. The head of the family is correct. For years, our Nan family has been disjointed. From now on, we shall advance and retreat together, and we will certainly restore our family. Nan Yunqi's words resonated with the disciple. Yes, unity is strength. In an instant, everyone felt invigorated, raising their fists in solidarity. Jia Quan, distribute 4 bottles of qi refining elixir to each remaining brother. Seeing the morale stabilize, Nan Yunqi immediately produced a storage bag and tossed it to Jia Quan. Upon hearing the announcement of 4 bottles each, the remaining disciples' faces lit up with joy, their excitement palpable, even forgiving Qin Guan for the destruction of the training room. As the elixirs had been earned through Qin Guan's efforts, with a sweeping gesture, Nan Yunqi encouraged, in just 2 days, the secret realm will open. Everyone, seize this opportunity to cultivate. You are vital members of the family, and when the Nan family flourishes, you shall be celebrated as its benefactors and elders. Indeed, head of the family. The crowd, clutching their newfound elixirs, departed with enthusiasm. Father, what about the training room? After the crowd dispersed, Nan Xiao gazed at the desolate ruins in astonishment. Nan Yunqi sighed. Your brother-in-law was meditating inside and inadvertently caused the damage. Brother-in-law? Nan Xiao furrowed her brow. And after a moment of realization, she exclaimed, Qin Guan. He has destroyed the training chamber. Just as she was about to scold Qin Guan, she discovered that he and Nanro had inexplicably departed. Father, the training chamber is a vital core of our family. Now that it is gone, where shall we practice? Nin Xiao stomped her foot in exasperation. The chamber housed various training apparatuses for strength testing and had a crucial function. Its excellent sealing properties allowed for the accumulation of spiritual energy in preparation for breakthroughs. Without the training chamber, they would be forced to expend considerable resources. The significance of the training chamber for the family's younger generation was paramount, and the fact that Qin Guan had destroyed it nearly drove Nin Xiao to despair. Yang Hongmei, standing nearby, let out a cold huff. Though this time she refrained from scolding or making a scene. It was an unintentional act. The family is already in turmoil. Shower, if you can tolerate it. Please do so and refrain from causing further disturbances. After all, he is your brother-in-law and a member of our Nan family. Nan Yunqi spoke earnestly. Humph. Nan Xiao retorted angrily before leaving. Once she departed, only Yang Hongmei and Nan Yunqi remained. Yang Hongmei hurried to Nan Yunqi's side, a smile on her face. My lord, I have prepared your favorite snow fungus and bird's nest porridge. It is still warming in the pot. You should go and have some. Do you think I have the appetite to eat at a time like this? Nan Yunqi replied tersely before hastily departing. Although the morale had stabilized, he understood that no matter how united the family appeared, a lack of solid strength was a significant flaw. While the eldest elder and the second elder often disagreed with him, they would naturally stand with the Nan family when it came to its interests. Now, with so many members absent, the impact on the family was devastating. You, Nan Yunqi, are truly stubborn. I have already humbled myself and admitted my mistake. Yet you still choose to maintain your aloofness. Yang Hongmei seethed, gritting her teeth. Meanwhile, Qin Guan and Nan Ro returned to the east courtyard. Husband, could you be more gentle in the future? Our Nan family is already in turmoil, and my father is facing immense challenges. If any more trouble arises, I fear he may not withstand it. Nan Ro softly urged as she kneaded Qin Guan's shoulders. Yes, I will be more mindful from now on, he replied. Qin Guan nodded, feeling a sense of helplessness. With strength at his level, even the slightest lapse in attention could result in catastrophic destruction, prompting him to exercise restraint and control. His master had often advised him that even with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, one must harbor compassion, protecting the weak and innocent whenever possible and never causing harm. Reflecting on this, Qin Guan recalled his master's account of accidentally killing the ancestor of the Nan family. Given his master's stature, it was likely that the ancestor had perished as collateral damage. His master owed a debt to the Nan family, and since his wife belonged to them as well, it seemed prudent to support his father-in-law adequately. Meanwhile, in the foremost family of Liyun City, the Shao family, in just one day, young hero Yang had advanced a realm in his swordsmanship, achieving the status of a sword apprentice. Truly a remarkable prodigy. In the training room, Xiao Yun, the elder of the Shao family, praised him profusely. Elder Xiao, your compliments are too generous. Without your meticulous guidance, my progress would not have been so swift. Yang Ao respectfully bowed to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun stroked his long beard and waved his hand, saying, Young hero Yang, there is no need for such humility. To be honest, with your talents, remaining in the Shao family would be a waste. You should seek to develop at a higher level. Yang Ao furrowed his brow slightly, asking, Elder Xiao, what do you mean? Have you heard of the Spirit Sword Academy? Xiao Yun inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Ao eagerly nodded, naturally. I have heard of it. The Spirit Sword Academy is the premier institution in Qizhou, a revered sanctuary for countless sword cultivators. As he spoke, Yang Ao's expression suddenly darkened. I've heard that the academy only accepts disciples under the age of 16. And one must be at least a swordman in the realm of swordsmanship. Both conditions are non-negotiable. Yang Ao was well aware that Elder Xiao intended for him to join the Spirit Sword Academy, yet he currently met neither criterion, being overage and lacking a required level in swordsmanship. Fear not, Elder Xiao reassured him. My senior brother, Song Yuan, is an elder at the Spirit Sword Academy. He is expected to arrive in Liyun City tomorrow for this secret realm expedition. I can recommend you to him. Your awakening of the true dragon sword intent should warrant an exception. Elder Xiao, your kindness is etched in my heart. Yang Ao responded with elation, astonished that Xiao Yun had connections to the renowned Spirit Sword Academy. Truly, The foremost family of Luyun City possessed remarkable depth. Elder Xiao patted Yang Ao on the shoulder, saying, "My motivations are twofold. Firstly, I do not wish to see such a talented individual go to waste. Secondly, I have my own selfish interests. I hope that in the future, you will not forget the Xiao family and lend us a hand when necessary." Elder Xiao, your words are too kind. The affairs of the Xiao family will henceforth be my own, Yang Ao assured him with conviction. "Haha, I knew I had not misjudged you." Elder Xiao laughed heartily. After a moment, he added, "I've heard that young hero Yang has had a conflict with that son-in-law of the Nan family." At this, Yang Ao's expression turned icy. "Indeed, this man is a third-realm martial artist who killed my cousin. Yesterday, the Nan family even abandoned me for him." Xiaoyan scoffed, his expression tinged with disdain. "Short-sightedness is indeed a grave folly. That Nan Yunqi pales in comparison to his father. To forsake the awakening of the true dragon sword intent for the sake of a mere third-tier martial artist is utterly foolish." As he spoke, Xiao Yun's countenance darkened. A true swordsman is unyielding. They will not suppress their wrath. "Young Master Yang, rest assured. Should the Nan family dare to venture into the Myriad Beasts Valley's secret realm, we shall extract that son-in-law and eliminate him. If the Nan family dares to utter a word of dissent, the Xiao family will not hesitate to eradicate them." Chapter 14. Entering the mountains the following day marked the eve of the secret realm's opening. Numerous families and factions had already set their plans in motion. Arriving at the Myriad Beast Valley days prior in a bid to seize the initiative, Nan Yunqi, accompanied by a dozen disciples from his family, also arrived at the valley. "Father, which entrance should we take?" Nan Xiao inquired, glancing at several mountain entrances. "Let us choose the rightmost one," Nan Yunqi suggested after contemplation. "It has a higher footfall, and the beasts that roam there are relatively weaker, making it safer." Wait. Just as the group was about to proceed to the rightmost entrance, Qin Guan abruptly called out to them. The group halted, turning to face Qin Guan, who then directed his gaze towards Nanro, rower. "Which direction exhibits the most potent fluctuations of spiritual energy?" "That way." Nanro pointed towards the leftmost entrance, which was precisely opposite the right. As a saint body of the Taiyin, her sensitivity to spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and the fluctuations at the secret realm's opening would undoubtedly be more pronounced than elsewhere. "Father-in-law, we should enter from the leftmost entrance," Qin Guan suggested to Nan Yunqi. Nan Xiao, taken aback, retorted, "Do you treat this as a child's game? To send someone without any cultivation to gauge spiritual energy fluctuations, and to have us enter through the most perilous left entrance?" In recent days, Qin Guan had imparted numerous cultivation techniques to Nanro, including a method to conceal her presence, rendering her third-layer qi refinement cultivation imperceptible to outsiders. At this juncture, Jia Quan interjected hastily, "Sir, Miss Second is correct. The left entrance is exceedingly dangerous. Even on the outskirts, one might encounter third or even fourth-tier beasts. While you and the head of the family can handle third-tier beasts, encountering a fourth-tier beast would spell disaster. Indeed, that path is fraught with peril." Others nodded in agreement. For the Myriad Beasts Valley was not a place to be trifled with. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Yang Hongmei glanced at Nan Yunqi before speaking up. "What purpose does it serve to bring her along today? She possesses no cultivation and is merely offering misguided directions, only to create chaos." "Rower, can you truly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy over there?" Nan Yunqi asked, his gaze fixed on Nan Ro in curiosity. The fluctuations at the secret realm's location would inevitably be significant, and if she could genuinely sense it, the Nan family would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. "Yes, the spiritual energy fluctuations in that direction are indeed powerful," Nanro affirmed softly, nodding. Furrowing his brow, Nan Yunqi turned to Qin Guan, who replied, "If we wish to seize the initiative, we must heed my wife's counsel." Nagong Qi furrowed his brow slightly, since Qin Guan had made such a statement. There must be sound reasoning behind it. Given the strength of the Nangong family, venturing into a crowded area would indeed yield no advantage. Thus, taking an alternative route seemed a prudent strategy. "Very well, we shall proceed to the left, where there are fewer people," he resolved after a moment of contemplation. "Father, why do you heed their nonsensical chatter? We should hurry inside. If we delay, we may end up without a place." Nong Chao urged anxiously. Qin Guan shook his head and said to Nanro, "Let us proceed this way. You and your companions shall go to the far right while my wife and I venture to the far left. We must not act recklessly. Unity is essential at this moment." Seeing Qin Guan's intention to split from the group, Nan Yunqi hastily intervened. "After all, Qin Guan was the strongest among the Nan family, and it was inconceivable to allow him to act alone. The other members of the Nan family nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Qin Guan was indeed their pillar of strength and must not be separated from the team. Nan Xiao furrowed her brows, displeased. If not for Qin Guan being a third-level martial artist, she would have already suggested expelling some members. She was especially irked to see Nan Ro following along. Having her in tow was merely a hindrance. Enough. Listen to me. Once we enter the mountains, Qin Guan and I will lead the way, while the rest of you follow closely behind. If any danger arises, retreat immediately. Thus, the group made their way towards the leftmost entrance. Brother Nan, you possess quite the audacity to take the leftmost path. Just as they were about to enter the mountains, a middle-aged man in a splendid robe chuckled, flanked by over 40 family disciples, creating an imposing presence. Brother Song, shall we not consider an alliance? Nan Yunqi responded with a smile upon seeing the robed man. Father, why don't we join Uncle Nan for safety? Before the robed man could reply, a young lad behind him eagerly interjected, his gaze lingering on Nan Xiao and Nan Ro. It was undeniable that these two young women were exquisite beauties. Should they find themselves alone in the mountains, well, the lad thought with a smirk. As he admired Nan Xiao and Nan Ro, the members of his clan behind him also cast covetous glances in their direction. Rascal, what kind of day do you think this is? You had best keep your lecherous thoughts to yourself, lest I break your legs. The robed man shot a fierce glare at the youth, then turned to Nan Yunqi, saying with a smile, Brother Nan, we have over 40 members here, none below the Qi refinement stage. You should seek allies of comparable strength. With a derisive smile, he led the Song family members towards the right. In Luyun City, aside from Tianbao Pavilion, the City Lord's mansion, and the Shao family, the Song family was indeed formidable. The notion of the third-rate Nan family attempting to ally with the Song family was quite laughable to Songdinga. Does having numbers truly signify strength? Nan Yunqi scoffed as he led his 10 or so companions into the leftmost entrance. Upon entering the forest, the light immediately dimmed, and a chilling aura enveloped them. The narrow path into the mountains was overgrown with weeds, and a thick layer of dead branches and fallen leaves indicated that it had not been traversed in quite some time. Observing this scene, everyone adopted a vigilant demeanor, their breaths becoming cautious and measured. Is it cold? Qin Guan pulled Nan Ro closer to him. Not at all, Nan Ro replied with a smile. Could you keep your voices down? Nan Xiao snapped, irritated by Qin Guan and Nan Ro's affectionate exchange, which seemed to disregard the lurking dangers of the beasts. You really ought to find someone to marry soon. It's quite unbecoming to remain single at your age. Qin Guan cast a disapproving glance at Nan Xiao and said curtly, Enough of this. Nan Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, let us not joke around. The Valley of 10,000 Demons is not a place for frivolity. Nan Yunqi interjected urgently in a hushed tone. Nan Ro also swiftly gestured for silence towards Qin Guan. After approximately half an hour of trekking, the group of over a dozen halted their steps. The cacophony from outside the mountains had faded, and the forest gradually took on an eerie stillness. Fortunately, they had not encountered a single demon beast along the way, which alleviated some of the tension among them. Rower, sense the surroundings once more, Qin Guan urged intermittently, prompting Nan Ro to indicate the direction. The others were perplexed by Qin Guan's reliance on Nan Ro for guidance, especially given her lack of cultivation. Yang Hongmei often remarked with a hint of sarcasm, There is something ahead. The fluctuations have intensified, Nan Ro indicated, pointing forward. Nan Yunqi glanced ahead and quietly instructed, Everyone, form a line. Just as he finished speaking, a pack of demon wolves emerged silently from a thicket. They moved with grace and precision, resembling assassins that had long awaited their target, numbering more than 20. Upon sighting the robust creatures with their sharp fangs advancing towards them, a wave of dread washed over the group. These were second-tier demon wolves, their strength comparable to that of human Qi refinement practitioners. The crucial factor was that demon wolves were pack hunters, adept at ambush and coordinated attacks, making them some of the most formidable and perilous second-tier demon beasts. Even those at the divine refinement level would feel their skin crawl at the prospect of encountering them. Fall back. Remain calm. Those with stronger cultivation should position themselves at the front, while the weaker ones stay behind. Nan Yunqi commanded gravely, taking his place at the forefront. Previously, we disregarded the right entrance and chose to heed a harbinger of misfortune. Now look where we are. Yang Hongmei vented her frustration. Others avoided the left entrance precisely because this path is perilous. Father, you have truly misjudged. Nan Xiao could not help but voice her grievances. The other disciples nodded in agreement, believing that Nan Yunqi should not have listened to Qin Guan and Nan Ro as the family head. A miscalculation in judgment could lead to dire consequences. Often, when everything was calm, there was no dissent, but once trouble arose, complaints would ensue immediately. Silence. Seek your fortunes. Encountering danger is a natural occurrence. Do you expect to reap rewards without facing any challenges? That is mere fantasy. Nan Yunqi's stern voice quelled the murmurs of discontent. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have, Nan Ro began, but Qin Guan abruptly interrupted her, his expression one of displeasure. If anyone voices further dissent, they shall leave the group. At this moment, Qin Guan seemed to transform entirely, exuding an intangible aura of oppression that rendered his words irrefutable. Upon finishing his statement, he strode directly toward the pack of wolves, his voice resounding with authority. A mere handful of young wolves has thrown you into such disarray. Even if the greatest fortune were laid before you, you would still be incapable of seizing it. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, the onlookers' faces darkened, and silence prevailed among them. Qin Guan, come back. South Yunqi exclaimed in alarm as he witnessed Qin Guan approaching the 20 or so demonic wolves alone. However, before South Yunqi could finish his warning, Qin Guan suddenly stomped his foot, and with a roar akin to a tiger's howling and a dragon's lament, he soared into the thicket ahead, effortlessly bypassing the wolves. Just as the crowd was left bewildered by Qin Guan's intentions, a piercing wail emanated from the thicket. In the next instant, a colossal demonic wolf, its fur a vivid crimson, plummeted from the sky, landing squarely between South Yunqi and the pack of wolves. Chapter 15. Who do you think you are? The onlookers were left in shock, gazing at the massive crimson wolf that lay twitching on the ground. It was none other than a third-tier blood wolf king. Confusion reigned as none could comprehend the events that had just unfolded, nor could they fathom that a third-tier blood wolf king had been lurking within the thicket. In that moment, the previously intimidating pack of over 20 demonic wolves, witnessing the demise of their king, turned tail and fled, howling in despair as they retreated. Qin Guan emerged from the distant thicket, drawing the attention of the crowd. Their gazes were a mixture of complexity and trepidation, for it was evident that this third-order blood wolf king had fallen victim to Qin Guan's prowess. The third-order blood wolf king possessed strength nearly on par with that of a Xiantong realm cultivator, yet Qin Guan had dispatched it in a mere instant. Such power seems almost excessive, does it not? His capabilities must be approaching those of a fourth-order martial artist, one would surmise. Qin Guan bore no trace of martial aura, for only those warriors who had opened their energy gates in the fourth realm could possess such a presence. The onlookers were left to ponder in silence. Qin Guan approached the Blood Wolf King and effortlessly lifted it. He then turned to Nan Ro with a smile, remarking, "The fur of this wolf is exquisite. Let us keep it. Upon our return, it will make a splendid crimson cloak." Coming to her senses, Nan Ro hastily nodded and stored the Blood Wolf King in her dimensional pouch. Such a creature could fetch over 100,000 gold coins in the market, and its meat is a delicacy few could ever savor. The onlookers were filled with envy as they witnessed Nan Ro secure the Blood Wolf King. Truly. My esteemed son-in-law is remarkable. To slay a third-tier Blood Wolf King with such ease. Nan Yunqi exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. He then turned to the crowd, his voice firm. From now on, heed the guidance of Qin Guan and Roer. Those who dare voice dissent shall return home. His words were clearly directed at Yang Hongmei and Nan Xiao, who could only endure in silence, for Qin Guan's prowess was evident. Few in the entirety of Liyun City could rival a martial artist nearing the fourth realm. Let us proceed. The territory of the wolf pack is vast, and we should encounter little danger ahead. After Qin Guan finished speaking, he led Nan Ro forward. Witnessing Qin Guan effortlessly slay the Blood Wolf King, the crowd followed him, their steps no longer cautious, imbued with an overwhelming sense of security. At that moment, they began to perceive that martial artists were not as inept as the legends suggested. Particularly when compared to Qin Guangling and Nan Yunqi, they felt that martial artists were evidently superior to cultivators. An hour later, the group halted in an expansive area, surrounded by mountains, resembling a vast basin. Upon entering this space, their eyes sparkled with excitement, as they could distinctly sense the intense and rich fluctuations of spiritual energy in the surroundings. Miss, you are truly remarkable. You can feel the spiritual energy from such a distance. Jia Quan gazed at Nan Ro with immense admiration. Indeed, Miss, you are extraordinary. Many disciples nodded in agreement. Initially skeptical, they found it hard to believe. However, after experiencing the energy fluctuations firsthand, Their respect for Nan Ro grew immensely. This secluded area, encircled by mountains, would have been challenging to locate without Nan Ro's keen perception. Could this frail girl possess some extraordinary constitution to sense the energy from so far away? Yang Hongmei mused to herself as she glanced at Nan Ro. Nan Xiao also found it hard to believe, recalling her previous mockery of Nan Ro. She felt as though she had been soundly slapped, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Overwhelmed by the praise and never having imagined she could contribute to her family, Nan Ro was elated. She eagerly pointed to a towering tree in the distance, exclaiming, "The spiritual energy is particularly dense around that tree. The fluctuations originate from there. Let us go." Upon hearing Nan Ro's words, the crowd hurried toward the tree. The spiritual energy is so rich. As they drew closer, the intensity of the energy became increasingly palpable. "Master, a century-old blood ginseng." At that moment, Jia Quan excitedly pointed to a spot nearby. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to the direction Jia Quan indicated, where, amidst the lush green grass beneath the tree, a blood ginseng radiating an alluring red glow was growing. "Over there." Alingji, another disciple, exclaimed in astonishment. "Spirit-gathering grass." Nan Xiao also cried out. "Haha, we've struck it rich." Nan Yunqi urged the group to rush over. "Everyone, split up and see if there are any other treasures." After securing the century-old blood ginseng, spirit-gathering grass, and Lingji in their storage bags, Nan Yunqi quickly commanded the others to search. After a thorough search, they discovered numerous valuable spiritual materials, all flourishing around the massive tree. Under the tree, overwhelmed by the pure and abundant spiritual energy, Nan Yunqi's eyes gleamed with uncontainable joy. He glanced around and swiftly declared, "While no one else has discovered this place, let us seize the time to cultivate." A group of over 10 individuals hastily gathered around the majestic tree, seizing an opportunity unprecedented in their lifetimes. This surpasses any elixir or cultivation technique they had previously encountered. They began to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. "Fool, why are you staring at me? Shouldn't you be cultivating?" Qin Guan remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he noticed Nan Ro gazing at him instead of focusing on her practice. With a nod, Nan Ro settled into a meditative posture, aware that Qin Guan, being a martial artist, was unable to condense spiritual energy for cultivation. Thus, such a fortuitous moment was beyond his reach, which left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Observing his peers deeply engrossed in their practices, akin to serene monks in meditation, Qin Guan felt a tinge of envy. How splendid it would be if he, too, could harness the heavenly spiritual energy to refine his swordsmanship. This thought ignited a sense of anticipation within him regarding the secret realm. If it truly housed the legacy of the venerable Yang Tian, he must seize this opportunity at all costs. Qin Guan then lifted his gaze towards the towering tree that seemed to pierce the clouds. The spiritual energy emanated from this grand tree, implying that it served as the nexus of the secret realm. As an hour passed, a surge of potent spiritual power suddenly erupted from Nan Xiao, marking her breakthrough. Her cultivation had been stagnant at the 6th level of qi refinement for quite some time. But now, infused with pure spiritual energy, she swiftly transcended the barrier, elevating her to the 7th level of qi refinement. For someone as young as Nan Xiao, achieving the 7th level is considered a prodigious feat in Luyun City. Soon, several disciples among the group also experienced breakthroughs, their faces alight with joy. The Nan family belonged to a third-rate clan, plagued by internal strife and resource depletion over the years, leaving scant opportunities for its members to thrive. As Nan Yunqi had articulated, a powerful family must advance together in unity. Incessant internal conflict only hastens its decline. Suddenly, a sense of ennui prompted Qin Guan to notice that Nan Ro's cultivation was rapidly advancing in the brief span of an hour. She had broken through a small realm, now reaching the 4th level of qi refinement. Her ascension was so quiet it resembled the act of drinking water, remarkably unremarkable. This astonishing pace left Qin Guan astounded. If such a talent were nurtured within a formidable force, she would undoubtedly become an imperial figure. Gazing at Nan Ro's exquisite and gentle visage, Qin Guan found himself increasingly enamored, realizing he had wed a woman with immense potential for greatness. As time continued to elapse, another hour passed, long for Qin Guan, yet fleeting for the Nan family members absorbed in their cultivation. They were entirely immersed, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from Nan Yunqi, breaking through his long stagnant barrier and elevating him to the 4th level of spirit refinement. "Haha," he exclaimed, unable to contain the joy bubbling within him. Nan Yunqi let out a laugh. He glanced around furtively, as if he were a thief, before settling back into a meditative state, fervently absorbing spiritual energy. This fellow, who had previously shown such callousness towards Rower, made Nanyun Chi wish he could toss him back to the Nanyun family. Noticing the corners of Nanyun Chi's mouth curl upwards, Qin Guan felt a sudden itch in his hands. Before long, another hour had passed, and over a dozen members of the Nanyun family reaped abundant rewards, their long stagnant realms breaking through one after another. In such an environment conducive to cultivation, they began to feel they were no less capable than those prodigies. Upon discovering that Nanro had also advanced to a new minor realm, Qin Guan approached her and urged her to stop. She could not continue her cultivation, as her rapid growth would not bode well for someone with such a fragile foundation. With her innate talent, breakthroughs were effortless for her. But establishing a solid foundation was of utmost importance. "What is the matter, my husband?" "I was in the midst of cultivating," Nanro pouted unhappily. Having been abruptly awakened by Qin Guan gently brushed his fingers against Nanro's nose, speaking softly. "Your cultivation has progressed too rapidly. You have already reached the 5th level of Qi refining. You must refrain from further cultivation. Absorb the spiritual energy according to the methods I have taught you to solidify your foundation. Do you understand?" "Yes," Nanro nodded, returning to her position. Just as she was about to sit down, a group of over 10 disciples clad in white suddenly approached, rushing towards them with the fervor and greed reminiscent of bandits. To their astonishment, there were indeed others who had arrived before them. The leading elder in white robes looked somewhat taken aback upon seeing Qin Guan and the others. "Someone is coming." The disciples of the Nan family felt a wave of unease wash over them as they sensed the approaching presence. The group quickly gathered by the great tree, their eyes igniting with fervent intensity upon perceiving the pure and abundant spiritual energy emanating from it. Noticing the exquisite flying sword emblem embroidered on the chests of the newcomers, the Nan family disciples revealed expressions of profound reverence. The Spirit Sword Academy, the pinnacle of power in Qingzhou, was an existence they had long revered. "Which faction do you belong to?" inquired the leading elder in white robes. Nan Yunchi bowed respectfully towards the elder, hastily replying, "I am Nan Yunchi, the head of the Nan family in Luyun City. I pay my respects to the esteemed elder of the Spirit Sword Academy." The elder responded with indifference, "It seems you have been here for a while. Step aside. A small family like yours should be content to seize a few opportunities." Upon hearing the elder's demand, the Nan family members felt a pang of reluctance and indignation. Nan Yunchi's gaze was filled with restraint, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Such a sacred place for cultivation was nearly impossible to find, and relinquishing it was far from their desire. "What? Do you wish to force this old man to take action?" The elder surveyed the group with a grave expression. "Please, esteemed elder, we shall make way immediately." Nan Yunchi took a deep breath. Though unwilling, he recognized that against the Spirit Sword Academy, the Nan family was insignificant, leaving them with no choice. "Wait." Just as Nan Xiao and the others reluctantly began to rise to vacate their positions, Qin Guan suddenly interjected, directing his gaze towards the elder in white. "We were the ones to discover this place first. You cannot simply demand we leave. Who do you think you are?" "Qin Guan, do not be disrespectful," Nan Yunchi exclaimed, his body trembling in shock at Qin Guan's boldness. "You foolish brat." The elder in white wasted no time. Waving his sleeve as a sharp sword aura surged forth, instantly slashing towards Qin Guan. Bang! With a mere flick of his hand, Qin Guan effortlessly shattered the sword energy. The elderly man in white, slightly taken aback, remarked, "I must admit, I underestimated you. It appears you are indeed a martial artist." He then let out a soft snort and continued, "Do you realize that I only exerted 2/10 of my strength just now? Considering you are but a junior and a diligent practitioner, I shall spare you this time. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your magnanimity." Upon hearing this, Nan Yunchi quickly stepped forward to bow and then pulled Qin Guan aside. "Young man, they are from the Spirit Sword Academy. In their eyes, Luyun City is but a speck of dust. Do not act impulsively." Despite his efforts, Nan Yunchi found it challenging to move Qin Guan and leaned closer to his ear to persuade him. Just as Qin Guan was about to speak, a sudden burst of laughter echoed from a distance. The Lingjian Academy certainly had an uncanny ability to arrive swiftly. The crowd turned to see a gray-robed elder hastily approaching, accompanied by more than a dozen disciples clad in blue attire. "Qin Guanxiang, he hails from the Yulan sect," remarked a disciple beside the white-robed elder. In Qizhou, the relationship between the Lingjian Academy and the Yulan sect had always been fraught with discord, with frequent clashes between their disciples. What a lively scene! Before the Yunlan sect members could arrive, another group of individuals appeared in the distance, led by a woman adorned in fiery red garments and an elderly man with white hair. The woman's beauty was striking, her high ponytail lending her an air of freshness and competence, reminiscent of a valiant female general. Behind them followed a contingent of black-armored soldiers, exuding an ominous aura. The newcomers were none other than the 9th princess of the Wei Kingdom, Wei Hongyan. The Wei Kingdom, a small nation situated to the west of the Longyuan Empire, lay adjacent to the Luyun city and the Wanyao Valley. Arriving late. Soon, another group hastened to join the gathering, led by Jiang Lianyue and the elder Su from the Tianbao Pavilion. Witnessing the succession of powerful factions arriving, Nan Yunqi addressed Qin Guan with a cordial tone. Son-in-law, your father-in-law acknowledges your formidable prowess, yet even the strongest individual cannot stand against these four mighty factions alone. Our Nan family is currently on the brink of collapse. Amidst chaos, we cannot afford to offend any of these powers. Qin Guan looked at the almost pleading Nan Yunqi and replied nonchalantly, do not worry, father-in-law. I have already assessed the situation, and none of them pose a threat. Today, we, the Nan family, can monopolize the area around the Great Tree. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, a chill ran down Nan Yunqi's spine. In the presence of the four prominent forces of Qishou, Qin Guan still dared to claim dominion over the tree. He swiftly pulled Nan Ro closer and urged, Rower, please persuade your husband. The members of the Nan family had overheard the conversation between Qin Guan and Nan Yunqi, and now, confronted by such formidable figures, the confidence and ambition they had previously gathered disintegrated in an instant. They felt as insignificant as ants before these powerful forces. Nan Ro grasped Qin Guan's hand and gently said, Husband, please do not frighten my father any further. Upon hearing her words, Nan Yunqi's expression faltered. It was absurd for his son-in-law to intimidate him, for he was acting solely for the benefit of the Nan family. In response, Qin Guan nodded slightly, acknowledging that claiming the tree was indeed a bit overbearing. He could not afford to offend everyone and jeopardize the future of the Nan family. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Guan turned to the members of the Nan family. Are you certain you wish to relinquish this advantageous position? Nan Xiao suddenly expressed her discontent. What good would it do not to give it up? They are the ones who hold the power. We might not even be allowed to remain in the periphery. Having previously tasted the sweetness of the pure spiritual energy, she was reluctant to concede the position without a fight. At that moment, Jia Quan respectfully addressed Qin Guan, son-in-law. I understand that your intentions are for our benefit. In truth, we have already cultivated for 2 extra hours compared to others. We are content. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Qin Guan, a martial warrior, despite his inability to harness spiritual energy for cultivation, endeavored to advocate for them, earning their profound gratitude. However, with the arrival of the 4 major factions from Qishou, refusal would be tantamount to courting death. Very well, the decision lies with you, Qin Guan assented. Soon, the vicinity around the ancient tree was occupied by the 4 factions, each member greedily drawing upon the vibrant spiritual energy for their cultivation. Meanwhile, Nan Yunqi sat cross-legged at the periphery with over a dozen companions. Although the spiritual energy in the outer region lacked the richness and purity of that surrounding the tree, it was still superior to many other locations. As time passed, numerous family factions, upon receiving word of the gathering, hastened to the scene. Upon witnessing the 4 major factions, they obediently settled at the fringes to cultivate. An hour later, the number of arriving family factions swelled, filling the area around the tree with hundreds of individuals. However, a Tinjiang-wide circle remained vacant behind the 4 major factions, as no one dared approach them. Gradually, the atmosphere grew tense, with smaller family factions positioned at the front, inciting dissatisfaction among many. At that moment, Brother Tsang Yuan, the elder of the Shao family, Xiao Yun, arrived at the location of the Spirit Sword Academy. Brother Yun, it has been a long time, remarked the elderly figure in white, who had previously clashed with Qin Guan, smiling at Xiao Yun. Indeed, Brother Tsang Yuan, we have aged, Xiao Yun replied, grasping Tsang Yuan's hand with enthusiasm. Junior brother, summon your kin to cultivate here. I have saved a place for you. Tsang Yuan chuckled, stroking his beard. Thank you for your generosity, brother, Xiao Yun exclaimed, eagerly waving to the figures in the distance. Seeing this, dozens from the Xiao family swiftly approached, including Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantang, who had previously allied with the Xiao family. They excitedly settled behind the Nans, bowing and flattering the Xiao family members. Observing this, everyone was filled with envy, recognizing the advantages of connections, as such benefits could be obtained with merely a greeting. These traitors, like lapdogs, Nanyunki seethed, gritting his teeth as he witnessed Nan Shunda and his companions trailing behind the Xiao family. "Young Master Yang, come here," Xiao Yun called out to the crowd. Yang Ao, upon realizing that Xiao Yun intended to introduce him, hurried over. "Brother Tsang Yuan, allow me to present this young talent," Xiao Yun said, turning to Tsang Yuan with a smile. "I am Yang Ao, and I pay my respects to Senior Tsang." Yang Ao bowed deeply, his demeanor exceedingly humble. "And who is this?" Tsang Yuan inquired. "This is Yang Ao, who has recently awakened the true dragon sword intent. My junior brother wishes for you to take him under your wing," Xiao Yun explained. "What? True dragon sword intent?" Tsang Yuan exclaimed, taken aback. At the mention of the true dragon sword intent, all eyes turned toward Yang Ao, including those of the elders from the three major factions, who could not help but scrutinize him. In an instant, he became the focal point of attention, causing Yang Ao to straighten his posture, a sense of pride blooming on his face. Brother, he is a year older, having just advanced to the rank of swordsman, yet his comprehension is exceptionally high. And with the awakening of the true dragon sword intent, what do you think? Xiao Yun chuckled and inquired. Of course, it is no trouble at all. Might I have the privilege of witnessing the true essence of the dragon sword intent? Song Yuan nodded eagerly, indeed. Upon hearing this, Yang Ao's fingers curled slightly. And within his palm, a golden sword energy, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar, spiraled rapidly, producing a sound akin to cutting through the air. Oh. As expected of the true dragon sword intent, its power is formidable even in its nascent stage. Song Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, then turned to Yang Ao. Would you be willing to join my sect and become my direct disciple? Upon hearing the term direct disciple, Yang Ao hastily knelt, proclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Haha, splendid. Song Yuan chuckled heartily, never anticipating that this expedition into the secret realm would yield such a delightful surprise, a disciple awakening the true dragon sword intent. Those present were filled with envy. Even becoming an apprentice at the Spirit Sword Academy was a supreme honor, yet Yang Ao had become a direct disciple of an elder, promising an exceedingly bright future ahead. In the distance, upon witnessing Yang Ao's allegiance to Tsang Yuan, Nan Yunqi felt an ominous sense of foreboding, and the members of the Nan family also sensed unrest. Ahem! At that moment, Yang Hongmei suddenly coughed. After 3 days of silence, Nan Yunqi grasped her hand tightly. "Hongmei, if Yang Ao causes us any trouble later, you must plead on our behalf." "Nan Yunqi, weren't you quite assertive before? What has changed now?" "Mother." Yang Hongmei was about to retort when Nan Xiao shot her a meaningful glance. Realizing this, Yang Hongmei tempered her pride and replied nonchalantly, "As for the Nan family, I can vouch for them, but outsiders, I cannot guarantee." As she spoke, Yang Hongmei's gaze inadvertently flicked towards Qin Guan. "What outsiders? We are all from the Nan family here," Nan Yunqi retorted irritably. "Mother, please be lenient with Qin Guan. He is also your son-in-law." Nan Ro implored as she turned to Yang Hongmei. Yang Hongmei shook her head, exclaiming helplessly, "It's not that I am unwilling to assist. But the critical issue is that he has slain Aoer's cousin. How can I possibly plead on his behalf? Husband, let us depart. Shall we not explore the secret realm any further?" Nan Ro suddenly grasped Qin Guan's hand, wishing to leave, though Qin Guan possessed formidable strength. With Yang Ao now having pledged himself to an elder of the Spirit Sword Academy, the Academy's might was unfathomable. "Do not worry." Qin Guan gently caressed Nan Ro's small hand before turning his gaze to Yang Hongmei. "On the day of the grand wedding, I spared his life. However, should he dare to cause trouble later, even if you plead for him, I shall undoubtedly end his life." Upon hearing Qin Guan's intent to kill Yang Ao, Yang Hongmei scoffed coldly. "Ha, such audacity. At present, Ao is the cherished disciple of the elder at the Spirit Sword Academy. If you dare to take his life, his master will not let you off easily. Then I shall eliminate his master as well." Qin Guan replied with a faint smile, exuding an air of tranquility as effortless as the wind passing without a trace. Where the Nan family stands, there stands Qin Guan. As soon as Qin Guan finished speaking, the arena was suddenly filled with the resounding voice of Yang Ao, imbued with an air of arrogance and revenge, reverberating throughout the venue. Chapter 17. Is it not better to live well? Upon hearing this, the members of the Nan family were all struck with a jolt of fear. At that moment, everyone present turned their gazes in every direction. Just a few days prior, The Nan family had forsaken Yang Ao, who had recently awakened the true dragon sword intent. For the sake of a mere third-tier martial artist's son-in-law, a fact well known throughout Liyun City. Now, with Yang Ao having become a direct disciple of an elder at the Spirit Sword Academy, his status had soared to unprecedented heights, clearly seeking to avenge past grievances. What? Now that the tables have turned, do you find yourselves afraid, like turtles withdrawing into their shells? Yang Ao's voice echoed once more. Suddenly, Qin Guan rose to his feet and directed his gaze at Yang Ao, inquiring about the purpose of his presence. Upon hearing his response, everyone in the vicinity turned their attention towards Qin Guan. You little wretch, if he is your grandfather, what am I to you? Yang Hongmei exclaimed vehemently. Laughter erupted from those who understood the familial ties and hierarchies involved. You insolent brat, that day my swordsmanship faltered, allowing you to achieve an undeserved victory. This time, I shall personally slaughter you. Come forth in battle. Yang Ao declared, his sword pointed defiantly at Qin Guan. Since you are so intent on courting death, if I do not oblige, even the king of hell would be infuriated, Qin Guan retorted as he strode towards Yang Ao. Noticing this, Nanro hastily followed suit, and Nan Yunxi quickly rose as well, leading over a dozen members of the Nan family in his wake. Very well, everyone has arrived. Yang Ao chuckled upon seeing Nan Yunxi and his companions. Yang Ao, for the sake of your aunt, spare the Nan family. Yang Hongmei pleaded with Yang Ao. Abruptly, Yang Ao's expression twisted into one of fury as he rebuked her. Silence. That day, Nan Yunxi declared your expulsion from the Nan family, and yet you shamelessly cling on. What a disgrace! Stunned by his words, Yang Hongmei's expression shifted to one of indignation as she retorted, I am your aunt. For all these years, I have treated you as my own son. How can you humiliate me so? Yang Ao leveled his sword at Nan Yunxi, stating coldly, very well, for your sake. I may spare the Nan family, but let Nan Yunxi kneel and apologize to me. Then I shall release them today. Upon hearing Yang Ao's demand for her father to kneel, Nan Xiao exclaimed in anger, it was my father who took you in when you were at your wit's end. He has treated you as his own for all these years, and now that you have gained power, you turn your back. What a wretched ingrate. Silence. Yang Ao bellowed. Qin Guan has slain my cousin, and your father has sided with him, abandoning me. Why do you not speak of that? Before Nan Xiao could respond, Qin Guan interjected impatiently. Enough of this nonsense. I shall soon send you down to meet your cousin. With a faint smile, Song Yuan turned to Qin Guan and remarked, today, I shall witness how you intend to slay my disciple. Qin Guan cast a disdainful glance at Song Yuan, exclaiming, you old fool, if you are weary of living, I wouldn't mind taking you along. The crowd inhaled sharply at his words. Indeed, the son-in-law of the Nan family was audacious. Disregarding even the elders of the Spirit Sword Academy, Song Yuan narrowed his eyes. With a swift motion, over a dozen disciples of the Spirit Sword Academy unsheathed their swords. An icy aura of murderous intent instantly enveloping Qin Guan. Such arrogance was unbecoming of a sect that prided itself on righteousness. Nan Yunxi scoffed softly, preparing for battle. Though he was mindful of his family, he would not cower when confronted. The elder of the Shao family, Xiao Yun, coldly remarked, Nan Yunxi, you've overstepped. A third-rate clan dares to offend the Spirit Sword Academy. I advise you to temper your impulsiveness, lest my Shao family ensures the Nan family vanishes from Liyun City. As his words resonated, dozens of Shao disciples stood in unison. Observing this, members of surrounding clans retreated, clearing a considerable space, anticipating a confrontation. Nan Yunxi's countenance darkened. It seemed they were in dire straits. Miss, shall we intervene? Su Lao inquired softly from a distance. Remain on standby. If the Shao family dares to act against the Nan family, we shall respond. As for Qin Guan, he is of no concern, Jiang Yinyue replied with a light laugh. Indeed, it is also an opportunity to gauge this young man's prowess. Su Lao nodded slightly. At that moment, Qin Guan turned to Nan Yunxi, saying, Father-in-law, please withdraw with them. Nan Yunxi hesitated, but Qin Guan insisted, trust me, your involvement will only hinder me. Reluctantly, Nan Yunxi took Nan Ro and stepped back. Watching Qin Guan face so many foes alone, Nan Ro's face paled in fear. As the Nan family retreated from the battlefield, Qin Guan surveyed the crowd. His gaze finally resting on Yang Ao. Come, if you have grievances, direct them at me. Strike first if you must. Die. Yang Ao could hardly contain himself. His sword intent surging as he stepped forward, fiercely cleaving his sword down upon Qin Guan. A sharp, Resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted forth, sending chills down spines. This strike was truly terrifying. A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Guan's eyes as his fingers curled into claws, effortlessly seizing the descending longsword in his grasp. You shall perish. Yang Ao's visage twisted in rage, his other hand pressing down upon the hilt. The spiritual energy from his dantian surged violently into his arms, exerting all his strength downward. Yet, no matter how hard he strained, the longsword remained utterly immovable. With a sudden and forceful tug, Qin Guan effortlessly drew the sword-wielding Yang Ao towards him. In the next moment, he seized Yang Ao by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. He gazed at the once arrogant Yang Ao and taunted, "Is this all you are capable of?" In a fit of rage, Yang Ao's eyes widened as he unleashed a deafening roar, and a magnificent golden sword dragon erupted from within him. Roar! The golden sword dragon opened its jaws, lunging towards Qin Guan's head. However, to everyone's astonishment, the golden sword dragon was swiftly subdued by Qin Guan, who grasped its neck as if it were a mere eel, eliciting a mournful cry as it thrashed its tail in desperation. Submit or perish. Qin Guan cast a cold glance at the golden sword dragon and said, "Roar." The golden sword dragon raised its head and let out a cry. Qin Guan released his grip, and in the next moment, the golden sword dragon abruptly transformed into a radiant beam of golden light that penetrated the center of Qin Guan's forehead. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Qin Guan had actually seized Yang Ao's true dragon sword intent. Typically, sword intents are not easily transferred, and forcibly claiming one can lead to a perilous backlash from the sword intent itself. To their disbelief, Qin Guan uttered a single phrase, and Yang Ao's true dragon sword intent turned traitor. Release him. At that moment, Song Yuan stood nearby, his countenance dark and his voice as piercing as shattered ice. Qin Guan turned his gaze toward Song Yuan, who spoke in a deep voice, "Surrender the true dragon sword intent and release Yang Ao, or I shall ensure you regret ever coming here." Crack! Before Song Yuan could finish his sentence, Qin Guan abruptly snapped Yang Ao's neck. The sound of bones breaking sent a shiver through the crowd. The swordsmanship prodigy awakened to the true dragon sword intent had been mercilessly extinguished in his cradle, without any chance at all. In the distance, Yang Hongmei collapsed to the ground, realizing that Qin Guan had indeed killed her nephew without jest. "How dare you!" Song Yuan's aura surged with sword energy, an overwhelming and fearsome sword intent erupting from within him. In that moment, within a radius of several dozen feet, everyone felt as if countless blades were pressed against their foreheads, their bodies ensnared and immobilized by Song Yuan's sword might. "Is this the power of a grand sword master?" Someone murmured in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock and trepidation. This formidable sword intent plunged them into a chilling abyss. Surely this will compel that young man to reveal his true abilities? In the distance, Elder Su narrowed his eyes slightly. He, too, yearned for a confrontation with Qin Guan, but had refrained from acting due to his young lady's intervention that fateful night. "Die." Song Yuan directed his sword finger, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cascaded toward Qin Guan, engulfing him in an instant. "Husband!" Nan Ro cried out, witnessing the deluge of sword energy swallow Qin Guan. Tears streamed from her eyes, and in that moment, it felt as though the heavens above had collapsed. Just as everyone believed Qin Guan was about to be pierced by 1,000 swords, his eyes suddenly widened. A surge of formidable vital energy erupted explosively, enveloping him in a faint crimson glow, and the surrounding sword energy was instantly ground to dust. In that moment, Qin Guan resembled a ferocious beast breaking free from its seal, his form wrapped in a tumultuous aura, exuding a force akin to an explosion. My heavens! The martial artist's vital energy. He is actually a fourth realm martial artist. The onlookers were utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Qin Guan was indeed a fourth realm martial artist, a rarity in all of Qizhou. While fourth realm martial artists were indeed scarce, facing Song Yuan, a fellow fourth realm practitioner with the prowess of a grand sword master, his chances of victory appeared slim. In the distance, a gray-robed elder from the Yunlan sect shook his head slightly. The elder's disciples nodded in agreement. Cultivating the physical body to the fourth realm and manifesting vital energy was indeed a remarkable feat. However, the combat techniques of martial artists were rather singular. While cultivators could harness spiritual energy to activate a myriad of profound techniques, affording them a far greater margin for error. Moreover, Qin Guan was contending with a powerful grand sword master. Song Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "So, you are a fourth realm martial artist." I underestimated you. As he spoke, Song Yuan's hands came together with lightning speed, and in an instant, his spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing into a sword of energy that sliced through the air like a silver beam at dawn, crashing down toward Qin Guan. Just as the energy sword was about to cleave through Qin Guan's head, he suddenly vanished from sight. Where did he go? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Song Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he hastily raised his head to gaze above him. However, before his vision could fully focus, a fist imbued with ferocious power instantly filled his entire field of vision. It struck with the ferocity of a tiger and the swiftness of thunder. With a resounding crash, Song Yuan's head was driven into the ground by a single blow from Qin Guan, creating a vast crater centered around his skull. This punch rendered Song Yuan utterly incapacitated, leaving him feeling as though his very being had been shattered, while the crowd stood in astonishment. A flash of red light streaked through the air, and Qin Guan vanished once more, only to reappear before the elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yun. Startled, Xiao Yun had yet to react before Qin Guan's fist sent him crashing to the ground. Following closely, Xiao Night Mountain, the head of the Xiao family, could not escape his grim fate as Qin Guan's punch shattered his dantian. Clutching his abdomen in agony, Xiao Night Mountain howled in pain as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy escaped from his ruined dantian, rendering him powerless. You little bastard. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in fury. But as he managed to rise, dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed once more, his head meeting the ground in a manner similar to Song Yuan's. Witnessing such formidable prowess from Qin Guan, the arena fell into a deathly silence. No one had comprehended how swiftly Qin Guan had dismantled Song Yuan, Xiao Yun, and Xiao Night Mountain in such a brief span. How formidable! In that moment, Qin Guan resembled a war deity, exuding an aura of absolute dominance that demanded reverence. The finesse of that young man's martial arts was astonishing, utterly impeccable. In the distance, Elder Su observed with a pallid complexion as Qin Guan decisively defeated the three adversaries. He silently rejoiced, grateful that he had refrained from intervening that night. Otherwise, Song Yuan's fate would have been his own. Elder Qin Guanchang of the Yulan sect, who had previously underestimated Qin Guan, wore an expression of extreme awkwardness, his aged visage stiffening. There exists a monumental chasm between individuals. Nearby, Wei Hongyan, clad in red, watched with her enchanting eyes sparkling with intrigue, lost in thought. At that moment, Qin Guan suddenly seized Xiao Yun and hurled him towards the barely conscious Song Yuan. One wishes to kill me, the other seeks to annihilate the Nin family. Two elderly fools, why not live peacefully at your age instead of provoking me? Song Yuan trembled. Straining to prop himself up with his arms, he turned to Qin Guan. Do not think that by defeating me, you have proven yourself. Let me tell you, the might of my Spirit Sword Academy far surpasses your imagination. And then what? Qin Guan replied with a faint smile. You may still have time to take your own life as an act of contrition before me. Otherwise, you, the Nan family, and all your kin shall accompany you to the grave. Upon hearing Song Yuan's words, Qin Guan's expression darkened. Do you know what I loathe the most? I detest being threatened. Bang. Upon concluding his words, Qin Guan mercilessly crushed Song Yuan's throat beneath his foot. Witnessing this scene, an overwhelming tension enveloped the crowd. As they realized that Qin Guan had indeed slain Song Yuan, an esteemed elder of the Spirit Sword Academy. The act of murdering an elder signified an outright declaration of war against the academy, as Song Yuan had forewarned. The wrath of the Spirit Sword Academy was not something a mere fourth-tier martial artist could withstand. The youth had left no avenue for retreat. It was a grave misstep. How audacious of you, Qin Guan, to dare slay an elder of the Spirit Sword Academy. The fury of over a dozen disciples from the academy surged uncontrollably as they fixed their furious gazes upon Qin Guan. The Spirit Sword Academy had never before endured such humiliation in Qingzhou. Qin Guan, however, paid no heed. He turned his gaze towards Xiao Yun. The old man's face, pale and devoid of luster, felt a chill run down his spine under Qin Guan's penetrating stare. Knowing the formidable strength of Qin Guan, he would never dare provoke him, even under the direst circumstances. Initially, he had contemplated befriending Yang Ao to forge a favorable alliance for the Xiao family, but instead, he had unwittingly brought calamity upon them. With his most promising son rendered incapacitated, he himself was likely to meet a grim fate as well. The Xiao family stood on the precipice of disaster. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yun beseeched Qin Guan, young Sir Qin, I bang. Before he could complete his plea, Qin Guan abruptly shattered his dantian with a single kick, denying him any chance of mercy. Ah, Xiaoyun curled up in agony. His face, already aged, became gaunt and withered as the spiritual energy within him dissipated. After a few futile struggles, he breathed his last. Father, ancestor. Upon witnessing the demise of their elder, the members of the Xiao family cried out in despair, their eyes blazing with fury. Qin Guan, come at me. An elder of the Xiao clan, driven to madness, charged at Qin Guan. Bang! The elder prepared to strike. Yet before he could bring his palm down, Qin Guan's fist penetrated his chest with lethal force. The Xiao family members, who had initially surged forward, halted in their tracks, paralyzed by the shocking scene. Everyone, do not act recklessly. Retreat at once, roared Xiao Yeshan, clutching his abdomen. Upon hearing their leader's command, the Xiao family exchanged fearful glances and promptly withdrew. The allies, Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong, hastily followed suit, retreating in utter disarray. The disciples of the Lingjian Academy, unwilling to linger, also departed, for the secret realm had lost its significance. Their priority was to report this grave matter back to their academy. The death of Elder Tsang was a matter of utmost importance. As the Xiao family and the Lingjian Academy members exited, silence enveloped the scene once more. All eyes fell upon Qin Guan, filled with trepidation. This man was utterly remorseless in his lethal actions. My lord, are you unharmed? Nan Ro hurriedly approached Qin Guan. Qin Guan shook the blood from his hands and smiled. I have taken a life. Do you fear me? Nan Ro shook her head. If you do not slay them, they shall surely slay you. Then that is well, Qin Guan replied with a faint smile. He turned to Nan Yunxi and the others, father-in-law. Take them to the great tree for cultivation. Oh, very well. Nan Yunxi, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly led the group to the location of the Spirit Sword Academy. Truth be told, they were all somewhat intimidated by Qin Guan, particularly Nan Xiao and Yang Hongmei, reflecting on their past mockery of him. They shivered at the thought of having danced so perilously close to death. After a while, Nan Yunxi regained his composure, though concern gnawed at him. He was uncertain how to face the wrath of the Spirit Sword Academy. After contemplating for a moment, he took a deep breath, realizing that fretting was futile. The deed was done. Qin Guan had already taken lives, and they could only proceed step by step. In the wake of the conflict, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. With no faction daring to vie for position any longer, they all sat obediently, engrossed in their cultivation. As night fell, darkness gradually enveloped the mountains and forests, casting a serene yet uncanny ambience over the valley of 10,000 beasts. At this moment, all were fervently absorbing the pure spiritual energy emanating from the great tree. Occasionally, a cultivator would break through to a new realm. Training in such an environment felt like a dream, a rarity one might never encounter again in a lifetime. As night transitioned to dawn, a low hum filled the air. Suddenly, the space around the great tree began to vibrate violently, ripples distorting the atmosphere. The gathering grew restless. Abandoning their cultivation to fix their gaze on the great tree, their feet instinctively inching closer. Amidst the excitement, a colossal gate of light materialized beneath the tree. Instantly, chaos erupted as everyone surged toward the luminous portal, their imaginations ignited by the thought of the pure, rich spiritual energy beyond. Surely, treasures and martial arts techniques lay in abundance within that secret realm. Before long, Qin Guan and the various factions closest to the light gate dashed inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, Qin Guan felt darkness envelop him, followed by an overwhelming force drawing him into the void. His form distorted, and the Nan family members who had accompanied him were violently separated, flung into different directions. Just as Qin Guan sensed the impending danger, a blinding light emerged. And in the next instant, he found himself within a small world. Qin Guan hastily glanced around, only to find himself utterly alone. Where had everyone gone? He furrowed his brow in perplexity. This was a realm segmented by individual strength, just as Qin Guan was engulfed in confusion. The little black tower in his mind suddenly materialized. Upon seeing the tower, Qin Guan quickly inquired, Little Black, do you mean that this space is divided and transmitted according to personal prowess? Bang! As soon as Qin Guan's words fell, the small black tower unexpectedly launched an assault against him, sending him hurtling backward. Damn it! I have endured you for far too long. Confused by this sudden attack from the small black tower, Qin Guan was consumed by fury and activated 4 battle gates, charging forward. Bang! After just 2 exchanges, Qin Guan once again found himself propelled backward. A novice warrior dares to engage with me. How foolish. The small black tower declared, its body suddenly quaking violently, unleashing waves of bizarre and potent black energy. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! The small black tower swayed from side to side, firing 3 rapid black beams at Qin Guan, each moving with astonishing speed. Qin Guan was taken aback, hastily crossing his arms to shield himself. Bang! 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 3 beams of light struck in quick succession, forcing Qin Guan to stagger backward. The final beam sent him hurtling back several dozen yards. Qin Guan rose from the ground, a trickle of crimson blood slowly oozing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and both of his arms had lost all sensation from the impact. Do you yield? The little black tower suddenly materialized before Qin Guan. Glancing at the little black tower, Qin Guan silently acquiesced. Brother, I concede. Do you comprehend the reason behind my actions? The little black tower inquired. Qin Guan's expression darkened as he spoke in silence. You dared to call me little black just now. You deserve a beating. Should you utter another disrespectful word towards me, I shall smash your head into your abdomen. The little black tower intoned ominously. Qin Guan, do not presume that it is only you. Even your master would not dare to treat me with such disregard. The little black tower chastised Qin Guan, but when it mentioned his master, a flicker of unease crossed its mind. However, that old man had already returned to the upper realm, leaving little to fear. From now on, I shall address you as Master Tower. Qin Guan hastily bowed before the little black tower. The formidable prowess of this small tower was indeed extraordinary. He doubted whether he could match it even with all his gates of battle wide open. His master had previously mentioned in a letter that this tower was of great significance to him, which suggested deeper implications. Thus, it was prudent to show deference. That is more like it, the little black tower remarked before merging into Qin Guan's brow. Master Tower, what do you mean when you say this space is divided by strength? Qin Guan inquired. Your strength surpasses that of the others who entered this secret realm. The disparity is vast, hence a separate chamber has been allocated for you, replied the little black tower. But why is this secret realm structured in such a manner? Qin Guan pressed further. It is, of course, designed to filter out those of superior aptitude. Your strength does not necessarily equate to high potential. Placing you among the weaker individuals would skew the selection process. Do you understand? The little black tower responded with a hint of impatience. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this secret realm indeed held the legacy of Yang Tianxi. With that thought in mind, he swiftly made his way towards the distant mountain peak. Chapter 19. We are sisters before long. Qin Guan arrived at the foot of the mountain. A series of steps, resembling a twisting dragon, extended upward towards the summit. At the base of the steps stood a wooden sign inscribed with 4 characters, Act according to your strength. Qin Guan cast a glance at the wooden sign and set his foot upon the mountain steps. As he ascended the first step, an invisible weight enveloped him, as though he were bearing the burden of a colossal stone. It turned out to be the gravitational field. Qin Guan smiled faintly. This level of pressure was merely a tickle for him, as he had often trained with a small mountain on his back during his squat exercises. Under the shadow of Qin Guan, he moved swiftly, vanishing around the first bend in no time. Meanwhile, the space occupied by the others mirrored that of Qin Guan, albeit with significantly less pressure on their ascent. Half an hour later, at a point halfway up the mountain, Nan Xiao and Nan Ro climbed one after the other, each step appearing laborious. Their faces were ashen, and their bones ached under the weight they bore. Not far behind them, 2 youths clad in blue garments lurked, frequently glancing back. Brother Long, perhaps we should reconsider, suggested the lean youth, a hint of apprehension in his voice. There is no one around now. Once we miss this opportunity, it may never come again. The youth referred to as Brother Long replied solemnly, those 2 girls are indeed exceptional. But one is Qin Guan's woman, and the other is his sister-in-law. If he were to discover our intentions, he would surely seek vengeance. The lean youth expressed his concerns further. Brother Long slapped him sharply. You coward. With your mindset, you'll never experience anything worthwhile. Qin Guan has offended the Lingjin Academy. When the secret realm concludes, not only will his safety be at stake, but the entire Nan family will vanish. Once we complete this task, we shall exit the secret realm without a trace. Do you understand? Hesitant, the lean youth asked, what about exploring the secret realm? Fool, we're already struggling halfway up. Do you truly believe we can reach the summit? Realizing the truth in Brother Long's words, the lean youth's eyes brightened, only to be replaced by a lewd expression as he remarked, Brother Long, what if we each take one of those girls? What do you mean by one each? Wouldn't it be more exhilarating to share? Brother Long laughed, the thrill of the thought evident. After a brief discussion, the 2 youths quickened their ascent. Soon, They reached a position behind Nan Ro and Nan Xiao. Brother Long smiled and said, "Ladies, there is still nearly half the journey ahead. The pressure will only increase. If you push yourselves too hard, your meridians may be injured." Upon hearing this, Nan Ro and Nan Xiao turned to look downwards. "Thank you for your concern." Nan Xiao acknowledged, recognizing them as disciples of the Yunlan sect and offering a respectful gesture. "Cultivation is arduous. Why don't we join forces for safety on the way up?" Brother Long suggested with a grin. "Yes, climbing together will make it less exhausting." The lean youth eagerly concurred, his face betraying ulterior motives. Seeing the lean youth practically broadcasting his intentions, Brother Long gritted his teeth in frustration. "No need. My sister and I will be heading down shortly," Nan Ro replied, her demeanor growing defensive as she sensed their ill intentions. "What a coincidence. We too wish to rest rather than continue climbing. How about we find a place to relax and perhaps give each other a massage?" Brother Long dropped the pretense, advancing menacingly towards Nan Xiao and Nan Ro. "Scoundrels, step away." Nan Xiao swiftly drew her long sword, forcing the two assailants to retreat. "Spicy, I like it spicy. That one is for you." Long Gu gazed at Nan Xiao's impressive figure, swallowing hard. "All right." The slender youth immediately charged at Nan Ro, but due to the gravitational suppression, his speed was rather sluggish. "Stay away." Nan Ro, lacking any combat experience, panicked and struck out wildly, only to have her feeble attempt easily evaded by the slender youth. Just as he reached out to grasp Nan Ro's arm, Nan Xiao suddenly slashed down with her sword, and had the slender youth not reacted swiftly, his arm would have surely been severed. "Long Gu, keep an eye on your spicy girl." Frustrated by Nan Xiao's interference, the slender youth exclaimed in anger, "This little girl is quite fierce. Let's all take her down together," Long Gu declared, pointing at Nan Xiao with a solemn expression. He had not anticipated that under such pressure, Nan Xiao would not be inferior to him. It was truly embarrassing for an elite disciple of the Yunlan sect to be unable to subdue a mere young lady from a third-rate family. Soon, the two charged towards Nan Xiao. "You won't bully my sister." Bam! Taking advantage of the chaos, Nan Ro seized a stone and struck it fiercely against the back of the slender youth's head. "Ugh!" The slender youth cried out in pain, turning around to deliver a kick that sent Nan Ro crashing against a tree. "Get lost! Don't come near." Nan Xiao brandished her sword, retreating in haste. Before long, Long Gu and the slender youth cornered her into a dead end. Seeing this, the slender youth aimed a palm strike at Nan Xiao's chest. She swung her sword in response, but the slender youth feigned a strike and quickly retreated, leaving Nan Xiao's sword to fall empty. At that moment, Long Gu seized the opportunity to reach for Nan Xiao's chest. Terrified, Nan Xiao hurriedly sidestepped to evade him. With a tearing sound, Long Gu shredded her clothing, exposing her delicate, smooth shoulder. "Ah, help!" Nan Xiao screamed in fright, desperately wielding her sword as Long Gu and the slender youth, like hunting dogs on the prairie, pounced at the slightest opening. Slice, slice. Nan Xiao's garments were torn apart, and she clutched her chest tightly, her eyes filled with dread. So fragrant." Long Gu inhaled deeply, casting a wicked grin towards Nan Xiao. "Let me have a whiff." The slender youth chimed in, extending his neck. Just as he closed his eyes, preparing to absorb her fragrance, Nan Ro dashed over and struck him hard on the back. Uffed. The slender youth nearly had his eyes pop out, violently spewing a mouthful of blood. "Xiaoer, are you all right?" Nan Ro rushed to shield Nan Xiao protectively. "Damn you, little wench. I will make sure to kill you." The slender youth seethed with rage, drawing his sword, while Long Gu unsheathed a sharp blade as well. The two advanced like wolves bearing their fangs, slowly closing in on Nan Ro and Nan Xiao. "You better back off quickly. If my husband finds out, he'll kill you." Nan Ro sheltered Nan Xiao behind her and warned the two men. "Ha ha, I'm not easily frightened." Long Gu laughed heartily, showing no fear. "Stop." Just as the two were about to engage, a sudden, furious shout erupted from behind. It was two soldiers from the black-armored army of Wei. The imposing black-armored soldiers strode forward. "What are you doing?" One of them demanded in a deep tone. "Brothers, please help us." Nan Ro hastily pleaded upon seeing the urgency in their demeanor. "I advise you two not to interfere, otherwise my Yulan sect will certainly seek an explanation from your Wei kingdom." Long Gu threatened, his eyes narrowing. "Such bravado. Do you think I am easily intimidated?" The burly black-armored soldier scoffed. "Very well, I shall remember this debt. Oh, Yang, let us depart." Long Gu huffed coldly and turned to leave. "Thank you." Nan Ro quickly approached the two soldiers to express her gratitude. "No need for thanks, miss. It's best to be cautious in such chaotic surroundings. They replied before turning away. Are you all right, Xiao'er? Once the soldiers departed, Nan Ro hurried to Nan Xiao's side, draping a coat over her shoulders. I am fine, Nan Xiao stammered, recalling the close encounter with the two men, her heart racing in fear. Let us go. We should follow those two soldiers for safety, Nan Ro urged, pulling Nan Xiao along to catch up with the black-armored soldiers. Observing Nan Ro's retreating figure, Nan Xiao felt a complex mix of emotions. Once, she had regarded her sister, Nan Ro, with disdain, but today she had boldly risked herself to save her. A tide of past prejudices washed over her mind. In her memories, Nan Ro had always been inconspicuous, acting discreetly, appearing frail and sickly. A stark contrast to her own vibrant and attention-grabbing persona. She had ridiculed Nan Ro countless times in her heart, thinking her presence in the Nan family was negligible. Yet now, that slender yet resolute figure had completely reshaped her understanding. After a prolonged silence, Nan Xiao mustered her courage, her voice trembling slightly. Why did you save me? You could have fled earlier. Nan Ro turned her head slightly, gazing at Nan Xiao, and softly replied, because we are sisters. Those simple words struck Nan Xiao's heart like a heavy hammer. Biting her red lip, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, sister. Chapter 20. Chaotic energy. There's no need for formalities among family. Let us hurry, or we'll miss out on the treasure. Nan Ro smiled. Nanjiao nodded. Meanwhile, after ascending several dozen steps towards the summit, Qin Guan's movements began to slow. He was taken aback by the immense gravitational pressure at this altitude. It felt as though a colossal mountain weighed upon him, making each step exceedingly arduous. Without a tenacious spirit and enduring patience, reaching the peak seemed an insurmountable challenge. It was evident that many would be eliminated at this initial trial. As time gradually passed, upon reaching the final step, the oppressive gravity vanished in an instant. Qin Guan exhaled deeply, feeling a tremendous sense of relief. He had finally surmounted the first trial. He quickly scanned the summit and soon noticed a wooden figure not far away, behind which loomed a heavy stone door enveloped in an enigmatic energy. Creak, creak. The wooden figure became aware of Qin Guan and approached him directly, but as it walked, it suddenly vanished. Bang! Qin Guan reacted swiftly, launching a powerful punch to his left, colliding instantaneously with the fist of a suddenly materialized wooden figure. Boom! A fierce gust erupted. The surrounding air seemed to be cleaved by sharp blades, emitting a piercing whistle. This wooden figure was quite formidable, seemingly surpassing even the old rogue Song Yuan. After the first exchange, Qin Guan marveled inwardly. Suddenly, a wailing explosion resonated as the wooden figure's other fist struck towards Qin Guan's head like a lightning bolt. Bang! Before the wooden figure could close the distance, it was sent flying by a single punch from Qin Guan. Boom! As soon as it hit the ground, the wooden figure promptly rebounded, and just as it was about to rush towards Qin Guan, it executed a sudden maneuver, resulting in the simultaneous appearance of 4 wooden figures around him. The quartet was perfectly synchronized, attacking from the front, back, left, and right, all simultaneously striking at Qin Guan. The fourfold shadow clone. Observing this, a slight smile curled at the corners of Qin Guan's mouth as he swiftly pivoted, delivering a sweeping kick to the wooden figure behind him. Bang! The wooden figure was once more sent flying. Before it could land, Qin Guan abruptly appeared above it, crossing his arms and delivering a devastating blow. Bang! Crack! The wooden figure was shattered into fragments, a black key tumbling to the ground. Qin Guan picked up the key and gazed at the stone door, quickly discovering a keyhole on the wall to the right of the door. A thunderous rumble echoed through the air. Qin Guan inserted the key, and the heavy stone door creaked open slowly. Beyond the door lay an expanse of nothingness, obscured from sight, resembling an endless abyss of torment or an unfathomable chasm, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to approach. This was a trial of the spirit, and Qin Guan perceived it at a glance. A seemingly simple door posed a formidable psychological barrier that most would find insurmountable. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Guan stepped forward boldly. As he crossed the threshold, a sudden brilliance enveloped him, transporting him into an ancient hall. Qin Guan surveyed the grand hall, which bore the marks of time's relentless passage, appearing somewhat dilapidated and cloaked in a thick layer of dust, exuding an air of profound desolation and antiquity. Could this truly be the ethereal palace he had glimpsed from the foot of the mountain? Qin pondered inwardly, contemplating what it could be. At that moment, a luminous screen suddenly illuminated the central wall of the grand hall. Qin Guan strode forward swiftly. As intricate and arcane runes flickered subtly on the luminous screen, emanating an elusive aura of energy. Qin Guan was intently gazing at the luminous screen when a line of text unexpectedly materialized. To dismantle the formation is the only way to obtain the heavenly defying inheritance. The notion of a heavenly defying inheritance, one that opposes the heavens. Could it truly be the legacy of the esteemed Yang Tian? Qin Guan's eyes sparkled with excitement. And at that moment, his heart raced wildly. Qin Guan exhaled deeply, hastily suppressing the tumult of excitement within him to regain his composure. He gazed at the shimmering barrier of the array before him, a slight frown creasing his brow. To dismantle the array? There are typically various methods to achieve this, discerning the operational laws and mechanisms of the array to break it, employing magical artifacts to disrupt it, or, in the most straightforward manner, using sheer force to overcome it. Arrays are activated and propelled by spiritual energy, and as one who is ignorant of the arcane arts, he could only resort to brute strength. Qin Guan retreated a few steps and delivered a powerful punch against the luminous barrier. To his surprise, his fist struck the surface as if it were hitting a mass of cotton. The force entirely dissipated. Observing this, Qin Guan intensified his effort and struck the barrier once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged, leaving the barrier utterly unscathed. Qin Guan, feeling a surge of irritation, unleashed his martial energy, striking with fists that rained down like a tempest. The previously serene light barrier became tumultuous, forming a vast vortex. However, his fists failed to breach the luminous shield. Given your current strength, even with all 8 battle gates activated, you would be unable to dismantle this array's defenses. Just as Qin Guan relentlessly assaulted the barrier, a voice echoed in his mind, the voice of the little black tower. Remembering the tower, he realized that perhaps it could breach the formation. Tower Master, can you shatter this barrier? Qin Guan inquired eagerly. Indeed, the little black tower affirmed with a nod. Then hasten to assist me. If you break this formation, I shall obtain the sword and martial legacy. Qin Guan's tone was tinged with urgency. Why should I assist you? The little black tower replied coolly. Qin Guan's expression darkened at these words. If you wish for my help, you must agree to one condition. The tower suddenly shifted its tone. What condition? Qin Guan asked swiftly. Share a portion of that chaotic energy within you, and I shall aid you in dismantling this array. The little black tower stated nonchalantly. Chaotic energy? Qin Guan frowned. Yes, the white aura that manifested within you during that night when you battled with your wife. The tower reminded him. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the emergence of the black tower that night was intricately linked to the white gas within him. Curiously, he inquired, Master Tower, what is chaotic energy? The essence of all things in the universe, replied the small black tower. The essence of all things in the universe? Qin Guan furrowed his brow, pondering why this phenomenon manifested after his intimate encounter with Nan Ro. Enough with the thoughts. I cannot elucidate everything to you right now. Just give me a portion of it, and I shall reveal the method to breach this formation, the small black tower stated. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan's heart immediately filled with caution. Moments later, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Wait, Master Tower, I almost forgot. I will attempt to harness the power within the white gas and see if I can dismantle this barrier. Are you toying with me? The small black tower retorted, irate. It wished it could slap itself for being so hasty and cautioning this fool. What do you mean, Master Tower? When have I ever intended to deceive you? My respect for you surpasses that for my own master. Get lost. The small black tower snapped, falling silent thereafter. Chapter 21. The Force of Entombment after a brief moment. Qin Guan slowly clenched his fists, a strand of white gas quietly coalescing around his enveloped fist. Boom. Qin's fist struck the luminous barrier before him. The moment his knuckles made contact with the shimmering surface, it shattered instantaneously, transforming into a cascade of twinkling starlight. Haha, I have breached it. Qin Guan was filled with excitement as he hurriedly glanced behind the light. At that moment, an elderly man with silver hair unexpectedly appeared before him. The old man scrutinized Qin Guan from head to toe, remarking, At such a young age, you have already attained the rank of an 8th-level martial artist. Truly remarkable. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed elder, Qin Guan replied, his heart racing with exhilaration as he promptly bowed in respect. No need for excessive formalities. The elder responded with a slight nod. Might I inquire if you are the venerable Yang Tian and I? Qin Guan's voice quivered slightly, his gaze towards the elder brimming with anticipation. The old man gently shook his head. No, I am not. Upon hearing this, the hopeful glimmer in Qin Guan's eyes visibly dimmed, his expression swiftly transforming into one of profound disappointment. Yang Tian and I is my master, the elder suddenly added. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Guan abruptly raised his head to gaze at the elder, exclaiming with fervor, Senior, is it you? The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. I am known as Li Zong, the third disciple of your master. I have been waiting here for the one to break the formation for over 20,000 years. And it is you who has awakened me. 20,000 years. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, Senior Li Zong, have you ascended? Haha. You overestimate me, Li Zong replied with a hint of melancholy. I am but a martial artist, destined to be unrelated to the Tao in this lifetime. Martial artist? Qin Guan furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, since you are a disciple of Senior Yang, is it not possible for you to harness spiritual energy to cultivate the swordsmanship? Li Zong, upon hearing this, let out a bitter laugh and shook his head, saying, Alas, my aptitude is woefully inadequate, and I am unable to comprehend the profound mysteries of the martial arts created by my esteemed master. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan suddenly expressed his urgency, saying, Esteemed elder, I too am a struggling martial artist, yearning to learn the art of the sword. May I have the opportunity to try? Li Zong nodded in response. According to the rules established by my revered master in his time, whoever can break this formation shall inherit the legacy. Since you have successfully dismantled the formation, you are indeed entitled to it. After Li Zong spoke, an ancient tome unexpectedly floated before Qin Guan. Thank you, esteemed elder. With great urgency, Qin Guan grasped the ancient text, his anticipation palpable as he eagerly unfurled its pages. However, upon encountering the contents within, a frown creased his brow. Fragments of the Huan Yuan sword technique? In those days, none of the three brothers had managed to grasp the quintessence of our master's profound teachings, to prevent the laborious art from fading into obscurity. Our master divided the technique into 3 parts, embedding a mechanism within us, so that after our mortal demise, our lingering souls would disperse, awaiting a destined successor. Hearing Li Zhang's words, Qin Guan swiftly inquired, Might I ask where the other 2 venerable ones reside? Li Zong shook his head. None of us brothers have ever beheld the complete Huan Yuan sword technique. Perplexed by this revelation, Qin Guan responded, How can one ascertain the inability to comprehend without having seen the entire technique? Li Zong replied with a smile. Each scroll contains a segment of the complete cultivation method. Whether one can grasp it is a matter of trial. Qin Guan nodded in silence, lost in thought. There is no need for you to feel anxious. To cultivate the Huan Yuan sword technique to its fullest, one must unlock 10 gates, and you have yet to open 2 of the battle gates. Li Zong remarked with a smile. Qin Guan expressed his astonishment. This threshold is indeed quite high. Senior Li, are you a martial artist of the 10th realm? Indeed. Li nodded. You are truly impressive, Senior. A look of admiration suddenly appeared on Qin Guan's face. To reach the 10th gate of martial prowess was no small feat. It was akin to scaling the heavens. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a martial artist of such caliber as Li Zong, who stood before him now. There is no need for modesty. When I was your age, I was merely a 4th-tier martial artist. You surpassed me by leaps and bounds. Li Zong waved his hand dismissively before adding, There is, however, a crucial prerequisite for cultivating the transformation sword technique. What is it? Qin Guan inquired eagerly. Sword intent. You must possess a strand of sword intent, or else you cannot advance in your training, Li Zong replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan opened his palm, and in an instant, a golden true dragon sword intent materialized within it. This sword intent is quite commendable. It seems you truly have a fateful connection with the transformation sword technique. Li Zong exclaimed in astonishment. Martial artists, unable to condense spiritual energy to cultivate the sword path, typically could not comprehend sword intent. The only way to command sword intent was through subjugation. However, bending sword intent to one's will was an arduous task. Li Zong himself had spent a decade barely managing to subdue a single strand of sword intent. Fortune indeed favors me, Qin Guan grinned, pleasantly surprised that the true dragon sword intent he had previously subdued was now of such immediate use. At that moment, a storage bag suddenly appeared in Li Zhang's hand, and he proceeded to pour its contents onto the ground. Scrolls of techniques, elixirs, martial skills, spiritual materials, and an assortment of various items lay scattered before them. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Qin Guan looked towards Li Zong. Li Zong chuckled. There is nothing of great value here. I distributed my prized possessions to my kin long ago. Feel free to select whatever you desire, and the remaining items can be given to that group outside. Very well. I shall not be polite then. Qin Guan nodded as he casually picked up a martial arts manual, only to discover it was a mid-level yellow-ranked leg technique. Far beneath his expectations, he promptly set it aside and reached for another volume. Yet, the advanced yellow-ranked palm technique proved insufficient, as did the advanced yellow-ranked knife technique. The low-level knife technique was unsatisfactory, as were the mid-level gun and palm techniques. Even the advanced eye spirit technique of the was deemed inadequate, as was the low-level technique of the. "Young man, what are you searching for?" Li Zong inquired. Unable to restrain his curiosity upon witnessing Qin Guan sift through the entire collection without selecting a single text. "I am in pursuit of a more advanced sword technique," Qin Guan admitted, a hint of embarrassment evident as he rubbed his nose. "All that remains concerning swords are those two ordinary soul swords." Li Zong replied with a wry smile. "Very well," Qin Guan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that the ancestral heirloom of the Nan family was a mid-level yellow-ranked palm technique, which, as Nan Ro had mentioned, her father cherished and safeguarded as if it were a treasure. Recognizing that to nurture the Nan family's growth, such resources could be invaluable to them, he resolved to collect the higher quality martial arts techniques, medicinal pills, 3 soul weapons, and any spiritual herbs he deemed of value, all of which he carefully stored in his pouch. "I shall take this piece of black iron," he concluded, as Qin Guan was about to announce his selection. The voice of the little black tower unexpectedly echoed. Upon hearing this, he glanced at a palm-sized piece of black iron and reached out to grasp it, only to discover that this seemingly small chunk weighed an astonishing 1,000 pounds. A wave of astonishment surged within him. How could something so diminutive be so heavy? "What is this, Tower Master?" The little black tower replied. "This is black sky meteorite iron. When mixed into weaponry during forging, it enhances the sharpness and resilience of the weapon. With a piece this size, you've struck gold." Hearing the little black tower's words, Qin Guan hurriedly stowed the black sky meteorite iron into his storage bag. "Seniorly, I have made my selection." "You rascal," Seniorly remarked, chuckling with mild exasperation as he observed Qin Guan's successful gathering of the finer items. "Hee, I'm rather impoverished at the moment." Qin Guan chuckled innocently, realizing there was little he could do in the absence of his master, and with the Nan family's impoverished state, he needed to devise a way to acquire wealth. Were it not for Li Zhang's insistence on selecting a few items, he would have undoubtedly collected everything scattered on the ground. Without uttering a word, Li Zong waved his sleeve, causing the remaining items to vanish abruptly, dispersing into various trial spaces. "Young friend, my lingering spirit can endure a bit longer. Why not engage in a friendly spar?" Li Zong proposed, casting a curious glance at Qin Guan, eager to assess the strength of the young man who had broken through his master's restraints. "Certainly," Qin Guan responded with enthusiasm, recognizing the immense value of battling a warrior of such caliber. Li Zong surveyed the surroundings and smiled. "Let us open 4 battle gates. Otherwise, this grand hall may not withstand the force." "Agreed," Qin Guan nodded in affirmation. Boom, boom. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their internal aura. Qin Guan's was a pale red, while Li Zhang's was significantly darker. "Forgive me, Senior," Qin Guan exclaimed, his form quivering as he vanished from sight. Almost instantaneously, Li Zong also disappeared. The scene shifted. Bang! A high-grade yellow-tier sword technique suddenly plummeted from the air, striking Nan Yunqi in the face. Hi, ugh. Nan Yunqi's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly covered his mouth, glancing around nervously. The nearby cultivators in the spirit refinement realm had long since fixed their gazes upon him. Without a second thought, he bolted down the mountain. In that moment, Nan Yunqi summoned every ounce of spiritual power from his dantian, fleeing desperately, utterly disregarding his previous bravado. The Nan family's martial arts legacy had only reached the intermediate yellow tier over several generations, and now he had unexpectedly acquired a high-grade yellow tier technique. Despite the mere difference of 1 rank, the disparity was immense. In Luyun City, even the Shao family possessed only 1 high-grade yellow tier technique. Now, with one having literally fallen into his hands, he was utterly beside himself with excitement. He was determined to risk his life to preserve this extraordinary fortune, ensuring the Nan family's legacy and benefiting future generations. Nan Yunqi, stop right there. The onlookers, having witnessed his stammering exclamations of hi, and his astonished expressions, suddenly believed he had stumbled upon an earth-shattering high-tier technique. Previously, out of respect for Qin Guan, they had treated Nan Yunqi, a third-rate young master, with courtesy, but now, they no longer held back. Whoever could seize the technique from him would undoubtedly rise to prominence on the Yuanyang continent. Chapter 22. A spectacle awaits meanwhile. In another temporal space, Elder Su of the Tianbao Pavilion, Elder Qin of the Yulan sect, and Elder Hong of the Wei Kingdom were embroiled in a fierce conflict over a low-grade mysterious tier sword technique. Mysterious tier martial arts techniques were worth their weight in gold, especially one as rare as a sword technique of this caliber. In another realm, Jiang Lianyu and Wei Hong Yin are incessantly vying for a precious jade bone immortal orchid. Meanwhile, in the space occupied by Nan Ro and Nan Xiao, Nan Xiao has had a rare yellow-grade intermediate dark technique snatched away from her, leaving her both furious and anxious. As a body of Yin spirit, she possesses an extraordinary affinity for Yin forces, particularly in techniques related to ice and darkness. Such techniques are typically exceedingly rare, seldom appearing on the market, and even when they do, they command astronomical prices, rendering them inaccessible to her. The treasured artifact she had acquired was forcibly taken, and unable to contend with her adversary. Nan Xiao was on the verge of tears. This scene of fierce combat and contention unfolds almost incessantly across every small world. On another front, within the Hall of Inheritance, Qin Guan is engaged in a sparring match with Li Zong when an elderly man in gray robes suddenly materializes in the hall. This individual is none other than Qin Guan Xiang, an elder of the Yunlan sect, who inadvertently stumbled into a portal that tested one's mental fortitude while contending with Su Lao and Wei Guahong Lao for a technique. Earlier, the three had united to defeat a wooden figure and obtain a key, yet upon opening the stone door, none dared to be the first to step through. Given the grotesque nature of the wooden figure, they were acutely aware of the potential dangers lurking beyond the door, having lived long enough. They were astute enough to avoid being the first to venture forth. Thus, they found themselves in a standoff, just as they were at an impasse. A low-level, profound knife technique suddenly fell from the heavens, shattering the stalemate and igniting a fierce brawl among the three. At this moment, Qin Guan Xiang found himself within the hall, his breath quickening with the realization that he had fortuitously entered the Hall of Inheritance. However, just as he reveled in this stroke of luck, two fleeting shadows darted past him. Gasp! Qin Guan Xiang's eyes widened in shock as a deep gash suddenly appeared on his left cheek and right arm. He hastily retreated to a corner of the hall, his demeanor shifting to one of acute vigilance as he surveyed his surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. At that instant, the air erupted with deafening explosions from afar, and two crimson figures flickered in and out of view at astonishing speeds, eluding the naked eye. Wherever they passed, the ground shattered, carved into a striking chasm by the ferocious winds and razor-like blades. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Guan Xiang felt his scalp prickle, his heart constricting, his body involuntarily trembling. Overwhelmed by the awe and reverence for such formidable power. Ah, how exhilarating! Just as Qin Guan Xiang was deeply ensnared in shock, two figures suddenly came into view before him. Having gained much from the battle with the elder, he thought to himself that were it not for the elder's restraint, he might not have survived even 3 exchanges. Qin Guan respectfully bowed to Li Zong, acknowledging his prowess as a formidable warrior of the 10th realm. Despite suppressing his own power, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the remnants of Li Zhang's lingering soul. Nevertheless, he refrained from utilizing the power of chaotic energy in battle. There is no need for excessive modesty. I had intended to offer you some guidance, but it seems unnecessary now. Your martial skills are both offensive and defensive, wholly unique and not inferior to mine, Li Zong remarked, his gaze toward Qin Guan filled with admiration. As soon as Li Zong finished speaking, his form began to blur. Ah, has the time come? He chuckled. Young friend, I wish you the swift realization of your dreams. Rest assured, esteemed elder, Qin Guan responded, bowing deeply. Should I encounter your descendants in the future, I will lend my assistance. Do not worry, young friend, Qin Guan nodded. Soon, Li Zhang's figure vanished entirely. Having overheard their conversation, Qin Guanchang was consumed by regret. It appeared that the legacy of this secret realm had been claimed by Qin Guan. Regret washed over him. Had he known that stepping through that door would lead him to the Grand Hall, he would have hesitated not a moment. Yet, regret was futile. The legacy belonged to Qin Guan, a figure of terrifying strength who, even if tempted, none would dare to confront. He had previously underestimated the might of a 4th realm warrior, but today he had witnessed their formidable combat prowess. Congratulations, young hero Qin, on acquiring the legacy of this secret realm. Qin Guanchang suddenly approached Qin Guan to offer his congratulations. Alas, while the legacy has been obtained, It seems the treasures are lacking, Qin Guan sighed. Disappointment evident in his voice. Qin Guanchang's lips twitched, claiming there were no treasures when even profound-level techniques had been carelessly discarded was a blatant deceit. Fear not, young hero. I harbor no ill intentions toward you, he teased. Previously, when you dispatched Song Yuan without a flicker of hesitation, it demonstrated not only your strength, but also your confidence, which grants me a sense of awareness. Upon further reflection, Qin Guanchang realized that Qin Guan must be backed by a significant force or an extraordinary mentor. A fourth-realm warrior could not be easily cultivated by a minor sect, and Qin Guan's status was undoubtedly elevated. Otherwise, those behind him would not invest such effort in his training. It became clear to Qin Guanchang that he must not offend this individual, for that was the sole thought occupying his mind at that moment. The Spirit Sword Academy had likely encountered a formidable opponent, with the Yunlan sect historically at odds with the Spirit Sword Academy. The prospect of retaliation against Qin Guan filled Qin Guanchang with quiet delight. An intriguing spectacle was surely on the horizon. Just then, the space around them began to tremble violently. Moments later, everyone from the secret realm suddenly found themselves transported to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. The secret realm had vanished, and all were expelled. Damn it! What about my techniques? What about my elixirs? As hundreds of individuals emerged into the Valley of 10,000 Demons, they were immediately engulfed in chaos. The recent surge of treasures within the secret realm had incited a frenzied scramble among various families and factions, culminating in a fierce battle that now drew them all together. Nongro. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, Qin Guan anxiously sought the figure of Nongro. Darling, not far away. Nongro spotted Qin Guan and hurriedly led Nong Xiao towards him. Are you hurt? Noticing the bloodstains on Nongro's attire, Qin Guan rushed forward to inspect her injuries. Witnessing the concern etched on Qin Guan's face for Nongro, Nong Xiao, who had sustained injuries herself, felt a pang of envy and bitterness stir within her. I am fine, my dear. Xiao was previously robbed of a mid-level dark attribute technique, she explained. Sir, are you all right? Just as Nongro was about to say more, a sudden cry pierced the air nearby. Yang Hongmei was helplessly cradling the injured Nong Yunqi. Father. Both Nongro and Nong Xiao, upon seeing their wounded father, turned pale with fear and rushed towards him. At that moment, several members of the Nong family also recognized their patriarch and hurriedly gathered around, each bearing varying degrees of injury. Xiao, quickly, check on your father, Yang Hongmei urged anxiously. I will take a look, Qin Guan replied as he knelt down to assess Nong Yunqi's wounds. The injuries are not fatal, but he has lost a considerable amount of blood, Qin Guan stated after taking his pulse. Yellow grade, advanced technique, hearing Qin Guan's voice. Nong Yunqi suddenly opened his eyes wide, fixating on him with intensity as he forced out a strained sentence. Upon hearing Nong Yunqi's words, everyone immediately grasped the situation. It must have been an advanced yellow-grade technique that had been stolen. Father-in-law, is it really necessary to go to such lengths over a yellow-grade advanced technique? If it was taken, then so be it, Qin Guan remarked nonchalantly. Ugh! At Qin Guan's words, Nong Yunqi's eyes bulged, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, beginning to gasp for air. Sir, Yang Hongmei was alarmed, frantically stroking Nong Yunqi's chest to help him breathe easier. My dear, father is anxious. Please do not provoke him. Nong Ro exclaimed, stamping her foot in desperation as she realized Qin Guan's penchant for teasing her father. Chapter 23. The leftovers I choose. Qin Guan smiled gently and then produced a pill. Here, father-in-law, take this medicine. Once consumed, it will restore your strength. Upon seeing the pill in Qin Guan's hand, the members of the Nan family widened their eyes in astonishment. It was the second-grade healing elixir, the Guiyuan pill. Such a second-grade pill was released in limited quantities. Only 5 were available each month at the Tianbao Pavilion in Liyun City, each costing several 100,000 gold coins. It seemed Qin Guan had indeed struck it rich, casually offering a second-grade pill. Nan Yunqi, upon laying eyes on the precious Guiyuan pill, gritted his teeth and firmly shut his mouth, shaking his head vigorously. The thought of consuming a pill worth several 100,000 gold coins to heal his injuries felt like a profanation to him. He believed he was unworthy of such an extravagant remedy. It would be far better to exchange this pill for funds to develop the Nan family. Father, why don't you eat it? Please, do. Nin Ro urged anxiously. Miss, the family head is reluctant to consume it. A single Guiyuan pill can fetch at least 300,000 gold coins. He must feel it is too extravagant, interjected Jia Quan from the side. Upon hearing Jia Quan's words, the crowd looked at Nan Yunqi with sympathy, particularly the 10 or so disciples of the Nan family, who felt fortunate to follow such a leader. Just then, Qin Guan suddenly grasped Nan Yunqi's jaw, forcing his mouth open. What's more important, wealth or life? Eat it. After Qin Guan spoke, he swiftly tossed the Guiyuan pill into Nan Yunqi's mouth. Gulp. As the elixir descended, it flowed down Nan Yunqi's throat and gradually settled in his abdomen, unleashing a wave of invigorating energy that surged throughout his limbs. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Nan Yunqi's complexion visibly improved. He turned to the others, expressing his deep frustration. I truly am useless. I failed to safeguard an advanced yellow tier sword technique that was within my grasp. Father, my intermediate dark attribute technique was snatched by the Song family. At this moment, Nan Xiao could no longer contain her indignation. What? An intermediate dark attribute technique? Nan Yunqi nearly choked upon hearing that a dark attribute technique had been stolen. The head of the family and his subordinates have proven incompetent. We failed to seize any treasures in the secret realm. Jia Quan lowered his head in self-reproach. And upon hearing this, the other 10 individuals also hung their heads, clearly feeling the weight of their failures, as they had secured nothing and had been dealt significant blows. Compounded by the fact that the Nan family had no allies. Young master. Nan Yunqi quickly turned to Qin Guan, grasping his hand. Hurry, retrieve those items. At his words, everyone looked towards Qin Guan, especially Nan Xiao, who fervently hoped that he could reclaim her dark attribute technique. Qin Guan gently touched his nose and chuckled. Forget it. Those items are of no interest to me. What? Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, the reclining Nan Yunqi sprang up as if propelled by a spring. What do you mean by that, Qin Guan? Nan Yunqi inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Guan. I mean, those items are merely what I deem surplus. I never intended to acquire them in the first place. To seize them now would be futile. At Qin Guan's declaration, the members of the Nanyun family collectively gasped in astonishment. Such exquisite treasures, fiercely contested by many, were deemed unwanted by Qin Guan. What a wasteful extravagance. My esteemed son-in-law, why would you dismiss such treasures? Nan Yunqi exclaimed. As he spoke, a sudden realization dawned upon him. The implication of surplus suggested that the truly exceptional items had already been claimed by Qin Guan. Qin Guan nodded gently. Observing this, Nan Yun hastily turned to the crowd, urging them to return home, declaring that they would no longer contest the matter. At that moment, Chun Guanxiang unexpectedly approached. Accompanied by several disciples of the Yulan sect, his face adorned with a broad smile. Young hero Qin, you must visit my Yulan sect when you have the time. Our doors are always open to welcome you, he exclaimed. Ah, elder, you are too kind. I shall certainly pay a visit to your esteemed sect when the opportunity arises. Qin Guan replied with a nod and a smile. Chun Guanxiang was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Qin Guan's graciousness, and quickly responded. Then I shall await your arrival at the Yunlan sect, young hero Qin. Just then, Nan Xiao stepped forward. Her voice raised in anger as she cast a fierce glare at the disciples of the Yunlan sect. Earlier, she and her sister had nearly suffered disgrace at the hands of the Yulan disciples, and the mere memory ignited her fury. With Qin Guan present, she felt emboldened, hoping he would avenge their grievances. Noticing Nan Xiao's frosty expression directed towards them, Chun Guanxiang furrowed his brow in confusion. Xiaoer, do not act recklessly, Nan Yun interjected. Alarmed at his daughter's confrontation with the Yulan sect, the Nan family had already offended a formidable force in the Spirit Sword Academy. Provoking the Yunlan sect could lead to their utter ruin. Miss Xiao, is there some misunderstanding? If my disciples have wronged you, I shall immediately ensure they return what is rightfully yours. Qin Guanxiang offered, glancing at the Yunlan disciples. The disciples exchanged bewildered looks, furrowing their brows in confusion. They had not had any altercation with Nan Xiao. There is no misunderstanding. Earlier in the secret realm, your disciples attempted to assault me, Nan Xiao retorted. Her voice tinged with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. At her words, Chun Guanxiang's eyelids flickered. He quickly glanced at Qin Guan, who remained impassive, showing no signs of anger. Turning back to his disciples, he commanded, which two miscreants are responsible? Step forward and apologize to Miss Xiao at once. At that moment, one of the Yunlan disciples, visibly displeased, spoke up. Elder, we never encountered her in the secret realm. She is clearly slandering us. Indeed, we have never even laid eyes on her. What violence could she possibly speak of? This woman must be out of her mind, echoed the others, nodding in agreement. A member of a third-rate family dared to defame the Yunlan sect. How absurd. Nan Xiao felt her anger boil over, scanning the crowd, but failing to spot the two Yunlan disciples from earlier. They must be hiding, she thought, recalling the near disgrace she and her sister had faced. Turning her ire towards Qin Guan, she demanded, "Why do you not speak up?" Qin Guan cast a glance at Nan Xiao, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "You have little to lose, so why the uproar?" He harbored no fondness for Nan Xiao or her mother, Yang Hongmei. Had they displayed even a modicum of courtesy, he might have entertained the idea of rendering assistance. "Humph. If you show no concern for me, you ought to at least extend your care to my sister," Nan Xiao retorted, stamping her foot in frustration. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan furrowed his brow, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" Nan Xiao shot back. "In the secret realm, my sister and I were nearly violated by two brutes from the Yunlan sect. And it was they who inflicted harm upon her. Are you satisfied now?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Qin Guan was instantly enraged. A terrifying aura of wrath erupted forth. He turned to Nan Ro and asked in a deep voice, "Rower, what is the matter?" Recalling the events that had transpired, Nan Ro, feeling aggrieved and fearful, replied, "What my sister said is true. Fortunately, two brothers from the Black Armored Army arrived to rescue us. Otherwise. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Guan turned to Qin Guanchang and his companions, exclaiming furiously, "Get the hell out here. If you don't, I shall annihilate every last one of you from the Yunlan sect." Witnessing Qin Guan's sudden transformation into a frenzied beast sent shivers down the spines of the Yunlan sect members. Just moments ago, his sister-in-law had casually mentioned a near assault. But now, upon hearing that his wife had nearly been disrespected, his demeanor shifted drastically. Qin Guanchang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He was both furious and anxious. Previously, he had secretly relished the prospect of watching a clash between Qin Guan and the Lingjin Academy, only to find that the drama had unfolded prematurely with Yunlan sect taking center stage. Those two scoundrels. How dare they target Qin Guan's woman? Have they lost their minds? Chapter 24. Gratitude, young hero Qin. Please calm your wrath. I assure you that I will provide a satisfactory resolution. Qin Guanchang hurriedly stepped forward to placate him, then turned to the disciples, demanding angrily, "Who is responsible? Step forward at once." Seeing their elder enraged, the disciples of Yunlan sect exchanged glances, their expressions filled with innocence. "Might I inquire if Miss Roa knows the names of those two?" Qin Guanchang questioned eagerly, directing his gaze at Nan Ro. "One is called Long Gu, and the other, I believe, is named Liang," Nan Ro replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Guanchang's heart sank, realizing that trouble was imminent. The Long Gu mentioned must surely be Jiang Long, a notorious lecher who, backed by his uncle, an inner sect elder, had frequently engaged in disgraceful acts towards the female disciples of the sect. This expedition into the secret realm had been arranged as a favor due to his uncle's influence, yet it had resulted in such a grave blunder. "Elder Chun, those two are not here. When we exited the secret realm, they left in haste, claiming they had urgent matters to attend to." A disciple interjected promptly. Upon receiving this report, Qin Guanchang's expression darkened to a point where it seemed he could squeeze water from it. He longed to slap Jiang Long and Liang into oblivion. These rascals had left him to clean up their mess. Within 3 days, deliver those two to the Nan family. Otherwise, I shall personally pay a visit to the Yunlan sect. Qin Guan stated coldly, fixing his gaze on Qin Guanchang. At the mention of Qin Guan planning a personal visit to the Yunlan sect, the disciples displayed expressions of disdain. Indeed, while a 4th-level martial artist was formidable within the ranks of the entire Yunlan sect, such a power would be merely average. The audacity to visit Yunlan sect in person was preposterous. However, Qin Guanchang's countenance grew grave. The fact that Qin Guan intended to visit Yunlan sect personally indicated he would bring along a formidable force. Although he was unaware of the specifics of Qin Guan's backing, it was evident from his demeanor that he regarded the Lingjin Academy with disdain, let alone the comparatively weaker Yunlan sect. Realizing this, Qin Guanchang quickly asserted, "Young hero Qin, time is of the essence. I shall immediately retrieve those two rascals." After Qin Guanchang finished speaking, he hurriedly led the disciples of the Yunlan sect away. Once they departed, Ninyunki rushed to Qin Guan's side, expressing his concern. "We have already offended a formidable opponent in the Spirit Sword Academy, and although Rower and Chower seem unharmed, what if there is trouble? If there is, it may be too late." Before Ninyunki could finish his sentence, Qin Guan interrupted him sternly and took Nanru's hand, leading her away. Observing Qin Guan's firm grip on Nanru's hand, she nestled against him like a delicate bird, causing a wave of inexplicable bitterness to surge within Nanxiao. Earlier, when Qin Guan learned of her near humiliation, he remained unperturbed, yet upon hearing that Nanru had almost faced the same fate, he transformed into a raging beast. Such a man, who stands up to protect his beloved, should have rightfully been hers. The humiliation in the secret realm, the theft of her techniques, and the relentless bullying made her acutely aware of her own weakness. Despite her exceptional talent, without adequate resources for protection, it is exceedingly difficult to rise above. And one could even be crushed in the process. Yang Ao serves as a poignant example of this. At this moment, witnessing Qin Guan's affection for Nanru, she realized, albeit reluctantly, that she felt a twinge of regret and even jealousy. Yet, she was unwilling to acknowledge these feelings. Meanwhile, the various factions in the myriad Demon Valley continued their fierce battles, with countless casualties littering the ground. A river of blood flowing as the combatants became increasingly consumed by their bloodlust. Qin Guan led Nanro ahead, with Nan Yunqi and others closely following behind him. In an open area, Tianbao Pavilion and the Wei Kingdom stood in confrontation, both sides suffering considerable injuries. Yue Kingdom truly possess audacity, daring to seize what belongs to Tianbao Pavilion. Elder Su remarked gravely, casting a glance at Wei Hongyan and Elder Hong opposite him. What a farce. The treasures within the secret realm rightfully belong to those capable of obtaining them. There is no question of theft, Elder Hong retorted with a sneer. At this moment, Jiang Lianyue turned to Wei Hongyan and proposed, "Let us engage in a contest. The victor shall claim the Jade Bone Immortal Orchid." Hearing this, Wei Hongyan smirked, "Miss Jiang, the Jade Bone Immortal Orchid is already in my possession. Why would I wager it? It may not necessarily be yours while it is in your hands." Jiang Lianyue replied solemnly, "The Jade Bone Immortal Orchid, when consumed, enhances one's physique, rendering the skin as fair and delicate as jade bones, making it a coveted treasure for countless female cultivators." Previously, the two women had fought fiercely over this orchid in the secret realm, with Jiang Lianyue ultimately emerging victorious. However, at the moment the secret realm collapsed, Wei Hongyan seized it back. Thus, as soon as they exited the secret realm, a conflict ensued. Since there is nothing left to discuss, let us continue. Jiang Lianyue's lovely face hardened. Just as both parties were about to clash again, Qin Guan unexpectedly approached from a distance. Upon seeing him, Jiang Lianyue's eyes sparkled. She had previously contemplated collaborating with Qin Guan, but had not anticipated that the mechanisms of the secret realm would deny them the opportunity. Nevertheless, she and Qin Guan shared a certain rapport, and if he intervened, Wei Hongyan would surely relent and surrender the Jade Bone Immortal Orchid. "Miss Jiang, what is the situation here?" Qin Guan approached Jiang Lianyu to greet her. Upon noticing their acquaintance, Wei Hongyan and the others immediately wore expressions of displeasure. "Qin Guan, Wei Hongyan has taken my Jade Bone Fairy Orchid. Could you assist me in retrieving it?" Jiang Lianyu turned to Qin Guan and spoke. Hearing the mention of the Jade Bone Fairy Orchid, Qin Guan felt somewhat speechless. Was it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a mere herb for beauty and skincare? Qin Guan glanced at Wei Hongyan, feeling somewhat conflicted. Previously, he had heard from Nan Ro that it was Wei Hongyan's black armored soldiers who had rescued her and Nan Xiao, a tremendous act of kindness for which he could hardly turn against her. However, the assistance provided by Jiang Lianyue was also significant. She had informed him of the existence of the secret realm. At present, he had only acquired a fragment of the Huan Yuan sword technique, and in the future, he would need to rely on Jiang Lianyue to help uncover additional information about the remaining secrets of the realm. Caught in a dilemma, he pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "Miss Jiang, please wait a moment. I shall resolve my matters before we proceed." As Qin Guan concluded his words, he made his way towards Wei Hongyan. Upon noticing Qin Guan's approach, over a dozen soldiers clad in black armor from the Wei Kingdom, along with Elder Hong, hastily shielded Wei Hongyan behind them, each of them appearing as if faced with a formidable adversary, fully aware of Qin Guan's prowess. "Please, do not misunderstand." Qin Guan hurriedly smiled and clasped his hands in greeting, then turned to the gentle N "Are you behind him?" as N Chio approached. The two ladies quickly bowed before the two soldiers in black armor, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed brothers, for your rescue in the secret realm." Upon witnessing this, the Wei Kingdom representatives breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they were not seeking trouble but rather extending their thanks. "Haha. It is only natural to assist those in need when one encounters injustice," chuckled one of the burly soldiers. "Indeed, it is the duty of the righteous to lend a hand. nodded the other soldier with a smile. At this moment, Qin Guan stepped forward to the two soldiers. May I inquire your esteemed names? Zhang Ming, Li Qing. They responded, clasping their fists in salute. I am Qin Guan. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the Nin family. I shall do my utmost to help. Upon finishing his words, Qin Guan produced 2 pills. Please do not reject this small token of my appreciation. The sight of the 2 second-grade qi-gathering pills in Qin Guan's hands caused the eyes of everyone present to widen in astonishment, fixated on the precious elixirs. They were indeed second-grade qi-gathering pills. These pills are essential for practitioners at the qi refining stage to transcend to the spirit refining stage. The transition is fraught with peril, as many qi refining practitioners often fail during this critical juncture, risking a regression in their cultivation. To mitigate this risk, many capable qi refining practitioners strive to acquire a qi gathering pill to enhance their chances of success. In Luyun City, no family has yet managed to prepare a qi gathering pill for their disciples, not due to a lack of wealth, but because, even with ample resources, such pills are virtually unattainable. Second-grade alchemists are so rare in the entirety of Qisho that the demand for pills like the qi-gathering pill far exceeds their availability in the market. No. Brother Qin, these are far too precious. We cannot accept them. Zhang Ming and Li Qing hurriedly waved their hands. Both had already attained the 8th level of qi refining and were on the cusp of breaking through to the spirit refining stage. Truth be told, they were quite eager for the qi-gathering pills. Since this is a gesture from young Master Qin, you should graciously accept it. At that moment, Wei Hongyan approached. Initially, he had thought Qin Guan was merely requesting the Jade Bone Immortal Orchid on behalf of Jiang Lianyue. He was taken aback to discover that one of his subordinates had instead come to the aid of his wife and sister-in-law. This act of kindness was indeed a most welcome boon. Take them, he insisted. As Qin Guan spoke, he suddenly tossed 2 spirit-gathering pills towards Zhang Ming and Li Qing. Startled, the two hurriedly caught the pills, cradling them delicately in their palms. Thank you, young Master Qin. Zhang Ming and Li Qing promptly bowed in gratitude. Observing that each of them had received a spirit-gathering pill, the onlookers were filled with both envy and admiration, secretly wishing that had they encountered Qin Guan's wife or sister-in-law in the secret realm, they might have had the opportunity to rescue her from any wrongdoings. Such a chance, if ever presented again, must not be squandered. Conversely, the members of the Nan family were heartbroken, particularly Nan Yunxi, whose heart ached as he watched 2 spirit-gathering pills being so casually bestowed upon others. Chapter 25. The Trials of Womanhood with the Matter Resolved. Qin Guan turned to Jiang Lianyue and said, Miss Jiang, may we speak privately for a moment? Nodding in agreement, the two walked towards a secluded area. Rower, why aren't you following them? Nan Yunxi hurriedly approached Nan Ro, glancing at the pair disappearing into the thicket. Jiang Lianyue's beauty was not inferior to that of Nan Ro, and her noble lineage made her an irresistible temptation for men. My husband has matters to discuss with her. I would only be a hindrance if I followed. Nan Ro replied nonchalantly. Previously, she had feared losing Qin Guan during their time at the Nan residence, but now that they had genuinely become husband and wife, her worries had dissipated. Moreover, she understood that a man could not be tethered. Her duty as a wife was to serve him well, and concerning other matters, they were not hers to fret over. You foolish girl, Nan Yunxi exclaimed, exasperated by Nan Ro's indifference. Meanwhile, Qin Guan and Jiang Lianyue had come to a halt beneath a grand tree. Qin Guan gazed at Jiang Lianyue with a smile and remarked, Miss Jiang, the black-armored army of Wei has saved my wife. Perhaps we might consider relinquishing that precious jade bone immortal orchid to them? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue immediately furrowed her elegant brows, her displeasure evident as she retorted, Qin Guan, it is one thing for you not to assist me, but to suggest that I should willingly forfeit it is quite beyond me. How could you even think of such a thing? This young lady certainly possesses a fiery temperament. Qin Guan did not anticipate such a strong reaction from Jiang Lianyue. He cast a glance at her and suddenly noticed the knife in her hand. A spiritual weapon? Given Jiang Lianyue's status, it was surprising that she wielded a mere spiritual weapon. It seems that Qingzhou is indeed as impoverished as my master described. In the Yuanyang continent, weapons are classified by quality: mundane weapons, spiritual weapons, soul weapons, fate weapons, mysterious weapons, sacred weapons, divine weapons, Taoist weapons, immortal weapons, and imperial weapons. By the way, what do you think of this knife? Qin Guan inquired, producing a completely white embroidered spring knife with a hint of trepidation. A soul weapon. Upon seeing the exquisite embroidered spring knife in Qin Guan's hand, Jiang Lianyu's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. A soul weapon, even a single one, could incite fierce competition among the major factions in Qizhou. Yet here was Qin Guan, presenting a soul weapon. What? Jiang Lianyu raised her brows and gazed at Qin Guan. It's a gift for you, Qin Guan stated, extending the embroidered spring knife towards her. Really? Jiang Lianyu found it hard to believe. This soul weapon was worth a considerable sum, and he was offering it just like that? Why not accept this knife and forego that immortal herb? Qin Guan inquired with a smile. At his words, Jiang Lianyu hesitated. If it troubles you, Miss Jiang, I shan't insist. This knife was originally intended as a gift for you, Qin Guan remarked with a grin. Jiang Lianyu was taken aback by his statement. Originally intended as a gift for me? Qin Guandao this time. I owe my gratitude to Miss Jiang for informing me about the secret realm, and in the future, I shall rely on her assistance to inquire about the whereabouts of Senior Yang. It seems that Master Qin has obtained what he desired from the secret realm. Upon hearing Qin Guandao's words, Jiang Lianyue directed her exquisite gaze towards him. I have merely acquired a fragment of what I sought, Qin Guandao replied with a smile. At this juncture, he hastily added, of course, my assistance shall not be in vain. Should Miss Jiang require anything in the future, I shall certainly do my utmost. In response, Jiang Lianyue seized the embroidered spring blade from Qin Guandao's hand and declared, I want that jade bone immortal orchid. Fetch it for me. Taken aback by Jiang Lianyue's demand, Qin Guandao found himself at a loss for words, realizing her astuteness. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, tall and proud, adorned in striking red attire that commanded attention. The haughty Wei Hongyan approached, exuding an air of confidence, and greeted Qin Guandao with a bow. Wei Hongyan pays her respects to Master Qin. Qin Guan nodded, inquiring, Miss Wei, do you have something to discuss? Wei Hongyan responded, if Master Qin could assist me with a favor, I would be willing to bestow the jade bone immortal orchid to Miss Jiang. What favor? Qin Guan gazed at Wei Hongyan with curiosity. If you could help me train the black armored army of Wei for a month, not only would I grant the jade bone immortal orchid to Miss Jiang, but I would also offer a reward of 10 million gold coins, Wei Hongyan articulated earnestly. Having previously witnessed Qin Guan's prowess, she recognized that with the internal and external strife plaguing Wei, the black armored army was in dire need of a mentor with Qin Guan's exceptional martial skills. If he were to provide his training and guidance, the overall strength of the black armored army would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Qin Guan furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment, he replied with a smile. Miss Wei, I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce. 10 million gold coins, along with 5 inferior spirit stones. Upon hearing Qin Guan's refusal, Wei Hongyan hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Spirit stones are exceedingly rare and precious. A single inferior spirit stone is valued at 3 million gold coins, making 5 inferior spirit stones worth a staggering 15 million gold coins. This price is indeed quite generous. Princess Wei is truly extravagant. Jiang Lianyue could not help but exclaim upon hearing the terms proposed by Wei Hongyan. Ignoring Jiang Lianyue, Wei Hongyan fixed her sharp, bright gaze upon Qin Guan. Miss Wei, it is not merely a matter of money. I simply lack the time. If I had the luxury of time, I would indeed wish to earn your offered sum. Qin Guan waved his hand and chuckled. Is young Master Qin concerned that the Spirit Sword Academy may pose a disadvantage to the Nan family? Wei Hongyan inquired. Qin Guan nodded, acknowledging the rationale. Wei Hongyan fell silent, with Qin Guan having slain an elder of the Lingjin Academy. Any intervention from the Wei Kingdom would amount to a blatant provocation against the institution. The repercussions of offending the Lingjin Academy were beyond what the Wei Kingdom could bear. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Hongyan cast a glance at Jiang Lianyue beside her, then turned to Qin Guan and said, Young Master Qin, may we speak privately for a moment? Very well, Qin Guan replied, and followed Wei Hongyan as they wandered a short distance away. Humph, Jiang Lianyue, witnessing Wei Hongyan leading Qin Guan away, deliberately turned her face aside to avoid them. Meanwhile, Wei Hongyan and Qin Guan halted beside a massive stone. In a hushed tone, Wei Hongyan inquired, Young Master Qin, may I ask how you intend to deal with the Lingjin Academy moving forward? Upon hearing this, Qin Guan casually remarked, I have not yet contemplated this matter. In response to Qin Guan's words, Wei Hongyan slightly furrowed her brow and inquired, Young Master Qin, are you familiar with the strength of the Spirit Sword Academy? Qin Guan shook his head, expressing his lack of understanding. Upon hearing this, Wei Hongyan was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this fellow was truly formidable or simply oblivious to fear. How could one act so boldly as to slay an elder of the opposing faction without a full grasp of their capabilities? Miss Wei, please articulate your matter. I have pressing obligations awaiting me, Qin Guan remarked with a smile. Wei Hongyan nodded in response. Young Master Qin, the Lingjin Academy will undoubtedly seek retribution. Although our Wei Kingdom cannot confront them directly, we can discreetly dispatch a few skilled individuals for your command. After contemplating the matter in silence, Qin Guan realized that the strength of the Nan family was currently lacking, and it was impossible for him to remain vigilant without rest. If the Wei state could dispatch some assistance, it would alleviate a considerable amount of trouble. With this thought in mind, Qin Guan turned to Wei Hongyan and inquired, "What are your terms, Miss Wei?" Wei Hongyan replied, "Firstly, I wish to forge a connection with a talent like you, young Master Qin. Secondly, I seek your assistance in training the Black Armored Army." "Very well, I agree, but it must wait until I have resolved matters with the Spirit Sword Academy." Qin Guan affirmed with a nod. "That is acceptable. I am pleased with your agreement," Wei Hongyan responded cheerfully. "Then it is settled. We shall meet again in the future." Qin Guan nodded and turned to depart. "Miss Jiang, I kindly ask that you pay close attention. I may not be adept in other matters, but should a confrontation arise, do not hesitate to summon me." After exchanging a brief greeting with Jiang Lianyue, Qin Guan hurried away. After departing from Qin Guan, Jiang Lianyue turned to Wei Hongyan, inquiring, "Is the jade bone immortal orchid truly not available for exchange? I can offer something else in return." "Miss Jiang, it holds significant importance for me. I do not wish to engage in conflict with you over it," Wei Hongyan replied, a flicker of anguish shadowing her eyes as her elegant fingers instinctively grazed her bosom. "Is there an issue in that area?" Jiang Lianyue asked curiously, noticing Wei Hongyan's subtle gesture. "What do you mean?" Wei Hongyan responded, casting her gaze towards the towering peaks of Jiang Lianyue. "Never mind, I concede," Jiang Lianyue said, shaking her head. After speaking, she turned to depart, but not far along her path, she suddenly halted. "Miss Wei, allow me to kindly advise you. The jade bone immortal orchid can indeed eliminate scars, but it is imperative that you understand the nature of the wounds you have sustained." "What do you mean by that?" Wei Hongyan frowned. "For instance, if the injury was caused by sword energy, the jade bone immortal orchid must be consumed with the aid of potent sword energy for healing. Conversely, if it is a knife wound, it requires strong knife energy for treatment. In essence, do not consume it haphazardly, otherwise, it may yield adverse effects, causing the scars to enlarge," Jiang Lianyue explained. Upon hearing this, Wei Hongyan furrowed her brow slightly. To be candid, she had only heard that the jade bone immortal orchid could enhance beauty and remove scars, but she was unaware of the proper method of consumption. "Why are you sharing this with me, Miss Jiang?" Wei Hongyan asked, somewhat perplexed. Unable to comprehend Jiang Lianyue's benevolent warning, especially after their earlier fierce altercation over the coveted herb. "Being women, we face enough challenges as it is," Jiang Lianyue replied before taking her leave. 2 hours later, Qin Guan and his companions returned to the Nan family. Qin Guan summoned everyone to the Grand Hall. All were aware that Qin Guan had acquired something remarkable within the secret realm, and at this moment, their gazes were fixed upon him. Qin Guan cast a glance at the crowd, his gaze ultimately resting on Nan Yunqi. "Father-in-law," he began to speak candidly. "When I first arrived at the Nan family and learned of your neglect towards Roer, I harbored some reservations about you." Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Nan Yunqi's expectant countenance immediately darkened. He had anticipated that Qin Guan would present him with some precious item, only to find this young rascal admonishing him before everyone. Nevertheless, Qin Guan's words rang true. He had indeed neglected Roer far too much. Of course, Nan Yunqi's recent endeavors had moved his son-in-law greatly. Suddenly, Qin Guan changed the subject and produced a tome of martial arts. "Thus, this advanced Xian-level palm technique is my and Roer's tribute to you." At this declaration, the entire hall was gripped by a sudden shock, their eyes fixated on the martial arts manual in Qin Guan's hands. Chapter 26, Kneeling in Advanced Xian-level Technique. Even within prestigious sects like the Lingjin Academy and Yulan sect, only inner elders are qualified to cultivate such skills. The mere fact that Qin Guan had presented an advanced Xian-level technique was astonishing. "Haha, splendid, splendid." Nan Yunqi laughed, unable to contain his joy, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the manual. With his current cultivation at the 4th level of the spirit refinement realm, should he practice this advanced Xian-level technique, he would undoubtedly be capable of contending against formidable experts in Luyun City. At that moment, Qin Guan turned his attention to Jia Quan, who immediately shuddered. Jia Quan, your efforts in assisting Rower and me in the East Courtyard last time were commendable. This manual shall serve as a reward for you. As Qin Guan concluded his words, he casually tossed a volume of martial arts to him. An intermediate Xian-level fist technique. Upon glimpsing the manual in his hands, Jia Quan could not contain his exclamation, as an exhilarating rush surged through his veins. Thud! In the next moment, Jia Quan fell to his knees before Qin Guan, fervently expressing, "Thank you, esteemed son-in-law, for your generous bestowal." At that moment, the realization struck him that this reward was granted due to Qin Guan's regard for Nanro. "Yes, rise," Qin Guan nodded. At this juncture, the onlookers were no longer composed, all gulping audibly while gazing eagerly at Qin Guan. "What is your name?" Qin Guan inquired of a rather slender disciple from the Nan family. "I am Nanchang." The disciple stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. "I recall you were the first to address me as son-in-law. Here is your reward," Qin Guan remarked, tossing another volume of martial arts toward Nanchang. Nanchang hastily caught it, and upon realizing it was an intermediate Xian-level staff technique, his eyes sparkled with delight. He promptly knelt down, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed son-in-law and young lady, for your gracious gift." "Indeed," Qin Guan acknowledged, casting a glance at the remaining 10 or so disciples of the Nan family. Then turning to Nan Yunqi, he suggested, "Father-in-law, perhaps it would be prudent for them to each transcribe this low-level Xian technique for their training?" "Certainly," Nan Yunqi assented. Upon hearing they could cultivate a low-level Xian technique, the remaining disciples of the Nan family were beside themselves with joy. They had never dared to dream of practicing such esteemed martial arts, a privilege akin to that of elders from major powers. At this moment, everyone silently rejoiced, grateful they had chosen to remain with the Nan family rather than follow the treacherous Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong. If those who had defected were to learn that each of them could now cultivate Xian-level techniques, their regret would surely be profound. "Here, I have some spiritual herbs and elixirs for you to manage," Qin Guan added, presenting a storage pouch to Nan Yunqi. Upon receiving the pouch and inspecting its contents, Nan Yunqi was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, having never encountered such a wealth of treasures in his lifetime. Just then, Nan Ro discreetly tugged at the corner of Qin Guan's garment. Qin Guan glanced at Nan Ro and noticed her expression was tinged with urgency. He quickly smiled and said, "Do not worry. Although this time the secret realm did not yield a commendable technique, I have set aside a volume for you." Upon hearing this, everyone inwardly marveled at the caliber of the technique Qin Guan must have reserved for the young lady. "That is not what my husband meant. Have you forgotten about my sister?" Nan Ro said, casting a swift glance towards Nan Xiao. Realization dawned on everyone, while all had reaped benefits. Only Yang Hongmei and her daughter Nan Xiao had been left empty-handed. They soon comprehended the underlying reasons. Previously, Qin Guan had endured disdain from the mother and daughter duo, who had presumed him to be a worthless individual incapable of cultivation. They had treated him with scorn and had even cast him aside, forcing Nan Ro into a marriage of convenience, demonstrating their malicious intent. Little did they anticipate that Qin Guan was, in fact, a formidable martial artist of the fourth realm, and that he had cured Nan Ro of her chronic affliction. Now, her position within the Nan family was irreplaceable, bolstered by the affection of Qin Guan. At this moment, Nan Xiao bit her crimson lip, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her garment, lost in thought. Beside her, Yang Hongmei's countenance was equally grim. She understood well why Qin Guan had withheld rewards from them. It was a clear attempt to humiliate them. Nevertheless, the allure of the technique Qin Guan had offered was undeniable. With her daughter's exceptional aptitude, acquiring a profound technique would surely accelerate her rise in power. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Hongmei turned towards Qin Guan, her expression tinged with remorse. "Son-in-law, my previous actions were indeed excessive. I assure you I will amend my ways. Please do not hold a grudge against a mere woman like me. Mother-in-law, there is no need for such words. In truth, I owe you my gratitude, otherwise I would not have been blessed with such a gentle and virtuous wife as Nan Ro," Qin Guan replied with a smile. Yang Hongmei chuckled awkwardly at his words. "Son-in-law, from now on, we are family and should speak as one. Might I request a technique for Chower as well?" Qin Guan nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon Nan Xiao as he spoke softly. "Of course, I would grant her a book, provided she kneels before me and acknowledges her mistake." As these words escaped his lips, it was as if a biting chill swept through the hall. An eerie silence enveloped the room, making the sound of a pin drop perceptible, and the air felt frozen, heavy with tension. At that moment, Nan Xiao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly lifted her head, meeting Qin Guan's gaze with eyes full of grievance. Qin Guan, I truly should not have looked down upon you and called you worthless in the past, yet must you humiliate me so now? Nan Ro, sensing the precariousness of the situation, hurriedly interjected, Husband, Xiao has always been mischievous and unruly. Now that you are her brother-in-law, please show her some leniency. Qin Guan appeared seemingly oblivious, his expression tranquil as water, making it difficult to discern the thoughts swirling within him. At that moment, Nan Xiao turned to Nan Ro, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. From childhood to now, having relied on the indulgence of our parents, I have always scolded and bullied you. And yet you never held it against me. Sister, I realize my mistakes. As she spoke the final words, Nan Xiao could no longer contain herself, and tears streamed down her face like a torrential rain. After the events in the secret realm, Nan Xiao's perception of Nan Ro had undergone a significant transformation. Although she felt some resistance to this apology, her heart was undeniably sincere. In the secret realm, her sister had selflessly shielded her, while she had treated her so poorly in the past. Reflecting on this, Nan Xiao wept even more intensely, her past transgressions pricking her conscience. Tears glimmered in Nan Ro's eyes as she hurried to Nan Xiao's side, using a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, her voice gentle. Sister, do not cry any longer. Let the unpleasantness of the past fade away. We are family. Suddenly, Nan Xiao threw herself into Nan Ro's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Sister, I will strive to make amends for my past wrongs. Witnessing the sister's embrace, Nan Yunqi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, his eyes becoming misty. As the head of the family, he had always dreamed of a harmonious and loving household. Meanwhile, Yang Hongmei looked at Nan Ro with an unusual softness in her gaze. At that moment, Nan Xiao abruptly broke free from Nan Ro's embrace. A mistake is a mistake. If my brother-in-law wishes for me to kneel and apologize, then I shall kneel. With that declaration, Nan Xiao knelt before Qin Guan. Just as she was about to lower herself, Qin Guan suddenly waved his sleeve, and a gentle surge of energy instantaneously halted Nan Xiao's knees. Qin Guan approached Nan Jiao with a smile and said, Do not take it to heart. I was merely jesting. Upon concluding his statement, Qin Guan retrieved a tome from his storage pouch. This is the advanced eye spirit technique of the Xian rank, and it is yours. The crowd collectively gasped at Qin Guan's words. Elemental techniques of this caliber were exceedingly rare, far surpassing the common methods. Not only were Xian rank techniques scarce, but even Huang rank elemental techniques were remarkably hard to come by. The prospect of acquiring an advanced Xian rank elemental technique would compel many to prostrate themselves or endure any indignity. Nin Xiao found herself momentarily speechless, gazing at the technique in Qin Guan's hands. She had anticipated humiliation, but instead, she had been bestowed with an invaluable ice elemental technique. This is from your brother-in-law. You should take it. Nan Ro gently nudged her as she stood there in a daze. Oh dear. Haha, Xiaoer. Why are you still in shock? This is a gift from your brother-in-law. You ought to express your gratitude. Yang Hongmei, filled with excitement and urgency, feared that Nan Xiao might decline. Thank you, brother-in-law. Nan Xiao accepted the technique, pouting as she wiped her tears, her face unable to conceal the overwhelming joy and exhilaration she felt. Qin Guan nodded. If there are any uncertainties in the future, feel free to ask me. Nan Xiao could not help but inquire, Brother-in-law, are you not a martial artist? Do you also comprehend the intricacies of cultivation techniques? Qin Guan responded with a casual smile. It's manageable. Such rudimentary techniques pose no challenge to me. Having been raised under the tutelage of his master from a young age, he had absorbed much knowledge. Although he could not condense spiritual energy for cultivation, he was nonetheless well-versed in various cultivation methodologies. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, the others felt a sense of astonishment. Was it truly the case that the profound techniques appeared trivial in his eyes? Had this been in the past, many might have deemed Qin Guan's claim as mere bravado. However, at this moment, no one dared to question him, especially considering how effortlessly he distributed numerous profound techniques. This clearly indicated his disdain for them. Qin Guan, what are your plans regarding the Spirit Sword Academy? Nan Yunqi asked with a hint of concern. Hearing his words, everyone turned their gaze toward Qin Guan. Despite their considerable gains, the Spirit Sword Academy loomed over them like a heavy stone, pressing against their chests. The Academy's formidable reputation had long taken root in their minds, instilling a profound sense of trepidation and respect. Observing their unease, Qin Guan nonchalantly reassured them, "Focus on your cultivation. I will handle the troubles posed by the Spirit Sword Academy." With that, he departed the hall, accompanied by Nan Ro. After Qin Guan departed, Nan Yunshi turned to the assembly and stated, "Since the young lord has expressed such sentiments, he must have devised a strategy. Each of you now possesses a copy of the profound tier martial arts manual. The foremost priority at this moment is to devote yourselves to cultivation. Once our Nan family flourishes, you shall all ascend to the rank of elders. Do you comprehend?" "Understood." The crowd responded in unison, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Meanwhile, Nan Ro linked her arm with Qin Guan as they strolled through the courtyard. "My husband, I wish to express my gratitude." Nan Ro suddenly exclaimed. "Gratitude for what?" Qin Guan inquired with a smile. "You have ushered in a new era for our Nan family. Previously, with the treachery of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, along with their followers, the stability of our family was in jeopardy. It was you who bravely turned the tide and salvaged our clan. Moreover, you have fostered harmony and unity within our family." Qin Guan gazed at Nan Ro and inquired, "In the past, with your stepmother and Nan Xiao treating you in such a manner, do you harbor no resentment at all?" Upon hearing this, Nan Ro smiled and replied, "I once held grievances, but ever since you rescued me and bestowed upon me a new lease on life, I have ceased to bear any ill will towards them. Those past grievances no longer concern me, and I am even grateful to them for having given you to me." Upon hearing this, Qin Guan affectionately pinched Nan Ro's cheek, expressing, "I consider myself fortunate to have encountered you. However, you must learn to adapt. While kindness is never a fault, excessive benevolence can lead to significant losses. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," Nan Ro nodded. Before long, the two returned to their dwelling. "You may begin practicing this technique for now. We shall seek a better one in due course," Qin Guan said, handing her a volume of the low-grade Earth Tier Xin Yuan Ju. "My goodness, it is actually an Earth Tier technique," Nan Ro exclaimed in disbelief as she gazed at the manual in her hands. The rarity of Earth Tier techniques is immense. Such treasures are closely guarded and rarely shared among the various powers in Qingzhou. "My husband, you are excessively kind to me, reserving the finest for my sake." Nan Ro felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears as she embraced Qin Guan, burying her head in his chest. Her tears were not solely for the Earth Tier technique, but rather for the deep affection Qin Guan lavished upon her. Throughout her life, apart from her mother, no one had ever treated her with such tenderness. The sensation of being cherished and adored was truly blissful. "As my wife, it is only right that I offer you the best," Qin Guan remarked, gently tucking a strand of hair behind Nan Ro's ear with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nan Ro tightened her embrace around Qin Guan, feeling the softness of her form. A surge of vitality coursed through Qin Guan. Suddenly, Nan Ro sensed something pressing against her body. Instinctively, she glanced downward and, after a brief moment, her fair cheeks flushed crimson. Understanding the situation, she tilted her head and tenderly kissed Qin Guan's neck. Qin Guan effortlessly lifted her and carried her towards their intimate sanctuary. The curtains were swiftly drawn, and a passionate encounter ensued, escalating with fervor. The celestial Yin physique is indeed astonishing. One cannot help but wonder what extraordinary fortune this lad possesses. As Qin Guan sensed the swirling mass of white chaotic energy within her abdomen flourishing under the nurturing of the celestial Yin physique, even the little black tower could hardly contain its yearning. Half an hour later, Qin Guan emerged from the chamber and made her way to the southern family's rear mountain. Intent on cultivating and delving into the intricacies of the transformative sword technique. Boom! Qin Guan, facing a modest hill, struck with a formidable punch, creating a cavern within. Eagerly, he entered the cave and began to study the fragmented scroll of the transmutation sword technique. Although a martial artist lacks a dantian, the vigor within his body is robust. The brilliance of the transmutation sword technique lies in its ability to guide the vital energy through the extraordinary meridians. When this vital energy flows to specific junctions of the meridians, it resonates with a profound sword intent, creating a vibrational harmony akin to the attraction of magnets. This resonance draws spiritual essence from the heavens and the earth, merging it with the vital energy. Under the pressure of the sword's might, the vigorous nature of the vital energy intertwines with the gentle essence of the spiritual energy, gradually forming a stream of spiritual power that the martial artist can wield. This stream of spiritual power resides temporarily within the meridians, becoming increasingly refined and pure with practice. Ultimately, it can provide a robust force akin to that stored in the dantian, empowering the martial artist to wield their sword techniques with spiritual mastery, traversing the world with ease. Senior Yang truly stands as a singular figure throughout history. This principle is indeed audacious and ingenious, a marvel to behold. After comprehending the operational principles of the transmutation sword technique, Qin Guan was astounded, feeling as though his understanding had opened to a new realm. Upon reviewing the training methods and steps, he inhaled deeply. This technique is not something that can be mastered casually. The intricate diagrams of meridians and acupoints depicted within were overwhelming, featuring a staggering 108 acupoints. Crucially, the sequence in which each acupoint is engaged during the process of guiding the vital energy through sword intent must be flawless. A single misstep could lead to a reversal of the meridians, jeopardizing his foundational essence. Qin Guan did not rush into his practice. Instead, he diligently studied and memorized the key points of the martial arts techniques. Although some of the concepts were obscure and difficult to grasp, he remained undeterred and, in fact, felt a surge of excitement. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for a martial artist to discover a method to cultivate the sword path. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Within the cavern, Qin Guan stood quietly, gripping a sword in his hand. At that moment, a faint stream of spiritual energy began to coalesce within the labor palace point of his palm. After a brief interval, he thrust the sword toward the wall. With a soft whoosh, a blade of sword energy erupted from the tip of the sword, slicing directly into the wall. A gentle thud resonated as the sword energy left a shallow mark upon the surface. "Ha! I have succeeded. I have finally succeeded," Qin Guan thought as he gazed at the sword mark, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The 3 days of arduous practice and exploration had finally borne fruit at this moment. Though the sword energy he had just unleashed was pitifully weak, to Qin Guan, it represented a significant breakthrough. Having taken this pivotal step, he now possessed a clear direction for future refinement. Qin Guan tenderly caressed the long sword in his grasp, utterly immersed in joy, for he had finally ascended to the rank of a fledgling swordsman, no longer a mere struggling martial artist. If only his master could witness his current ability to cultivate the sword path, he would surely beam with delight, his beard curling in satisfaction. At this moment, Qin Guan longed to share this splendid news with his master, who had tirelessly traversed countless mountains and rivers over the years, tirelessly searching for the elusive inheritance of Yang Tian and I, yet to no avail. To cultivate, to continue cultivating. He had merely brushed the threshold of the Huan Yuan sword art, and once more, Qin Guan settled into a meditative posture, channeling the essence of the technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this span, Qin Guan was completely absorbed in his training, neglecting food and rest. Even forsaking the comforts of home to reside in the cave, solely devoted to honing the Huan Yuan sword art. Throughout these 3 days, Qin Guan did not attempt to open other acupoints. Instead, he focused intently on refining the Laogong acupoint within the palm of his hand. Previously capable of storing only a minuscule amount of spiritual energy, akin to the size of a fingernail, he now found himself able to contain energy equivalent to that of an egg. According to the scriptures, when the Huan Yuan sword art is perfected to its zenith, every acupoint within the body can be transformed into a dantian, akin to that of an adept, providing an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual power. Contemplating the prospect of having an entire body filled with dantian energy, the power unleashed would indeed be awe-inspiring. However, the body is akin to a vessel. The capacity to contain such power relies on the strength of the vessel itself. Thus, the true potential of the Huan Yuan sword art can only be realized by martial artists with formidable physiques. As Qin Guan delved deeper into his cultivation, he increasingly grasped the terrifying essence of the Yang Tian reverse, a technique so formidable that it commanded genuine admiration. "My lord, Miss Jiang awaits you in the living room," a servant announced, interrupting Qin Guan's meditation. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan exited the cave and, spotting the servant, raised an eyebrow slightly. "In the future, remember to knock before reporting, understood?" The servant, glancing at the cave, promptly nodded. "Yes, my lord. What do you think of this?" Qin Guan suddenly inquired, pointing to a sword slung across his back. "My goodness, a soul-grade sword. My lord, you are truly remarkable," the servant exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the gleaming, silver-like longsword. "I did not intend for you to assess the sword's grade." Qin Guan's lips twitched in irritation. Upon hearing this, the servant appeared bewildered, pondering the meaning behind his lord's words. Clap, clap. Qin Guan patted the servant on the shoulder and said, "From now on, please address me as sword cultivator." After uttering these words, he turned and departed. The servant, feeling a pang of regret for missing out on a significant opportunity, swiftly slapped himself on the face. Lamenting his slow wit. Chapter 28. A plea for respect towards the sword cultivator. Before long, Qin Guan arrived in the parlor, where he found Nan Ro engaged in cheerful conversation with Jiang Lianyu. Hastily, he approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Miss Jiang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. You truly have the audacity to make others wait for your assistance." Jiang Lianyu responded with a frown, clearly displeased. Nan Ro cast a sorrowful glance at Qin Guan, who had been so absorbed in his cultivation practice that he hadn't returned to his quarters for sleep in days. "Ah, how amusing," Qin Guan chuckled. "Now, what brings you to seek my aid?" Jiang Lianyu turned her attention to him, saying, "I have heard that the array masters at Tianbao Pavilion are exceptionally skilled. Recently, I accidentally caused the collapse of a cultivation room, and I wonder if Tianbao Pavilion could assist the Nan family in constructing a new one. I've learned from Nan Ro that the family disciples currently lack a proper cultivation space, which severely hampers their efficiency, and Nan Yunqi is quite troubled by this." "You are indeed bold," Jiang Lianyu remarked, unable to suppress her admiration for Qin Guan's candidness about the mishap. That cultivation room had been in disrepair for quite some time. It was rather dilapidated. Qin Guan, feeling a bit embarrassed, added, "May I inquire as to the cost of constructing a new cultivation room?" "That depends on the quality you desire. A modest one could cost several million gold pieces, while a more superior one could reach into the hundreds of millions," Jiang Lianyu replied with a smile. "Such exorbitance!" Qin Guan exclaimed, taken aback by the figures. It became evident to him just how grave a disaster he had caused. No wonder Nan Yunqi had been so furious with him. Indeed, a well-constructed cultivation room can significantly enhance a cultivator's efficiency, which is vital for the family's development. Just hiring an accomplished array master entails considerable expenditure. Jiang Lianyu elaborated. Suddenly, she turned to Nan Ro with a smile, saying, "Of course, in consideration of my dear sister Ro, I can waive the array master's fee, but the materials must be provided by you." Upon hearing this, Qin Guan cast a puzzled glance at Nan Ro, wondering when she had become Jiang Lianyu's sister. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Nan Ro smiled and explained, "My dear husband, Lianyu and I have become fast friends. We have just recognized each other as sisters." "Sisters indeed. A delightful little sister-in-law, quite the affluent one." Qin Guan grinned before turning to a maid, instructing, "Quickly summon the family head." Even with the array master's fee waived, the remaining costs for materials would surely be substantial, and Qin Guan had not a single coin to his name. Upon learning of Jiang Lianyu's visit, Nan Yunqi hurried over. "Miss Jiang, I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly," Nan Yunqi said graciously. "Uncle Nan, you are too kind," Jiang Lianyu replied with a smile. At that moment, Qin Guan addressed Nan Yunqi, "Father-in-law, how much money does the Nan family currently possess?" After a moment of contemplation, Nan Yunqi responded, "We still have over 2 million. "Such a paltry sum," Qin Guan remarked with a twitch of his lips, realizing that the Nan family was indeed a hollow shell. Noticing the peculiar expression on Qin Guan's face, Nan Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Do you require financial assistance?" "No," Qin Guan replied. "I was initially considering requesting Miss Jiang's help in constructing a training chamber, only to discover that my family possesses a mere 2 million. With a wave of his hand, Qin Guan dismissed the notion. Upon hearing this, Nan Yun sighed deeply. The family's considerable assets, particularly the shops, have been embezzled by the elder and the second elder. And currently, many of the Nan family's establishments are operating at a deficit. Qin Guan furrowed his brow and said, "The scroll has escaped. Why don't you pursue it?" Nan Yunqi responded with a sense of helplessness. Currently, the Nan family lacks sufficient manpower, and the Spirit Sword Academy may retaliate at any moment. I cannot risk sending my disciples out lightly. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan fell into silence. After a moment, he suddenly called out towards the door, "Old Mo." As his voice echoed, a robust middle-aged man appeared mysteriously at the entrance of the hall. Startled by the sight of him, Nan Yunqi wondered who this man was and from whence he had emerged. Jiang Lianyue also furrowed her brow slightly. This man exuded an aura of calmness and restraint, radiating an innate authority that instilled an intangible sense of pressure. "What command does the young master have?" the middle-aged man inquired respectfully as he approached Qin Guan. "This afternoon, take 2 individuals with you to the Xiao family and retrieve all the assets belonging to the 2 elders from the Nan family who betrayed us," Qin Guan instructed. With the death of the Shao family's ancestor, Shao Yun, and the incapacitation of Shao Yesan, they pose no threat whatsoever. Understood. Old Imo nodded and then withdrew. Qin Guan turned to Nan Yunqi, saying, "Father-in-law, be merciless towards traitors. We must reclaim our territory in Luyun City and fight for what is rightfully ours. As for the Spirit Sword Academy, there is no need for you to worry." Nan Yunqi nodded eagerly, realizing that Qin Guan had indeed enlisted assistance. The individual named Old Mo had clearly demonstrated strength equal to his own. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Yunqi addressed Jiang Lianyue, saying, "Miss Jiang, I happen to possess some spiritual materials. Might you assist me in selling them at Tianbao Pavilion for a favorable price? What treasures does Uncle Nan possess?" Jiang Lianyue inquired with a smile. Nan Yunqi produced a storage bag and handed it to her. Upon opening it and discovering a collection of precious spiritual herbs and materials, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Uncle Nan, you have struck gold." Nan Yunqi rubbed his hands together with a grin. "All of this was acquired by Qin Guan. I wonder how much it could be worth. 3 stalks of spirit flower fairy grass have a market value of over 5 million each, and the additional century-old blood ginseng, spiritual mushrooms, and spirit-absorbing grass could easily amount to more than 10 million. Selling these items for 30 million should pose no problem at all." Upon hearing the figure of 30 million, Nan Yunqi was filled with excitement. During the peak of the Nan family's prosperity, their accounts never exceeded 5 or 6 million. 30 million gold. We have never been this affluent. Father-in-law, why not gift these items to Miss Jiang and ask her to help the Nan family construct a cultivation chamber? Qin Guan suggested with a sudden smile. Jiang Lianyue shot a playful glare at Qin Guan. "You certainly have a knack for business." Qin Guan chuckled softly, "Of course. We cannot let Miss Jiang suffer any losses. If it's insufficient, we can keep a tab and settle it later." At that moment, Jiang Lianyue cast a sly glance at Qin Guan, or more precisely, at the sword upon his back. "How about you gift me that sword, and I shall have them forge it for the Nan family at the price of 60 million? Upon hearing Jiang Lianyue's words, Nan Yunqi's pupils constricted sharply. It dawned upon him that Qin Guan bore a soul weapon on his back. Good heavens, a soul weapon is a treasure of immeasurable worth. The Nan family couldn't even afford a mere spirit weapon, yet this martial man possessed a soul sword. Qin Guan's lips twitched slightly. "Miss Jiang, please show some respect for the sword cultivators." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. "Has it been accomplished?" she inquired. "It has only just begun." Qin Guan replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Nan Yunqi and Nan Ro furrowed their brows in confusion, puzzled by the conversation unfolding before them. Jiang Lianyue nodded slightly. Choosing not to elaborate further, it seemed that Qin Guan had indeed discovered a method to cultivate the sword path. At that moment, Nan Yunqi suddenly interjected, "Qin Guan, your soul sword is inferior to that of my father-in-law. Sword cultivators deserve respect." His expression was one of frustration, lamenting the absurdity of a mere martial artist wielding a soul weapon and claiming to be a sword cultivator. Just then, a servant hurried in, exclaiming, "Young master, there is an old beggar outside who insists on meeting you." "A beggar?" Qin Guan frowned slightly. "He claims to have come to apologize and insists on seeing you." The servant explained. "Bring him in," Qin Guan instructed. Yes, the servant soon led the old beggar into the parlor. The old beggar's hair was disheveled, and his attire was tattered and filthy. His left sleeve hung empty, conspicuously stained with blood. The sight piqued the curiosity of those present. At that moment, the old beggar suddenly lifted his gaze to Qin Guan. "Young hero Qin, I have failed to bring Jiang Long and Liang. I have come to apologize." Qin Guan Xiang. Upon hearing the old beggar's words, everyone finally recognized him. This was none other than the elder Qin Guanxiang from the Yunlan sect. Reduced to such a pitiful and destitute state, Qin Guan was somewhat astonished. "Elder Qin, what has happened to your arm?" Upon hearing this, Qin Guanxiang's eyes seemed to ignite with 2 flames that gradually surged. He spoke through gritted teeth, his voice trembling. It was severed by that old scoundrel, Zhang Wanqiu. The revelation startled everyone present. "Zhang Wanqiu?" Qin Guan furrowed his brow. Noticing Qin Guan's confusion, Jiang Lianyue explained, "Zhang Wanqiu is the sect leader of Yunlan sect." Chapter 29. My wife is superior to yours. Quickly, Qin Guanxiang recounted his ordeal. Essentially, he had initially intended to apprehend Jiang Long and Liang to atone for his wrongdoings towards Qin Guan. However, these two, fearing retribution from Qin Guan, hastily fled back to the Yunlan sect. Qin Guanxiang then informed sect leader Zhang Wanqiu about the events in the secret realm. Hoping to persuade the Yunlan sect to surrender Jiang Long and Liang, thereby avoiding conflict with Qin Guan. Unfortunately, the inner sex law elder, Zhao Zijian, in a bid to protect his nephew Jiang Long, resorted to coercion and bribery against the dozen disciples who had entered the secret realm, leading them to conspire against Qin Guanchang, falsely accusing him of colluding with Qin Guan to hoard the treasures of the secret realm and harm the sect's disciples. With unanimous testimonies against him, Qin Guanchang found himself at a loss for words, nearly succumbing to rage. Consequently, sect leader Zheng Wanshou ordered elder Zhao Zijian to interrogate Qin Guanchang, demanding the surrender of the secret realm's treasures. Despondent, Qin Guanchang realized that in Zhao Zijian's hands, he was as good as dead. Thus, he fought back with all his might, ultimately escaping after Zhao Wanshou severed his left arm. Upon hearing Qin Guanchang's plight, the crowd felt deep sympathy, especially Jiang Lianyue, who knew of Qin Guanchang's steadfast loyalty to the Yunlan sect, only to see him meet such a fate. I have nowhere else to turn. Young Master Qin, might you allow me to stay by your side and serve you? Qin Guanchang suddenly inquired. With the Yunlan sect showing no compassion, he understood that only by aligning himself with Qin Guan could he hope to avenge his grievances. Qin Guanju fixed his gaze upon Qin Guanchang, and after a brief moment, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Thank you, young Master Qin. Qin Guanchang responded with a respectful bow. At this juncture, Nan Yunqi hastily interjected, Elder Qin, from now on, consider the Nan family as your own. Qin Guanchang nodded. Whatever matters arise, the head of the family may command me without hesitation. You are too humble, Elder Qin, Nan Yunqi remarked, swiftly approaching Qin Guanchang. He presented a second-tier return to origin pill, saying, Elder Qin, you are gravely injured. Please take this medicinal pill at once. Upon seeing the precious pill in Nan Yunqi's hand, Qin Guanchang was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, This is far too valuable, although I have lost an arm. I shall recover in a few days. Nan Yunqi shook his head and firmly placed the pill in Qin Guanchang's hand. Elder Qin, our Nan family cannot compare to the Yunlan sect. This is the only healing pill we possess. I sincerely hope you will accept it, despite his grievous injury. Qin Guanchang was indeed a genuine master of the Xian'ong realm. Should he choose to remain with the Nan family, their strength would be significantly enhanced. Thank you. Head of the Nan family, Qin Guanchang ceased his protests and accepted the return to origin pill. Quickly arrange a tranquil estate for Elder Qin to recuperate. Do not delay. Nan Yunqi instructed his servants with urgency. Soon, Qin Guanchang was escorted away. I will send someone this afternoon to construct a training room. I must take my leave now, as there are matters to attend to at the Tianbao Pavilion, Jiang Lianyue said, rising with a smile. Ah, it seems this matter requires Miss Jiang's personal attention. I am truly honored. Nan Yunqi replied, his face adorned with obsequiousness, his expression almost pleading for favor. One cannot blame him for such flattery, as the formation master from Tianbao Pavilion is no ordinary array master. In the past, given the status of the Nan family, it is likely they would have had to go to great lengths to even receive a glance from such an esteemed individual. Sister Yue, allow me to escort you. At that moment, Nan Rose suddenly took Jiang Lianyue's hand and led her toward the door, observing his daughter and Jiang Lianyue so intimately, as if they were longtime friends. Nan Yunqi furrowed his brow and inquired, when did they become acquainted? They just met, Qin Guanju casually remarked. Nan Yunqi fell silent and, after a moment, abruptly turned to Qin Guanju, questioning, Qin Guanju, speak honestly. Do you have a romantic involvement with Miss Jiang? After emerging from the secret realm, Qin Guanju had entered the small grove with Jiang Lianyue. The Nan family had offended the Spirit Sword Academy, yet Jiang Lianyue still dared to assist them. Given her illustrious status, and now that she and Nan Rou had recognized each other as sisters, it was evident that this was somehow related to Qin Guanju. Previously, he had mentioned personal favors and claimed not to know Tianbao Pavilion. Now, it seemed far more complicated than it appeared. Father-in-law, please do not speak so thoughtlessly. It would not bode well if Rower were to hear this. Qin Guanju replied, exasperated. It is evident to any discerning eye that your relationship with Miss Jiang is profound. Moreover, Rower is not foolish. She can undoubtedly perceive it, Nan Yunqi retorted. I merely entrusted her with a task, and she likely saw my potential and wished to befriend me, which is why she acted with such righteousness. Do you understand? Qin Guan retorted with irritation. I admit I misjudged at first. Indeed, your thighs are quite robust. However, the other party is Tianbao Pavilion. They are unlikely to cling to your leg. Father-in-law. To be frank, your discernment pales in comparison to that of Rower and Jiang Lianyue. It is rather myopic. Upon hearing this, Nan Yunqi was immediately incensed. You dare to suggest that my vision is limited? Do not presume that your prowess grants you the liberty to speak so disrespectfully. Let me remind you, no matter how formidable you may be, I remain your father-in-law, and Rower is your wife. Qin Guan's lips twitched slightly, rendering him momentarily speechless. Observing his silence, Nan Yunqi's expression softened. Indeed, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Were it not for your assistance, I fear I would struggle to maintain my position as the head of the family. You are not just a commendable son-in-law, but also a benefactor to our Nan clan. Of course. Qin Guan nodded with a smile. In truth, it is quite normal for men to have multiple wives. My only wish is for you to treat Rower with the respect she deserves and to cherish her well. Nan Yunqi suddenly interjected. Father-in-law, I believe your focus should be on the development of the family. I assure you, I will never let Rower down, so rest easy. No. As soon as Qin Guan's words fell, Nan Yunqi suddenly shook his head, saying, You have misunderstood my intention. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan furrowed his brow and gazed at Nan Yunqi. Nan Yunqi continued, I believe that if you possess the ability to win over that young lady Jiang, it could prove to be quite advantageous. Consider, if you were to marry her, you would no longer have to worry about resources for cultivation, and perhaps you could easily resolve the crisis facing the Spirit Sword Academy. Moreover, that young lady Jiang is not lacking in beauty. She is indeed a stunning figure, presenting you with a multitude of benefits. After listening to Nan Yunqi's analysis, Qin Guan was momentarily at a loss for words. It seems to me that your teeth are not in good condition. What do you mean by that? Nan Yunqi asked, somewhat perplexed. You've grown accustomed to living off others, Qin Guan replied with a smile. A single remark from Qin Guan instantly infuriated Nan. You little brat. What do you mean by that? Speak clearly. Who is accustomed to living off others? You, a mere son-in-law, are no match for me. So what if I am a son-in-law? My wife surpasses yours. Qin Guan raised an eyebrow, unwilling to back down. A single utterance from Qin Guan rendered Nan Yunqi speechless. On one side stood his wife, and on the other, his beloved daughter. It was a precarious position to navigate. However, truth be told, as a spouse, Nan Ro exhibited a grace and gentleness that far surpassed that of Yang Hongmei. You have utterly exasperated me. Nan Yunqi fumed, repeatedly clutching his chest in agitation. Had he not been at a disadvantage against Qin Guan, he would have retaliated long ago. What is happening? Why the quarrel? After escorting Jiang Lianyue, Nan Ro heard the escalating argument between Qin Guan and her father from afar and hastened to intervene. Upon entering, she was met with Qin Guan's grave expression as he said, Your father has called me a home invader. Chapter 30. A promising future. Nan Ro, upon hearing this, turned to Nan Yunqi with indignation. Father, how could you speak of my husband in such a manner? He has contributed immensely to the Nan family, bestowing upon us invaluable martial arts and techniques. He is the one who has saved our lineage. Your words are nothing short of disheartening. Noticing Nan Ro's fervent reaction, Qin Guan quickly grasped her hand and implored, Rower, let it be. Regardless of the circumstances, he remains my father-in-law. I shall endure his insults. Upon hearing this, Nan Ro suddenly broke free from Qin Guan's grasp, her voice rising in defiance. Endure? I have tolerated countless grievances in the past, but I shall not allow anyone from the Nan family to harm my husband. Typically, Nan Ro was as meek as a lamb, yet in this moment, she had transformed into a fierce little wildcat. Qin Guan, with an air of nonchalance, stepped back to evade Nan Ro's gaze, only to cast a triumphant glance at Nan Yunqi. The latter's expression darkened to the utmost degree. He was taken aback by Nan Ro's unprovoked tirade. In that moment, he recognized that the daughter he had nurtured since childhood had grown estranged from him, with Qin Guan now occupying the foremost place in her heart. Qin Guan, you are indeed formidable. With a forceful flourish of his sleeves, Nan Yunqi stormed out of the hall. Forgive me, my husband, for the distress I have caused you. After Nan Yunqi's departure, Nan Ro felt a pang of guilt and sorrow, contemplating how hurtful it must be to be chastised so publicly. Haha. Your unwavering support brings me no sense of grievance, Qin Guan chuckled, wrapping his arm around Nan Ro as they exited the hall together. In the afternoon, Jiang Lianyue dispatched 5 array masters to commence the construction of a training chamber for the Nan family. Upon learning that the family had engaged a master from the esteemed Tianbao Pavilion, the members of the Nan family were filled with excitement. Having recently practiced profound-level techniques, they had significantly elevated their abilities, and they were eager to utilize the training chamber to assess and solidify their gains. Meanwhile, Old Mo, accompanied by 2 others, arrived at the Xiao family estate with Nan Yunqi. Ever since Xiao Yun was slain by Qin Guan and Xiao Yeshan was rendered powerless, the Xiao family had shut its doors, with their disciples refraining from venturing out, abandoning their former arrogance to retreat into seclusion. As he gazed upon the imposing entrance of the Xiao family, Nan Yunqi felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, the Xiao family had once been the preeminent clan in Liyun City, and even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Why has the family had halted? Old Emo inquired, noticing Nan Yunqi hesitating before the Xiao family's entrance. Nan Yunqi turned to Old Emo with concern. Are the four of us truly sufficient? If you are afraid, you may wait outside. The three of us will proceed, Old Emo replied with an expressionless demeanor. With their strength, the trio could easily dominate any family force in Liyun City, as they were the covert guards of the Wei royal family, rendering a mere Xiao family insignificant in their eyes. Fear? Ha! Nan Yunqi scoffed, and without further ado, he knocked on the Xiao family's door. Who goes there? A vigilant guard called from within, upon hearing the knocking. I am Nan Yunqi, here to pay a visit, he declared loudly. Our master is not receiving guests. The guard responded. I did not come to see your master. I request that Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong be summoned. Nan Yunqi insisted, his voice firm. They are not in our Xiao family, the guard replied. Not here. Where have they gone? Nan Yunqi pressed urgently. Unknown, came the guard's dismissive reply. Upon hearing this, Nan Yunqi fell silent, pondering if the two had fled in fear. Allow me to step forward, Old Emo interjected, approaching the door. Nan Yunqi cast a glance at Old Emo and then stepped aside. With a resounding crash, Old Mo's fist shattered the Xiao family's door. Impudence! I am from the Xiao family. As the guards inside caught sight of Old Emo, they were about to utter something when their bodies were abruptly sent flying. An enemy attack. Upon seeing Old Emo and his companions storm into the courtyard, one of the guards from the Xiao family hastily shouted. Soon, dozens of Xiao family members surged forth. Xiao Yesan cast a glance at Nan Yunqi and his group, and upon noticing the absence of Qin Guan, he immediately seethed. Nan Yunqi, how dare you intrude upon the Xiao family? Seeing the fierce demeanor of the Xiao clan members, Nan Yunqi's eyelids twitched, and he quickly stepped forward, politely stating, Please do not take offense, esteemed head of the Xiao family. I am merely here in search of someone. Nan Yunqi had not anticipated that Old Emo would be so brazen as to shatter the Xiao family's gates upon arrival, leaving him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Are you suggesting we return to the Nan family? Just then, a mocking voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Soon, Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong, leading over 20 disciples from the Nan family, stepped forward. The earlier guard had mentioned that you were not at the Xiao family. Have you even changed your surname? Upon seeing the two, Nan Yunqi retorted coldly. Nan Shunda promptly replied, What does our presence have to do with you? Nan Yunqi, you have come here seeking our return. Have you not? You can tell us to return to the Nan family, but you will find no one willing. It was evident to all that Qin Guan had slain an elder of the Spirit Sword Academy, and that institution would not let this matter rest. According to the timeline, the representatives from the Spirit Sword Academy should soon arrive in Liyun City. At this moment, Nan Yunqi's arrival undoubtedly aimed to persuade them to unite against the Spirit Sword Academy. Nan Yunqi could not help but laugh in exasperation. You overestimate yourselves. The Nan family does not have a habit of reclaiming refuse. I have come to retrieve what rightfully belongs to the Nan family. So if you two are wise, hand it over swiftly. Enraged by this, Nan Shunda exclaimed, What a delusion. The fortunes amassed by the Nan family over the years are shared among us all. Why should we yield anything to you? Nan Yuantong also turned to Nan Yunqi, saying, Nan Yunqi, we have severed ties with the Nan family. You have no authority over us. At that moment, Old Emo suddenly unleashed a punch. Bang! The foremost Nan Shunda was sent flying, spitting blood. A master of the Xiantong realm. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that the Nan family had unexpectedly gained a powerful Xiantong expert. Noticing Old Mo's prowess, Nan Yunqi, who had previously felt anxious, now gained confidence, casting a cold glance at Nan Shunda and the others. Hurry and surrender the Nan family's assets, or I shall not hesitate to end your lives. As his words fell, panic ensued among Nan Yuantong and the others, their eyes darting towards Xiao Yeshan. Give it to them. Xiao Yeshan did not hesitate. He had no desire to offend this Xiantong expert for the sake of these outsiders who had allied with the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, the faces of Nan Yuantong and the others turned grim. Should they relinquish their holdings, what would become of their future? At the moment of hesitation for Nan Yuantong, Lao Emo struck him with a powerful punch, sending him flying. As Nan Yuantong's body hit the ground, Lao Emo suddenly appeared before him, pressing a foot onto his chest. Please spare me. I will comply. Nan Yuantong pleaded in fear. Upon hearing this, Lao Emo turned his impassive gaze toward Nan Shunda. Trembling in terror, Nan Shunda hurried over. I too shall submit. Soon, the two produced the contracts for several of the Nan family's commercial properties. Confronted with a master of the Xiantong realm, they felt utterly powerless. Nan Yunqi promptly approached to examine the contracts, and upon confirming their authenticity, he nodded at Lao Emo. Let us go. Lao Emo turned to leave. Seeing Lao Emo depart with the three, Nan Yunqi quickly followed, astonished to discover that this Lao Emo was indeed a formidable master of the Xiantong realm. Truly, strength prevails above all. This matter was resolved with such ease. After the group left, Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong approached Xiao Yesan. Master Xiao, can we truly tolerate this? Nan Shunda expressed his discontent while clutching his chest. Xiao Yesan narrowed his eyes. Do not rush. Having endured for so many days, what is a moment longer? Once the experts from the Spirit Sword Academy arrive, both Qin Guan and the Nan family shall meet their demise. Uncertain of who the Spirit Sword Academy would dispatch and when they would arrive, Nan Shunda glanced at Xiao Yesan. Over the past few days, he had observed Xiao Yesan secretly communicating with someone, likely regarding the Spirit Sword Academy. Brother Shunda, are you perhaps asking too many questions? Xiao Yesan suddenly directed his gaze at Nan Shunda. Forgive me, the strength of Qin Guan is considerable, and that Lao Mo was no ordinary foe. I merely harbor some concerns. Before Nan Shunda could finish, Xiao Yesan chuckled derisively. Brother Shunda, do you not find your worries rather amusing? Nan Shunda's expression stiffened, but he quickly forced a smile. Ha! How foolish of me to doubt the prowess of the Spirit Sword Academy. Laughter erupted among Nan Yuantong and over 20 disciples of the Nan family. For once the Nan family was extinguished, their future with the Xiao family seemed promising. Chapter 31. The Sword King. 2 days later, the construction of the Nan family's training room was nearing completion. The 5 array masters had scarcely closed their eyes during this time. Before their arrival, Jiang Lianyue had mentioned that if they performed well, they might earn the opportunity to study in the imperial capital this year. Upon hearing this, the 5 were invigorated. Unable to sleep as the prospect of studying in the capital promised to significantly enhance their skills and formations, an extraordinary opportunity indeed. Meanwhile, Nan Yunqi had gathered the members of the Nan family early in the morning, waiting outside the training room. The finest 5 array masters from Tianbao Pavilion were at work, ensuring that the training room would be exceptionally powerful and functional. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Xiao, why does your complexion appear so pale? Nan Yunqi inquired with concern upon noticing Nan Xiao's lack of color. Nan Xiao rubbed her temples. Perhaps it is due to my recent relentless training without adequate rest. One must balance work and rest. Cultivation cannot be rushed, and one must proceed steadily. Do you understand? Nan Yunqi admonished. Indeed, Najiao nodded and then smiled. Father, I have already achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement. Once the cultivation chamber is completed, I will strive for the spirit refinement realm. Upon hearing Najiao's words, everyone was taken aback. Her progress was astonishing. They recalled that she had emerged from the secret realm at the 7th level of qi refinement, and yet, in just 8 short days, she had ascended 2 levels? Is what you say true, Jiao? Nan Yunqi asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Yes, Nanjiao affirmed. I owe my rapid progress to the advanced eye spirit technique that my brother-in-law gave me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have advanced so swiftly. As she spoke, she approached Nanru. Sister, where is brother-in-law? He is cultivating on the back mountain, Nanru replied with a smile. That cultivation fanatic, holed up in his cave all day long, neglecting his wife. Nan Yunqi remarked with irritation. Ever since he had been confronted by Qin Guan a couple of days ago, he had been seething with anger. A man must possess great strength to protect his woman. If only you had half the determination of your son-in-law, you wouldn't be stuck at the 4th level of spirit refinement. Now Chao is about to catch up with you. Yang Hongmei interjected sharply. At that moment, she finally recognized that Qin Guan was the most formidable ally of the Nans. Reflecting on it made her regretful, realizing she had been blind to let such an excellent son-in-law go to Nanru. Nan Yunqi was left speechless. It seemed that as the head of the family, he could not please anyone. Master, the experts have arrived, suddenly announced Jia Chuan. Upon hearing this, Nan Yunqi promptly approached the 5 masters of formations at the Tianbao Pavilion. Esteemed masters, thank you for your hard work. Please, have some tea. Masters, please enjoy your tea. Nanru and Nanjiao hurriedly presented the freshly brewed tea to the 5 masters. Thank you. Ladies, the 5 formation masters accepted the tea. Now, please follow me. I will introduce you to the functions and usage of the cultivation chamber," said the leading elder among the formation masters, smiling as he held his teacup. "Very well. Thank you for your guidance." Nan Yunqi eagerly nodded. Soon, everyone followed the elder into the cultivation chamber. This is the training room. Each room is divided into 4 levels, with wooden dummies ranging from the body refinement realm to the Xiantong realm. They will mimic the techniques of the trial taker, allowing one to effectively identify their shortcomings during combat. "Ah, the master's expertise is indeed remarkable," Nan Yunqi quickly praised upon hearing the elder's introduction. "This area is the cultivation chamber, capable of accommodating 30 practitioners simultaneously. It is constructed with cloud mud stone, ensuring excellent sealing. Once the spiritual energy is released, it lingers for a long time, effectively aiding cultivators in their breakthroughs." "Excellent, excellent." Here, the elder walked while introducing the magnificent features of the training chamber. The members of the Nan family were all exhilarated, their excitement palpable as they compared this chamber to their previous dilapidated one, which seemed like a world apart. When Qin Guan inadvertently destroyed the old training room, they had wished to flay him alive. Yet now, they felt an overwhelming gratitude towards him, recognizing that without his intervention, the Tianbao Pavilion would never have constructed this training facility for the Nan family. Before long, they emerged from the training room, only to find Qin Guan standing before it, flanked by old Imo and the others, including Qin Guanzhang, all gazing intently at something in the distance. Following their gaze, Nan Yunqi and the others soon spotted a middle-aged man and a young swordsman clad in white, hovering not far above them. The middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the group below with an expression akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey, while the young swordsman played with a flying sword, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Upon recognizing their attire as that of the Spirit Sword Academy, the countenance of Nan Yunqi and his companions grew grave. Particularly, the middle-aged man, who was capable of levitating without external aid, was clearly a master of the pinnacle realm. As only those above the 5th realm could achieve such a feat in all of Qingzhou, there were no more than 20 cultivators at this level, each a formidable force to be reckoned with. They were taken aback that the Spirit Sword Academy would send such a powerful expert right from the outset. At that moment, the young swordsman suddenly pointed his sword downward, and the flying sword shot towards the crowd below with blinding speed. Just as the sword was about to reach Qin Guan, old Imo appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. The impact between old Mo's fist and the flying sword unleashed a terrifying explosion of energy, causing old Imo to stagger back 3 paces, each step leaving deep imprints on the ground. Miraculously, the flying sword returned to the young swordsman's hand before anyone could discern how. "A great sword master." Old Imo gazed at the youth with a solemn expression, noticing blood dripping from his sleeve. Just then, a boisterous laughter echoed nearby. The crowd turned to see Xiao Yesan approaching with a throng of over 60 followers, including more than 20 defectors from the Nan family. The Xiao family, having been quiet for some time, had suddenly emerged en masse, drawing the attention of numerous families from Liyun City. Before they knew it, a crowd had gathered around the Nan family, many of whom were clearly there seeking opportunities. "What is the meaning of this, Xiao Yesan?" Nan Yunqi asked sternly, witnessing the influx of people from the Xiao family. Ignoring him, Xiao Yesan bowed respectfully to the 2 figures in the air, saying, "I am Xiao Yesan of the Xiao family, honored to meet Mentor Yen Rong and the illustrious Su Lai." Having encountered the esteemed master Yen Rong and the illustrious Su Lai, the multitude behind Xiao Yesan erupted in a thunderous chorus, their voices reverberating through the heavens. Upon hearing the names of these 2 figures, all present turned in astonishment towards the sky. Yen Rong and Su Lai, though unseen by many, were names that resonated with unparalleled notoriety. Yen Rong, a silver medal tutor at the Spirit Sword Academy, had reached the pinnacle of cultivation, mastering the Sword King realm. In the hierarchy of swordsmanship within Qingzhou, he was one of the 5 sword kings, a testament to his formidable prowess. Su Lai, one of the 3 prodigies of the Spirit Sword Academy and a beloved disciple of Yen Rong, had achieved the zenith of the refining spirit realm at the tender age of 17, with swordsmanship so extraordinary that he was rumored to have entered the realm of Grand Sword Master. Even among the youth of Qingzhou, a 17-year-old Grand Sword Master was a figure of immense significance. In the air, Yen Rong cast a glance at the members of the Xiao family below, his eyes still tinged with disdain. Yet the very act of looking down upon them was seen as a considerable honor for the Xiao clan. At this moment, the Xiao family's attention was fixated on Qin Guan, their gazes ablaze with fury and murderous intent, particularly Xiao Yesan, who longed to leap forth and rend flesh from bone. In stark contrast, Nan Shunda and his companions exuded arrogance. Their chests puffed with pride as they flaunted their allegiance to the Xiao family. Surely, the Nan family is doomed this time, someone murmured from a shadowed corner. One Su Lai is enough to overwhelm them, not to mention a sword king capable of crushing an entire faction. Look at Qin Guan. He is too terrified to utter a word. Just days ago, he was so brazen in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. And now he is cowering before the Sword King. The onlookers shook their heads, recognizing that the young man would ultimately pay the price for his impulsiveness. The Spirit Sword Academy has truly acted decisively by sending Yin Rong, remarked old Su, observing the scene from a rooftop of the Nan family. Beside him, Jiang Lianyu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Guan below. Miss, even if our Tianbao pavilion intervenes today, I fear we may be of no assistance to Qin Guan, old Su said, glancing at her. Do you believe Qin Guan requires our aid? Jiang Lianyu inquired with a sudden smile. At her words, old Su fell silent. Throughout, Qin Guan had only sought the Tianbao pavilion's help for constructing a training chamber for the Nan family, never reaching out regarding the Spirit Sword Academy. His indifference towards the academy implied he must possess some form of support. However, aside from the four profound experts behind him, old Su noticed no other formidable allies. Our course remains unchanged. Qin Guan does not need our assistance. If necessary, we can intervene to protect the Nan family, especially Sister Nan Ro. Jiang Lianyu spoke softly. Understood, old Su nodded. Who is Qin Guan? Step forward. Suddenly, Yin Rong's gaze turned towards the members of the Nan family. Master Yan, it is he. He is the one who murdered Eldest Song. Xiao Yesan hastily pointed at Qin Guan, his voice laced with anger. Is it true that you defeated Song Yuan with a single punch? Indeed, Qin Guan replied with a nod. Yin Rong furrowed his brow slightly. I have heard that you are a martial artist of the fourth realm. It is hard to believe that a martial artist of such standing could annihilate Song Yuan in an instant, especially considering that Song Yuan is a master swordsman. How could he possibly be vanquished so swiftly? The higher-ups of the Spirit Sword Academy also found this matter suspicious, suspecting that Qin Guan must have had some formidable assistance. Thus, they dispatched Yin Rong to investigate, just in case. No, I am not merely a martial artist. I am a swordsman, Qin Guan asserted, gesturing toward the sword resting on his back with a smile. Do not listen to his nonsense. He is simply a martial artist of the fourth realm. The aura of a martial artist cannot deceive. We have witnessed it with our own eyes. Xiao Yesan interjected hastily, clearly perplexed by Yin Rong's prattling. Is it not absurd for a sword king to engage in such trivial discourse with a fourth realm martial artist? Do you doubt me? At that moment, Qin Guan suddenly drew his sword and, with a swift thrust, aimed at Xiao Yesan, who stood before him. With a sharp sound, a beam of sword light pierced through Xiao Yeshan's brow. Xiao Yeshan's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Qin Guan. Disbelief etched across his face. You, a mere martial artist, how can you manifest sword energy? How foolish to still stand and boast after being incapacitated, Qin Guan remarked, sheathing his sword once more. As his words fell, Xiao Yesan crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, all present were rendered speechless. They had distinctly felt the spiritual energy emanating from Qin Guan's sword strike, leaving them to ponder how he had achieved such a feat. A martial artist lacking a dantian typically produces only martial aura. How could he possibly summon spiritual energy? I understand now. He must have acquired a treasure within the last secret realm. I heard that upon his emergence from that realm, he casually handed out numerous second-tier elixirs. The soul sword he wields must surely have been obtained within that secret realm. An elder from the Xiao family exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing this, many factions around turned their gaze toward Qin Guan. What the elder from the Xiao family had asserted was indeed accurate. Numerous witnesses had seen Qin Guan distribute exquisite elixirs. It seemed evident that he had obtained some extraordinary treasure, enabling him to channel spiritual energy. Qin Guan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. All the treasures are in my possession. If you desire them, come and take them. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, everyone turned their gaze toward Yin Rong and Su Lai. It was undeniable that Qin Guan possessed treasures, yet at this moment, only the Spirit Sword Academy stood a chance against him. Yin Rong narrowed his eyes. You are quite arrogant, but your meager strength is insufficient. Come, let your supporters step forward to meet me. In response, Qin Guan pointed at the four behind him. Lao Mo, Qin Guanxiang, and the others are not my supporters right here? Are you blind? Upon hearing this, Lao Mo and Qin Guanxiang felt a jolt of alarm. Seeking death. In the air, Yin Rong roared in anger. But just as he was about to make a move, Su Lai suddenly smiled and said, "Master, allow me." Yin Rong glanced at Su Lai and nodded slightly. "Be cautious. That fellow is rather peculiar." This time, he had brought Su Lai along to provide him with some experience. Even if Qin Guan truly possessed the ability to annihilate Song Yuan, with Su Lai by his side, there should be no significant danger, especially since Su Lai had means of self-preservation. Su Lai descended on his sword, approaching Qin Guan. "Your soul sword is quite impressive. I shall take it." He then shifted his gaze to the sisters Nan Ro and Nan Xiao, grinning mischievously. "Those two young ladies are quite appealing as well. I shall take them too." Qin Guan remained expressionless. "Stop the nonsense. If you want it, come and take it." With a sudden clang, a sword's cry resonated through the air as Su Lai swiftly brought his sword down upon Qin Guan's head, channeling his spiritual energy. The sword light blazed forth, as brilliant as the sun, instantly enveloping Qin Guan. As the radiance dissipated, Su Lai was taken aback to find that Qin Guan had vanished, his strike cleaving only the emptiness. Boom, boom. Just as everyone frantically searched for Qin Guan's figure, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance above. The crowd hurriedly looked skyward, only to behold Qin Guan, enveloped in a fiery red aura, wielding his sword and mercilessly hacking at Yin Rong. There were no elaborate techniques. It was as though he were chopping wood, relentlessly assaulting Yin Rong. Shock filled Yin Rong's eyes. He no longer exuded the aura of a master. With each strike from Qin Guan, he grimly raised his sword in a desperate attempt to block. Every strike delivered by Qin Guan seemed to carry the weight of countless pounds, causing his opponent to stumble, his blood surging violently within him. To his astonishment, Yin Rong found himself utterly subdued by Qin Guan's sheer brute force. In truth, had Qin Guan not been concerned about damaging his sword, he believed a single blow could cleave Yin Rong in two. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers stood frozen in disbelief. How could a fifth-tier sword king be overpowered by a fourth-tier warrior wielding a sword? Was this a farce? Yet, before long, Yin Rong managed to break free from the restraint and retreated into the air. With his support gone, Qin Guan descended. In midair, Yin Rong's expression turned grave as he fixated intently on Qin Guan below. His words were abruptly cut short as Qin Guan's figure vanished once more. Observing this, Yin Rong's eyelids twitched, and he hastily retreated, finding himself several dozen feet away. However, as he came to a halt, a flash of crimson light suddenly darted past Su Lai, who stood below. In the next instant, Su Lai's head was severed cleanly from his body. Blood gushed forth like a pillar. The headless corpse of Su Lai staggered backward for a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground, still clutching a jade talisman in his hand. Chapter 33. Disappearance. The talisman contained a life-saving divine spell, but Su Lai had not had the chance to shatter it before being struck down. Qin Guan's speed was astonishingly swift, catching Su Lai off guard with a sudden counterattack. "Ah, you audacious wretch!" Yin Rong bellowed in fury upon witnessing the decapitation of his beloved disciple. In the next moment, he materialized above Qin Guan, swiftly forming a sword technique with his hands. Behind him, a sword of terrifying energy began to coalesce, swiftly expanding to an awe-inspiring size of several dozen feet. Raging sword of fury, Yin Rong roared, bringing his palms together forcefully towards Qin Guan. In an instant, the enormous energy sword, imbued with overwhelming power, descended towards Qin Guan like a bolt of white lightning. Retreat. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Qin Guan unleashed a gentle force that propelled the crowd behind him far into the distance. At that moment, the ethereal sword of energy descended with a resounding crash. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the uncontrollable energy surged in all directions, wreaking havoc as dust and debris filled the air. The onlookers gazed in horror at the site where Qin Guan stood, but the thick fog obscured their view, rendering everything unclear. As the mist gradually dissipated, they discovered a vast, deep pit at Qin Guan's location, stained with blood, yet he was nowhere to be found. "Ha ha ha, he is dead. That little wretch has finally met his end," a disciple from the Shao clan exclaimed with excitement. That sword from Yan Dao was simply apocalyptic. How could that fool stand there and expect to endure it? Nan Shun scoffed disdainfully. He wasn't enduring. He had no way to evade it. Nan Yuan Tong retorted with a sneer. From a distant rooftop, Elder Su shook his head in lamentation. What a pity. If he hadn't been so intent on rescuing those from the Nan family, he might have evaded that strike. How could this happen? Jiang Lianyu murmured, unable to believe that Qin Guan could perish so easily. Husband! Husband! Ninro rushed to a pile of rubble, her hands frantically digging through the stones, revealing a faint silhouette of a body among the debris. Brother-in-law. Upon discovering a person buried beneath the stones, Nan Xiao hurried to assist in the excavation. Quick, help us! Nan Yunqi shouted angrily to the crowd. Soon, a bloodied, headless corpse was unearthed. Haha, the head is gone. What a splendid death. An elder from the Xiao clan clapped in delight as they surrounded the lifeless figure. Nan Yunqi, your esteemed son-in-law has perished. Let us see how you can still be arrogant now. Nan Shunda laughed uproariously. He is not my husband. He is Su Lai. Nan Rose suddenly interjected. At her reminder, the crowd recalled that Su Lai had been decapitated by Qin Guan's sword, his body having fallen in that very spot. If it is not Qin Guan, then where is he? Seeing Nan Rose desperately searching for Qin Guan, Qin Guan Xiang reassured her, do not worry, miss. Qin Xiaoxia could not have been slain by that sword. The power Qin Guan unleashed while sparring with Li Zong in the secret realm far surpassed that of Yin Rong's recent strike. Elder Qin, where has my husband gone? Nan Ro inquired anxiously. Qin Guanxiang looked skyward and replied, have you not noticed that Yin Rong is also missing? Qin Xiaoxiao must have gone in pursuit of him. Only then did the crowd realize that Yin Rong had vanished as well. What nonsense! Qin Guan chasing Yin Dao? A mere fourth realm martial artist pursuing a fifth realm sword king? Isn't that courting death? Nan Shunda sneered from afar. In response, Qin Guanxiang glared at the Xiao clan and shouted, you rascals, you've been mocking us all along. I've had enough of your insolence. As Qin Guanxuan turned to face Nan Yunqi, he remarked, Master Nan, it is evident that these individuals seek vengeance by trailing the Spirit Sword Academy. In my humble opinion, we should eradicate them all while we have the chance. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Xiao family glared at Nan Shunda, their expressions filled with indignation. With Yin Dao absent, was this foolish individual truly provoking them? Nan Shunda's face twisted in dismay, akin to one who had consumed something foul. As he realized that without Yin Rong's presence, they were but insignificant beings in the eyes of the Nan family. Qin Guanxuan, I did not expect to see you here. A voice suddenly interrupted as a group of cultivators clad in blue robes emerged from the distance. To everyone's astonishment, it was the disciples of Yunlan's sect, Zhao Zhijian. Upon recognizing the elder leading the group, Qin Guanxuan's countenance morphed into a grimace. Ah, it appears we meet again, young ladies. Two youths called out cheerfully to Nan Ro and Nan Xiao, who immediately paled at the sight of them. These were none other than Zhang Long and Liang, who had previously attempted to insult them. Which one of you is Qin Guan? I have heard you intend to visit our Yunlan sect personally. Come, let me witness the source of your confidence, Zhao Zhijian remarked, surveying the crowd with a smile. The members of the Xiao family rejoiced at his words, realizing that the Yunlan sect had come to settle scores with Qin Guan. In haste, an elder from the Xiao family approached Zhao Zhijian, bowing respectfully. Esteemed elder, Qin Guan has vanished while sparring with Minor Yin. Vanished? Zhao Zhijian's expression darkened. It appeared they had arrived too late. Their primary motive for coming was the news that the Spirit Sword Academy sought vengeance against Song Yuan and had dispatched Minor Yin to personally deal with a mere fourth-tier martial artist. Surely, there was more to this tale. Furthermore, Qin Guanxuan had mentioned that Qin Guan had acquired a legacy within the secret realm, and many had witnessed him casually distributing qi-gathering pills. They surmised that the Academy's quest for revenge was but a facade, masking their true intent to seize treasures from the secret realm. How long has Minor Yin been missing? Zhao Zhijian inquired anxiously. It hasn't been long. Merely the span of a tea's brewing, the elder from the Xiao family replied hastily. I shall pursue him, declared a figure in a black robe behind Zhao Zhijian, who then swiftly soared eastward. Uncle, I have heard that Qin Guan obtained a considerable amount of treasures last time. Surely he has shared a good portion with the Nan family. Zhang Long interjected with a sinister grin, his gaze lingering on Nan Ro and Nan Xiao for today. He was determined to claim them. Indeed, Zhao Zhijian nodded slightly, then turned his attention to the Nan family members. If you know what is good for you, promptly surrender the treasures acquired from the last secret realm, or do not blame us for being impolite. You Yunlan sect truly have no shame. At that moment, Jiang Lianyue and Elder Su, accompanied by a dozen guards, approached. Upon seeing Jiang Lianyue, Zhao Zhijian narrowed his eyes. What? Does Tianbao Pavilion desire a share of the spoils as well? We do not stoop to your level of shamelessness. Jiang Lianyue pursed her lips and, having spoken, approached Nan Ro's side. Observing the Tianbao Pavilion standing alongside the Nan family, Zhao Zhijian intoned solemnly. What do you mean by this, Miss Jiang? It's nothing of consequence. I simply cannot abide your bullying. Jiang Lianyu replied with a smile. Zhao Zijian's expression darkened. Miss Jiang, if it weren't for your grandfather's reputation, do you think I would pay you any heed? Upon hearing Zhao Zijian's words, Jiang Lianyu expressed her disdain. I am naturally beautiful. Why would I need the attention of an old codger like you? What are you even thinking, you old mule? Zhao Zijian snorted coldly. Ha! Your verbal prowess is impressive. But if you end up in tears after a beating, don't come crying to your grandfather. As his words fell, formidable beings from the Xiantong realm emerged behind Zhao Zijian. Seeing this, Elder Su and a Xiantong realm acolyte from Tianbao Pavilion quickly positioned themselves in front of Jiang Lianyu. Just the two of you? Zhao Zijian scoffed at Elder Su and the acolyte. At that moment, old Emo suddenly signaled to the two individuals behind him. In the next instant, they appeared before Jiang Lianyu. Upon witnessing the emergence of two more Xiantong realm warriors, Zhao Zijian dismissed them with disdain, for Xiantong realm fighters are hardly a match. The aura of these four was evidently weaker than his own. He felt confident he could take on two at once. Enough of your prattle. If we're to fight, let us do so, Jiang Lianyu said, her impatience evident. Then let us fight, Zhao Zijian bellowed. With his words, several Xiantong realm warriors engaged in battle. At this moment, Zhao Zijian turned his gaze to Qin Guan, who had been fixated on him. Elder Qin, your escape that day will not afford you such luck today. You old scoundrel, even if I perish, I will take a piece of you with me. Qin Guanxiang roared as he charged at Zhao Zijian. However, upon their first encounter, Qin Guanxiang was sent reeling back by a powerful strike from Zhao Zijian. Though Zhao Zijian was also of the Xiantong realm, he surpassed Qin Guanxiang by several minor realms. And with Qin Guanxiang having lost his left arm, his combat prowess was severely diminished. Soon, he found himself unable to withstand Zhao Zijian's onslaught. Old Emo, you are the only one present who can contend with Zhao Zijian, Jiang Lianyu remarked to old Emo beside Nan Ro upon witnessing Qin Guanxiang's plight. I must protect Miss Nan Ro, old Emo replied expressionlessly. Qin Guan had entrusted him with her safety, and should anything happen to her, he could not bear the wrath of that man. Rest assured, Uncle Emo, I am capable of defending myself. Please assist Elder Qin. If he is killed, we will be at a disadvantage, Nan Ro urged, recognizing that if Zhao Zijian managed to free himself, others would be in grave peril. As she could clearly see that Zhao Zijian was significantly stronger than the other Xiantong realm fighters. Old Emo understood and, after a moment of hesitation, said, Miss Jiang, I leave Miss Nan Ro in your care. With that, old Emo dashed forward. You five, swiftly go to the back and set up defensive formations. If you perform well, there will be rewards. Jiang Lianyu turned to the 5 array masters of Tianbao Pavilion and instructed them. Yes. The 5 array masters hurriedly rushed toward a spacious area behind them to begin arranging the formations. In the distance, the remaining disciples of Yunlan's sect stood still, waiting. The Nan family in Tianbao Pavilion had more than 20 experts, significantly outnumbering them. While they regarded the Nan family with disdain, the guards of Tianbao Pavilion were evidently formidable. For the moment, they merely needed to wait for the opposing experts to be dealt with. Not far away, an elder from the Shao family, witnessing several powerful members of the Nan family being restrained, quickly led over 40 individuals to stand before the disciples of Yunlan's sect. What do you want? Zhang Long exclaimed, startled by the sudden approach of so many from the Shao family. The leading elder of the Shao family waved his hands in a placating manner. Do not misunderstand. Qin Guan has slain our Shao family's ancestor and head. We share a bitter enmity with them. Their experts are currently occupied, so if we join forces now, the remaining adversaries will pose little threat. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Jiang Long's lips. With the addition of these dozens from the Shao family, they could easily overpower their opponents. With this thought, he cast a cunning glance at Nan Ro and Nan Xiao, saying, Make sure to leave those 2 little girls for me later. Rest assured, young Master Jiang, we will not harm any of the women from the Nan family. They will all be left for you. The elder from the Shao family replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 34. Let you soar. You all will follow the commands of the Nan family head. Seeing the group from the Shao family conversing with the disciples of Yunlan's sect, Jiang Lianyu addressed the dozen individuals behind her. Yes, they responded in unison. Brothers, it is time to show those ruffians our strength. Make sure to strike with lethal intent, especially against those traitors, Nan Yun Qi declared, casting a stern glance at the 13 disciples of his clan. Rest assured, we will not show mercy to those traitorous scoundrels. Jia Quan clenched his fists in anger. My iron rod will not hold back. The slender Nan Chong swung his iron rod menacingly. Since mastering the mid-tier martial technique bestowed by his brother-in-law, he was eager to showcase his skills. At this moment, the other disciples of the Nan family were also brimming with anticipation, eager to test the power of their advanced techniques. Be cautious, Nan Ro warned. Glancing at the group before turning to her father, "Father, many family factions are lurking nearby, observing us. I believe they are not merely spectators. If a battle ensues and they witness everyone wielding advanced techniques, they may be tempted to harbor ill intentions." Upon hearing Nan Ro's words, Jiang Lianyu blinked her large eyes in astonishment. A mediocre family, yet every member practiced profound techniques and martial arts. What an extraordinary configuration. What benefits did that fellow Qin Guan acquire in the secret realm? Once this matter concludes, he must adequately compensate the Tianbao Pavilion. Father, I believe my sister's words hold merit. Those individuals clearly harbor ill intentions, Nan Xiao interjected, nodding in agreement. Nan Yunqi cast a glance at the surroundings, silently affirming their stance. We should band together for defense. Nan Xiao, rower, let us provide cover for the formation master to buy them some time, Jiang Lianyu proposed. Agreed, both Nan Ro and Nan Xiao replied. Let us proceed as Jiang Girl suggested. During the ensuing battle, do not scatter, stay close together. Just as Nan Yunqi finished speaking, Jiang Long approached with over 50 individuals in tow. Attack! Jiang Long commanded, and a throng surged forward towards Nan Yunqi and his companions. Kill them! Nan Yunqi rallied, leading over 20 men into battle. 30 against 50, I foresee the Nan family will suffer a disastrous defeat before the incense burns out. Someone in the distant corner remarked, shaking his head. Yet, as soon as those words were uttered, the adversaries confronting the Nan family began to wail in agony, their cries echoing with despair. Upon witnessing more than 10 disciples of the Nan family erupting in radiant, profound light, all present were taken aback. Notably, Nan Yunqi single-handedly withstood the fierce onslaught of Nan Shunda, Nan Yuan Tong, and an elder from the Shao family, wielding a fierce palm technique with unmatched ferocity, his power rivaling that of a practitioner in the profound realm. By heavens, they have all cultivated profound techniques and martial arts. Someone in the corner gasped in shock. My word, they possess several types of profound techniques and martial arts. It seems that Qin Guan obtained numerous treasures during the last secret realm expedition. No wonder Yulan's sect seeks to seize them. Observing the Nan family disciples, each endowed with profound capabilities and overflowing combat strength, nearby family factions were left astounded. Patriarch, we must act swiftly. If we can acquire a volume of profound techniques or martial arts, the Song family will rise to prominence. An elder from the Song family urged from a corner. Patriarch Song Dang-gu shook his head. Let us wait a moment longer. We shall make our move once they have exhausted their resources. At this moment, numerous clandestine family factions were quietly scheming, harboring intentions akin to those of the Song family, hoping to reap the benefits like a fisherman waiting for a catch. Meanwhile, 200 miles east of Luyun City, in the depths of the forest, Qin Guan was sprinting at an astonishing speed, while in the sky, Yen Rong soared as if haunted by phantoms. Amidst the thick smoke, Yen Rong distinctly witnessed his formidable sword strike effortlessly intercepted by Qin Guan, who pinched it between his fingers. The wicked smile that followed from Qin Guan sent a chill down Yen Rong's spine, compelling him to invoke a secret escape technique. However, shortly after he had fled the city, he sensed a terrifying aura racing along the ground beneath him. Upon recognizing that it was indeed Qin Guan pursuing him, a wave of panic surged through Yen Rong, prompting him to hastily retreat towards the Spirit Sword Academy. Thus, one soared through the skies while the other pursued on the ground, and no matter how Yen Rong attempted to evade, he could not shake off the relentless Qin Guan below. Where had he gone? In mid-flight, Yen Rong suddenly realized that Qin Guan had vanished from sight, prompting him to hover in the air and glance down at the forest. Humph, a mere groundbound warrior dares to entertain thoughts of catching up to me? How absurd. As long as I maintain my distance in the air, no matter how great your strength, it is of no consequence. Damn it. I nearly fell for that little wretch's tricks. Suspended in the air, Yen Rong regained his composure and felt a surge of irritation at the memory of his earlier panic-induced flight from Qin Guan. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the distant forest. What was that? Alarmed by the sound, Yen Rong swiftly turned to face the source. Just as he did, the light around him dimmed, and in the next instant, a small hillock came hurtling towards him from the high skies. Yen Rong was taken aback, hastily attempting to evade the impending collision. Yet, just as he sought to escape, he felt something seize his ankle. Ah! Upon seeing Qin Guan, who had inexplicably emerged from nowhere and grasped his ankle, Yin Rong screamed in terror, paralyzed in shock. "Get down here!" With a sudden surge of strength, Qin Guan yanked Yin Rong from the air and dragged him into the dense forest below. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck, causing the entire mountain to quake. Bang! "I'll make you fly! Bang! I'll make you fly!" Within the forest, Qin Guan unleashed a flurry of blows, infuriated that this wretched individual had forced him to chase for so long. Moments later, he pulled the battered Yin Rong from the rocky pit, taunting, "Fly, will you? Go on, fly." Yin Rong fixed his gaze on Qin Guan, a mix of astonishment and dread in his eyes. "What realm of martial artist are you?" The strength exhibited by this young man was undoubtedly beyond that of a fourth-tier martial artist. Previously, at the Nan family estate, his sword strike had been received effortlessly, and now he was being overwhelmed without the slightest chance to retaliate. A fourth-tier martial artist could not possibly possess such terrifying prowess. "Haven't I told you? I am a swordsman, an eighth-tier swordsman, not just a martial artist," Qin Guan asserted, gesturing toward the sword at his back with earnest conviction. Upon hearing this, Yin Rong's eyes widened in shock and fear. Eighth-tier martial artist. Qin Guan suddenly yanked on Yin Rong's ear, scolding, "It is the 8th realm sword cultivator, not the 8th realm martial artist. You are merely a martial artist. I am the true sword cultivator. Do not think that merely carrying a sword allows you to masquerade as a sword cultivator. You cannot deceive me," Yin Rong insisted vehemently. No sooner had Yin Rong finished speaking than a sword was abruptly drawn across his throat. Qin Guan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Tell me, am I a swordsman or a martial artist?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Rong blurted out, "You are a swordsman." Immediately after saying this, a wave of self-reproach washed over Yin Rong as he scolded himself internally for his foolishness. Why was he engaging in such a trivial debate with Qin Guan at a time like this, when his very life hung in the balance? Overwhelmed by regret, he pondered the information he had received, which labeled Qin Guan as merely a fourth-tier martial artist. How could a third-rate family have attracted such a formidable son-in-law? Chapter 35. The Black Dragon Guardian. "Please, I beg you, spare me. I have elderly parents and young children to support. My entire family relies on me. I am compelled to obey others against my will. Please show mercy," Yin Rong pleaded desperately, casting a sorrowful glance at Qin Guan. Qin Guan wore an impassive expression, stating, "What relevance do your elders and children hold for me? Furthermore, if I had no intention of ending your life, I would not have pursued you so far." Humph. Upon concluding his words, Qin Guan swiftly severed Yin Rong's throat with a single stroke of his sword. As a mentor at the academy, how could he be so destitute? After stripping Yin Rong of his storage pouch, Qin Guan discovered it contained merely 2 soul swords, 3 second-grade elixirs, an intermediate-level sword technique manual, and 10 low-grade spirit stones. Surprisingly, however, there lay a rare jade bone immortal orchid within. After securing the pouch, Qin Guan made his way towards Luyun City. After a brief interval, while en route, Qin Guan suddenly halted as a figure in a black robe emerged before him. The mysterious elder scrutinized Qin Guan and inquired, "Have you seen a middle-aged man pass through here?" "I have not," Qin Guan replied, shaking his head as he attempted to walk past the elder. "Halt. Did I permit you to leave?" The elder urgently called out to Qin Guan upon noticing the soul sword strapped to his back. Qin Guan halted his steps and turned to face the old man in the black robe. "Sir, do you have something to discuss? Which faction do you belong to?" The old man furrowed his brow slightly, for there was not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from Qin Guan. He appeared rather ordinary. Yet he bore a soul sword of immense value upon his back, exuding an air of audacity. Noticing the old man's unfriendly demeanor, Qin Guan felt a twinge of displeasure. "What business is it of yours which faction I belong to?" The black-robed elder, indignant at such insolence, declared, "Dare you show such disrespect to me? Leave the sword upon your back, and I may spare your life." Upon finishing his words, a formidable aura suddenly radiated from him. Having pursued for such a distance without sight of Yin Rong, he deemed it unlikely to catch up now, so he resolved to seize this young man's soul sword, thus not having made the journey in vain. Qin Guan gazed at the elder in the black robe and inquired, "Do you intend to rob me?" "You may interpret it that way," the elder chuckled. "I have a few items here. If you desire them, I shall gladly give them to you, provided you spare my life." As Qin Guan hastily retrieved a storage bag and revealed its contents to the old man in black robes, The latter's eyes gleamed with fervor upon glimpsing the soul swords, medicinal pills, and spirit stones within. Very well, relinquish these treasures to me, and I shall allow you to depart, the old man chuckled. He had not anticipated encountering such a wealthy patron. This journey, it seemed, was not in vain. Here you are, Qin Guan responded, extending the storage bag toward the old man. The elder scrutinized Qin Guan for a moment before sauntering over with an air of nonchalance. Yet his right hand, concealed behind his back, quietly gathered a formidable surge of spiritual energy. The youth before him exuded an aura that felt somewhat amiss. He was already on guard. However, in Qingzhou, few possessed the capability to harm him, and should the boy attempt any treachery, he would not hesitate to take his life. Just as the old man was within half a zhang of Qin Guan, the latter suddenly vanished from sight. The old man felt a jolt of alarm in his heart. As he instinctively prepared to retreat, Qin Guan reappeared to his left. In response, the old man's right hand unleashed the concentrated spiritual energy, striking directly towards Qin Guan's chest. Qin Guan, neither evading nor retreating, firmly grasped the left wrist of the old man in black. Bang! At that very moment, the old man in black delivered a forceful palm strike directly to Qin Guan's chest. Qin Guan shifted the muscles on his chest and raised an eyebrow, saying, "With such meager abilities, how dare you attempt robbery?" Witnessing Qin Guan unscathed, the old man in the black robe felt an overwhelming sense of dread. In a moment of shock, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Qin Guan's face, sparing no effort in his attack. However, instead of dodging, Qin Guan charged forward, colliding headfirst into the blow. Bang! Crack! The old man's fist struck Qin Guan's forehead, feeling as though it had collided with an impenetrable iron block, resulting in a broken bone in his hand, which dangled at a peculiar angle. "Spare me, young master. Please spare me," the black-robed elder exclaimed in terror. His gaze fixated on Qin Guan as he hastily pleaded for mercy. "From where do you hail?" Qin Guan suddenly realized that the old man seemed to have come from the direction of Liyan City. "I hail from Liyan City," the elder quickly responded. "Are you from the Spirit Sword Academy?" Qin Guan's voice rose with urgency. Noticing the evident hostility in Qin Guan's expression, which hinted at a grudge against the academy, the elder quickly shook his head. No, I am the guardian elder He Long of Yunlanzong, not affiliated with the Spirit Sword Academy." Yunlanzong. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan's demeanor shifted sharply. "Were you seeking me at the Nan family?" Yes. The black-robed elder nodded fervently at the inquiry. However, before he could utter another word, a sword abruptly pierced through his throat. You. The elder attempted to question why Yunlanzong would seek to kill him, but the words never left his lips as he collapsed to the ground. Qin Guan hastily tore off the storage bag from the black-robed elder and rushed towards the Nan family. He had initially believed that after eliminating Su Lai and with Yin Rong's escape, the motley crew of the Shao family would pose no significant threat. However, he was taken aback by the arrival of the Yunlan sect. At this moment, the members of the Nan family and the Tianbao Pavilion had all taken refuge within a defensive formation, as Nan Ro had surmised, amidst the skirmish. Certain family factions had clandestinely launched a surprise attack on the Nan family. Their intentions were unmistakable, targeting the members of the Nan clan. The previously tenable situation swiftly tilted in favor of the attacking families. Fortunately, the 5 formation masters had successfully established the defensive array, enabling a timely escape. Boom! Zhao Zijian unleashed a powerful strike against the formation's luminous barrier, causing the defensive array to tremble violently before quickly regaining its composure. Do not waste your efforts. The formation I devised can only be breached by a practitioner of the 5th realm or above. Your strength is still lacking. An elder within the formation remarked with a hint of pride. In setting up this defensive array, Jiang Lianyue had indeed invested heavily. Utilizing 2 low-grade spirit stones valued at 3 million gold each, along with various talismanic materials, which together amounted to an estimated over 10 million gold. How infuriating! "You cowardly turtles, come out and face me," Zhao Zijian bellowed in rage. "Zhao Elder, I have a method to draw them out." At that moment, Nan Shunda approached Zhao Zijian's side. Zhao Zijian's eyes brightened at once. "Oh, pray tell, what is your plan?" In response, Nan Shunda waved to the crowd, "Bring them forward." As his words fell, Jia Quan and Nan Chong were forcefully brought forth. Upon seeing the two, Nan Yunqi's expression darkened. Previously, in an effort to protect the others' retreat, they had been captured by Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong. "Nan Yunqi, if you know what is good for you, surrender the martial techniques and treasures acquired by the Nan family, or these two shall lose their lives," Nan Shunda said with a sinister grin directed at Nan Yunqi. Pa, you traitorous sycophants. Do as you will. If I so much as frown, it would be your undoing. Jia Quan spat defiantly at Nshunda. Still defiant even in the face of death. A chilling glare flashed in Nshunda's eyes as he swiftly severed one of Jia Quan's arms. With bloodshot eyes, Jia Quan fixed a steely gaze upon Nshunda, remaining resolutely silent. Chapter 36. He has arrived. Curse you, Nshunda. If you have the guts, come at me. Nanchang suddenly roared. Very well, I shall see whether your bones are tougher than my blade. Stop. Just as Nshunda was about to strike, Nan Yunqi shouted with fury. Zhao Zhijian, release them, and I shall hand over this martial technique to you. Nang Yunqi spoke as he produced a profound-level advanced martial technique. Upon witnessing the technique in Nang Yunqi's hands, the eyes of everyone present glimmered with greed. Zhao Zhijian felt an overwhelming excitement within. As the law enforcement elder of the Yulan sect, he had only cultivated a low-level profound technique, yet Nang Yunqi had boldly revealed an advanced version. Master, do not give these wretches what they desire. I, Nanchang, am not one to fear death. Nanchang exclaimed loudly. Silence, old fool. Nangshunda suddenly severed Nanchang's left hand with a swift blow. Nang Yunqi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in fury. Nangshunda, you beast, cease this immediately. Ha. Nangshunda found immense pleasure in Nang Yunqi's distress, unable to contain his laughter. You traitors, once my lord arrives, none of you will escape. And you bandits, my lord shall not spare you either. Nanchang scolded the crowd with indignation. My lord? Huh. Nangshunda scoffed, slapping Nanchang's cheek with his blade. Your lord is probably reporting to the king of hell by now. At that moment, Nang Yuantong strode forward with a cold sneer. Your fate today is the result of the lord you so foolishly revere. To still be thinking of that waste is truly beyond redemption. Enough of your nonsense. You traitorous scum are the true criminals of the Nang family. If my lord were here, you wouldn't dare breathe a word. Nanchang suddenly burst into laughter. Though he was frail and of mediocre talent, having been looked down upon in the Nang family, ever since Qin Guan bestowed upon him a profound-level staff technique, he had regained his dignity. He had never expected that by simply addressing Qin Guan as my lord, he would be granted such a precious gift. This profound staff technique, perhaps insignificant in Qin Guan's eyes, was enough to alter Nanchang's destiny. In his heart, Qin Guan was his benefactor, and he would not allow anyone to slander him. Curse you, let me laugh, let me laugh. Nang Yuantong's expression suddenly twisted with malice as he stomped on Nanchang's severed hand, grinding it mercilessly. Ugh! Nanchang cried out in agony, his vision blurring from the pain. Witnessing Nanchang's torment, the members of the Nang family within the formation seethed with rage. Stop this at once. Nang Yunqi shouted angrily, turning to Zhao Zhijian, evacuate everyone from the Nang family, leaving only you behind. I shall grant you the technique. Nang Yunqi, do you take me for a fool? Zhao Zhijian retorted coldly. To have everyone leave and be left alone would mean he could easily be overpowered by the likes of Old Mo and Old Su. If you refuse, then I have no choice but to choose mutual destruction, destroying all techniques and skills before my demise. Nang Yunqi threatened ominously. Zhao Zhijian turned to him and declared, Let me make this clear. I am not swayed by your tactics. If you dare to destroy it, I shall not spare a single member of the Nang family. Understand that I am offering you a chance for survival. Frankly, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. The breach of this formation is merely a matter of time. Nang Yunqi's expression darkened like a stormy sea as he glanced at those behind him, their bodies marred with wounds. The elder Mo and Su were not in any better condition. The recent battle had claimed 4 of their kin, while several others lay gravely injured. Now, with nearly 100 adversaries outside the formation, they possessed no capacity to continue fighting. It was over. There was no path for retreat. At that moment, a disciple from Yunlan sect hurriedly exclaimed, Elder Zhao, the Black Dragon Protector has arrived. He held a shimmering stone in his hand. A special sensing stone crafted by Yunlan sect. When blood was dripped onto 2 such stones, they would resonate with each other, glowing brighter the closer they were. Haha. The brilliance of the sensing stone grows ever brighter. Zhao Zhijian laughed heartily, but his gaze quickly turned serious as he looked at Nang Yunqi. It appears that negotiation is no longer necessary. Upon hearing that the Black Dragon Protector was approaching, the faces of Nang Yunqi and Jiang Lianyue turned ashen. The prowess of the Black Dragon Protector was on par with Yin Rong. Should he arrive, the defensive formation would be shattered in an instant. Prepare to meet your demise. After slaughtering so many of us, once the Black Dragon Protector arrives, you shall all be annihilated. Liang taunted, pointing at Nang Yunqi and his companions. Do not worry. My precious darlings, I shall plead on your behalf, Jiang Long said with a mischievous wink at Nan Ro and Nan Xiao. He has come. The Black Dragon Protector is here. The disciple, watching the sensing stone flicker more intensely, gazed eagerly skyward. Everyone followed suit, scanning the skies for the silhouette of the Black Dragon Protector. Just as Zhao Zijian and the others eagerly awaited, a young man clad in green, bearing a sword on his back, suddenly appeared before them. With his arrival, the sensing stone in the disciple's hand ceased its flickering and shone brightly, indicating that the Black Dragon Protector was indeed present. What is happening? Seeing this, the disciples of Yunlan's sect wore bewildered expressions. Instead of the Black Dragon Protector, they were met with this green-clad youth. Black Dragon Protector? One disciple tentatively inquired about the young man, pondering if the mighty protector had employed some means to alter his appearance. Darling, darling. At that moment, upon recognizing the green-clad youth, Nan Ro exclaimed with excitement. For he was none other than Qin Guan. Upon discovering that Nan Ro was unharmed, Qin Guan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Son-in-law, you have finally returned. If you hadn't come back, we would have been slaughtered by these ruffians. Upon seeing Qin Guan, Yang Hongmei beamed with joy, her excitement palpable. Open the formation, commanded Jiang Lianyue to the 5 array masters. Miss, there are so many people outside, one protested. Now that he has arrived, everything will be fine. Jiang Lianyue waved her hand dismissively. The defensive formation was soon activated. Nan Ro hurried to Qin Guan's side, pointing not far away. Husband, please save Jia Quan and Nan Chang. At her words, Qin Guan turned to see Jia Quan and Nan Chang, one missing an arm and the other a hand, blood saturating the ground around them. Witnessing this, Qin Guan's expression darkened considerably as he glared at the group led by Yun Lanzhou. Upon spotting Qin Guan, Nan Shun and Nan Yuan quickly retreated behind Zhao Zijian. Who are you, and how do you possess the sensing stone of our sect's Black Dragon Guardian? Zhao Zijian inquired sternly, noting that the Guardian had yet to appear, yet the sensing stone had activated, indicating that Qin Guan bore its mark. Elder Zhao. He is Qin Guan, the son-in-law of the Nan family. Nan Shun whispered urgently. What? Upon hearing Qin Guan's name, Zhao Zijian furrowed his brow. Quickly explain. Why do you possess the sensing stone of the Black Dragon Guardian? Qin Guan was taken away by Yin Rong, and the Black Dragon Guardian pursued him. However, the Black Dragon Guardian did not return. Instead, it was Qin Guan who came back, bearing the sensing stone of the Black Dragon Guardian. This left Zhao Zijian momentarily bewildered as he struggled to comprehend what had transpired. The Black Dragon Guardian you mentioned is that old man in the black robe, correct? Qin Guan inquired softly. Indeed. Where is he now? Zhao Zijian quickly asked. Qin Guan, he is dead. I have beaten him to death. Chapter 37, The Fifth Gate of Life. The Black Dragon Guardian has been slain. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, everyone's countenance changed drastically, their disbelief palpable. The Black Dragon Guardian was killed by Qin Guan? Impossible. How could a mere 4th-tier martial artist possibly defeat the Black Dragon Guardian? Zhao Zijian exclaimed furiously. There are many things that seem impossible. Qin Guan shook his head, disregarding Zhao Zijian, and turned to Nan Yunxi. Father-in-law, have these individuals attacked the Nan family? Nan Yunxi nodded hastily. Yes, had it not been for this bunch of ruffians ambushing us, we would not be in such dire straits. Nor would we have lost so many brothers. Glancing at the individuals behind Nan Yunxi, Qin Guan noticed they bore significant injuries, with many lying on the ground, clearly having endured a fierce battle. After a moment, Qin Guan turned and suddenly spread his fingers towards Zhao Zijian and the others. Truly, I do not relish taking lives. Yet you leave me no choice but to act, and for that, I am truly at a loss. Ha. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Zhao Zijian erupted into laughter. You, a mere 4th-tier martial artist, think you can slay nearly 100 of us? This is the most absurd thing I have heard all year. Boom. Just as Zhao Zijian spoke, a terrifying green energy erupted from Qin Guan, a swirling vortex of green energy rapidly spinning in his palm. What is this sorcery? Exclaimed an elder from the Yunlan sect in shock. Zhao Zijian's pupils constricted sharply. The Gate of Life. You are a 5th-tier martial artist. Qin Guan remained expressionless as the green vortex in his palm suddenly emanated a terrifying force that seemed intent on devouring everything in its path, a sight both awe-inspiring and chilling. The closest individuals to Qin Guan, including Zhao Zijian, were abruptly pulled towards him by this overwhelming force. Their eyes widened in terror as they flailed their arms in vain, desperately attempting to grasp something to halt their advance. The group behind Zhao Zijian was not spared from this fate. One by one, they were swiftly drawn towards Qin Guan. The pulling force intensified, causing the surrounding air to be violently extracted, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Even those positioned several dozen feet away could not escape its grasp, all being inexorably drawn closer. Their cultivation levels were far too weak to withstand such a formidable pull. Observing the pile of bodies accumulating before Qin Guan, the distant family factions watching from afar secretly rejoiced, grateful they had refrained from acting impulsively. The fifth gate of the martial artist, the life gate, harbored the ability to seize the vitality of all living beings. Once opened, a martial artist's self-repair capabilities would dramatically enhance at an alarming rate. With external and internal injuries healing rapidly, and even severed limbs and shattered bones could regrow. At this moment, Qin Guan turned to Jia Quan and Nan Chong, beckoning them to come forth. Heeding his call, the two hastily scrambled to his side. Qin Guan extended his other hand towards them, proclaiming, "Return to life." As his words fell, an overwhelming surge of life energy surged into Jia Quan and Nan Chang's bodies. Instantly, they felt enveloped by a warm, powerful force. As gentle currents of energy swiftly coursed through them, healing their injuries at an astonishing pace. "Ah, it's growing back." They watched in awe as the stumps of their severed limbs seemed to sprout with life, muscles, bones, and meridians visibly expanding, intertwining before their very eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Zijian and his companions felt their vitality rapidly dissipating. Their skin grew slack, their hair gradually turned gray, and they aged at a pace perceptible to the naked eye. "Qin Guan, release us." "Ah, Qin Guan, you will meet a dreadful end by forcibly seizing our life force. You shall incur the wrath of heaven." They cried out in panic, witnessing the swift erosion of their life essence. "What wrath?" Qin Guan retorted. "I am merely punishing the wicked. This is an act of righteousness. If heaven were to punish me for this, it would only prove that its sight has faltered." Qin Guan, seemingly unfazed, turned to Nan Yunqi and the others, instructing them to gather around. "Those who are injured, come quickly. It is quite exhausting to open a life gate." "Master, I've hurt my leg." "Master, I've been stabbed in the stomach." In an instant, the members of the Nan family and Tianbao Pavilion rushed over. "Quickly lift them up." Nan Yunqi, along with Nan Ro and Nan Xiao, hastily carried the severely injured disciples of the Nan family. "Don't crowd. You're pressing on my wounds." The crowd pushed eagerly towards Qin Guan. "Someone help me, please." Qin Guanzhong lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Speaking took immense effort due to his severe injuries. "Elder Qin, I will assist you." At that moment, a gentle voice reached his ears. It was Nan Ro returning. "Miss, you are truly a bodhisattva. Thank you." Qin Guanzhong felt overwhelming gratitude, nearly brought to tears. In that moment, he realized how crucial help was when one grows old and incapacitated. Soon, Nan Ro dragged Qin Guanzhong to Qin Guan's side, where he was severely wounded. After about 2 incense sticks worth of time, Qin Guan shut the life gate, his complexion pale and frail. Opening the life gate to forcibly seize vitality brought healing abilities, but also significant backlash. The longer it was opened, the greater the backlash experienced. At this moment, the disciples of the Nan family and Tianbao Pavilion felt rejuvenated, as if they had been resurrected, their previous injuries healed. Additionally, some who had suffered hidden injuries from years of cultivation found those ailments rectified, leading to unexpected breakthroughs in their abilities. As they marveled at their physical transformations, I swept through the crowd. "This life gate is truly extraordinary. Are you all right, my husband?" Nan Ro quickly wiped the sweat from Qin Guan's forehead, her concern evident. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. I'll be all right after a short rest," Qin Guan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Thank you, young hero Qin, for your life-saving grace." At that moment, Qin Guanzhong approached, bowing deeply. "Thank you, master. Young hero Qin, you have healed my long-standing hidden injuries." In unison, the crowd expressed their gratitude. At that moment, Zhao Zijian and others lay weakly on the ground, appearing as if they had aged over a decade, resembling withered eggplants. Qin Guanzhong's eyes narrowed coldly as he strode towards Zhao Zijian. "Zhao Zijian, you dog, did you ever imagine this day would come?" Zhao Zijian looked at Qin Guanzhong, pleading for mercy. "Spare me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have falsely accused you." Hearing Zhao Zijian's words, several elders from Yunlan's sect exchanged surprised glances, realizing that Qin Guanzhong had indeed been slandered by Zhao Zijian. "Wrong. You don't truly regret it. You merely fear that I will kill you," Qin Guanzhong retorted. Then turned to Qin Guan. Young hero Qin, may I take the liberty of handling Zhao Zijian? Do as you wish, Qin Guan replied softly. Upon hearing this, Qin Guanchang suddenly raised his right palm, his sleeves fluttering with a rustle. Wait. Zhao Zijian quickly lifted his hand and turned to Qin Guan. Could you enlighten me on this matter? Speak, Qin Guan said calmly. Was the Black Dragon Guardian killed by someone from the Spirit Sword Academy? Zhao Zijian inquired. Despite Qin Guan being a fifth-realm martial artist, he believed it was improbable for him to have slain the Black Dragon Guardian. Especially since Qin Guan had been taken away by Yin Rong. He suspected this incident was closely tied to Yin Rong. I must say, you are quite astute. The Black Dragon Guardian was indeed not killed by me. At that time, Yin Rong was holding me back, and when the Black Dragon Guardian arrived, a fierce battle ensued. Initially, the Black Dragon Guardian held the upper hand, but ultimately, he fell victim to Yin Rong's treachery, leading to both their demise. Qin Guan chuckled. The Spirit Sword Academy. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, the disciples of Yunlan's sect were consumed by rage, realizing that the Black Dragon Guardian had been treacherously slain by Yin Rong. Otherwise, how could Qin Guan have possibly defeated him? Old thief, meet your end. Bang. Just then, Qin Guanchang struck Zhao Zijian on the crown of his head, causing him to collapse, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Oh. After dispatching Zhao Zijian, Qin Guanchang exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Moments later, he turned his attention to Jiang Long and Liang, who were trembling in fear, their heads buried in their laps. Young hero Qin. These 2 wretches are the ones who disrespected the eldest and second young ladies in the secret realm. Brother-in-law. These 2 have been nothing but disrespectful to me and my sister. It was utterly disgusting. Nan Xiao fumed as she approached. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan immediately seethed with anger. Torture them. Let us thoroughly torment them before their demise. Yes. Qin Guanchang responded swiftly, dragging the 2 out. I won't do it again. I swear. Please spare my life, Lord Qin. Jiang Long and Liang trembled in terror, fervently begging for mercy. Crack. Without hesitation, Qin Guanchang crushed their leg bones, eliciting cries of agony from the 2. Following this, Qin Guanchang suddenly produced a dagger and brutally severed their lower limbs. Witnessing this scene, those around could hardly bear to watch. It was utterly tragic. Enough. At that moment, an elder from Yulan sect suddenly barked in anger. Qin Guanchang turned to face the elder, who spoke solemnly. Zhao Zijian is dead. He has received his due punishment. These young men acted impulsively in their youth. The elder then looked at Qin Guan and continued. Moreover, they did not inflict any substantial harm on your wife and sister-in-law. Why must you resort to such cruelty? Are you suggesting I spare them? Qin Guan replied, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the elder. The elder spoke with gravity. Young hero Qin, let us take a step back. If we push this matter to its extremes, it will benefit neither of us. Furthermore, I shall report this matter truthfully upon my return. How about we settle the grievances between Yulan sect and yourself? Upon hearing this, Qin Guan remained expressionless, turning to the elder and saying, What are you? And what is the Yulan sect? Qin Guan, do not overstep your bounds. To be frank, even as a 5th-tier martial artist, we in the Yulan sect do not regard you with any seriousness. I simply do not wish to escalate this matter. At that moment, the elder's words were abruptly cut short as his head was severed from his body. Chapter 38. The Alliance, Son-in-Law. Son-in-law, for the sake of our shared lineage, spare our lives. We were merely momentarily confused, blinded by folly. Desperate, Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong bowed fervently to Qin Guan, pleading for mercy. Beside them, Nan Yunqi could no longer contain his outrage and shouted, You treacherous dogs, how dare you beg for mercy? You all deserve to die? The thought of these individuals colluding with outsiders to harm their kin filled Nan Yunqi with a desire for vengeance so intense that he wished to see them utterly annihilated. Nan Shunda suddenly glared at Nan Yunqi with fury. We too share the blood of the Nan family, Nan Yunqi. If you execute us, the Nan family will be left with few members. How will you face our ancestors then? Nan Yuantong hastily added, If you kill us, future generations of the Nan family will know that you, Nan Yunqi, are a fratricidal executioner. Your deeds will be recorded as a stain upon our family lineage. Nan Yunqi scoffed. Right and wrong shall be judged by posterity. But rest assured, when you are gone, I will ensure your names are inscribed in our genealogy, with a note labeling you as traitors, serving as a warning to future generations. You, Nan Yunqi, may you meet a terrible fate. Infuriated, Nan Shunda and the others were nearly driven to madness. Nan Yunqi's actions would condemn them to be vilified by descendants for eternity, marking them as eternal sinners within their family. Nan Yunqi, the Nan family shall soon crumble under your hand. Do not think you are impressive simply because you have a fifth-tier martial artist as a son-in-law. Let me tell you, he has not only offended the Spirit Sword Academy but also the Yunlan sect, two of the most formidable powers in Qizhou. Can he withstand such enmity alone? Nan Shunda snarled. At that moment, 7 or 8 disciples of the Nan family crawled out from behind Nan Shunda and Nan Yuantong, head of the family. We were led astray by the instigations of the great elder and the second elder when we allied with the Shao family. Ever since we joined them, we have regretted our decision. The Shao family does not regard us as human beings. We realize our errors now. Please spare us. Now aware that Qin Guan was a formidable fifth-tier martial artist, leading the Nan family to possess a profound-level martial arts manual. And considering their close ties with the Tianbao Pavilion, they deeply regretted leaving the Nan family and pleaded for Nan Yunqi's forgiveness. Seeing the numerous family members beseeching him in despair, Nan Yunqi felt a flicker of doubt within himself. He looked towards Qin Guan, intending to speak. But Qin Guan spoke solemnly first. They did not consider the bonds of kinship when they wielded their blades. Indeed, the son-in-law speaks the truth. When they laid their hands upon us, they showed no regard for our familial bond. Jia Quan exclaimed hastily. Well aware of Nan Yunqi's critical flaw, his tendency to overthink and his lack of ruthlessness. Master, these traitors must not be spared. The remaining members of the Nan family nodded in agreement. Nan Yunqi took a deep breath, affirming, You are right, we cannot show leniency towards traitors. Yet, deep within, he struggled with the notion of executing them. Not a single one shall be spared. Qin Guan interjected decisively. At this, Chun Guanchong surged forward, followed closely by Old Mo and others, while Jia Quan and Nan Chong joined the fray. The air was soon filled with the sounds of battle as the Yunlan sect, the Shao family, the Song family, and numerous other allied factions were swiftly eradicated, leaving no survivors. Many of these families had initially sought to seize the Nan family's martial arts and techniques, but they were unprepared for the catastrophic downfall their momentary greed would bring upon them. In that moment, the courtyard of the Nan family ran red with blood, strewn with lifeless bodies, permeated by a nauseating scent of carnage. For many present, this was an unprecedented slaughter, especially for the Nan family members, who had previously endured oppression. The notion of killing was foreign to them. Their survival had often been a stroke of luck. This incident profoundly altered their perspectives, making it starkly clear that weakness invites violence, and death is a looming possibility. Nan Yunqi ordered his men to commence the grim task of clearing the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, in the grand hall of the Nan family, Jiang Linyue approached Qin Guan. Qin Guan, today, our Tianbao Pavilion has made a significant investment. How will you compensate us? Hearing this, Nan Ro expressed her gratitude, saying, Had it not been for Sister Linyue's assistance today, we might have been entirely annihilated. Reflecting on the earlier assault by such a multitude, she shuddered at the thought of the dire consequences had it not been for the defensive formations laid down by the mages of Tianbao Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan nodded, acknowledging his oversight. However, where there are disadvantages, there inevitably exist advantages. After all, flowers nurtured in a greenhouse will never truly flourish. For the disciples of the Nan family, this represents an excellent opportunity for growth. Don't just nod your head, quickly show your sincerity, Jiang Nianyue admonished. Giving Qin Guan a playful shove, Qin Guan's lips twitched slightly, and then he retrieved a jade bone Xianlan herb from his storage bag. Where did you acquire this? Jiang Lianyue exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the jade bone Xianlan in Qin Guan's hand. Don't ask, do you want it? Qin Guan inquired. Yes, of course I do. Jiang Lianyue eagerly nodded and snatched the herb from him. Observing Jiang Lianyue's fervent excitement, Nan Ro curiously asked, What is the purpose of this herb? Qin Guan chuckled. It is merely a beauty-enhancing herb, of no use to you. Of no use to me? Nan Ro inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Because you are already beautiful enough, it holds no benefit for you, Qin Guan remarked, playfully pinching Nan Ro's exquisite cheek. Upon hearing this, Nan Ro's lovely face flushed, and she hastily lowered her head, her heart brimming with delight. Am I invisible to both of you? Jiang Lianyue interjected, her expression one of disdain as she observed their affectionate exchange. Nan Ro quickly chimed in. Sister Lianyue, you are so beautiful that, in my eyes, you have no need for such an herb. At this, a shadow of worry flickered in Jiang Lianyue's eyes. Her face may not require the herb, But the unsightly scar from a sword wound on her chest was a constant source of discomfort. Each time she bathed, the grotesque mark would throb painfully. And being a woman, it was a burden she could scarcely endure. Noticing Jiang Lianyue's troubled demeanor, Nenro urged, "Sister Lianyue, if you are facing any difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them. My husband is quite capable. Perhaps he can assist you." Suddenly, Jiang Lianyue covered her mouth with her delicate hand, laughing lightly. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, as if harboring a delightful secret. Her laughter rang like silver bells, imbued with a touch of shyness and playfulness. "Is this woman unwell?" Qin Guan observed her reaction, shaking his head as he settled into a chair nearby. "What are you laughing about, Sister Lianyue?" Nanro asked, puzzled, yet also amused by Jiang Lianyue's mirth. "And nothing." Jiang Lianyue waved her hand dismissively. Seeing that Jiang Lianyue would not elaborate, Nanro refrained from pressing further. "Miss Jiang, I have been seeking you." Just then, Nan Yunqi entered the parlor. "Miss Jiang, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Tianbao Pavilion. Otherwise, my family would have faced dire consequences." Nan Yunqi expressed his thanks earnestly. "Uncle Nan, there is no need for such formality," Jiang Lianyue replied, waving her hand. "All of these are the resources we have seized, neatly organized," Nan Yunqi said, producing several storage bags and placing them onto the table. "Uncle Nan, are you rewarding me?" Jiang Lianyue asked with a smile. "You flatter me, Miss Jiang. How could I dare to reward you?" Nan Yunqi responded, then turned to Qin Guan. "I wish to offer 70% of these resources as a token of gratitude to Miss Jiang. What do you think?" Qin Guan waved his hand and said, "You are my father-in-law. You have the final say." Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Nan Yunqi felt a surge of pride. He then opened the storage bag on the table and smiled. "Miss Jiang, take a look. This bag contains elixirs, 5 second-grade ones, and the rest are first-grade. This bag is filled with qi refining powder, with over 200 bottles. As for this bag, Uncle Nan, there's no need to count. I don't want these items. I'll give them all to you." Just as Nan Yunqi was speaking, Jiang Lianyue suddenly laughed and said, "No, that's out of the question." Nan Yunqi quickly replied, "That cannot be. Your family, the Nans, is in need of money right now. Consider this my sponsorship." Jiang Lianyue insisted, "Dear Lianyue, with your generosity, our family owes you a significant favor." Nanro, standing nearby, said somewhat shyly. Jiang Lianyue waved her hand dismissively. "It's just a small assistance. I'll be heading back to the imperial capital soon. If you have time, feel free to visit me there." "Why are you leaving so soon?" Nanro approached Jiang Lianyue. "I've already stayed long enough, Ro. How about you come with me to the imperial capital? It's far more lively and entertaining than here." Jiang Lianyue smiled while holding Nanro's hand. Upon hearing this, Nanro's face lit up with longing. Throughout her life, she had never traveled far, not even outside of Luyun City, and thus her curiosity about the outside world was immense, especially regarding the imperial capital of the Longan Empire, which she had often heard about. It was said to be the most prosperous and bustling place in all of Qingzhou. "Do you wish to go?" At that moment, Qin Guan looked at Nanro. "Husband, do you want to go?" Nanro asked. "It's up to you. If you desire to go, I will accompany you." Qin Guan replied with a smile. Just as Nanro was about to speak, Nan Yunqi interjected urgently. "The headquarters of the Lingjin Academy and Yunlan sect is located near the imperial capital. It's quite perilous. Moreover, if you go out and they come looking for trouble, what will happen to me?" Without Qin Guan, the Nan family was no match for the Lingjin Academy and Yunlan sect. Nan Yunqi could not allow Qin Guan to leave. "Then let him stay home while I take Sister Ro to have some fun. Rest assured, I can guarantee your safety," Jiang Lianyue remarked, glancing at Qin Guan with a smile. "Lianyue, perhaps another time. If Qin Guan isn't going, then I have no desire to go either." Nanro waved her hand. "Women should not overly depend on men. They must learn to be independent, you know?" Jiang Lianyue shook her head in exasperation, as it was evident that Nanro was reluctant to part with Qin Guan. Nanro smiled but remained silent, believing that women should lean on their men, adhering to the adage of marrying into their husband's life. Men, by nature, possess greater strength and broader horizons. Within the household, the husband is always paramount. Since childhood, her mother had instilled this teaching in her. "Uncle Nan, if you need any assistance, just go to Tianbao Pavilion and seek out Qin Guanling. I've already informed him." "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your kindness." Upon hearing Jiang Lianyue's words, Nan Yunqi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Farewell, everyone." Jiang Lianyue smiled faintly before departing the hall. "Old Su, what did grandfather say? Why the urgency?" Outside the city, in the carriage, Jiang Lianyue furrowed her brows slightly. Old Su hesitated before replying. The old pavilion master mentioned a marriage proposal for you, suggesting you return to unite with the second young master of the Qin family. Chapter 39. A tenfold improvement. Jiang Lianyue was taken aback by Old Su's words. What? A union with the Qin family? Old Su nodded. The second young master, Shenhua Jian, has achieved a breakthrough to the Sword King realm at just 16, surpassing even his senior brother Su Lai in talent. His innate ability guarantees him the rank of Sword Emperor, and he is likely to become the first Sword Saint of Qingzhou. It is said he is already a candidate for the next dean of the Spirit Sword Academy. Many prominent families in Qingzhou are clamoring to forge alliances with the Qin family. Hence, the old pavilion master wishes for you to return promptly to arrange a meeting when Shenhuan visits home next month. Jiang Lianyue remained silent, her expression evidently displeased. She had heard that Su family's eldest daughter, Su Miaoi, the noblewoman Qin Guan, and even Princess Wei Hongyan of the Wei Kingdom were all preparing to align themselves with the Qin family. The mention of Wei Hongyan surprised Jiang Lianyue. The princess had always been aloof and disdainful of men. Old Su nodded. The Wei Kingdom is currently beset by internal strife and external threats. With the regime unstable and the neighboring Sang Kingdom eyeing them covetously, Wei Hongyan is likely left with no choice. A union with the Qin family could provide the Wei Kingdom with support, not only solidifying her father's reign, but also deterring Sang's ambitions. Alas, we are often ensnared by circumstances beyond our control. Jiang Lianyue shook her head, recognizing that often, whether from imperial families or illustrious clans, women have little agency over their own destinies. Miss, do you have any confidence in this? Old Su inquired. Confidence in what? Jiang Lianyue glanced at Old Su. Old Su smiled. In the union with the Qin family. Who said I consented to this marriage? Jiang Lianyue retorted, clearly displeased. Shenhuan not only possesses remarkable talent, but is also quite handsome. Countless women dream of marrying him. Are you not satisfied with him? Setting aside Shenhuan's character, I simply dislike being treated as a bargaining chip, Jiang Lianyue replied sternly. Old Su shook his head. The old pavilion master places great importance on this matter. In my humble opinion, it seems the decision may not rest with you this time. That remains to be seen. A mysterious smile graced Jiang Lianyue's lips as she closed her eyes to meditate. As night fell, the entire Nan family became immersed in their cultivation. With the luxury of an opulent training chamber and abundant resources, each member dedicated themselves fervently to their practice. Within one of the training rooms, Qin Guan sat cross-legged, drawing in pure strands of spiritual energy that continuously emanated from the spirit stones. Previously, after defeating Yen Rong and the Black Dragon Guardian, he had acquired 25 low-grade spirit stones. While cultivating on the back mountain, the spiritual energy in the air was too thin and impure. Thus, absorbing the energy from the spirit stones significantly accelerated the refinement of his Laogong acupoint. On the following day, Nan Yunxi, accompanied by Chun Guanxuan, Lao Mo, and others, embarked on an aggressive expansion of the Nan family's influence. The assets of various clans, including the Shao and Song families, were swiftly absorbed by the Nan family. Consequently, the Nan family ascended from a third-rate clan to become the most formidable first-rate family in Luyun City. Presently, no force in the city dared to provoke the Nan family, all choosing to steer clear. However, while the Nan family appeared to be flourishing, many factions in Luyun City understood that the Spirit Sword Academy and Yulan sect would not easily concede. The higher the Nan family climbed, the more devastating their fall would be. Regardless of their rapid development, they remained a paper tiger. 2 days later, in the early morning within the training chamber, Qin Guan gradually opened his eyes. Indeed, cultivating with spirit stones was a joyous experience. Observing the 5 dull spirit stones before him, Qin Guan couldn't help but click his tongue. Over the course of 3 days, he had successfully opened the Shimin, Neiguan, and Shaoi acupoints, while his first acupoint, Laogong, could now store a fist-sized amount of spiritual energy. Yet, as the stored spiritual energy became increasingly refined and pure, Qin Guan noticed that the consumption of spiritual energy for the transformation of the Yuan sword technique had risen significantly, and the speed of refinement had slowed considerably. Having just opened the 4th acupoint, he dared not imagine how long it would take to open all 108 acupoints, or the amount of cultivation resources required to expand them to the size of a cultivator's dantian. Nevertheless, as long as he could cultivate the way of the sword, Qin Guan was willing to endure any hardship or cost. Young man, to fully grasp this incomplete technique, it will take no less than 7 or 8 years. echoed the voice of the little black tower in his mind. Surprised by the sudden communication, Qin Guan realized that the tower had not spoken since their last venture into the secret realm. Master Tower, do you have any sage advice? Qin Guan inquired eagerly. None, replied the little black tower. Qin Guan nodded slightly and inquired, Master Tower, what is your opinion on this technique? This method is quite extraordinary. If one could successfully cultivate all 108 acupoints into a sea of energy in the Dantian, the power would be unimaginable, the little black tower replied. Do you believe I should first open all the acupoints, or should I gradually refine and develop them? Moving on to the next acupoint only once the previous one is sufficiently cultivated? While the approach of opening all acupoints before refining may seem expedient, it is fraught with difficulty and demands immense resources. Conversely, refining each acupoint individually, though slower, is less challenging and minimizes the risk of error. Upon hearing the little black tower's words, Qin Guan silently nodded in agreement, reflecting his own thoughts. Young man, how old are you this year? The little black tower suddenly asked. Qin Guandao, 16 years old, what of it? At 16, one is not so young anymore. All the hair has grown in. The little black tower remarked languidly. Qin Guan, you are now 16 years old. Let us not even discuss whether you can acquire this technique. Even if you do, to cultivate it to perfection conservatively may take until you are 50 or 60 years old. 50 or 60 years, that is simply implausible. Upon hearing the words of the black tower, Qin Guan immediately shook his head. The transformation sword technique is indeed intricate, but it should not require such an extensive period to master. Implausible? When it comes to imperial-level techniques, even decades are an understatement. The creators of such high-caliber techniques are invariably ancient emperors who have lived for tens of thousands of years. Do you truly believe that the techniques they devised can be easily grasped? Moreover, do not forget that to fully master this technique, you must also transcend to the 10th realm. You are currently at the 8th realm. You should be acutely aware of the challenges that lie in those two remaining realms. The Black Tower remarked with a cold chuckle. Upon hearing the Black Tower's words, Qin Guan fell silent. Indeed, comprehending an imperial-level technique is far from simple, and the prospect of breaking through to the remaining two realms seems as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Noticing Qin Guan's silence, the Black Tower suddenly continued. However, nothing in this world is absolute. Provided you meet certain conditions, the time required could be reduced from 50 or 60 years to merely 5 or 6 years, or even 3 or 4 years, or potentially just 1 or 2 years. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan hurriedly inquired, Master Tower, what conditions do you speak of? The Black Tower suddenly emerged from the center of Qin Guan's forehead. I can enhance your cultivation speed tenfold. Tenfold. Qin Guan was immediately taken aback. The Black Tower, would you like to give it a try? Qin Guan nodded eagerly. Of course I want to. The little Black Tower shook its body and said, Come inside my belly. A day of cultivation within is equivalent to 10 days of training outside. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan immediately grew vigilant, wondering if this creature intended to swallow him. What? Are you afraid I would consume you? Of course not. How could Master Tower possibly eat me? Qin Guan chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, the little Black Tower suddenly shed its previous arrogance and spoke in a gentler tone. I understand that I struck you earlier, which has left you with some resentment towards me. However, that was merely a consequence of your disrespect. You must recognize that I have saved both you and your wife. Had I wished to harm you, I could have done so long ago. What do you mean, you saved me in Roa? Qin Guan asked, puzzled. Last time, when you and your wife were in the bridal chamber, did you know that both of you awakened a formidable physique simultaneously? If not for my efforts to conceal your presence from the heavenly Tao, you would have been targeted by heavenly retribution long ago. The little Black Tower couldn't help but feel a surge of anger at the thought of having to endure that hour of discomfort for this insufferable young man. Is that so? Realizing the truth in the tower's words, Qin Guan quickly inquired, Master Tower, what physique have I awakened? And is my wife truly the saint body of the Taiyin? You have awakened the chaos physique, and indeed, your wife possesses the saint body of the Taiyin. The little Black Tower replied. Qin Guan nodded. Indeed, Nenro was the legendary Taiyin sacred body. Master Tower, what exactly is the chaos body? Qin Guan inquired further. As for this physique, Qin had never heard his master speak of it before. In simple terms, the chaos body is the primordial essence of all things in the universe, endowed with the power of cosmic origin. Such individuals possess an innate affinity and sensitivity to all the laws of universal forces, allowing them to swiftly grasp their principles and patterns. I presume you have already witnessed the formidable power of that white chaos chi within your lower abdomen. Though you have merely scratched the surface. If you were to comprehend its essence, you could transcend all constraints of the laws. Goodness, to transcend all constraints of the laws? Is that white gas truly so extraordinary? Qin Guan exclaimed, swallowing hard. It is not the gas that is extraordinary, it is you who are remarkable. By marrying a tying sacred body, engaging in dual cultivation will nurture the chaos chi and enhance your cultivation. Do you understand how unfathomable this opportunity is? Rather than futilely refining swords, you should be dual cultivating with her daily. This would be far more beneficial. Little Black Tower spoke with palpable envy. His words laced with irritation as he longed to strike out in frustration, lamenting why this fellow had such fortuitous luck, acquiring all the good fortune for himself. Qin Guan, do not celebrate too soon, my friend. To speak candidly, if it becomes known that your wife is the sacred body of the lunar ain, countless men will seek her out. Qin Guan, Chapter 40, The Audacity of a Dog. Daily, there are those who linger upon the image of your enchanting wife. Do you not find it rather disconcerting? The Little Black Tower inquired, tapping gently on Qin Guan's head. The corners of Qin Guan's mouth twitched. It was unsettling to know that his wife was constantly on the minds of other men. Naturally, no man would find such a situation palatable. Thus, it was imperative for him to diligently cultivate and grow stronger. Only through strength could he adequately protect his beloved. Although he felt invincible in this small locale, he was acutely aware that beyond it lay individuals of greater prowess. This truth was self-evident, even without my articulation. The Little Black Tower spoke with a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan silently nodded in acknowledgement of the wisdom that there are indeed greater forces beyond oneself. There is always someone stronger. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Guan turned to the Little Black Tower and inquired, So, esteemed Tower, your lengthy discourse suggests you wish to engage in a transaction with me, does it not? The Little Black Tower nodded in affirmation. You are indeed perceptive. I shall not beat around the bush. Provide me with chaotic energy, and I shall assist you in enhancing your strength. What say you? Chaotic energy? I possess merely a small fragment within me, Qin Guan replied. Looking at the Little Black Tower, the quantity I require is minimal. Even a wisp would suffice for several days. Moreover, as a being of chaos, your chaotic energy can regenerate. If all else fails, you might consider dual cultivation with your wife. It would replenish your reserves in one go. The Little Black Tower suggested. At this, Qin Guan couldn't help but twitch his lips in surprise, and curiosity overtook him. Esteemed Tower, what purpose do you have for chaotic energy? To heal. The Little Black Tower replied. Heal. You are so formidable. Who could possibly wound you? Qin Guan queried, astonished. Upon hearing this, the Little Black Tower seemed to recall something, and an angry luminescence flickered across its form. After a brief pause, it declared, It is a sword. A sword? What sword could inflict harm upon you? It must be extraordinary indeed, Qin Guan remarked. It is a cursed sword. Do not pry further. Knowing will serve you no purpose. Now, do you agree to my proposal? If so, we shall join forces. If not, then let us part ways. The Little Black Tower stated. Qin Guan pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, Of course. Master Tower, if you require chaotic energy for healing, you should have informed me earlier. We are all comrades. Even if you do not permit me to enter for cultivation, I would still assist you. The Black Tower responded in a deep tone, Enough of that. You humans are notoriously cunning, always prioritizing your own interests. It seems, Master Tower, that you still do not place your trust in me. Upon finishing his words, Qin Guan flicked his fingertip, and a wisp of white chaotic energy drifted forth. Here you go. Is it true? Upon witnessing the strand of chaotic energy at Qin Guan's fingertip, the Little Black Tower instantly became somewhat exhilarated. Qin Guan remained silent, instead directly presenting the chaotic energy before the Little Black Tower. Whoosh! Upon witnessing this, the Little Black Tower hastily absorbed the strand of chaotic energy into its being, astonished that Qin Guan had bestowed upon it such an immensely precious gift. Suddenly, the Little Black Tower remarked, You are far more dependable than your master. Intrigued by this statement, Qin Guan inquired, Master Tower, could you share the details regarding the relationship between you and my master? The Little Black Tower retorted, There is nothing of significance to discuss. He is merely a grand deceiver. Qin Guan, certainly, he has deceived me countless times, but regarding your identity as a chaotic entity, he has not misled me. The Little Black Tower added. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan was somewhat taken aback. Master Tower, Are you implying that my master has known all along that I am a chaotic entity? A year ago, your master discovered your chaotic nature. The reason I have chosen to accompany you is that only your chaotic energy can mend my Tao injuries. Furthermore, when your chaotic essence awakens, I can shield you from the gaze of the heavens, deflecting numerous karmic entanglements. My benefits to you extend far beyond this. You nurture my wounds, and in return, I offer you my assistance. This is the agreement made between your master and myself. Now I understand. Master Tower, you ought to have informed me of these matters sooner. Had I known. Little Black Tower responded with a hint of exasperation. Your master is quite the trickster, and is his disciple. I naturally have to consider matters more thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan chuckled awkwardly, realizing that his master had indeed deceived this Little Black Tower rather thoroughly. Previously, when it had attacked him, there was certainly an element of retaliation involved. Come in and experience it for yourself. At that moment, the Little Black Tower unexpectedly emanated wisps of ethereal light. Very well, Qin Guan nodded. As he stepped into the tower, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. He glanced around, as if he had entered an uncharted realm, and a mysterious, ancient aura washed over him, prompting his curious gaze to explore his surroundings. The environment appeared hazy and illusory, giving the impression of immense space with no discernible boundaries. Beneath his feet lay enormous black stone slabs, intricately engraved with peculiar runes that exuded a chilling, ghostly luminescence. Mysterious black streams of light darted through the cracks between the slabs, creating an eerie spectacle. The space within was truly self-contained, possessing an enigmatic quality. As Qin Guan sensed a peculiar energy circulating within the tower, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Just then, he suddenly perceived a faint yet formidable demonic aura emanating from the direction ahead. Qin Guan hastily gazed ahead, discovering a dark portal not far away, from which the malevolent aura he had sensed earlier emanated. Master Tower, what is that? He inquired, eyeing the eerie black doorway with trepidation. That is the entrance to the second floor, the Little Black Tower replied. Is there a beast on the second floor? Qin Guan pressed for clarification. The Little Black Tower responded nonchalantly. There is a black dog on the second floor. Qin Guan was somewhat astonished. What breed of dog possesses such formidable demonic energy? It is a spectral hound with a modicum of spiritual prowess, its leg having been broken by your master, leaving it gravely injured, sighed the Little Black Tower. A leg broken by my master? Hearing the words of the Little Black Tower, Qin Guan was taken aback. In those days, while your master was in deep contemplation and enlightenment on flying Immortal Island, it urinated upon his back. Qin Guan, that fellow truly possesses audacity beyond measure, haha. The thought of that unfortunate black dog causes a smile to blossom on Xiao Haida's face. That creature no longer dares to lift its leg to relieve itself. Now it squats. Young one, continue your cultivation. I shall attend to my injuries. Very well. Casting a glance around, Qin Guan retrieved a spirit stone and commenced his own training. The following day, within the grand hall of the Spirit Sword Academy. What did you say? The director, Bai Wanjian, abruptly rose to his feet, his disbelief directed towards a middle-aged man below. Both Mentor Yan Rong and Su Lai are dead. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. How is that possible? How did they meet their demise? Bai Wanjian inquired, striving to suppress his fury. The one who killed Su Lai was Qin Guan. As for Yan Rong's death, there are various claims. Some say it was Qin Guan who did it. Others allege it was his accomplice. And still others suggest it was a mutual destruction with the Black Dragon Guardian of the Yunlan sect. The middle-aged man replied. Bai Wanjian inhaled deeply. Explain, what exactly transpired? That very day, the middle-aged man recounted the events that unfolded at the Nan family. Bai Wanjian listened in silence, and after a moment, he turned to the middle-aged man. Who do you believe killed Yanrong? I suspect it was orchestrated by someone behind Qin Guan. It likely was not the Yunlan sect, the middle-aged man stated. Your reasoning? Bai Wanjian prompted. Firstly, while the Black Dragon Guardian is indeed stronger than Yanrong, he is not formidable enough to slay him. Moreover, despite our ongoing conflicts with the Yunlan sect over the years, they have mostly been between the younger generations and not escalated to the elder level. I believe that the Yunlan sect would not hastily eliminate a mentor from our academy. Bai Wanjian nodded slightly. Your analysis bears merit. At that time, Yanrong suddenly disappeared after killing Qin Guan. He must have realized he could not contend with the forces behind Qin Guan and sought to retreat. Furthermore, the Black Dragon Guardian arrived later, indicating a discrepancy in timing, and he had no reason to perish alongside Yanrong. as our intent was to eliminate Qin Guan, while the Yunlan sect aimed to seize treasures. Could it have been the Tianbao Pavilion's doing? I heard Jiang Lianyue was present and later assisted the Nan family in dealing with the Yunlan sect, the middle-aged man speculated. Bai Wanjin shook his head. The Tianbao Pavilion maintains a reasonably good relationship with our Spirit Sword Academy. There is no reason for them to harm our mentors. However, their assistance to the Nan family against the Yunlan sect indicates there is profit to be had for them. The middle-aged man nodded. It seems that the individual behind Qin Guan is not to be underestimated. And if he is not? Bai Wanjin scoffed, his gaze narrowing slightly. It appears that our Spirit Sword Academy has not unleashed its swords for quite some time, leading some lowly beings to believe our blades have dulled. Who shall we send? Director? The middle-aged man inquired, looking towards Bai Wanjin. A fifth-tier martial artist. Cultivating a fifth-tier martial artist is no small expense. So let us send Pei Qian and Hong Wan together. Director, is Mentor Pei not sufficient on his own? Upon hearing Bai Wanjin's directive for Pei Qian and Hong Wan to embark together, the middle-aged man was somewhat taken aback. Pei Qian, a sword master of the Sixth Realm, served as the esteemed mentor of the Spirit Sword Academy and represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in Qingzhou. Even when faced with several powerful ancestors from formidable factions, he could retreat unscathed. Bai Wanjin shook his head, explaining that with Pei Qian's temperament, it would be beneath him to travel great distances to eliminate a mere fifth-realm martial artist. However, if Hong Wan were to accompany him, Pei Qian would undoubtedly be more amenable. Moreover, there was another intention behind sending Hong Wan. At the appropriate moment, she could activate a secret technique to teleport Qin Guan directly to the academy. Should he eliminate two of the academy's prodigies and high-ranking members, I would personally flay him alive and utilize his flesh and blood for alchemical purposes. Chapter 41. Overtime efforts. The middle-aged man chuckled, acknowledging the dean's brilliance. A fifth-realm martial artist must have consumed countless rare treasures, thus his flesh would surely serve as exceptional alchemical material. Instructing Pei Qian to refrain from engaging with Qin Guan, he declared that all matters related to him must be eradicated. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at Yulan's sect, the sect master, Zheng Wanshou, was seething with rage upon learning of the brutal slaying of the Black Dragon Protector, inter-sect law elder Zhao Zhijian, for other elders, and a dozen disciples. The sudden loss of so many formidable experts dealt a significant blow to the Yunlan sect, especially after discovering that Qin Guanxiang had been wrongfully accused, leading to a surge of discontent within the sect. As the sect master, Zheng Wanshou bore undeniable responsibility for this calamity. What is the sect master waiting for? This cannot be tolerated any longer. I propose we first annihilate the Nan family and then dismember Qin Guan before seeking retribution against the Spirit Sword Academy. Oh, and we must not forget Tianbage. A middle-aged man in the Grand Hall exclaimed angrily. This matter is likely not as simple as it appears. Zheng Wanshou shook his head. Having grasped the complexities, he sensed numerous peculiarities surrounding the incident. Sectmaster, do you truly believe that Elder Black Dragon was slain by Qin Guan? How could a mere fifth-realm martial artist possibly defeat the Black Dragon Protector? The middle-aged man spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wanshou fell silent, deep in thought. The middle-aged man, sensing the urgency, urged, Sect Master, even if there is controversy surrounding the death of the Black Dragon Protector, the demise of the 5 elders and a dozen disciples is undoubtedly linked to Qin Guan and the Nan family. The entire sect is awaiting your stance. If you do not act swiftly, your reputation will suffer greatly. Acknowledging this, Zheng Wanshou nodded. We shall first eliminate the Nan family and quell the situation regarding Qin Guan. As for the Spirit Sword Academy in Tianbage, we can address those matters later. He prepared to issue commands when suddenly, an irate voice echoed from outside the Grand Hall. Foolishness. Just then, a white-haired elder strode in. Father, what brings you here? Zheng Wanshou rose hastily upon seeing the elder. Greetings, esteemed elder. The middle-aged man beside Zheng Wanshou quickly paid his respects. The white-haired elder regarded Zheng Wanshou with a grim expression. You have already erred gravely regarding the Qin Guanxiang incident. If you fail to learn from this mistake, do you still believe you can retain your position as sect master? Father Zheng Wanshou was about to voice his thoughts when the elderly man with white hair interjected, stating, Let us observe the situation quietly. Do not provoke Qin Guan any further. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wanshou found it difficult to accept. Father, the entire sect is awaiting my exemplary conduct as the leader. If we merely observe, how will that reflect on my authority? The elder continued, I have advised you countless times. One must not act impulsively. Reflect carefully before taking action. Do you think that Qin Guan, despite his youth, is an easy adversary? Are you aware of the immense cost of nurturing a fifth-tier martial artist? Do you understand the power behind him? Moreover, Tianbao Pavilion would rather offend our Yunlan sect than assist him. Have you contemplated these matters? The barrage of inquiries left Zheng Wanshou momentarily speechless, for he had indeed pondered these issues. Yet, deep down, he held Qin Guan in contempt. In his eyes, a fifth-tier martial artist was not formidable, especially for a sect as profound as Yunlan. This very arrogance had led him to overlook the situation's complexities. He recognized he had erred in underestimating his opponent and in allowing his pride to swell. Fear not, even if we refrain from action, given the nature of Lingjin Academy. They will soon take initiative. At this moment, we must remain calm and observe. Let Lingjin Academy act first. Do you understand? Thank you for the reminder, Father. Zheng Wanshou promptly nodded in agreement. You are unfit to hold the position of sect master, the elderly man stated, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Once the elder departed, Zhang Wanshou's countenance darkened, for his father's remarks about his unsuitability for leadership gnawed at him. Is the position of sect master subject to the opinions of the Grand Elder? A middle-aged man queried, glancing at Zheng Wanshou. Father is correct. We must endure for now and allow Lingjin Academy to proceed, Zheng Wanshou replied, his eyes reflecting a suppressed resolve. But if Lingjin Academy annihilates the Nan family and Qin Guan, while we, the Yunlan sect, remain inactive, will that not render us a laughingstock, portraying you as a useless sect master? The middle-aged man hesitated, not finishing his thought. Enough. Let us postpone this matter for the time being. With that, Zheng Wanshou exited the grand hall. The middle-aged man watched his retreating figure, sneering, without your father at the helm, you are but a mere shadow. In the opulent confines of Tianbao Pavilion, a furious Jiang Lianyue glared, her face clouded with anger. Grandfather, you will surely regret this. Regret? I have navigated these waters for decades without faltering. Can a 16-year-old fifth-tier martial artist truly rival a 16-year-old sword king? A venerable figure clad in a flowing robe replied solemnly. Jiang Lianyue retorted, why not? Qin Guan surpasses Shen Huan, and I believe his strength may even exceed the fifth tier. Exceeding the fifth tier? You cannot possibly think that Qin Guan is a sixth-tier martial artist, can you? The elder in the ornate robe let out a cold laugh. Do you comprehend the arduousness of elevating one's martial prowess? It is not merely the sixth realm warriors that are rare. Even among the cultivators of the sixth realm in Qingzhou, there are scarcely a handful, most of whom are aged individuals nearing a century. A 16-year-old sixth realm warrior. Do you truly believe your own words, Yue? Jiang Lianyue nodded. Very well. Even if he is not a sixth realm warrior, I must inquire, do you suppose it is a simple feat to nurture a 16-year-old fifth realm warrior? The elder in the ornate robe regarded Jiang Lianyue. Naturally, it is no trifling matter. What are you attempting to convey? Jiang Lianyue replied, Grandfather, have you considered that Shen Huan is presently a candidate for the next president of the Spirit Sword Academy? With Qin Guan having offended the academy, the Shen family will inevitably target him. If I were to marry Shen Huan, it would signify that Tianbao Pavilion would also stand against Qin Guan. And what of it? Presently, Qin Guan has offended not only the Spirit Sword Academy, but also Yunlan sect. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It suggests that he has antagonized nearly all the major powers in Qingzhou. Regardless of how formidable his backing may be, can he truly contend with the entirety of Qingzhou? I fear that by then, it would not even require our Tianbao Pavilion to take action. Upon concluding, the elder sighed deeply and continued, I understand you do not wish to marry Shen Huan, hence your intent to use Qin Guan as a shield. I concede that it is indeed remarkable for a 16-year-old to cultivate their physical body to the fifth realm. Had he not offended the Spirit Sword Academy and Yunlan sect, I would have made every effort to win him over. However, to ask me to protect him now is tantamount to declaring enmity with the Spirit Sword Academy, Yunlan sect, the Shen family, and countless other factions. Do you realize you are pushing Tianbao Pavilion into a pit of fire? After listening, Jiang Lianyue took a deep breath. Grandfather, I have contemplated these matters. Our Tianbao Pavilion can assist him without revealing ourselves, and moreover, to win someone's favor has always been about providing aid in times of need rather than merely embellishing their success, has it not? Enough, the elder declared firmly. I have made my decision. In 7 days, Shen Huan will return to the imperial capital to visit relatives, and you shall prepare accordingly. You will regret this, grandfather. Jiang Lianyue exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot before swiftly exiting the room. That girl is spoiled. The elder sighed, shaking his head after her departure. My lord, there is some merit in the young lady's words. Su Lao, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. What, do you also think I am in the wrong? The elder in the ornate robe turned to Su Lao. Su Lao hurriedly replied, You are certainly not in the wrong, but I believe that Qin Guan is indeed exceptional. I have yet to witness his true capabilities. He seems rather enigmatic, likely hailing from a significant power in another state. A powerful dragon cannot subdue a local snake. Regardless of how remarkable his backing may be, it cannot rival the united forces of Qingzhou, the elder stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Su Lao nodded and chose not to speak further. Master, this is truly extraordinary. In the training chamber, Qin Guan realized that after a day of cultivation within the tower, it felt as though he had trained for 10 days outside. The 4 previously opened acupoints had been expanded to the size of watermelons, an astonishing speed indeed. Humph. Merely 10 times. In my prime, I could achieve 20 times, the Black Tower remarked coolly. What? 20 times? Qin Guan exclaimed in surprise. Do you not believe it? I do. I believe it 100-fold. Qin Guan nodded vigorously, then a wisp of chaotic energy floated forth. Master Tower, please consume it. We must not delay your healing. The Black Tower replied, I am still quite weak. This single wisp of chaotic energy will sustain me for 3 to 4 days. However, I will require more in the future, so be mentally prepared. The Black Tower accepted the wisp of chaotic energy, speaking in a solemn tone. After listening, Qin Guan patted his chest and assured, Rest easy, Master Tower. If the supply falls short, I will work overtime with my wife to ensure you receive what you need. Chapter 42. Scars. Now that he possessed the peculiar capabilities of the Little Black Tower, Qin Guan realized the necessity for an abundance of cultivation resources at present. What he required most were spirit stones, an immense quantity of spirit stones. Leaving the training room, Qin Guan proceeded to the Nan family's main hall. Inside, Nan Yunqi was engaged in business discussions with several managers from the Tiangong Pavilion. Thanks to the assistance of Tiangong Pavilion in recent days, the Nan family's enterprises were flourishing, yielding substantial profits, and Nan Yunqi was exceedingly occupied. Greetings, young hero Qin. Upon noticing Qin Guan's entrance, several managers from Tiangong Pavilion hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Guan nodded in acknowledgement to each of them. You are too kind, young hero Qin. It is all about mutual cooperation and shared success. One manager from Tiangong Pavilion promptly replied. Master Jiang Lianyue emphasized before departing that we must not neglect Qin Guan or the Nan family. Hence Tiangong Pavilion is now accommodating all orders from the Nan family. Perfect timing, as I have matters I wish to request assistance from Tiangong Pavilion. With a smile, Qin Guan produced a storage bag, requesting the Tianbao Pavilion to assist him in selling these items. Upon hearing this, the steward of Tianbao Pavilion hastily took the storage bag, and was instantly taken aback upon glimpsing its contents. Noticing the steward's astonished reaction, Nan Yunqi and a few others approached curiously. As they beheld the treasures within the storage bag, their composure swiftly evaporated. The bag contained more than 10 second-grade elixirs for soul weapons, and 3 tomes of profound martial arts techniques, in addition to several first-grade elixirs. These were invaluable treasures, and Nan Yunqi, unable to mask his reluctance, gazed at Qin Guan, astonished that he possessed such an abundance of exquisite treasures. Qin Guan nodded and said, At present, I am in dire need of spirit stones. Keeping these items serves little purpose. Let us sell them in exchange for spirit stones. Upon hearing Qin Guan's desire for spirit stones, Nan Yunqi inquired, How many spirit stones do you require? Our family's business is about to enter a prosperous phase, and I shall ensure you are well provided. At this moment, Qin Guan is the steadfast anchor of the Nan family. Their current success is largely attributed to this exemplary son-in-law. Even if a low-grade spirit stone is valued at 3 million gold, Nan Yunqi would not hesitate to offer it. Qin Guan waved his hand with a smile, saying, No need. Our family is currently in a stage of development, and we certainly require a substantial amount of funds. You can focus on your business. In about 5 or 6 days, the Lingjin Academy and Yunlan sect should be arriving with financial support. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized that the items within the storage bag were likely all from Yin Rong and the Black Dragon protector of the Yunlan sect. This fellow truly is remarkable. It seems he regards the Lingjin Academy and Yunlan sect as mere benefactors. Nan Yunqi cautiously glanced at Qin Guan and inquired, "Are you confident in securing their financial support? I will accept whatever they offer." Qin Guan chuckled in response. "Haha, that is indeed reassuring." Upon hearing Qin Guan, Nan Yunqi burst into laughter. In truth, he had been particularly anxious about the Lingjian Academy and Yunlan sect over the past few days. After having slain so many of their members a couple of days prior, he surmised that the news had likely reached the imperial capital by now. The Lingjian Academy and Yunlan sect must be seething with rage, and he couldn't help but feel apprehensive about what formidable figures they might send in retaliation. However, seeing Qin Guan remain calm and untroubled indicated that he possessed the confidence to handle the situation. "Mr. Qin, I fear that these goods may not find buyers in Liyun City," suddenly interjected the manager of Tianbao Pavilion, looking troubled. "Why is that?" Qin Guan furrowed his brow. "Each soul weapon costs around 40 to 50 million. At present, it is unlikely that anyone in Liyun City would be willing or able to purchase them. As for the profound grade techniques and martial skills, their value is beyond question, starting at a minimum of 100 million. After hearing this, Qin Guan nodded slightly, astonished by the unexpected value of the profound tier technique. The old man expressed, if young Master Qin has the opportunity to visit the imperial capital, he might consider auctioning these items at our Tianbao Pavilion. Who knows, their worth could potentially double. With that, the steward handed the storage bag to Qin Guan. "Thank you for the reminder, old sir," Qin Guan said as he accepted the bag. Turning to Nan Yunqi, he smiled and remarked, "Father-in-law, please take care of the matter regarding the spirit stones. Just procure about 100 or so for my immediate use, and I shall repay you once I have the means." 100? Are you jesting?" Nan Yunqi's lips twitched in disbelief. The steward of Tianbao Pavilion interjected, "To be frank, even we possess merely 20 low-grade spirit stones in stock. Such extravagant items have minimal demand in this small locale." Qin Guan nodded slightly, realizing that an opportunity to visit the imperial capital was imperative, lest he soon run out of spiritual stones for his cultivation. Before long, he returned to his residence and found Nan Ro seated, diligently engaged in needlework. With a smile, Qin Guan approached her. Qin Guan embraced Nan Ro's soft waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as he chuckled. "Why aren't you cultivating? Instead, you're busy with needlework?" Nan Ro replied gently with a smile, "The weather is getting colder, so I want to make a couple of warm garments for my husband. How wonderful it is to have a wife, someone who cares and cherishes." Qin Guan gently kissed Nan Ro on her cheek, then picked up the apple from the table. Just as he was about to take a bite, Nan Ro hurriedly interjected, "Husband, allow me to peel it for you first." "There's no need for such trouble." Qin Guan waved his hand with a smile, for he, a rugged man accustomed to the wilderness since childhood, had never bothered to wash wild fruits, let alone peel them. To him, it was no trouble at all. Peeled apples, devoid of astringency, would be even sweeter. Nan Ro rose and snatched the apple from Qin Guan's hand. No wonder Master suggested seeking out the mistress. "I seem to have never peeled an apple for him." Observing Nan Ro diligently peeling the apple for him, Qin Guan felt a warmth in his heart. While inadvertently recalling his master, "My dear husband, I wish to inquire about something." Nan Ro suddenly spoke. "What is it?" "Please, ask away," Qin Guan replied with a smile. Nan Ro paused momentarily in her task, gazing at Qin Guan as she gently said, "A couple of days ago, my father inquired about you, asking where you hail from, about your parents, and how your master came to sign a marriage contract with the ancestral patriarch of the Nan family. He wishes to know how the patriarch met his demise, yet I possess no knowledge of these matters. My father scolded me for being indifferent to my husband's affairs. After reflecting on it, I thought perhaps you refrained from sharing these things due to some unspoken difficulties, or perhaps as a wife. I should take the initiative to show concern for you, so I desired to learn more." After absorbing Nan Ro's words, Qin Guan fell silent for a moment before responding with a smile. "There is no unspoken difficulty. My father passed away when I was very young. I fled with my mother during a famine when I was but 4. As he spoke, a flicker of pain and struggle crossed Qin Guan's eyes, his heart feeling as if it had been pierced by a knife. Instantly, a horrific image, one he dared not revisit nor could forget, surged forth in his mind, his mother, wielding a knife, slicing her own flesh to feed her starving child. Qin Guan took a deep breath, swiftly regaining his composure, and continued, "Later, my mother passed away as well. It was my master who pulled me from the pile of corpses. Please, my husband, no more." Nan Ro abruptly rose to her feet and rushed to stand before Qin Guan, her eyes glistening with tears, filled with remorse and heartache. "I am so sorry. It is all my fault for asking such questions, for forcing you to revisit those painful memories. In that moment, she finally understood why Qin Guan had never spoken of his origins. Such a tragic past is something anyone would wish to avoid. She had clearly sensed the turmoil within him as he recounted his history, for she had inadvertently uncovered his wounds. Realizing this, tears streamed down Nan Ro's face. She had always believed her own background was sufficiently tragic, yet she now discovered that her husband had endured even greater suffering. At the very least, she still had a father and a home. Qin Guan gently held the tear-streaked face of Nan Ro and smiled. Why do you weep? To have encountered my master and to have met you, I am already profoundly content. In truth, the heavens have been exceedingly kind to me. Qin Guan understood that Nan Ro possessed a kind heart, and those with such benevolence are often prone to sentimentality. What he cherished most about her was her gentle nature and kindness. Nan Ro nodded in silence. Qin Guan smiled and replied, I have been with my master since I was 4 years old. He raised me single-handedly. As for the matter of my engagement to your sister, I am not entirely aware of the details. It was arranged by my master and your grandfather. As he spoke, Qin Guan's expression became noticeably uneasy. He could not divulge the intricacies surrounding his betrothal to Nan Xiao. If the Nan family were to discover that their ancestor was accidentally killed by his master, it would be disastrous. Although it was an unintentional injury, it was still a death caused by his master, and it was best for this matter to remain buried within him. At that moment, Nan Ro cautiously inquired, Husband, is our esteemed master well? Haha, do not worry. That old man would find it difficult even to die. Qin Guan chuckled. Nan Ro nodded gently, contemplating her husband's background. She then said earnestly, It is said that once a teacher, always a father. Since your master raised you, why not bring him here so we can show him our filial piety? My master has gone to find his wife, Qin Guan replied with a smile. He had only heard his master mention her, having never met her in person. Oh, Nan Ro acknowledged, then asked, Husband, you are so formidable. Your master must be extraordinarily powerful, too, right? Indeed, he is immensely powerful. Even if I were to unleash all 8 gates, I would still not be able to compare to even a single finger of his, he answered. Nan Ro was momentarily taken aback. The implications of Qin Guan's words were quite overwhelming, leaving her momentarily speechless. The phrase all 8 gates unleashed implied that her husband was an 8th realm martial artist. An 8th realm martial artist. What a terrifying existence that was. No wonder Qin Guan held the powers of the spiritual sword academy in such disdain. Yet, the strength of Qin Guan's master astonished her even more. Her husband was already incredibly powerful, yet he claimed he could not even match a finger of his master. To what extent could this master possibly be strong? Was he akin to a celestial being? After a considerable pause, Nan Ro regained her composure and, somewhat perplexed, asked, Husband, why did you not reveal your true strength from the very beginning? Qin Guan smiled bitterly in response. The crux of the matter is that they cannot elicit my true strength. With just a mere display of my 4 doors, it suffices to deal with them. Chapter 43. Guiding Nan Ro hurriedly shook her head. That is not my intention. What I mean is for you to reveal your true capabilities. In doing so, they would no longer dare to cause trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Guan said, Rower, at all times, refrain from revealing your trump cards easily. Should your adversaries become aware of your strengths, peril will surely follow. Do you understand? Indeed, my husband, your words hold profound wisdom, Nan Ro replied with a nod. Furthermore, the secret of your Taiyin sacred body must remain undisclosed to anyone, regardless of their identity. If outsiders were to learn of it, both I and the Nan family would be beset by insurmountable troubles. Do you comprehend this? Qin Guan spoke with grave seriousness. I shall not utter a word. I would rather perish than betray the secret. Upon witnessing Qin Guan's stern demeanor, Nan Ro grasped the gravity of the situation. Qin Guan replied, Moreover, your cultivation should not be easily revealed. My dear husband, I genuinely wish to alleviate some of your burdens, even if just a little. If I cannot showcase my abilities, I feel like a tremendous hindrance. Nan Ro expressed with a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan swiftly waved his hand with a mischievous grin, exclaiming, Nonsense. When have I ever felt pressured? Moreover, you are far from being a burden. On the contrary, the benefits you provide are beyond description. Nan Ro's cheeks flushed instantly, for she was well aware of the advantages that arose from their union. My dear husband, are you desiring again? She inquired. Not at all. Qin Guan replied with a nod, gesturing dismissively. Come, as my wife, it is only fitting that I serve you. With that, Nan Ro set aside the unfinished apple and took Qin Guan's hand, leading him toward the bed. Soon, the curtains were drawn, garments scattered upon the carpet, and a passionate scene unfolded. Goodness, this lad is in sheer ecstasy, observed Xiao Haida, enviously shuddering as he witnessed the chaotic energy within Qin Guan's abdomen visibly swelling and intensifying. As dusk approached, the evening clouds began to gather. Qin Guan and Nan Ro emerged from the room. After their dinner, they arrived at the training chamber, where Qin Guan intended to offer Nan Ro some guidance. Originally, he had hoped to allow her to enter the tower for her training. However, the Black Tower had denied her entry, citing her inability to withstand the pressure within. May I inquire about your current level of cultivation? Qin Guan asked as they stood in the training chamber. I have reached the first level of the spirit refinement realm. Nan Ro replied. Have you advanced to the third realm so swiftly? Qin Guan exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Nan Ro's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Husband, I felt overwhelmed during our mutual cultivation. I had been diligently following your methods to suppress my cultivation and strengthen my foundation. However, after we practiced together for an afternoon, I simply could not hold back any longer and broke through. Oh, I see. Qin Guan smiled broadly upon hearing her explanation. Come, let me examine your progress. Qin Guan placed his fingers upon Nan Ro's pulse, assessing her foundation. Ah, all is well. Your cultivation has been quite refined during this period. He remarked with a nod and a smile after a brief moment. Relieved by Qin Guan's assurance, Nan Ro felt a sense of ease. Roa, do you have any uncertainties regarding the Xin Yuan technique we practiced last time? Qin Guan inquired. Nan Ro replied with a smile, there is nothing I do not understand. It all seems rather straightforward. This young woman's talent is truly extraordinary. The Earth-tier techniques are already quite challenging, and for an ordinary person, merely grasping the principles of such techniques would likely require a considerable amount of time. Qin Guan felt a surge of astonishment within, and he turned to Nan Ro to inquire further about the realm of cultivation. I've been practicing according to the methods you taught me, and I haven't encountered any significant challenges. Observing Qin Guan's surprised expression, Nan Ro couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. You may return now, Qin Guan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Nan Ro, indicating that he did not require her guidance. Hee. Nan Ro replied with a sweet smile, her eyes narrowing into crescents. Do not become too complacent. You possess weaknesses, Qin Guan said with a sudden mischievous grin. What weaknesses? Nan Ro asked, her curiosity piqued. Naturally, your combat skills. The only deficiency you have at present lies in your lack of practical experience. Now, come, strike me with all your might. As Qin Guan spoke, he beckoned with his finger towards Nan Ro. My dear husband, you should be cautious. Nan Ro cautioned. You cannot harm me. You are well aware of my resilience. Qin Guan replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Nan Ro rolled her eyes at Qin Guan and then playfully exclaimed, Behold my palm. With that, a hand enveloped in spiritual energy struck towards Qin Guan's shoulder. Qin Guan remained unhurried, deftly pivoting on his feet to effortlessly evade Nan Ro's outstretched hand. As Nan Ro's palm struck nothing but air, she fluidly followed through with a sweeping motion of her arm. Qin Guan leaned back slightly, his left hand suddenly intercepting at an angle, directly seizing Nan Ro's wrist. Observing this, Nan Ro attempted to counter with her other hand, only to find it firmly ensnared by Qin Guan's arm, rendering her immobile. With her hands compromised, Nan Ro sought to employ her legs. Yet Qin Guan appeared to anticipate her intentions. As soon as she lifted her right leg, he deftly intercepted it with his own. Realizing she was at an impasse, Qin Guan released her, chuckling. Rower, when confronting a martial artist, you must never allow them to close the distance. They excel in close combat, and once they press you, you will find yourself in a vulnerable position. A martial artist lacks the ability to manipulate qi. If they seize their opponent, escape becomes nearly impossible. Conversely, cultivators are adept at harnessing spiritual power to wield various techniques and talismans in battle. In essence, one should maintain distance and strike from afar, exploiting the cultivator's strengths to target the martial artist's weaknesses. Do you understand? Let us try again. Undeterred, Nan Ro's fighting spirit surged. This time, she and Qin Guan proactively created space between them, and with a sweeping motion of her hand, a surge of energy swiftly shot towards Qin Guan. Qin Guan raised his hand to block, causing Nan Ro's surge of energy to instantly dissipate into nothingness. In that moment, he lunged at her like a ravenous wolf. Startled, Nan Ro quickly evaded, maintaining her distance while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Qin Guan cautioned her. Thus, the two engaged in practice within the training room for a full 2 hours before finally pausing. Nanro, breathless and glistening with sweat, was escorted back to her quarters by Qin Guan, who then returned to the training room. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Guan noticed Yang Hongmei approaching with an anxious expression, as if something urgent weighed upon her. Spotting Qin Guan, she exclaimed, "Son-in-law, son-in-law." Shower mentioned a few days ago that she intended to break through to the divine refinement realm. It has been 4 days, and she is yet to emerge. Do you think something might have happened to her? Upon hearing this, Qin Guan furrowed his brow slightly. 4 days? Which training room is she in? In the 3rd room to the east. Let me lead you there. Yang Hongmei replied hastily, guiding the way. Before long, they arrived at the door of a training room. Shower has not come out these past few days. She has been attempting a breakthrough, and I did not dare to enter recklessly for fear of disturbing her. Yang Hongmei expressed her concern. Why didn't you mention this sooner? If she were to succumb to the perils of failure, it could be fatal, Qin Guan replied sternly. Chapter 44. Do not pretend to be innocent. Then we must hurry and check on her. Hearing Qin Guan's words about the potential danger, Yang Hongmei's legs grew weak with fear. Qin Guan remained silent, pressing his palm firmly against the heavy stone door. With a resounding rumble, the imposing door slowly creaked open. At that very moment, a chilling wave of icy air surged forth, causing Yang Hongmei to shudder involuntarily, nearly succumbing to the frigid embrace. Wait for me outside, he instructed. Upon entering the training chamber, Qin Guan was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming chill, the frosty air thickening around him as he observed the ground and walls coated in a dense layer of frost. Soon, he spotted Nanxiao not far away, and upon seeing her, his heart skipped a beat. In that moment, she resembled a delicate ice sculpture, her entire form shrouded in a heavy mantle of crystalline ice. Her complexion was a disturbing contrast, oscillating between a ghostly pallor and a fiery crimson, while her aura was in disarray, swirling chaotically through her meridians. She had truly succumbed to the perils of her own cultivation. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Qin Guan rushed forward, placing his palm upon her crown. As a surge of potent energy coursed into her being, Nanxiao's turbulent essence was swiftly subdued, and simultaneously, the ice crystals encasing her began to melt away. At that moment, Yang Hongmei burst through the door, braving the biting cold, and upon witnessing her daughter's dire state, she was struck with terror. Nearly on the verge of tears, understanding that Qin Guan was endeavoring to save her daughter, she merely uttered a cry before hastily covering her mouth. After a brief interval, the ice crystals completely dissolved, leaving her garments soaked and clinging to her smooth skin. Certain sensitive areas were unmistakably outlined, particularly the 2 prominent curves at the front, with droplets of glistening water slowly trickling into the valleys, undeniably enticing. Yang Hongmei, too, became acutely aware of her daughter's alluring figure on display, yet instead of covering her, she discreetly cast her gaze toward Qin Guan. Qin Guan cast a fleeting glance at the alluring figure of Nanxiao before hastily averting his gaze. He turned to Yang Hongmei, poised to speak, only to suddenly realize that she was covertly observing him. Qin Guan cleared his throat awkwardly and remarked, "It is rather chilly here. Please take her back to her quarters, and I shall conduct a medical examination." Yang Hongmei nodded hastily. Rushing forward to assist, Nan rose to her feet. After taking a few steps, she glanced back at Qin Guan and said, "Son-in-law, I have strained my lower back during cultivation these past 2 days. Would it be too much trouble for you to carry Shower?" With that, she grimaced and rubbed her aching lower back. Leading the way, Qin Guan stepped forward and lifted Nanxiao onto his back. As they walked, Nanxiao gradually regained consciousness. Upon realizing that she was being carried by a man, with her chest pressed closely against his back, she instinctively attempted to rise. However, she soon discovered that her entire body ached and was devoid of strength, rendering her unable to move or even muster the energy to speak. Her vision sharpened, and she quickly recognized that the person bearing her was Qin Guan, while the woman in front was her mother. It appeared that her brother-in-law and mother had come to her rescue. A wave of fear washed over her as she recalled the harrowing moment in the cultivation chamber when she had faced a backlash from her technique, nearly losing her life. The night was now deep, with the moonlight casting a silvery glow, and an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. The biting cold wind tousled Qin Guan's hair, occasionally brushing against Nanxiao's cheeks. She caught a whiff of a scent that mingled sweat with the unique essence of the man carrying her. The warmth emanating from Qin Guan's sturdy back instilled a profound sense of safety within her, starkly contrasting with the chill of the night. Yet, this sense of security pierced her heart like a sharp blade, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Regret surged through her like a relentless tide, overwhelming her completely. In the past, within the halls of the Nan family, she had harbored disdain for this man, readily handing him over to her sister. Now, he had become her brother-in-law, and she could not help but ponder what might have been had she made different choices. Before long, Qin Guan arrived at her quarters and gently laid Nan Xiao on the bed. "Mother-in-law, please help her change into some fresh clothes," he instructed Yang Hongmei. After finishing his words, Qin Guan walked towards the door. "Xiao, you are awake. You frightened your mother to death." Upon seeing Nan Xiao open her eyes, Yang Hongmei exclaimed excitedly, "Mother, I am fine. Please, do not worry," Nan Xiao murmured softly. "Do not speak. Your body is very weak," Yang Hongmei said, hurriedly taking out several garments from the wardrobe to change Nan Xiao into. "Gongya, it's done." After a short while, Yang Hongmei called Qin Guan back inside from outside. Qin Guan approached the bedside and discovered that Nan Xiao had already awakened. He inquired, "Have you been affected by the backlash of the technique after breaking through your realm?" "Indeed," Nan Xiao nodded in affirmation. Qin Guan said nothing further, instead placing his hand upon Nan Xiao's pulse to assess her injuries. Noting the severity of her condition, Qin Guan's brow furrowed in concern. The situation appeared dire. He discovered cracks in her dantian and multiple damaged meridians throughout her body, indicating significant harm to her foundation. "Your injuries are quite severe. The damage to your meridians is grave, and there are fissures in your dantian," he stated solemnly after a moment. Upon hearing that her dantian was compromised, Nan Xiao's complexion turned ashen. The dantian is of utmost importance to cultivators. Injuries to it can often be fatal, leading to stagnation in cultivation at best, and regression into a state of impotence at worst. Yang Hongmei, standing nearby, exclaimed urgently, "Son-in-law, you possess extraordinary abilities. Please, I implore you to help treat Xiao. It is somewhat complicated, and I cannot guarantee success," Qin Guan replied. "But you are a fifth-tier martial artist, are you not? Earlier, you opened the gate of life and were able to restore shattered bones and severed limbs. If you open the gate of life for Xiao, surely you can heal her," Yang Hongmei insisted. "The damaged meridians are indeed treatable, but the challenge lies in the cracks in her dantian. Even opening the gate of life does not assure me of success," Qin Guan explained. "Please, you must find a way. Xiao cannot become a cripple. Her lifelong dream has been to become a powerful cultivator," Yang Hongmei pleaded, grasping Qin Guan's arm. The thought of Nan Xiao, who had always been ambitious since childhood, unable to cultivate, was a devastating blow. Pain was unmistakably evident in Nan Xiao's eyes. "Boy, have you forgotten that you are a chaos body? The chaotic energy within you is specifically adept at healing such injuries." The voice of the little black tower echoed suddenly in Qin Guan's mind. Upon hearing this reminder, Qin Guan quickly inquired, "Tower Master, how can I use the chaotic energy to heal my sister-in-law?" "It's quite simple. Place your hand on her lower abdomen and guide the chaotic energy into her dantian with your spiritual power to massage it. After 2 or 3 days, she will be well," the little black tower instructed. Hearing this, Qin Guan felt somewhat embarrassed at the prospect of placing his hand on his sister-in-law's lower abdomen for a massage, fearing it might be misconstrued as inappropriate. "What's the matter? Is your sister-in-law's figure so alluring that you would relish the opportunity to massage her? Spare me the pretense of innocence," the little black tower teased. Qin Guan, unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within the little black tower, which, by all accounts, was merely a tower. Chapter 45. Yang Hongmei's Subtle Thoughts. Meanwhile, Yang Hongmei, noticing Qin Guan's peculiar expression as he stood silent, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Son-in-law, have you devised a method for treatment?" Qin Guan cleared his throat and said earnestly, "I have thought of a solution." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongmei's face immediately lit up with joy. "That is wonderful. Son-in-law, please hasten to treat Xiao." Qin Guan nodded without hesitation. He gently raised his palm, channeling spiritual energy into his hand. Following this, he delicately tapped his fingertip, allowing a trace of chaotic energy to seamlessly merge with the spiritual power. In an instant, the energy in his palm seemed to be endowed with a more formidable and wondrous force, shimmering with a faint glow. Casting a glance at Nan Xiao, Qin Guan pressed his palm against her arm, where the meridians were injured. He intended to first test the efficacy of this method before proceeding to heal her dantian. Soon, Nan Xiao distinctly felt a gentle and warm force gradually infiltrating her arm. The pain that had been subtly nagging her vanished in an instant, leaving her with an exquisite sense of comfort. With his right hand gently pressing upon Nan Xiao's arm, Qin Guan meticulously monitored her pulse with his left. As he observed the visibly rapid recovery of the damaged meridians in her arm, an astonished admiration blossomed within him. The speed of her healing rivaled his own remarkable ability to open the gates of life. The potency of the chaotic energy was indeed formidable. It was no wonder that the enigmatic Black Tower had long sought to harness its power for healing. Before long, under Qin Guan's attentive care, Ningxiao found the strength to move her arm once again. Qin Guan turned to Ningxiao and asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel no pain in my arm anymore," Ningxiao replied hurriedly. "Ah, indeed, my son-in-law's skills are remarkable," exclaimed young Hongmei, filled with delight upon hearing Ningxiao's words. Noticing the effectiveness of the method, Qin Guan cast a serious glance at Ningxiao's lower abdomen and said, "Next, I shall treat your dantian using the same technique. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Ningxiao suddenly realized that the dantian was located in the lower abdomen, meaning he intended to press his hands against her abdomen. At this thought, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Oh dear, why am I overthinking at such a moment? My son-in-law, please hasten to heal Qiao. If the dantian is damaged, it could ruin her health," Yang Hongmei urged. At that moment, Ningxiao looked at Qin Guan. Her voice tinged with shyness, and said, "Brother-in-law, please don't feel any psychological burden. Just proceed." "What nonsense are you talking? I have no psychological burden. I am merely healing your injury." Qin Guan cast a discontented glance at Ningxiao before placing his palm upon her abdomen. The moment his broad hand made contact with her soft belly, Ningxiao felt as if she had been struck by a sudden jolt of electricity, causing her delicate form to tremble involuntarily. Noticing that Qin Guan's hand remained still, the little Black Tower interjected, "Young man, do you grasp the art of massage? You must knead back and forth. Otherwise, the chaotic energy will accumulate in one spot, yielding poor results and overwhelming her dantian." Heeding this advice, Qin Guan began to gently knead Ningxiao's supple abdomen. Soon, waves of gentle warmth penetrated her dantian, and where this force traveled, the previously aching dantian, akin to parched earth awaiting rain, began to experience a soothing comfort. Feeling the comforting warmth radiating from her abdomen, Ningxiao could not suppress a soft moan. Realizing her lapse in composure, a deep blush spread across her fair cheeks, and she closed her eyes, biting her lip in an effort to stifle any further sounds. Meanwhile, Yang Hongmei observed Qin Guan's large hand moving rhythmically over her daughter's abdomen, and a hint of shyness and delight surfaced on her graceful features. Her gaze flitted between Ningxiao and Qin Guan, lost in thought. After a short while, the little Black Tower suddenly remarked, "Cease the massage. If you continue, she shall be overwhelmed. That trace of chaotic energy is sufficient for her to digest through the night. Excess will be counterproductive." Upon hearing this, Qin Guan quickly withdrew his hand, fearing that he might inadvertently harm his sister-in-law. Aware that Ningxiao had multiple meridians in distress, he decided to treat those as well. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Guan concluded his ministrations. Although he had merely employed a small amount of spiritual energy for her healing, the duration of the treatment had exhausted all the energy stored in his 4 acupoints. Your injuries are no longer critical, however. The dantian requires an additional 2 to 3 days of care. For the next few days, you should rest in bed, Qin Guan informed Ningxiao. She nodded, her gaze evasive, unable to meet his eyes. "Thank you, brother-in-law," she murmured. Qin Guan nodded slightly before turning to leave, only to discover that Yang Hongmei had also vacated the room unbeknownst to him. Reflecting on the earlier encounter when Qin Guan's hands had roamed nearly all over her body, Ningxiao lay on the bed, feeling a wave of warmth rapidly spread from her ears throughout her entire being. Embarrassed and flustered, she hastily pulled up the quilt and buried her head deep within it. The next day, upon learning of Ningxiao's injury, Nan Yunqi and Nan Ro hurried to visit her. "Oh dear, thanks to the meticulous care of the son-in-law last night, our Qiao could have faced dire consequences otherwise." Yang Hongmei recalled her daughter's demeanor in the training room the previous night, her heart filled with trepidation. "As long as she is fine, what are you still doing here? Hurry and instruct the kitchen to prepare some tonics for Qiao to restore her health." Nan Yunqi suddenly shot an annoyed glance at Yang Hongmei. He had been preoccupied with family business for days, and the mounting responsibilities left him with little sleep. He was displeased that Yang Hongmei only mentioned Ningxiao had been in the training room for 4 days. "This is entirely my fault. I, as her mother, have been negligent," Yang Hongmei said, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Ningxiao. Her unexpected admission took Nan Yunqi by surprise. However, considering that the Nan family was currently thriving and had become the most formidable clan in Liyun City, He realized that although all of this was due to Qin Guan, he was still the head of the Nan family, and Yang Hongmei could no longer afford to be as arrogant as before, especially since the Yang family might still require the support of the Nan family in the future. How the tides have turned. The Nan family has finally risen. Yang Hongmei's sudden humility brought an inexplicable sense of relief to Nan Yunqi. Shower, do you feel any discomfort? If so, do not hesitate to speak up. At that moment, Nan Ro approached the bedside with concern. Upon seeing her sister, a pang of guilt surged within Nan Xiao, and she quickly replied, I'm fine, sister. There's no need to worry. Nan Ro tucked the quilt around Nan Xiao, saying, last time, your brother-in-law told you to ask him if you had any questions regarding your training. You have always been too proud. Haven't you felt embarrassed to approach him? He's your brother-in-law. There's no need to hold back. If you have any issues in the future, don't hesitate to ask him. Despite being a martial artist, your brother-in-law knows a great deal, understand? Nan Xiao nodded. Yes, I understand. My dear, I need to discuss something with you. Yang Hongmei suddenly whispered. What is it? Can it be said here? Oh, just come with me. Yang Hongmei quickly pulled Nan Yunqi outside, whispering, my dear. Have you noticed that Trower may have developed feelings for Qin Guan? Nonsense. Nan Yunqi shot her a glare upon hearing her words. I am serious. Can Trower's feelings be concealed from me, her mother? Yang Hongmei replied earnestly. Seeing that Yang Hongmei appeared to be sincere, Nan Yunqi was taken aback. You can't possibly be suggesting that Nan Xiao should marry Qin Guan, can you? Yang Hongmei hastily exclaimed. What? Is it not acceptable? Qin Guan is a paragon of virtue and strength. Though he has never mentioned his illustrious lineage, it must be one of considerable prominence. If our Xiao were to marry him, she would undoubtedly lead a life of opulence and distinction, would she not? Nan Yunqi, upon hearing this, scoffed. When Qin Guan came to the Nan family to fulfill the marriage pact with Xiao, you and she vehemently opposed it, disparaging him at every turn. How can you now wish for her to marry him? Do you not feel the slightest embarrassment? Is it truly amusing to speak in such a derisive tone now? Nan Yunqi, have you muddled your thoughts? Do not forget that Nan Xiao is also your own daughter. To ridicule her is to ridicule yourself. Yang Hongmei retorted through clenched teeth. Nan Yunqi hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he shook his head. I doubt Qin Guan would be interested in Xiao. How can you be so sure? Yang Hongmei pressed urgently. Previously, I had discussed with him the prospect of pursuing Jiang Lianyue, only to be met with his outright refusal. If he disregards someone of her caliber, what makes you think he would be interested in Xiao? Yang Hongmei raised her head, her expression proud. That may not be the case. Our Xiao is not inferior in beauty to Jiang Lianyue. Although her family background may be lacking, she possesses the unique in-spirit physique, a quality unmatched by anyone. Enough of this boasting, especially in front of Qin Guan. Those who flaunt themselves before him seldom meet with favorable outcomes. We shall defer this matter for now. Nan Yunqi expressed his impatience. Nan Yunqi, you must consider this carefully. Currently, Roer is wed to Qin Guan, who is indeed your esteemed son-in-law, bestowing numerous benefits upon the Nan family. However, a man of his stature is likely to take multiple wives. Moreover, the longer a couple stays together, the more they may grow weary of one another. Should he find a new love, Roer may fall from favor, and the Nan family would inevitably lose its significance. Thus, if we were to marry Xiao to him as well, it would provide an added layer of security. Upon hearing Yang Hongmei's words, Nan Yunqi fell silent. Her arguments were indeed valid. The current prosperity of the Nan family stemmed from Qin Guan's generosity. Their collaboration with Tianbao Pavilion was also contingent upon his favor. If one day, Qin Guan were to be ensnared by another woman, the Nan family's standing would undoubtedly be jeopardized. He understood that the most effective way to secure a man's devotion was through offspring. It had been nearly a month since Qin Guan wed Nan Ro. Yet there was no sign of her pregnancy, which was troubling. If Nan Xiao were also to marry Qin Guan, with both daughters attending to him, one of them would surely conceive. After pondering this, Nan Yunqi said to Yang Hongmei, this matter cannot be rushed. We must proceed with caution. After all, your and Xiao's previous impressions on Qin Guan were less than favorable. It would be wise for Xiao to seek his guidance on cultivation matters, thus nurturing their relationship. You finally sound reasonable. Yang Hongmei shot him a glance, exasperated. Meanwhile, within the training chamber of the Little Black Tower, Qin Guan drew his sword and struck fiercely at the air. Bang! A dazzling surge of sword energy erupted, illuminating the hazy and ethereal space before him. The brilliance of the sword light vanished after stretching a dozen paces. As soon as the sword energy dissipated, Qin Guan executed a graceful pivot and unsheathed his sword once more, this time infusing it with the essence of chaotic energy. With a sharp whoosh, a piercing sound reverberated within the tower, the force of this strike evidently surpassing that of the previous one by several magnitudes. To his astonishment, the sword he had unleashed fortuitously struck the luminous portal leading to the second floor, shattering the ward that had been placed upon it. Young man, you possess quite the flair for mischief. Do you realize that the ward was established by your master long ago? Given my current injuries, I am unable to contain that beast should it emerge, and you may find your training on this level utterly obstructed henceforth. The voice of the Black Tower echoed ominously. Master of the Tower, I assure you, it was not my intention, Qin Guan stammered, just as a black canine head suddenly emerged from the portal. The head was broad as ink, with large triangular ears standing erect, and its eyes glowed like two eerie green flames, radiating an unsettling chill. Upon spotting Qin Guan, the black dog became immediately alert, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surging towards him like a tidal wave. Feeling the menacing energy emanating from the spectral hound, Qin Guan's expression turned grave. Soon, the spectral hound stepped through the portal. Although its stature was modest, barely taller than a person, its muscular form exuded an undeniable strength. With one of its forelegs awkwardly suspended in midair, the hound surveyed its surroundings before fixing its gaze upon Qin Guan once more, its mouth slightly agape to reveal sharp fangs. Human, despicable. By the heavens, it speaks. A creature of the Demon King realm. Qin Guan swallowed hard upon hearing the hound articulate words. The spectral hound continued, despicable, human. The corners of Qin Guan's mouth twitched, reflecting the immense resentment and hatred he harbored towards humanity. I am a good person, he exclaimed hastily. Upon hearing his words, the black lips of the nether hound suddenly curled, the flesh around its nostrils wrinkling, revealing 2 rows of pristine fangs. Its body slightly arched, seemingly preparing to launch an attack on Qin Guan. At that moment, Qin Guan deftly flicked his fingers, and a wisp of white chaotic energy floated before the nether hound. Witnessing the chaotic energy before it, the hound's previously curled lips drooped, and its eyes widened in astonishment. Kid, are you really feeding a dog chaotic energy? The little black tower seethed with indignation at Qin Guan's actions. If this fellow occupies a level, how will I cultivate in the future? I need to bribe it first. Qin Guan quickly remarked. Such wastefulness will bring down divine retribution upon you. The little black tower warned in a grave tone. Qin Guan, slurp. Over there. Upon confirming that what lay before it was a wisp of chaotic energy, the hellhound extended its tongue and swiftly drew the chaotic essence into its belly. Human. Who exactly are you? The hellhound inquired with astonishment as it gazed at Qin Guan. This youth before it possessed the primal essence of all things, indicating that he was no ordinary individual. He is the disciple of that old man who interrupted your leg. The little black tower suddenly interjected. Qin Guan is feeding that foolish dog with chaotic energy. It is quite displeased. You have betrayed me, tower. Qin Guan retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. This insufferable little tower was truly infuriating. Upon hearing the tower spirit's words, the hellhound immediately became vigilant, glancing warily around, its previously raised tail now covering its vulnerable parts. Witnessing the hellhound's frightened demeanor, the little black tower chided. That old man has already returned to the upper realm. Upon hearing that the old man was absent, the hellhound fixed its furious gaze upon Qin Guan and declared, You wretched human, I shall make you pay. Just then, another wisp of chaotic energy drifted before the creature. Slurp. The hellhound, disregarding its previous threats, quickly extended its tongue and absorbed the chaotic essence. Brother dog, it was that old man who harmed you. Seek revenge against him. I harbor no ill will towards you. Qin Guan gestured towards the hellhound, attempting to reason with it. The hellhound rolled its eyes, muttering, What you say does hold some merit. Foolish dog, do you believe you can confront that old man? If you cannot best him, then you can take your revenge on the younger ones. Remember, you merely urinated unknowingly back in the day, and as a result, your leg was broken, leaving you severely injured and imprisoned here for over 500 years. Can you truly swallow that grievance? The little black tower admonished. Qin Guan. The words of the little black tower instantly ignited the hatred harbored within the heart of the underworld dog. That old man had brought such misfortune upon himself. Had it not been for him, I would have likely ascended to the rank of a demon sovereign by now. Is it truly necessary to be so ruthless over a mere act of indiscretion? Reflecting on the immense suffering I have endured, the underworld dog exclaimed in anger. I may not be able to defeat your master, But as his disciple, you must repay this grudge. To be candid, although I am indeed a disciple of that old man, I too bear a grudge against him, Qin Guan replied solemnly. The underworld dog was momentarily taken aback. How could you possibly harbor animosity towards your master? In the realm of discourse, Qin Guan expressed his grievances. He sought my master's wife, disregarding my presence, leaving me abandoned, and insisted I become a son-in-law. I refused, and he threatened to strike me. As a man, who could endure such humiliation of being a Doran son-in-law? The spectral canine, Wang turned to Qin Guan and queried, Youngster, you cannot possibly be attempting to deceive this esteemed canine, can you? Qin Guan retorted, Oh, esteemed hound, with your sagacity, do you truly believe I could mislead you? Wang nodded slightly. Your assertion holds merit. At that moment, Qin Guan continued, Moreover, if I bore no enmity towards him, why would I provide you with chaotic energy to aid in your recovery? Wang blinked. Your logic is indeed coherent. The Black Tower interjected, truly a canine intellect at work. Chapter 47. The bodyguard then, Qin Guan approached Wang earnestly, stating, Brother dog, as the adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I possess an abundance of chaotic energy. You may rely on me for your recovery. Once you are healed, we shall seek vengeance upon that old man. Vengeance upon that old man? Have you lost your senses? Do you comprehend the strength he possesses? Even in my prime, I could scarcely withstand a single strike from him. Wang replied gravely, Is that old man truly formidable? Qin Guan scratched his head in confusion. Wang regarded him with disdain. No wonder that old man looks down upon you. You are indeed quite foolish. The Black Tower observed Wang being swayed and swiftly communicated with Qin Guan. Tower Master, do not undermine my efforts. Having this dog as your enemy brings you no benefit. The Black Tower huffed. Why should I not? You are the one feeding chaotic energy to a dog. If I do not feed it, what will happen if it bites me? Qin Guan countered. You are even more adept at deception than your master. The Black Tower retorted. This is not deception, it is merely turning foes into allies. Qin Guan chuckled, remarking that having the spectral hound by his side in the future would undoubtedly make for a formidable ally. The little Black Tower chose to ignore Qin Guan thereafter. Qin Guan cast a glance at the spectral hound and said, Brother dog, a gentleman avenges himself. 10 years are but a fleeting moment. Opportunities shall present themselves in due course. Though we may not be able to contend with that old man now, it does not signify that we shall remain powerless forever. Lower your voice, cautioned the spectral hound. That old man possesses connections that span the heavens. If he were to discover our intentions for revenge, he would surely eliminate us without hesitation. Remember, any thoughts of vengeance must remain unspoken and confined to our hearts. What is there to fear? That old man has returned to the upper realm. Here, we are the masters. Qin Guan retorted with bravado. Foolish wretch, at a certain level of cultivation, even the slightest disturbance can be detected. The spectral hound suddenly bellowed. Qin Guan hastily covered his mouth. The nether hound glanced at Qin Guan, then shook its head and trotted off to a corner to crouch down. If you dare to relieve yourself on the second floor's latrine, I wouldn't hesitate to break another leg. Just as the nether hound was about to urinate, the little Black Tower suddenly issued a warning. Hearing this, the nether hound quickly stood up. I refuse to go to the second floor. It is not a place for humans. You are a dog, not a human. The little Black Tower replied matter-of-factly. The nether hound, slightly vexed, scratched the floor vigorously. I will not go to the second floor. It is not a place for dogs. Then you may as well roll out of here and not linger, the little Black Tower retorted angrily. The nether hound hastily responded, Is that truly the case? You will not confine me any longer? Regardless, the restraints were not broken by me, so you may go wherever you please. It is of no concern to me. The little Black Tower stated. As soon as the little Black Tower finished speaking, the nether hound abruptly vanished from within the tower, only to reappear in the training room the next moment. Observing this, Qin Guan hurriedly followed. What in the world is this place? The nether hound spoke in a deep voice as it surveyed its surroundings. This is the training room of my father-in-law, Qin Guan replied. Kid, considering you have provided me with chaotic energy, would you like this esteemed dog to help you destroy your father-in-law's abode? The nether hound looked at Qin Guan as it spoke. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan hastily exclaimed, My dear canine companion, you must not. My father-in-law is related to that old man, and their family is guarded by a fragment of his spirit. Why did you not mention this sooner? At Qin Guan's words, the spectral hound shuddered, swiftly casting its gaze around. Qin Guan remarked, If it were not for that lingering soul thought, I would have fled long ago. However, rest assured, that essence is sealed in the hands of my wife. Upon hearing this, the Netherhound immediately breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that this place was not suitable for prolonged stay. As the Netherhound prepared to depart, Qin Guan hastily implored, "Brother dog, we are like grasshoppers bound by the same string. Will you not remain to assist me?" The Netherhound shot a disdainful glance at Qin Guan and turned towards the door. A sly smile suddenly curled at the corners of Qin Guan's mouth. "Brother dog, your injuries are so severe that without my chaotic energy, it would be quite difficult for you to recover anytime soon." Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, the Hellhound, standing at the doorway, abruptly halted. It had almost forgotten this matter, with its foundation compromised and remnants of that old man's sword qi still lingering within. It feared that without the aid of chaotic energy, complete recovery would be nearly impossible throughout its lifetime. Contemplating this, the Hellhound turned to Qin Guan, saying, "Seeing you in such a pitiful state, I shall temporarily remain to assist you. Truly a brother who values loyalty." Qin Guan grinned. "Youngster, from where did you acquire such an abundance of chaotic energy?" The Hellhound inquired suddenly. "In a secret realm," Qin Guan replied. "A secret realm? How much do you have left?" The Hellhound gazed at Qin Guan. "Rest assured, there is plenty remaining. Enough for your healing needs," Qin Guan assured with a smile. "Seems this lad is no ordinary individual. Possessing chaotic energy indicates that he must be blessed with great fortune." The Hellhound mused silently as it observed Qin Guan. "Come, let me take you outside for some fresh air, but you must suppress your demonic aura to avoid causing a panic," Qin Guan said as he opened the stone door of the cultivation chamber. The Hellhound nodded, eager to escape after 500 years of confinement and witness the beauty of the world once more. Upon stepping out of the cultivation chamber, the Hellhound beheld the long-forgotten light and inhaled the sweet, fragrant air. 500 years, and I, the esteemed Dog Lord, have finally emerged," the Hellhound exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down its cheeks. Qin Guan gently patted the back of the Netherhound and said, "My dear canine companion, you have endured much over these years." He then took the hound for a leisurely stroll around the courtyard. The servants, noticing the limping black dog trailing behind Qin Guan, regarded it with curiosity, sensing something peculiar about its appearance. After circling the yard twice, Qin Guan and the Netherhound made their way back to their residence. Nan Ro had just returned from visiting Nan Xiao and was bustling about in the kitchen. Qin Guan had kept the third-tier demon wolf king he had hunted in the Wan Yao Valley stored away in his pouch, intending to prepare a nourishing stew for Nan Xiao. "That is my wife. A fragment of that old man's soul resides in her hands," Qin Guan quietly informed the Netherhound, gesturing towards Nan Ro. The hound, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Young man, why do you wish for me to meet your wife?" "Brother dog, you see, I have recently offended several powerful factions, and they may seek vengeance in the coming days. I fear that should my wife become enraged, she might summon that old man's soul, and he would undoubtedly blame me for it. Thus, I wish to enlist you as her protector," Qin Guan explained. "You intend to push me into the fire, do you? What if one day she calls forth that old man's soul while I am by her side?" The Netherhound replied gravely. Qin Guan waved his hand, saying, "My dear canine friend, as long as you ensure her safety, she will undoubtedly refrain from resorting to her trump cards without reason." The ghostly hound furrowed his brow and replied, "Young one, I can't shake the feeling that you are trying to manipulate me." Qin Guan continued, "You have been imprisoned in that tower for over 5 centuries, deprived of sunlight for so long. My request for you to act as a bodyguard is merely an invitation for you to enjoy a breath of fresh air. How could there be any ulterior motives? Besides, you need not remain by her side at all times. Should danger arise, you can emerge to address it. In the meantime, take leisurely strolls, rest, and allow the chaotic energy to aid in healing your wounds. I almost forgot your injuries render you quite feeble, possibly making you no match for those adversaries." As Qin Guan spoke, he suddenly slapped his forehead. "What? Have you offended individuals of considerable strength?" inquired the spectral hound, its tone grave. "Not particularly strong. They seem to be even weaker than I am," Qin Guan chuckled. "What do you mean? If they are weaker than you, how can you claim that I, the esteemed hound, am not their match? I assure you, even in my injured state, I could easily contend with an 8th-tier novice martial artist." The spectral hound was distinctly displeased as a demon king. It felt it was beneath the dignity to be looked down upon by an 8th-tier martial artist. Qin Guan hastily gestured. "No. What I meant is that there are many of them. And what of it? In the face of absolute power, no matter how numerous they may be. Their fate remains the same death, whether swift or prolonged. Do you understand? At this, the spectral hound shook its head and sighed. No wonder your master cast you aside to become a mere subordinate. Not only are you foolish, but your perception is also quite shallow. The Black Tower remarked, at last. I comprehend why this dim-witted hound once so foolishly chose to relieve itself upon that old man's leg. Qin Guan touched his nose and said, Brother dog, are you truly unafraid of those individuals? If you have nothing to say, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut, the hellhound replied in a low voice. At that moment, from a distance, Nanro suddenly spotted Qin Guan standing in the courtyard alongside a limping black dog. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Guan hurriedly winked at her. My friend, I shall be over shortly. Qin Guan spoke a few words to the infernal hound before hurriedly making his way towards Nanro. The infernal hound, in turn, settled down in a corner of the wall. Over there, Qin Guan quickly recounted the plan involving the infernal hound to Nanro. Quickly, scold it and make it obey. After speaking, Qin Guan exchanged a knowing glance with Nanro. Oh. Nanro nodded eagerly in response, saying, Please help me wash the meat of the demon wolf king. Don't be so gentle. Be a bit harsher, Qin Guan whispered, glancing at the distant infernal hound. Go. Wash this demon wolf king's meat. Nanro raised her voice. Think about how your stepmother usually treats your father, Qin Guan reminded her again. Can you be a little quicker? You're moving like a tortoise, dragging your feet. Alas, I truly was blind to marry someone so useless. You can't accomplish great tasks and fail at the small ones. What good are you? Just look at others. Nanro, recalling the scenes of young Hongmei berating her father, pointed at Qin Guan in reproach while stifling laughter, avoiding the gaze of the infernal hound. Not far away, the infernal hound watched Qin Guan, who was smiling and bowing in a subservient manner, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. This poor fellow. Even an 8th realm martial artist isn't weak, yet he is being ridden by a woman. It seems all of this is due to that detestable old man. Qin Guan, where did that black dog come from? Let us skin it and throw it in the stew as well. At that moment, Nanro suddenly pointed at the infernal hound standing in the courtyard. Chapter 48, Nan Xiao's Confession. Skin it. Upon hearing this, the infernal hound's eyes widened in shock. Just as it was about to get angry, it remembered that a fragment of the old man's soul resided within Nanro, and it quickly ran over to her, rubbing against her in a friendly manner. This dog seems quite intelligent. Where did you get it, and what is its name? Nanro inquired. It's called Xiaoming, and I bought it at the market specifically to guard the house. As soon as Qin Guan finished speaking, the phantom hound unexpectedly dashed back into the room, subsequently presenting a chair to Nanro. Look, even Xiaoming surpasses you, Nanro praised, gently stroking the hound's head. Indeed, Qin Guan nodded vigorously. Upon receiving Nanro's commendation, the phantom hound cast a proud glance at Qin Guan. What happened to Xiaoming's leg? Nanro inquired. Her gaze fixed on the hound's limb. It was injured by a nefarious individual, Qin Guan replied. How unfortunate. Once the demon wolf king is stewed to perfection, be sure to serve Xiaoming a couple of bowls to nourish him. Nanro tenderly patted the hound's head. After her words, she rose and entered the house. The moment she stepped inside, she covered her mouth and erupted into laughter, realizing that her husband had conspired with her to deceive a mere dog. She simply could not contain herself. After Nanro departed, the phantom hound turned to Qin Guan, raising an eyebrow, and remarked, Kid, isn't your wife rather delightful? Qin Guan remained silent, diligently focusing on his work. The hellhound shook its head and remarked, In truth, you should be grateful to your master. Otherwise, with your demeanor, you might struggle to find a bride. Qin passed. The following evening, as Qin Guan arrived at Nanjiao's residence to continue her healing, he believed that after this session, she would be entirely restored. Upon stepping into the room, he was enveloped by a subtle yet captivating fragrance that lingered in the air. The light within the space was softer and dimmer than usual, as if veiled by a delicate gauze. Nanjiao? Qin Guan called out from the outer room. Brother-in-law, you're here. Upon hearing his voice, Nanjiao hurriedly emerged from the inner chamber. She donned a gown of moonlight blue satin, the hem adorned with pale pink begonia embroidery, the silken thread shimmering gently in the muted light. As she moved, the skirt slightly parted, revealing her long, slender legs, and her fair skin glistened subtly in the dusky illumination, exuding an alluring charm. Noticing this, Qin Guan furrowed his brow, sensing that the atmosphere felt somewhat amiss. Nanjiao approached him, her neckline slightly open, revealing her exquisite collarbone and a small expanse of her fair neck, leading down to the snowy peaks, and enticing valleys below. Recognizing the situation, Qin Guan gently turned his head and remarked, "Tonight, after treating your Dantian injury once more, you should be fully recovered." "Thank you, brother-in-law, for tending to my wounds every day," Nanjiao replied, biting her lip. "Let us dispense with pleasantries and begin," Qin Guan said. "All right." Nanjiao nodded and gradually reclined onto the bed. As she lay down, her alluring figure was fully revealed before Qin Guan. Qin Guan took a deep breath and placed his palm gently on Nanjiao's soft, warm abdomen. As he felt that familiar sensation, a blush gradually enveloped Nanjiao's cheeks. She shyly stole a glance at Qin Guan, only to find him with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly engrossed in examining his own body. How fortunate it is to be a cultivator. She, merely at the qi refinement stage, already possessed a dantian with a capacity as vast as a square foot, truly a wondrous realm. Feeling the reservoir of spiritual energy within Nanjiao's dantian, Qin Guan was secretly astonished. The capacity of a cultivator's dantian expands with the enhancement of their cultivation level. The more spiritual energy it can hold, the greater the endurance and explosive power one can wield. Presently, Qin Guan had successfully opened 10 acupoints, each expanded and refined to the size of a watermelon. Yet, collectively, these 10 watermelons amounted to only 1% of Nanjiao's dantian capacity. The disparity was significant, and he knew he needed to strive harder. After a stick of incense had burned, the final fissure within Nanjiao's dantian gradually sealed. Qin Guan withdrew his hand and turned to Nanjiao, inquiring, "How does it feel?" Upon hearing this, Nanjiao promptly focused her energy to examine her dantian. After a brief moment, she exclaimed joyfully, "Brother-in-law, it's all better now. My stomach no longer hurts at all." Qin Guan nodded slightly and said, "That will suffice. It is getting late. You should rest well." "Brother-in-law." As Qin Guan stood up, Nanjiao suddenly embraced him from behind. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Startled by her grip, Qin Guan attempted to break free, yet Nanjiao clung to him tenaciously. "I don't want to call you brother-in-law," Nanjiao declared abruptly. Upon hearing her words, Qin Guan instantly comprehended the situation. His sister-in-law had developed feelings for him. No wonder the atmosphere had felt so peculiar the moment he entered the room. "Nanjiao, from the very beginning, our fates were destined to be unfulfilled. In my heart, there is only Roa now. I implore you to respect that." Upon hearing Qin Guan's response, Nanjiao shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her face. "No. You were meant to be mine. We have a marriage pact. Whenever I reflect on that fateful decision, my heart is filled with deep regret. Can you grant me another chance? Some opportunities, once missed, can haunt one for a lifetime." After Qin Guan finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force. Breaking free from Nanjiao's grasp, he turned to her with earnestness and said, "In truth, I am merely a martial artist, with countless individuals far surpassing me. You possess a unique constitution, and your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. You can find any man you desire. Yet, I do not want anyone else. I want you." Nanjiao bit her crimson lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Aren't you going to come in and persuade your daughter?" At that moment, Qin Guan called out to the door. Shortly thereafter, Nan Yunqi and Yang Hongmei awkwardly entered from outside. Qin Guan cast a glance at the two and said nothing further before hastily departing the room. "What do you think?" "I have long asserted that he now harbors feelings solely for Roer," Nan Yunqi remarked, shaking his head. "What do you mean by that, Nan Yunqi? Are you suggesting that Shower pales in comparison to Roa?" Yang Hongmei retorted with a cold sneer. "It is not a matter of who surpasses whom. Initially, it was your disdain for Qin Guan that led you to abandon him to Roer. Though he appears indifferent on the surface, as a man, he will forever bear the humiliation in his heart. Do you comprehend?" Nan Yunqi spoke solemnly. Upon hearing her father's words, Nanjiao's sobs grew more intense, and she was engulfed in regret and sorrow. "Shower, please cease your weeping. This is all your mother's fault. I should never have suggested such a foolish idea." At that moment, Yang Hongmei was filled with remorse, lamenting how she could have devised such a poor plan that essentially forfeited her daughter's happiness to that wretched girl. "Nanro, father, mother, please leave me be. I wish to have some solitude," Nanjiao said, wiping her tears. "Shower, for heaven's sake, do not entertain any reckless notions." Yang Hongmei expressed her concern. Reckless notions, indeed. Nan Yunqi suddenly glared at Yang Hongmei, irritable. It is perfectly natural for Shower, at her tender age, to develop feelings for a man as handsome and capable as Qin Guan. Which young person has not harbored a crush during their youth? Such infatuations fade with time. The very idea of doing something foolish is utterly ridiculous. Yang Hongmei nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, your father is right. Chower, you are still young. You will inevitably encounter such experiences. Loving someone can be painful, yet sweet. In my youth, I too had affections for a gentleman, but we did not end up together. The heartache I felt was profound, as though something had lodged itself within me. Yet, reflecting on it now brings a certain sweetness. Upon hearing Yang Hongmei's words, Nan Yunqi's expression darkened, his fists clenching audibly. Yang Hongmei, I cannot believe you are still thinking of another man. I shall write a letter of divorce this very moment. Ah, my lord, I was merely speaking in jest. Please do not take it to heart. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Yang Hongmei panicked and hurried after Nan Yunqi. Humph. Observing this, Nan Xiao slammed the door shut, her mind awash with the image of Qin Guan carrying her that fateful night. The following morning, several newly appointed managers rushed into the Nan household in a flurry. My lord, something terrible has happened. This morning, Tianbao Pavilion abruptly returned all our orders, stating they will no longer engage in any cooperation with the Nan family. Furthermore, they have covertly warned that anyone in Luyun City who conducts business with the Nan family will be at odds with Tianbao Pavilion. What on earth is happening? Why would Tianbao Pavilion act in such a manner? Nan Yunqi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. We are equally baffled. Our previous cooperation was quite harmonious. And then suddenly, they turned against us. My lord, there is someone outside delivering a letter, purportedly for the young master. At that moment, a guard rushed in from outside. Chapter 49, Sword Sovereign. Nan Yunqi sensed that something was amiss and quickly said, Hurry, inform the young master. Before long, Qin Guan arrived in the parlor and opened the letter, which read, Qin Guan, do not concern yourself with my reputation. If Tianbao Pavilion dares to trouble the Nan family, take decisive action against them. Additionally, Lingjian Academy has dispatched a 6th realm sword sovereign and a master of array to seek you out. This letter was sent via expedited means from Tianbao Pavilion. By the time you read this, you should have ample time to prepare. Jiang Lianyue. After reading the letter, Qin Guan carefully tucked it away and turned to Nan Yunqi, inquiring, Father-in-law, has there been an issue with the family business? Nan Yunqi nodded vigorously. This morning, Tianbage terminated all collaborations with us, canceling all orders and declaring that no one is permitted to engage in business with the Nan family. What on earth is happening? Qin Guan waved his hand slightly, his expression unmistakably displeased. Tianbao Pavilion seeks to sever the path of the Nan family. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Nan Yunqi felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. The Nan family still had a substantial amount of goods in hand, but without sales channels, they could hardly sustain themselves for long. What could possibly be done? Naturally, it was time for retaliation. Qin Guan smirked maliciously and then addressed Nan Yunqi. We shall promptly announce that anyone collaborating with Tianbao Pavilion is an enemy of the Nan family. They will be given 3 days. After that, anyone who continues to partner with Tianbao Pavilion shall not expect leniency from us. Furthermore, anyone entering Tianbao Pavilion to make purchases shall be dealt with harshly. Starting 3 days from now, Nan Yunqi, upon hearing this, could not help but swallow hard. Just 2 days prior, they had been good partners, and now they had turned into adversaries. This sudden shift left him utterly perplexed. With a faint smile, Qin Guan remarked, there is no issue on Miss Jiang's side. Since Tianbao Pavilion refuses to collaborate with us and seeks to sever our financial lifeline, we shall overturn the table and leave no one unscathed. After a moment's hesitation, Nan Yunqi instructed a servant in a low voice, Go, spread the words of my son's declaration. Within an hour, I want every citizen of Luyun City to understand that the Nan family is not to be trifled with. Soon, the news of Qin Guan forbidding cooperation with Tianbao Pavilion and prohibiting purchases from them began to circulate throughout Luyun City. Upon hearing this news, everyone was filled with indignation. Qin Guan was exceedingly domineering and arrogant, having already offended the Spirit Sword Academy and the Yunlan sect, and now he dared to provoke Tianbao Pavilion. He was truly courting disaster. Even though Qin Guan was a 5th realm martial artist, the Nan family boasted 4 powerful practitioners of the Xiantong realm. This level of strength was utterly insufficient to contend against the 3 major forces. Damn it, this rascal Qin Guan truly possesses audacity. He is preparing to stand against our Tianbao Pavilion. When the pavilion master, Qin Guangling, learned of Qin Guan's declaration, he slammed his hand on the table in fury. How infuriating! Qin Guan and the Nan family are truly despicable, especially after all the assistance we provided them recently. Master, this matter seems difficult to handle. If Qin Guan truly imposes such restrictions on our Tianbao pavilion, we may be forced to shut our doors. Qin Guangling's lips curled into a sinister smile as he waved his hand dismissively. Do not fret. Tomorrow, individuals from the Spirit Sword Academy will arrive in Liyun City. This time, Qin Guan and the Nan family have no chance of victory. Upon hearing Qin Guangling's words, Chen Xiaojia's eyes brightened. Father, who has the Spirit Sword Academy dispatched this time? Qin Guangling shook his head. I do not know. The higher-ups sent a message last night, instructing us to suppress the Nan family and make amends with the Spirit Sword Academy. So let Qin Guan and the Nan family continue their antics for now. Qin Guangling then turned to several stewards present. Convey the order. Everyone must refrain from acting rashly. By tomorrow, they will be utterly eradicated from Liyun City. Yes. The stewards quickly withdrew. Father, last time at the Nan family, we suffered a great loss and were utterly humiliated. This time presents a splendid opportunity for revenge. Chen Xiaojia exclaimed in anger. Qin Guangling chuckled coldly. The world is ever-changing. I have long suspected that the eldest daughter's judgment is flawed. Qin Guan has offended the Spirit Sword Academy and the Yunlan sect, and yet, she seeks to befriend him. Such foolishness. Thankfully, those above are wise. Since Jiang Lianyue had allied herself with Qin Guan, Qin Guangling had swallowed his hatred for him, but he was elated when he unexpectedly received word from headquarters last night, demanding the cessation of cooperation with the Nan family and the suppression of their influence. Father, when the Spirit Sword Academy and Yunlan sect come for vengeance, you must plead for mercy and ensure that Nan Ro and Nan Xiao remain unharmed for me. Chen Xiaojia hurriedly urged. Smack. As Chen Xiaojia finished speaking, Qin Guangling suddenly struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Unfilial son, how many times have I told you not to waste your thoughts on women? Do you not understand that beauty can be a source of calamity? Dad, one cannot simply turn off their desires at such a passionate age. Furthermore, are you trying to ensure the Qin family's extinction by forbidding me from associating with women? Chen Xiaojia retorted, clutching his face in indignation. You. Qin Guangling lowered his hand, contemplating for a moment. However, that girl Nan Xiao is quite remarkable. She possesses a rare spirit body. If you could form a partnership with her, it would surely bring forth a son for the Qin family, and his talents would be commendable. But father, I also desire Nan Ro. Chen Xiaojia interjected eagerly. Useless wretch. Nan Ro is already the woman of Qin Guan. What do you still want her for? Qin Guangling glared at Chen Xiaojia with disappointment. Chen Xiaojia licked his lips with a mischievous grin. Father, the allure of another man's wife is undeniable. Surely you understand this? Rascal, apart from your frivolous pursuits, you are utterly lacking in substance. Qin Guangling shook his head in exasperation. The following day, as the crimson sun ascended in the east, casting brilliant rays across the land and swiftly dispersing the morning mist, a colossal sword imbued with terrifying spiritual energy plummeted from the sky towards the Nan family. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, the members of the Nan family rushed out almost instantaneously. Upon seeing the descending giant sword, their expressions shifted dramatically. The sword sovereign. The approaching figure must be the esteemed mentor, Pei Qian. Qin Guanzhang's face turned grave as he recognized the formidable sword aura emanating from above. In Qingzhou, there were only 3 sword sovereigns, and Pei Qian from the Spirit Sword Academy was one of them. Sword sovereign, Pei Qian. At Qin Guanzhang's words, the crowd collectively gasped, sensing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, many factions in Liyun City climbed onto rooftops to witness the spectacle. It was evident that the Spirit Sword Academy had sent someone of great significance. What terrifying power! Even from this distance, I can feel the dreadful force contained within that sword. If it strikes, the Nan family will surely be reduced to ashes. The might of the Sword Sovereign. Good heavens! The Spirit Sword Academy has dispatched a Sword Sovereign, exclaimed someone from atop a roof, unable to contain their astonishment. Excellent. This is just what we needed. The Nan family's arrogance and oppression have gone unchecked for too long, having seized countless territories. Their retribution is finally at hand. Many family factions whispered approvingly from a distance. Wary of approaching, the might of a sword sovereign was no jest, and a mere brush with the sword aura could spell disaster. Dad, we should hurry over. What if Nan Ro and Nan Xiao are harmed? Chen Xiaojia fretted from afar. Do not worry, I have already made arrangements. The 2 mentors will show mercy towards the 2 women. Qin Guangling replied, stroking his beard with a smile. Father, Have you already met the two mentors? Chen Xiaojia's eyes brightened with curiosity. Of course. It was I who pointed out the Nan family's stronghold to them, Qin Guanling replied with confidence. Qin Guanling's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Splendid. When shall we proceed? Chen Xiaojia inquired hastily. Let us wait until there is no movement. We must not offend our two mentors. We shall adhere to my father's wishes. What if your sword inadvertently takes that young man's life? A woman in red, possessing a striking allure, spoke softly from above the clouds. In response, a middle-aged man in white hurriedly replied with a grin, Rest assured, Wanner, my sword strikes with precision. A warrior of the fifth realm cannot be slain, and the rest shall not escape. The woman in red frowned at his words. Did you not promise the Tianbao Pavilion to spare the lives of the two daughters of the Nan family? It is not easy to accompany you on this outing, and I do not wish to waste time. Let us settle this swiftly and then enjoy a leisurely stroll together. The middle-aged man gazed affectionately at the woman in red. Chapter 50. The spatial shift array. The woman in red shook her head. Do not celebrate too early. There should be someone behind Qin Guan. Upon finishing her words, she glanced down at the Nan family. At that moment, in the courtyard of the Nan family, under the anxious gaze of the onlookers, Qin Guan twisted his neck. Instantly, he clenched his fists tightly, a robust aura enveloping his entire being. Boom. In the next moment, a crimson figure soared into the air, arriving beneath the enormous sword in the blink of an eye. The impact of his fist echoed. With a fierce shout, Qin Guan hurled his fist towards the tip of the sword. Boom. As his fist collided with the blade, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the ground and surrounding structures with terrifying force. This sword is impressive. I shall claim it. In midair, Qin Guan grasped the enormous sword as he descended. This young man possesses remarkable skills. Above the clouds, Pei Qian observed with a hint of surprise. Beside him, Hong Wan furrowed her brows. Pei Qian's previous strike had the power to severely injure a fifth-realm martial artist, yet Qin Guan had effortlessly countered it. Pei Qian glanced down at Qin Guan. His brows slightly furrowed. This young man's strength must be approaching the sixth realm. Otherwise, he could not have so easily received that blow. Exercise caution. Such an extraordinary individual surely has formidable forces backing him. Hong Wan's consciousness swept across the Nan family's courtyard. Come forth, stop lurking in the shadows. At that moment, Qin Guan thrust the colossal sword into the ground and called out to the sky. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in a white robe and an enchanting woman in red descended from the clouds. Upon seeing the two figures materialize, everyone exhibited expressions of trepidation and reverence, particularly towards the middle-aged man, whose aura of sword intent was profoundly captivating, deterring anyone from making direct eye contact. Qin Guan waved at the two figures in the sky, urging them to descend for a conversation rather than remaining at such an elevated height. After experiencing the incident with Yan Rong's escape, he had come to appreciate the remarkable abilities of cultivators to flee. The two individuals hovering above him were sixth realm practitioners, swift and agile. Capturing them would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Thus, Qin Guan believed that should he take action, it would be prudent to strike with lethal precision to prevent their escape. Are you Qin Guan? Pei Qian called down from the air. Come on, if you have the guts, come down here and face me. Qin Guan retorted, pointing and laughing at Pei Qian. At this, the members of the Nan family felt a shiver run down their spines. Let us speak civilly, son-in-law. I can hardly contain myself. I want to kill him. Pei Qian replied coldly. The dean specifically instructed us to bring this brat back to the academy for proper handling. Do you wish to jeopardize our first collaboration by failing the mission? Hong Wan remarked, eyeing Pei Qian with displeasure. Pei Qian's earlier anger dissipated upon meeting Hong Wan's gaze. Replaced by a sense of delight, her anger was astonishingly beautiful. Why don't we teleport that brat to the academy first, and then deal with his companions at our leisure? Pei Qian suggested softly to Hong Wan. With a slight nod, Hong Wan began to set up the formation. Pei Qian then turned his attention back to Qin Guan below. Come, ground-dwelling warrior, brace yourself for my sword. As Pei Qian's words fell, he drew his sword with a flourish, conjuring a slender blade measuring 3 feet in length and 2 fingers in width, which hovered before him. Go, Pei Qian commanded. And in an instant, the delicate sword materialized at Qin Guan's brow, halting just inches from contact. The sword vibrated ominously, firmly held between Qin Guan's fingers. This sword is quite impressive, Qin Guan remarked, admiring the blade. Above, Pei Qian's eyes widened in surprise. You truly have caught my attention. To intercept my flying sword with just 2 fingers is a feat achieved by no more than 7 individuals throughout Qingzhou. I did not expect such talent at your young age. It is remarkable. Pei Qian had intentionally reduced the force and speed of the strike by 30%. Thus, Qin Guan's ability to deflect it without injury astonished him. Was that sword strike powerful? In my view, both speed and strength lacked considerable refinement. Qin Guan replied with a smile directed at Pei Qian. Haha, it seems this warrior possesses not only a tough exterior, but also a sharp tongue. Pei Qian chuckled from above. I am not merely tough in speech. My fists are equally resilient. If you doubt it, feel free to come down and test me. Qin Guan declared, making a fist gesture towards Pei Qian. In the air, Pei Qian narrowed his eyes. As a 6th realm sword master, no one had dared to provoke him in such a manner before. Retrieve, Pei Qian suddenly commanded, gesturing towards Qin Guan. In the next moment, the sword in Qin Guan's hand began to tremble violently, while the massive sword embedded in the ground soared into the air. Bang! Just as the colossal sword was about to ascend, it was struck down by a powerful punch from Qin Guan, who then grasped it firmly in his hand. This is mine. Qin Guan cast a glance at Pei Qian, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. With one hand firmly grasping a sword, the 2 blades trembled violently, yet remained firmly ensnared within his grasp. At that moment, the members of the Nan family, who had been in proximity to Qin Guan, were forcefully repelled several paces away by the formidable aura emanating from the swords. How infuriating! How could this young man's mental fortitude be so formidable? My sword intent cannot penetrate his psyche. In the air, Pei Qian felt a surge of astonishment. Those 2 swords were his soul swords, nurtured over many years. It was not mere strength that allowed one to wield them, but rather the possession of a powerful mental state. Young man, you could store the swords within the tower. This way, he would be unable to connect with their sword intent, and those 2 swords are well cared for. They may serve as offerings for future rituals. The little black tower suddenly interjected. Is it possible to do that? Upon hearing the tower's words, Qin Guan's thought shifted, and the 2 swords abruptly vanished within the confines of the tower. Master Tower, your spatial capabilities for storage are exceedingly convenient, far surpassing my master's spatial ring. Realizing that the swords had been sequestered within the tower, Qin Guan felt a surge of exhilaration. What on earth have you done? In the air? Pei Qian's countenance darkened as he witnessed his 2 swords vanish into thin air. He knew that even if the swords were stored away in a spatial pouch, he would still sense them. At this moment, he could detect not even a whisper of their soul presence. Qin Guan chose to disregard Pei Qian, instead directing his gaze towards the woman in red soaring through the sky. Master, that woman in red is known as Hong Wan. Her cultivation surpasses the 6th realm, and her expertise in formations is profound. I observe her meticulously inscribing a formidable array. Exercise caution. At that moment, Qin Guanxiang hurried to Qin Guan's side, offering his urgent warning. Qin Guan nodded slightly. The woman had been gesturing and manipulating something for a while, clearly preparing to engage in nefarious deeds. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Guan addressed the people behind him, instructing them to disperse and keep their distance. Upon hearing his command, they all retreated, understanding that in the face of a formidable opponent like Pei Qian, they had no chance of resisting. Remaining close to Qin Guan would only hinder him. Seeing the crowd scatter, leaving only Qin Guan exposed, Hong Wan couldn't help but smile. Their cooperation was remarkably seamless. At that moment, Pei Qian, who had been overlooked by Qin Guan, wore a dark expression. Wanner, are you finished? I can barely contain myself. Hong Wan cast a displeased glance at Pei Qian. Almost there. It's just 2 swords that boy is tainted. They are right with him. Once we deliver him to the Lingjin Academy, won't they be yours anyway? Wanna. Your wit is unmatched. At the sight of her charming and expressive face, Pei Qian's anger dissipated entirely. Suddenly, Hong Wan took a deep breath, her entire demeanor shifting as if she were being drawn by an ancient force. She raised her palms, her fingers deftly twisting, sending forth peculiar runes that shot into the surroundings. As she chanted, the runes illuminated, their brilliance rippling outward. Then, with a decisive step forward, Hong Wan pressed her right palm downwards, a soft glow emanating from her palm as it precisely struck the core rune of the formation. Almost instantaneously upon the activation of the array, Qin Guan found himself enveloped by a massive pillar of light, around which chains of runes spiraled, emanating a potent spatial force. Young master, be cautious. This is the spatial shift array of the Lingjian Academy. If ensnared, it can instantly transport enemies to their domain. Qin Guanxiang shouted from a distance. transported to the Lingjin Academy? The faces of the Nan family members paled at Qin Guanxiang's words. Should Qin Guan be sent there, he would surely be devoured alive. Ha ha, it's too late. Once trapped in the spatial shift array, even cultivators of the seventh realm cannot break free from its spatial bindings. A mere fifth realm martial artist like him, even if he burned his essence, would stand no chance of escape. Pei Qian chuckled as he stroked his beard. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, and before Pei Qian could finish his sentence, Hong Wan's entire right arm was severed by a beam of sword light. Blood splattering everywhere. In a state of shock, Hong Wan had yet to react when Qin Guan seized her ankle and slammed her down onto the ground. Bang! Qin Guan's foot pressed upon the chest of Hong Wan. You wretched creature, are you seeking death? Upon witnessing his beloved woman beneath the heel of Qin Guan, Pei Qian, filled with uncontrollable rage, transformed into a streak of sword light, hurtling towards Qin Guan. Stay. Qin Guan's gaze suddenly sharpened. Before anyone could react, the sword-like figure of Pei Qian froze abruptly before him, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, as if some overwhelming force had shattered his spirit in an instant. A chilling flash of sword light sliced through Pei Qian's neck, and the next moment, he collapsed to the ground. What transpired? How could this be? Everyone present was utterly astonished. Had Qin Guan truly defeated two sixth-level powerhouses just like that? The abrupt shift in the situation was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, the fallen Hong Wan lay on the ground, her eyes reflecting profound fear and disbelief as she regarded Qin Guan as if he were a monster. While others may have missed the details, she had witnessed everything clearly. In that instant of Pei Qian's fall, he had been overwhelmed by a powerful mental shock that shattered his spirit. From her understanding, such a force capable of instantly breaking another's spirit could only be wielded by a martial artist who had opened the sixth gate of the Jingmen. A martial artist could unleash a formidable mental shock through the Jingmen, directly affecting the enemy's mind. Launching a mental assault unexpectedly during combat could plunge the opponent into a brief state of dizziness, confusion, and terror. If their willpower was insufficiently strong, it could potentially lead to immediate death or permanent psychological trauma. However, to so effortlessly incapacitate a sixth-level sword master was beyond Hong Wan's imagination. She struggled to comprehend the extent of Qin Guan's mental prowess. It was inconceivable that someone at the sixth level could achieve this feat. Moreover, he had previously escaped the restraints of the formation's spatial power with ease, clearly indicating that his cultivation was above the seventh level. Yet how could this young boy possibly possess a cultivation level beyond the seventh? It was simply unfathomable. He must have acquired some powerful technique to achieve such an extraordinary feat. At that moment, Qin Guan abruptly withdrew his foot from Hong Wan's chest and declared, "Take me to the Spirit Sword Academy, and I shall spare your life." Upon hearing his words, Hong Wan was momentarily stunned. "Are you certain?" "That is out of the question." Nong Yunqi, alarmed by Qin Guan's intention to venture alone to the Spirit Sword Academy, rushed over in a panic. The Nong family quickly surrounded him. "Qin Guan, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot face the entire Spirit Sword Academy alone. Indeed, brother-in-law, please do not act impulsively," Nong Xiao urged, nodding fervently. "A strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake only because it lacks sufficient strength. If the Spirit Sword Academy were closer to Lian City, I would have already infiltrated their lair. Rest assured," Qin Guan replied with a smile. Seeing that Qin Guan was ignoring their pleas, Nong Yunqi pulled Nong Ro aside urgently. "Quick, persuade your man." Nong Ro looked at Qin Guan and smiled. "If my husband wishes to go, then let him do so. I trust my man." "You foolish girl. Have you lost your mind? Do you realize that the Spirit Sword Academy is the foremost power in Qingzhou, filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers? And you would send him there to meet his demise?" Nong Ro blinked her beautiful eyes and responded, "Father, please remain calm. My husband is no fool. Did you not witness the battle just now?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. They nearly forgot that just moments ago, Qin Guan had effortlessly vanquished two formidable Sixth Realm warriors, the esteemed gold medal instructor of the Spirit Sword Academy and the Sixth Realm Sword Sovereign, both swiftly dispatched by him. It was abundantly clear that this individual was far from merely a Fifth Realm martial artist. "Young master, if you were to depart, what if another powerful adversary were to come seeking trouble with the Nan family?" Yang Hongmei suddenly expressed her concerns. "I am in search of my wife." With a faint smile, Qin Guan then turned to Lao Imo, Qin Guanxiang, and the others. "The matter of suppressing the Tianbao Pavilion, which I mentioned earlier, will proceed as planned. Understood. The group promptly nodded in agreement. Qin Guan seized the figure of Pei Qian from the ground and then turned to Hong Yuan, saying, "Let us proceed. I wish to meet your dean." Hong Yuan nodded, her left hand forming a gesture as she pointed towards the array suspended in the air. Upon witnessing the activation of the celestial formation, Nan Yunqi and the others hastily retreated. "Husband, return soon." Ninro cast a reluctant glance at Qin Guan. "Indeed," he affirmed with a nod. In an instant, Qin Guan and Hong Yuan were drawn into the air, vanishing from sight. After Qin Guan departed, Nan Yunqi approached Ninro and could not refrain from asking, "Rower, please be honest with me. What is Qin Guan's true level of cultivation?" Upon hearing Nan Yunqi's inquiry, everyone present perked up their ears, their curiosity about Qin Guan's genuine prowess piqued. From the very beginning, he had progressed from a second-tier warrior to the fifth tier, astonishing them at every turn. They had believed that reaching the fifth tier was the pinnacle, especially considering how rare it was for someone of such youth to achieve that level, a veritable prodigy. Yet, it now appeared they had underestimated Qin Guan. Nanro blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, "I truly do not know. My husband has advised me against revealing our trump cards too readily." Nan Yunqi's expression darkened. Indeed, a married daughter is akin to spilled water. What did Qin Guan mean when he said that if any strong adversaries came looking for trouble, he would find you? You cannot claim ignorance on that. He pressed further. "I know about that. Recently, my husband hired a rather formidable bodyguard for me." Nanro chuckled. "A bodyguard? Where is this person?" Nan Yunqi glanced around, frowning, recalling how the Hellhound had devoured an entire pot of Demon Wolf King meat the previous night and consumed a large jar of liquor. Nanro scratched her head and smiled. "It seems he is sleeping." "Sleeping?" Nan Yunqi was momentarily taken aback, as were the others, utterly bewildered. How could a bodyguard allow the enemy to invade their home while he slumbered? That was utterly unreliable. Just then, a burst of laughter echoed from a distance. Qin Guan, accompanied by a group of people, stormed into the Nan residence. Upon seeing the Nan family seemingly unharmed, Qin Guan and his companions were left speechless. "We've got the wrong place, the wrong place." Qin Guanling's face contorted in dismay, and without another word, he turned and fled. Seeing the formidable group from Tianbao Pavilion approach with intent, only to retreat in embarrassment, the Nan family wore perplexed expressions. "Master, those fellows clearly harbor ill intentions," Qin Guanshang said solemnly. Nan Yunqi nodded. They likely presumed that our Nan family had been annihilated, which emboldened them to come here. Just wait. The main event is yet to unfold. Meanwhile, at the exclusive training ground of the Spirit Sword Academy, Bai Wanjian noticed fluctuations in the void-shifting array set up by Hong Yuan. His eyes narrowed. "I am most curious to see how many horns you have sprouted to dare kill even those from my Spirit Sword Academy." As soon as Bai Wanjian finished speaking, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the arena. Upon seeing a young man holding Pei Qian's lifeless body, Bai Wanjian's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Chapter 52, Happy New Year. Bang! Qin Guan casually discarded Pei Qian's lifeless body onto the ground, then turned to face Bai Wanjian. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed head of the Spirit Sword Academy?" Bai Wanjian slowly narrowed his eyes. "You truly possess audacity beyond measure." He discerned at a glance that Pei Qian and Hong Yuan had failed their mission and was taken aback that the adversary had the gall to approach him. Observing Bai Wanjian's countenance dark as a stormy sea, Qin Guan waved his hand and smiled. "I am not here to engage in combat. I merely wish to convey to the Spirit Sword Academy that I no longer wish to be disturbed by your inept minions. I have grown weary of it." As soon as Qin Guan finished speaking, several beams of sword light suddenly flashed around him. The sword light crisscrossed, swift as lightning. Just as the sword light was about to strike Qin Guan's body, he abruptly appeared before Bai Wanjian like a phantom. Dark Bull. With a furious roar, Qin Guan unleashed a powerful punch directed at Bai Wanjian's chest. Sensing the terrifying force behind Qin Guan's fist, Bai Wanjian's eyes narrowed in alarm. And a tempest of sword energy erupted around him, converging instantly before his chest to form an impenetrable sword shield. Boom! A mighty punch from Qin Guanyo struck the sword shield with a resounding bang. In the next moment, the sword shield before Bai Wanjian remained unscathed. Yet his body recoiled sharply, as a fierce wave of energy surged through his back. Boom! Simultaneously, a mountain peak behind Bai Wanjian collapsed with a thunderous roar. His figure swayed precariously like a candle flickering in the wind, and a stream of crimson blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. "I had already stated my intention to avoid conflict. Your temper, old man, is quite formidable, for you wasted no time in resorting to violence." Qin Guan retracted his fist and assisted Bai Wanjian to a nearby stone bench, where he seated him. Bai Wanjian's eyes were filled with anguish and terror at that moment. His mind was a blank. Not far away, Hong Wan was similarly affected, her beautiful eyes brimming with fear. After all, Bai Wanjian was a peak sword emperor of the Sixth Realm, yet he had been unable to withstand even a single blow from Qin Guan. "Elder, are you the headmaster of the Spirit Sword Academy?" Qin Guan turned to Bai Wanjian and inquired. Bai Wanjian, clutching his chest, nodded and replied, "I am the dean, indeed." "Shall we continue the fight?" Qin Guan asked once more. Bai Wanjian hastily shook his head. "No more fighting." Qin Guan nodded. "Very well, let us settle the accounts." "What accounts?" Bai Wanjian gazed at Qin Guan as if he were a specter. Qin Guan raised an eyebrow, asserting, "Naturally, this pertains to a myriad of miscellaneous damages. From the very outset, it was your Lingjian Academy that sought to provoke me, and time and again, you have harassed me, causing considerable disruption to my life. Therefore, I demand compensation of 10,000 spiritual stones, and I shall no longer pursue this matter thereafter." 10,000 spiritual stones. Upon hearing Qin Guan's claim, Bai Wanjian's sunken eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. "The Lingjian Academy is affluent. Do not tell me that you cannot procure 10,000 spiritual stones." Qin Guan expressed his dissatisfaction. Bai Wanjian's weathered face contorted in despair, resembling a twisted pastry. "Young sir, our Lingjian Academy possesses only 3 mining veins, yielding a maximum of 20 spiritual stones daily. Should you demand 10,000, even if I were to perish, I could not possibly compensate such an amount." Seeing Bai Wanjian on the verge of tears, Qin Guan pondered, stroking his chin. "Then how much do you propose to compensate?" Upon hearing this, Bai Wanjian swallowed hard, cautiously gazing at Qin Guan. 500 low-grade spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan's expression darkened immediately. 500? Earlier, you claimed that you possess 3 veins, yielding 20 daily, which amounts to 600 a month. You offer me 500? Have you lost your senses? Suddenly, a light-hearted laugh escaped from Hong Wan, who was not far away. Noticing her reaction, both Qin Guan and Bai Wanjian turned to her with furrowed brows. Hong Wan quickly waved her hand, saying, "I apologize. I just recalled a joke that I couldn't resist. Please, continue." Bai Wanjian's countenance was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Here was Qin Guan, practically robbing the Spirit Sword Academy, and this one-armed madwoman could still find amusement. "My patience has its limits. I shall grant you one final opportunity," Qin Guan said in a grave tone. 2,000. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. If the young hero finds this unacceptable, then let him take my life. I feel remorse for the entire academy." Bai Wanjian replied solemnly. "Produce the money." Qin Guan extended his hand before Bai Wanjian. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Bai Wanjian retrieved the token from his bosom and said to Hong Wan, "Fetch me 2,000 spirit stones." Hong Wan took the token and departed swiftly. Alas, after Hong Wan left, Bai Wanjian suddenly coughed up a copious amount of blood, mingled with bits of flesh, for Qin Guan's previous blow had shattered his internal organs. "Are you all right?" Seeing this, Qin Guan hurriedly patted Bai Wanjian's back. Bai Wanjian shook his head, discreetly swallowing a precious healing elixir while wiping away the blood. "Young hero Qin, may I pose a question to you?" Bai Wanjian gazed at Qin Guan as he spoke. Qin Guan nodded and replied, "You may inquire." "Young hero Qin, may I ask what kind of strength you employed in that punch that managed to pierce through my sword and shield so effortlessly?" "It is an internal force, specifically designed to counter opponents with formidable defenses, like a tortoise," Qin Guan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanjian's lips twitched, and after a moment's contemplation, he sighed deeply. "To think that after a lifetime of cultivation, I have been bested by young hero Qin with a single blow. It is truly a source of great shame." Qin Guan remained silent as he abruptly rose and approached Pei Qian's lifeless body, removing his storage bag. Casting a glance at the corpse, Bai Wanjian spoke, "Young hero Qin, would you be so kind as to grant me one favor?" "What is it?" Qin Guan inquired, furrowing his brow. "Could you keep today's defeat of me a secret?" "Let it be as if you never visited the Spirit Sword Academy," Bai Wanjian replied. "Are you worried about losing face?" Qin Guan remarked with a smile directed at Bai Wanjian. Bai Wanjian nodded solemnly. "If word of this incident were to spread, my reputation within the Spirit Sword Academy would surely plummet. Moreover, I intend to retire after this year. I do not wish to become the laughingstock of the academy as its head." What if I were to request 1,000 spirit stones as a hush fee? I assure you, your secret will remain safe, Qin Guan proposed with a sly grin. Bai Wanjian was left speechless. Young hero Qin, must you always demand hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones? My monthly salary as the head is a mere 40 spirit stones. Who could possibly endure such a burden? Is that truly so little? Qin Guan expressed his astonishment upon hearing that Bai Wanjian earned only 40 spirit stones a month. Indeed, spirit stones are exceedingly precious. If you can afford them. Just earlier, you requested 2,000 spirit stones, and I am now fretting over how to quietly cover that gap. Bai Wanjian lamented. Surely, you must offer some benefit in return, Qin Guan insisted. In that case, I own a restaurant, an underground boxing arena, and a brothel in the imperial capital, together generating nearly 10 million gold coins each month. I could bestow all of that upon you, Bai Wanjian replied in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. You, old man, certainly have quite an extensive range of interests, don't you? Chapter 53 Bai Wanjian's face darkened. These enterprises are all guaranteed profitable ventures. Just be straightforward with me. Since that is the case, I shall reluctantly accept, Qin Guan nodded. Bai Wanjian clenched his molars and produced the contracts for the 3 enterprises. I hope that young hero Qin will honor his promise. After a cursory glance at Lichuan Courtyard, Zuixiang Building, and the Anlong Boxing Arena, Qin Guan accepted the contracts. At that moment, Hong Wan returned from retrieving the spirit stones. Here are 2,000 spirit stones, she said, handing a storage pouch to Qin Guan. Upon receiving the storage pouch, Qin Guan turned his gaze towards Bai Wanjian and declared, this matter concludes here. Should you disturb me again in the future, it will no longer be a question of compensation. Bai Wanjian hurriedly replied with a smile. One does not become acquainted without a clash. From now on, we shall be friends, and there will be no cause for trouble with you, Sir Qin. Should you require any assistance in the future, the Spirit Sword Academy will certainly do its utmost to help. Qin Guan nodded and then turned to Hong Wan, requesting, please take me back to Liyuan City. Hong Wan cast a glance at Qin Guan, her brows knitting slightly, yet she soon acquiesced. Follow me. Where are we going? Qin Guan inquired, puzzled, as he observed Hong Wan descending the mountain. Did not young master request that I accompany you? Hong Wan asked, bewildered. I meant for you to utilize that teleportation array to send me back, Qin Guan clarified. Regrettably, the spatial teleportation array requires an immense expenditure of mental energy for each setup. Given my current condition, it would take at least another fortnight before I could arrange it again. Moreover, to teleport to Liyuan City, a teleportation point must first be inscribed there. Otherwise, it is impossible to transport you. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan was momentarily at a loss for words. You should have informed me sooner, he remarked. Hong Wan replied innocently. I never anticipated that you would return unscathed. Bai Wanjian interjected, what a loss it has been for me to come here. After speaking, Qin Guan turned to depart. The audacity of this man, extorting 2,000 spirit stones, and yet lamenting his misfortune, left Bai Wanjian and Hong Wan seething as they watched his receding figure. Dean, are we truly allowing him to leave just like that? Hong Wan asked in a low voice. Bai Wanjian shot her a disapproving glance. And what do you propose? Can you defeat him? If we activated the Guardian Array, we might be able to detain him, Hong Wan suggested. Bai Wanjian shook his head. That is a last resort for the Spirit Sword Academy. It should not be employed lightly. Furthermore, a prodigy of his caliber surely has formidable backing. It is already fortunate that our grievances with him have concluded in this manner. He has allies, and we too have our own, Hong Wan stated. Bai Wanjian cautioned. You are still too naive. Should a conflict arise between two superpowers, regardless of the outcome, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Hong Wan fell silent at this. This matter ends here. Not a whisper of it should escape, Bai Wanjian declared before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Qin Guan journeyed westward after departing from the Spirit Sword Academy, arriving in the bustling capital of the Dragon Cloud Empire by evening. The streets were alive with a cacophony of voices and the vibrant glow of lanterns, as vendors hawked their wares amidst the lively atmosphere. Inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, Qin Guan paused before a grand and magnificent tavern. Drunken Fragrance Tower. Is this not the establishment the old man gifted me? He mused, gazing at the 3 gilded characters elegantly displayed above. He stepped inside. Welcome, sir. May I inquire how many are in your party? Do you have a reservation? A charming and efficient young lady approached him with enthusiasm. Just myself, and no reservation. Qin Guan replied with a smile. Very well, Please follow me. The young lady chirped, promptly leading the way. Navigating through the elegantly crafted archway, Qin Guan followed her into an expansive hall. The interior was adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding opulence. At that moment, the hall was filled to capacity with guests, their laughter and chatter resonating throughout. The young lady guided Qin Guan to a window-side table, and once he was seated, she swiftly presented the menu, softly saying, "Sir, these are our signature dishes. Please take a look and let me know what you would like to order." After a day of travel, Qin Guan's stomach began to grumble, and his first thought was of braised pork with vermicelli and fluffy white buns. Closing the menu, he smiled at the young lady. "Could you please prepare a large portion of braised pork with vermicelli, along with 10 fluffy buns?" Dear me, that man is quite peculiar. Coming here to eat buns. At that moment, a young boy seated at the adjacent table behind Qin Guan smiled at a woman clad in a splendid robe. The woman, with her delicate fingers, pinched a crispy prawn and offered it to the boy, saying, "Do you think everyone is as affluent as our family, capable of indulging in the delicacies on this table? If you continue to misbehave, you shall have nothing but steamed buns." "I refuse to eat steamed buns. Those are fit only for dogs," pouted the boy, turning his head away. "Oh, dear child, consume this prawn. I was merely jesting. Steamed buns are food for the lower classes and their dogs. How could I possibly allow you to dine on such fare?" The young girl standing before Qin Guan felt an awkward discomfort upon overhearing the exchange between the boy and the woman in the robe. Qin Guan, however, chuckled nonchalantly and inquired, "Do you have steamed buns and braised pork with vermicelli?" The young girl promptly replied with a smile, "We have steamed buns available. Although braised pork with vermicelli is not on the menu, I can request the kitchen to prepare it for you, though it may take a little while." Qin Guan nodded. "Then let us begin with 5 pounds of beef and 10 pounds of daughter red." "Very well, young master." The young girl bowed respectfully and turned to depart. Before long, the innkeeper brought 5 pounds of beef and a jar of daughter red to Qin Guan's table. Qin Guan downed a cup of wine and promptly picked up a piece of beef to savor. The flavors were quite delightful. The aroma of the meat intertwined with the fragrance of the wine, creating a pleasurable experience for Qin Guan. "Hey, how can you consume so much on your own? You can eat even more than our family's Wang Kai." Qin Guan was savoring a delectable meal when a young boy at the adjacent table suddenly turned and mocked him. Qin Guan furrowed his brow slightly. However, he chose to ignore the young boy, continuing to relish his wine alongside the fragrant beef. "Hey, I'm speaking to you. Are your ears deaf?" The young boy's cheeks puffed up in frustration upon realizing Qin Guan's indifference. "Son, hurry up and eat." Upon hearing the boy's outburst, the woman in the elegant robe pulled him aside, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Guan. Shortly thereafter, the waiter brought forth a large pot of stewed pork with vermicelli and 10 steamed buns, placing them on Qin Guan's table. "Sir, your dishes are ready." "Good. Set them here," Qin Guan replied, moving the beef aside. The service was quite prompt, and the culinary skills appeared commendable, as the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Qin Guan eagerly picked up a bun, preparing to dig in. Just as he was about to plunge his chopsticks into the bowl, the young boy behind him suddenly spat into it. Qin Guan's expression darkened instantly as he turned to glance at the little boy, who promptly responded with a mischievous grimace that was undeniably infuriating. Qin Guan seized the little boy by his hair and flung him out. Chapter 54. One may indulge in food, but not in words. Bang! The boy crashed heavily onto a table. "Oh, what are you doing?" The woman in the elegant robe, realizing what had transpired, rushed to the table and lifted the boy into her arms. "Ah, it hurts so much." "Wah!" The boy cried out in fear. The woman hastily produced a healing pill and administered it to him. The commotion attracted the curiosity of many diners nearby. "You madman! How dare you lay such a violent hand on a child? Tonight, I shall have you dismembered and tossed into a mass grave to feed the wild dogs." The woman in the elegant robe pointed at Qin Guan, her voice laced with fury. "Madame Zhao, what has happened?" At that moment, a middle-aged man in an elegant robe hurriedly approached her. The woman pointed at Qin Guan and exclaimed, "This beast just laid hands on my son. He deserves to die. That little brat spat in my dish. I merely taught him a lesson." "What are you shouting about?" Qin Guan replied with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, the woman became enraged. "You, an adult, are quarreling with a 5-year-old? Do you still think you are justified? Indeed, children are mischievous and unaware. It was just a dish. Must you resort to such brutality?" "Exactly. A 5-year-old child knows nothing of right and wrong. A verbal reprimand would suffice. It is utterly excessive to strike a child." The crowd murmured, filled with reproach and condemnation towards Qin Guan. "Mother, quickly kill that bad man for me. Avenge me." The boy cried out. "Do not fret, my child. Your father will come soon, and he shall certainly avenge you." The woman tenderly stroked the boy's forehead. "You boy, hasten and kneel before Madame Zhao to apologize. Zhao Longquan is at the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm, and when he arrives, he will surely flay your skin." A compassionate voice from the crowd warned Qin Guan. "Kneel and apologize? He has injured my son so grievously that the lives of his entire family wouldn't suffice as compensation." The woman glared at Qin Guan with cold disdain. "Madam, what is going on?" Just as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man swiftly pushed through the crowd. "My lord, you have arrived. That little beast actually struck Yang." The woman pointed furiously at Qin Guan. "Wah! Father! Kill him! Kill him!" Upon seeing his father, the boy cried out with a contorted face. "How dare he lay a hand on my son, Zhao Longquan? He must be possessing the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard." The middle-aged man, infuriated, unleashed his overwhelming spiritual power, striking towards Qin Guan's crown. Swoosh! As Zhao Longquan's palm was a mere half-inch from Qin Guan's head, a flash of sword light suddenly darted past. Ugh! Upon seeing his bloodied, severed wrist, Zhao Longquan was struck with terror, crying out in fright. However, just as he let out a scream, a hand unexpectedly flew into his mouth, silencing him. Witnessing Zhao Longquan with his own severed hand in his mouth, the onlookers recoiled in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to Qin Guan. Such prowess from this youth. Zhao Longquan, a cultivator nearing the fourth realm. Hadn't he even grazed his opponent, yet had lost a hand to him. "Do not move. If you dare to remove that hand from your mouth, I shall sever your legs," Qin Guan warned suddenly, as Zhao Longquan contemplated pulling the hand from his mouth. Terrified, Zhao Longquan hastily lowered his hand. Behind him, a woman in fine robes quickly covered the mouth of a small boy, her face pale with fear, her previous arrogance evaporated. She had not anticipated such ruthlessness from this seemingly inconspicuous youth. "You lot, how dare you disturb my young masteress' enjoyment? Do you seek death?" At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the second floor. Hearing the voice, Zhao Longquan quickly looked up, and upon recognizing the speaker, he yanked the severed hand from his mouth, shouting, "Lord Ba, you must stand up for me. This brat." Before he could finish, his right leg was suddenly sent flying. Witnessing this, the figure from the second floor, Lord Ba, swiftly appeared beside Qin Guan, narrowing his eyes. "Brat, were you deliberately provoking me?" "Stay back," Qin Guan replied in a deep voice. At his words, a fierce glint flashed in Lord Ba's eyes as he hurled a punch towards Qin Guan's temple. Bang! On the brink of fury, Qin Guan sidestepped, then seized Lord Ba's head, smashing it against the table until it splintered. Bang! 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 Not yet satisfied, Qin Guan rained down several more blows on Lord Ba's head before discarding his unconscious form out the window like refuse. Clap! 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 You've got guts. At that moment, a youth in white descended from the second floor, followed by an elderly man in gray robes. Upon seeing the white-clad youth and the gray-robed elder, the crowd's expressions shifted, hastily parting to create a path. The white-clad youth approached Qin Guan with a smile and asked, "Do you know who you just threw out?" Qin Guan shook his head, expressing his ignorance. The young man in white laughed lightly, saying, "He is a dog raised by me, Qinua. Now that you have harmed my dog, what do you propose we do about it?" Qin Guan retorted, "What shall we do? Your dog nearly bit me. What do you think we should do?" Preposterous. At that moment, an elderly figure in a gray robe behind Qinua suddenly bellowed, preparing to take action. Qinua hastily raised his hand, saying, boldly, "Do not frighten him. He will soon have cause to weep." With that, Qinua called out into the distance, "Manager Wei, at such a time, will you not emerge to adjudicate this matter?" Ha ha ha, too busy tallying accounts, it seems Qi Gongzi has been neglected. As the words fell, a middle-aged man approached, laughing heartily. This rotund figure, with a round belly and prosperous appearance, carried a golden abacus in his hand. Upon reaching the center of the scene, the portly man turned to Qin Guan and inquired with a smile, "Esteemed sir, may I ask if you were satisfied with your meal?" Hearing the words of the corpulent man, Qin Guan's temper flared, and with a stern expression, he replied, "Satisfied, indeed." The overweight man nodded politely. "Since you are indeed satisfied, I kindly request that you settle the bill." Qin Guan gazed at the portly gentleman and inquired, "Are you the proprietor of this establishment?" The rotund man nodded. "I am Wei Daba, the owner of Zui Xiang Lu." Upon hearing this, Qin Guan hesitated momentarily and asked, "How much?" 50 million gold, Wei Daba replied, shaking his abacus with a smile. "What? 50 million gold? Have you lost your mind?" Qin Guan exclaimed, taken aback. Wei Daba waved his hand dismissively. "Young sir, do not misconstrue my words. This 50 million gold pertains to the compensation we owe our patrons, not the cost of a meal." He then glanced at Zhao Longquan, who lay on the ground in agony, and continued with a grin, "Just look at what you've done." Mutilated one of his hands and severed a leg. Pressed that young lad's face into a hot pan, and even tossed young Master Qi's attendant out of the window. Is 50 million gold truly excessive? After listening, Qin Guan shrugged and remarked, "I only target villains, so why should I compensate them? If anything, they should be the ones compensating me." Suddenly, Wei Dabo pointed at the sword behind Qin Guan and chuckled, "It seems you had this all figured out." Qin Guan turned to Wei Dabo, feeling both amused and exasperated. He had intended merely to dine at his own establishment, only to find himself ensnared by the very innkeeper of his restaurant. Wei Dabo's smile gradually faded. One may indulge in food, but one must not speak carelessly. If you engage in a brawl, the fault lies with you. Demanding 50 million without taking your life is already quite generous. Chapter 55. Assessing the situation. Looking at your corpulent figure, it appears you've had your fair share of indulgence. Do you not fear that your employer will dismiss you if they discover your extortion of customers? Qin Guan remarked with a smile towards Wei Dabo. Wei Dabo's expression turned cold as he lost his patience. "My livelihood is not your concern, and this matter is none of your business." Guards. As soon as the words left his mouth, 4 sturdy guards appeared around Qin Guan, all masters of the Xiantong realm. 3 counts. After 3. "Do not blame me for being rude," Wei Dabo declared, extending 3 fingers towards Qin Guan. 3. 2. Wow, how impressive. Just as Wei Dabo was about to count down to the final number, a gasp resonated from the crowd. At that moment, a stunning woman clad in a brocade-clad outfit descended the staircase from the 2nd floor. The woman was tall and graceful, her elongated and deep-set eyes slightly slanted upwards. Resembling cold stars in a wintry night, her piercing gaze seeming to penetrate all yet keeping others at bay. Following her was a gray-robed elder and 2 burly guards. With the woman's arrival, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated as all eyes were drawn to her striking countenance. Everyone present recognized her as Princess Wei Hongyan of the Wei Kingdom. Upon seeing her, Qi Nua hurriedly approached, slightly bowing. "I am Qi Nua from the Qi family, honored to meet the 9th princess." However, Wei Hongyan did not spare him a glance and continued walking forward. "Your Highness." Just then, Elder Hong called out to her. Wei Hongyan halted, and Elder Hong quickly pointed towards the crowd, saying, "That person, for some reason, seems to be Qin Guan." Upon hearing the name Qin Guan, Wei Hongyan's aloof and cold demeanor faltered momentarily. She quickly turned to look at the crowd, and a familiar face soon came into view. Realizing it was indeed Qin Guan, she was taken aback, perplexed as to why he would appear in the imperial capital. Nevertheless, despite her confusion, she did not pause in her steps, swiftly making her way toward Qin Guan. "Mr. Qin, what a coincidence." Upon reaching him, Wei Hongyan broke into a radiant smile. As Qin Guan gazed at Wei Hongyan, he momentarily hesitated before quickly breaking into a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, it is Miss Wei. I nearly failed to recognize you." In response, Wei Hongyan playfully retorted, "What? Has young Master Qin forgotten me so swiftly?" "Of course not," Qin Guan replied, chuckling as he waved his hand dismissively. Observing the once indifferent Wei Hongyan now engaging in light-hearted banter with Qin Guan, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, pondering the young man's true identity, which evidently was not trivial. "So, it appears Princess Wei is acquainted with this gentleman," exclaimed Wei Daba suddenly. Upon hearing this, Wei Hongyan turned respectfully to Wei Daba, saying, "Master Wei, this gentleman is my friend. If there has been any offense, I beg your forgiveness." Just then, Qi Nua, who had previously been disregarded by Wei Hongyan, strode over with an irritated expression, stating, "Princess, your friend has assaulted someone at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, severing one hand and one leg, and left my associate severely beaten on the street. This matter may not be easily resolved. Master Wei, there must be some misunderstanding. My friend is a reasonable person. They must have provoked him first." Wei Hongyan addressed Wei Daba. "Reasonable? A grown man throwing my 5-year-old son by his hair and calling that reasonable? Without a word, he severed my husband's hand and leg. This is what you term reasonable?" At that moment, the previously silent woman in the embroidered robe pointed angrily at the young boy, and the prostrate Zhao Longquan, emboldened now that Wei Daba and Qin Guan were present. However, as soon as the woman finished speaking, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, knocking her back and causing her to spit blood as she was sent flying. Qin Guan cast a cold glance at the woman and remarked, "You vile woman, your ability to distort right and wrong is truly exceptional." Observing this, Wei Daba shrugged his shoulders and turned to Wei Hongyan with a sense of resignation, saying, "Princess Wei, do you see? It is not that I lack respect for you. Rather, your friend is indeed audacious enough to threaten me while I stand here." Wei Hongyan's expression darkened, and she hurriedly pulled Qin Guan aside, saying, "Qin Guan, the forces behind Wei Daba are formidable. Look at the 4 bodyguards beside him. They are all cultivators of the 4th realm. In the imperial capital, no one dares to disrespect him." Noting the concern on Wei Hongyan's face, Qin Guan smiled faintly and replied, "What is there to fear from such trash?" Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Wei Hongyan shook her head with a wry smile, nearly forgetting that Qin Guan looked down upon even the Lingjin Academy and Yulan sect, let alone a mere Wei Daba. Qin Guan turned and walked towards Wei Daba. Wei Hongyan pulled Qin Guan aside, and Wei Daba, believing that Wei Hongyan was urging Qin Guan to yield, couldn't help but smirk at the corners of his mouth. "Now you comprehend the gravity of the situation, do you? To be frank, I have encountered far too many arrogant brats like you. Presently, for the sake of Princess Wei, I can refrain from taking action. As long as you surrender your soul's sword as compensation to the guest, we can consider this matter resolved. Master Wei, do take a look at this." Suddenly, Qin Guan produced the deed for the Zui Xiang Lu. "What?" Wei Daba stepped forward, striding a couple of paces to gaze at the document in Qin Guan's hand. Upon recognizing it as the deed for Zui Xiang Lu, his eyes, which were already close to bulging, widened in disbelief. He looked at Qin Guan incredulously, exclaiming, "How could you possibly possess the deed to Zui Xiang Lu?" At Wei Daba's words, everyone present gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the document in Qin Guan's grasp. Good heavens, it truly is the deed for Zui Xiang Lu. He is, indeed, the proprietor of Zui Xiang Lu. I had long sensed that this young gentleman was extraordinary, and my instincts have proven correct. A flurry of murmurs erupted among the crowd. Particularly, Wei Hongyan and Old Hong were filled with surprise and confusion. Unable to fathom that Qin Guan was the enigmatic owner of the Zui Xiang Lu, a place no one dared to provoke. Impossible, this cannot be true. Wei Daba shook his head vehemently. He fixed an intense gaze upon Qin Guan and asked in a low voice, "Do you even know who stands behind Zui Xiang Lu?" "Who? Pray tell," Qin Guan replied with a serene smile. "I." Wei Daba hesitated, for he was also unaware of the true owner of Zui Xiang Lu, only knowing that the individual was a figure of immense stature. Anyone who dared to cause a ruckus there met with dire consequences. At that moment, Qin Guan abruptly seized Wei Daba by the ear. "From this day forward, you shall vacate Zui Xiang Lu. My establishment has no room for trash like you. What are you all staring at? Get moving. He is an imposter." Wei Daba shouted at the 4 guards. The guards exchanged glances but made no move to act. The deed in Qin Guan's hand was irrefutably genuine, and he had maintained an air of calmness throughout, clearly prepared for this confrontation. It was wise not to act impulsively at this juncture. Qin Guan cast a glance at the leading guard and inquired, "What is your name?" The guard promptly bowed and replied, "I am Shang Zhuang. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the proprietor of Zui Xiang Lu." "Break this glutton's legs and toss him out," Qin Guan commanded, his tone grave. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Shang Zhuang turned his gaze towards Wei Daba. It is paramount for a person to assess the situation. Opportunities are fleeting, and Shang Zhuang recognized that his moment had arrived. With a decisive kick, he shattered Wei Daba's leg without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 56. Blind Date. Shang Zhuang, you possess a great deal of audacity to lay hands on me. Do you wish for death? Wei Daba exclaimed, clutching his leg and glaring fiercely at Shang Zhuang. Shang Zhuang cast a disdainful glance at Wei Daba and ordered, "Throw him out." Soon, 2 guards dragged Wei Daba away. Qin Guan glanced at Shang Zhuang and nodded slightly. Excellent. After Qin Guan finished speaking, he casually retrieved a book of martial arts from his storage pouch and tossed it to Shang Zhuang. Shang Zhuang hurriedly caught it and, upon realizing it was a mid-level Xian rank martial art, he was instantly filled with exhilaration. "Thank you, esteemed master, for your generous gift. From now on, I am willing to brave any danger for you." A mid-level Xian rank martial art is worth over 100 million gold coins, and such a precious technique is not easily acquired even with wealth. Indeed, his gamble had paid off. At that moment, Qin Guan pointed at Qin Guan and Zhao Longquan. along with a few others, and declared, "Individuals like these shall never be permitted to enter the establishment, as they will only spoil the appetites of other patrons. Regardless of their wealth, we shall not conduct business with them. Understood?" Shang Zhuang furrowed his brow, then commanded the guards behind him, "Throw them out. They are forbidden from setting foot in Zui Xianglu ever again." Humph. The capital city boasts more than just Zui Xianglu. Even if they were to invite me in the future, I would not be interested. What is so remarkable about a mere tavern? Qin Guan cast a cold glance at Qin Guan before turning to leave, vowing to remember this grievance. Qin Guan paid no heed to Qin Guan. He understood that selecting customers was inappropriate when running a business. Nonetheless, he could not tolerate individuals who believed themselves superior simply because of their wealth. Moreover, he did not expect the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion to yield significant profits. After the few were dismissed, Shang Zhuang hesitated momentarily before quietly informing Qin Guan, "Master, Qin Guan is the cousin of Shen Huan. This man harbors a petty spirit and is vengeful. We must tread carefully." Upon hearing the name Shen Huan, the expressions of those present shifted noticeably, especially Wei Hongyan, whose beautiful eyes flickered with an unusual glimmer. "Who is Shen Huan?" Qin Guan inquired, furrowing his brow. "Master, are you not acquainted with Shen Huan?" Shang Zhuang asked, surprised by Qin Guan's response. Although he had never met the owner of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, he knew that the one who had employed them there as guards was a high-ranking official from the Spirit Sword Academy. Thus, he speculated that the owner must be a figure of considerable importance within the academy, which was why they had remained at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, hoping to one day gain recognition from the Spirit Sword Academy. Shen Huan, being a prodigious talent from the academy who had recently ascended to the Sword King realm, was a name known to all. The fact that Qin Guan was unfamiliar with him left Shang Zhuang perplexed. Qin Guan waved his hand and turned to Shang Zhuang, instructing, "Disregard any disturbances caused by my cousin Shen Huan. If he dares to create trouble, deal with him decisively. If you cannot handle it, simply note his name and leave the matter to me." "Understood." Shang Zhuang nodded eagerly. The tone of Qin Guan suggested that this master was evidently formidable, showing disdain even for Shen Huan. Could it be that he was the grandson of the president of the Lingjian Academy? "Is there a place to stay upstairs?" Qin Guan inquired of Shang Zhuang. "Yes, lead our esteemed guest upstairs to rest." Shang Zhuang promptly commanded one of the guards beside him. "Qin Dongjia, may we also stay at your esteemed establishment for a night?" Wei Hongyan suddenly smiled. "Of course," Qin Guan replied, when he suddenly noticed the two guards behind Wei Hongyan. He quickly smiled and said, It is you, Li Qing and Zhang Ming. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. These two were benefactors to Nan Ro. On that day in the secret realm, their timely assistance had been invaluable, and Qin Guan had always remembered their kindness. Brother Qin is being too polite." Zhang Ming and Li Qing both clasped their fists in greeting. "Come, let us ascend and share a drink." Qin Guan beckoned to the two. "Certainly. Soon." Qin Guan and Wei Hongyan arrived at a luxurious private room on the top floor. Before long, a lavish spread of dishes was served in the room. "Come, brothers Zhang and Li, allow me to toast to you both." Qin Guan raised his wine cup with a smile. "There is no need for formality, brother Qin. We are all straightforward people," they replied in unison. With that, the three raised their cups and drank heartily. Qin Guan set down his wine cup and gazed at Wei Hongyan with a smile. "Miss Wei, I find myself with some leisure these days. I had previously promised to assist you in training the Black Armored Army. I hope this is still convenient for you? With matters at the Spirit Sword Academy now resolved and the Nan family having the Hellhounds to guard their home." Encountering Wei Hongyan presented an opportune moment for Qin Guan to fulfill his previous commitment. "Of course, it is quite convenient." Wei Hongyan eagerly nodded in agreement. However, she soon inquired, "Young Master Qin, have you indeed settled your affairs with the Spirit Sword Academy?" She recalled that Qin Guan had mentioned he would assist in training the Black Armored Army only after addressing the issues at the academy. Qin Guan nodded, affirming, "It has been resolved." Upon hearing this, Wei Hongyan furrowed her elegant brow, unable to restrain herself as she remarked, "Young Master Qin, we have come to the imperial capital today, and I have heard through the grapevine that the Spirit Sword Academy dispatched 2 6th-tier powerhouses to the Nan family in Luyun City a few days ago. If we calculate the time, they must already be in Luyun City. I am aware. This matter has also been addressed," Qin Guan replied with a smile. The astonishment of Wei Hongyan and the others was palpable. They had all heard of the events surrounding the deaths of Yen Rong, Su Lai, and the members of the Yunlan sect, and at that time, they believed the Spirit Sword Academy and the Yunlan sect would stop at nothing to eliminate Qin Guan. Upon arriving in the imperial capital today, they discovered that the Spirit Sword Academy had indeed sent 2 6th-tier experts to Luyun City, leading them to presume that Qin Guan's fate was dire. However, to their surprise, they encountered Qin Guan at the Zue Xionglu, where he was the proprietor. And more importantly, the troubles with the Spirit Sword Academy had been resolved. This series of events was nothing short of astonishing. It seemed that the enigmatic Qin Guan was shrouded in mystery, leaving them bewildered. "When shall we set forth, Miss Wei?" Qin Guan inquired, turning his gaze toward Wei Hongyan. Wei Hongyan replied, "I have an engagement tomorrow evening. Shall we depart the morning after?" "Very well." Qin Guan nodded in agreement. After some pleasant conversation, they each returned to their respective chambers to rest. As Wei Hongyan lay in bed, she tossed and turned, finding it difficult to sleep. After a while, she suddenly rose and made her way to Qin Guan's quarters. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon by Wei Hongyan. Hearing the knocking while cultivating in the small black tower, Qin Guan swiftly exited and opened the door to find Wei Hongyan standing before him. "Miss Wei, do you require something?" "Young Master Qin, I wish to discuss a matter with you." "May I come in?" Wei Hongyan said softly. "Please, do enter." Qin Guan responded with a nod. Once inside, Wei Hongyan tidied her hair and, with some hesitation, gazed at Qin Guan. "Young Master Qin, I have an arranged meeting tomorrow. Would you accompany me?" Qin Guan was taken aback upon hearing her words. "Miss Wei, is it truly appropriate for me to accompany you during this matchmaking affair?" "Young Master Qin, please allow me to explain. At present, my Wei state is beset by both internal and external troubles. The authority of my father, the emperor, is precarious. While to the east, the Sang state has been eyeing us with growing audacity, increasingly daring to infringe upon our borders and threatening to instigate war. To alleviate these troubles, my father has coerced me into a match with the second son of the Qin family, hoping that a union with them might fortify our position against the current crises facing Wei. However, I have no desire to wed Qin Huan. Thus, I implore you to masquerade as my betrothed to thwart tomorrow's matchmaking." Upon hearing this, Qin Guan scratched his head in silence. Observing his reaction, Wei Hongyan hastily produced a storage pouch and pressed it into Qin Guan's hand. "Young Master Qin," she said, "within this pouch lies 30 million gold coins and over 40 spirit stones. It constitutes my entire fortune." Qin Guan cast a difficult glance at his storage bag, and after a moment, he suddenly raised his head and smiled, saying, "Miss Wei, should you encounter such troublesome matters in the future, feel free to seek my assistance." Wei Hongyan replied with a subtle expression. The following evening, Wei Hongyan escorted Qin Guan to an exquisitely opulent banquet hall. "Young Master Qin," observed, she said, "I am not the only one here today to meet the second young master of the Qin family. Numerous young ladies from affluent noble families have also come for matchmaking." In a corner of the banquet hall, Wei Hongyan spoke with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Qin Guan clicked his tongue in admiration. "With so many beautiful women vying for attention, this is simply delightful." In response, Wei Hongyan teasingly glanced at Qin Guan, saying, "If you were to showcase your true abilities, I am certain many lovely ladies would be clamoring for your affection." Qin Guan waved his hand with a smile, expressing that it was a stroke of fortune for a rough man like him to marry Roer. He felt utterly content with her alone by his side, truly envious of Nan Ro. Upon hearing this, Wei Hongyan's elongated, beautiful eyes revealed a hint of envy. Qin Guan fell silent, casually picking up an apple from the table and leaning back in his chair. Just as he was about to take a bite, his motion abruptly paused mid-air, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at a woman in white not far away. At that moment, the woman in white also looked at Qin Guan with wide, beautiful eyes. She opened her cherry blossom-like lips in disbelief, rubbed her eyes to confirm it was indeed Qin Guan, and then quickly rose to approach him. The woman in white was none other than Jiang Lianyu. Chapter 57. What a coincidence. Jiang Lianyu swiftly reached Qin Guan's side, her disbelief evident as she exclaimed, "Qin Guan, how did you end up here?" "Just here for a bit of fun. What a coincidence, Jiang girl." Qin Guan replied with a smile. "Quite the coincidence indeed." Jiang Lianyu remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Wei Hongyan beside him. "What does this mean for the two of you?" "There's nothing to it. I simply brought Qin Guan along for a blind date," Wei Hongyan softly explained. "A blind date?" Jiang Lianyu's delicate brows furrowed as she turned to Qin Guan. "I didn't realize you were quite the playboy." "Hey, don't say such things carelessly," Qin Guan retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. Just wait. I shall inform Sister Roer about this. You seem quite honest, yet who knew you were this sort of person?" Jiang Lianyu scoffed. In the presence of Qin Guan, Wei Hongyan's delicate visage appeared slightly frosty as she addressed Jiang Lianyue. Jiang, is it not advantageous for you that I have brought Qin Guan along for this matchmaking event? Why do you seem so irate? Are you suggesting that I am inferior to you? Jiang Lianyue replied with evident displeasure. She discerned the implication behind Wei Hongyan's words, suggesting that her presence would disrupt the occasion, thereby reducing her own competition. I did not imply such a thing, Wei Hongyan retorted. Qin Guan, speak the truth. Who do you find more attractive, Wei Hongyan or myself? Jiang Lianyue suddenly directed her gaze toward him. Upon hearing her question, Wei Hongyan turned to Qin Guan as well. Pray tell, Qin Gongzi, who do you think is more beautiful? Crack. Faced with the intense scrutiny of both women, Qin Guan hastily bit into an apple, subsequently diverting his gaze in silence. Did you hear that? He thinks I am more beautiful than you, Jiang Lianyue exclaimed, pointing at Qin Guan. Cough, cough. At Jiang Lianyue's declaration, Qin Guan nearly choked on his apple. Jiang, confidence is a form of beauty, but if it veers into narcissism, it becomes counterproductive, Wei Hongyan remarked, lifting her teacup to take a sip, accompanied by a light chuckle. Unexpectedly, Wei Hongyan, usually reticent, revealed a sharp tongue. Yet her words posed no threat to Jiang Lianyue, who firmly believed she surpassed Wei in beauty. Conclusively, Jiang Lianyue abruptly shoved the apple-munching Qin Guan aside and took a seat on the other side of him. Qin Guan felt somewhat speechless. He could not fathom why the two women had suddenly engaged in a quarrel, finding it utterly perplexing. Young Master Shin has arrived. At that moment, a loud announcement echoed from outside the hall. The once boisterous banquet hall fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes turning towards the entrance. Soon, a dashing young man strode into the hall. Clad in a flowing white robe, he stood tall and graceful, moving with a light and steady gait. Strands of hair framing his fair face, swaying gently in the breeze. Wow, he is so handsome. Upon seeing the extraordinary Shin Huan, many young ladies in the banquet hall immediately turned into infatuated admirers, their gazes brimming with adoration. With striking good looks, an illustrious family background, and prodigious talent, having attained the rank of Sword King at the tender age of 16, his future was undoubtedly limitless. Such a man was hard for any woman to resist. Shin Huan swiftly ascended to a raised platform within the banquet hall, a confident smile gracing his sunlit face. I apologize for keeping all the young ladies waiting. Upon his words, a middle-aged woman adorned in elegant attire approached the platform, addressing the crowd below with a warm smile. Ladies, my young master has returned home for a visit, and amidst his busy schedule, he wishes to take the opportunity for matchmaking. Therefore, I kindly ask each of you to introduce yourselves from left to right so that you may get to know each other. Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's words, the women in the audience grew somewhat anxious, determined to present themselves favorably and win Shin Huan's favor. Then, from the left side, a young woman dressed in a blue gown stood up. She offered a slight bow to Shin Huan on the platform and spoke in a gentle voice. I am Qin Meiming, the second daughter of the Qin family, 16 years old, and I have had the pleasure of meeting young Master Shin. On the platform, Shin Huan nodded with a smile, acknowledging, I have met Miss Qin. After a brief appraisal of Qin Meiming, he swiftly shifted his gaze to the next young woman, leaving Qin Meiming's eyes filled with disappointment as she took her seat, sensing she had not captured Shin Huan's interest. Miss Zhou Yanqing has met young Master Shin. At that moment, a girl seated next to Qin Meiming stood up, subtly enhancing her posture to present her assets to Shin Huan. Noticing Zhou Yanqing's alluring figure, Shin Huan could not help but glance at her a moment longer, smiling as he said, Miss Zhou, it is quite chilly. Do take care to keep warm. Thank you for your concern, young Master Shin, Zhou Yanqing replied with a graceful bow, her demeanor perfectly poised. Shin Huan gave a slight nod before shifting his attention to the next young lady. Miss Jiang, are you feeling nervous? In a corner, Qin Guan suddenly inquired with a smile. Jiang Lianyue's lips curled into a proud smile as she replied, I was a bit anxious initially, but now that you are sitting beside me, I feel completely at ease. Observing Jiang Lianyue seemingly harboring ulterior motives, Qin Guan discreetly shifted his chair towards Wei Hongyan. I believe it is in your best interest to maintain a distance from me. If that Master Shin were to see us seated together, it might lead to misunderstandings. Come here. Just as Qin Guan adjusted himself, Jiang Lianyue abruptly wrapped her arm around his, tugging him closer. In response, Wei Hongyan, visibly incensed, exclaimed, Jiang Lianyue, please show some respect. Qin Guan is my guest. Jiang Lianyue cast a haughty glance at Wei Hongyan, retorting, Qin Guan is my brother-in-law. Where is the lack of respect? Upon hearing this, Wei Hongyan furrowed her brows slightly, inquiring, your brother-in-law? Jiang Lianyue nodded with a smile. Nen Ro is my sister, thus Qin Guan is naturally my brother-in-law. However, at present, he is not merely my brother-in-law, he is my fiancé. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan widened his eyes and exclaimed, Miss Jiang, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Lianyue glanced at Shen Huan, who was conversing with a woman in the audience, and replied with displeasure, I am not speaking nonsense. My presence here today is entirely coerced. Just look at him, perched high above, gathering so many women for his selection. Who does he think he is? It makes it seem as though I am eager to throw myself at him. When my turn comes, I shall declare that he is my fiancé, making it clear that I have no interest in him whatsoever. Upon hearing Jiang Lianyue's words, Wei Hongyan fell silent, realizing that she too was being forced into this situation and did not wish to marry Shen Huan. At that moment, Qin Guan suddenly interjected, Miss Jiang, if you desire my assistance, it is not out of the question. After all, Miss Wei has provided me with a favor. Should you not also show your gratitude? What favor did she bestow upon you? Jiang Lianyue inquired with curiosity. 30 million gold coins and 40 spirit stones. Qin Guan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue sighed. Miss Wei truly is generous. 40 spirit stones is quite a lavish offering. Wei Hongyan stood with her arms crossed, her figure strikingly poised. Choosing to ignore Jiang Lianyue. Considering you are the sister of Rower, I shall request 40 spirit stones from you. And I assure you that this matter will be resolved swiftly and efficiently. After Qin Guan finished speaking, he extended his hand towards Jiang Lianyue. With a sudden clap, Jiang Lianyue struck Qin Guan's palm, exclaiming in indignation, 40 spirit stones, valued at over 100 million gold coins, are you asking me to sell myself? Chapter 58. An increase in funds. At that moment, a stunning young lady clad in a pink skirt rose gracefully. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded down her waist, and her enchanting peach-shaped eyes and delicate face exuded a radiant charm. As Su Miaoi's turn approached, numerous women in the audience could not help but cast their gazes upon her. In this matchmaking event, Su Miaoi excelled in talent, beauty, and family background, making her one of the most formidable contenders. Upon seeing Su Miaoi, Shen Huan's eyes sparkled with recognition, as if a thought had struck him. He quickly exclaimed, Sister Miaoi, I recall you visited my home when we were children. Hearing this, Su Miaoi shot him a playful glare, her voice laced with mock reproach. Brother Huan, you even tugged at my hair back then. Ha ha ha, it seems Sister Miaoi holds a grudge. I was soundly reprimanded by my father for that incident. Shen Huan laughed heartily. How could that be considered a grudge? It was you, Brother Shen, who pulled my hair. Had it been anyone else, I would have long forgotten. Su Miaoi retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. Oh, how utterly sweet. In a corner, Jiang Lianyue observed Su Miaoi's flirtation with Shen Huan with disdain. She turned to Qin Guan beside her and inquired, do all men prefer women who are coy and affectionate? Upon hearing Jiang Lianyue's remark, Wei Hongyan, seated to the right of Qin Guan, became instantly intrigued and leaned in to listen attentively. Qin Guan glanced at Su Miaoi and shook his head, saying, I do not know. Do you prefer women who are playful? Jiang Lianyue inquired again. I do not know, Qin Guan replied, shaking his head. I want to tell Sister Ruer. Now speak the truth, Jiang Lianyue teased with a mischievous smile. You woman. Qin Guan shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Lianyue and fell silent. A soft giggle escaped Jiang Lianyue's lips as she witnessed Qin Guan's exasperated demeanor. Brother Huan, could you possibly be quicker? People have been waiting for you for quite some time. At that moment, a girl seated at the adjacent table to Su Miaoi suddenly pouted playfully. Shen Huan, who had been engaged in lively conversation with Su Miaoi, couldn't help but turn his gaze towards the speaking girl. Upon seeing her exquisite beauty, his eyes brightened. May I inquire your name, fair maiden? The girl gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. I am Shangguan Yao from the Shangguan family. Pleased to meet you, young Master Shun. Upon the introduction of Shangguan Yao, whispers erupted among the women present, for it was well known that during this matchmaking event, Jiang Lianyue, Wei Hongyan, Su Miaoi, and Shangguan Yao were the four most likely candidates to capture Shen Huan's affection. Ah, it is little Yaoer. I apologize for making you wait. Shen Huan quickly responded with a smile. Brother Huan, since you and Su Miaoi are childhood friends, do we stand a chance? Shangguan Yao suddenly asked with a flutter of her beautiful eyes. Vixen, Su Miaoi thought to herself, unable to suppress a silent curse at Shangguan Yao's bold and alluring demeanor. Shen Huan chuckled heartily. Yao, are you jest? Today, we are all here for matchmaking, and it is about mutual affection, as long as there is mutual attraction. Everyone has a chance. It seemed this fellow wished to win them all over, Jiang Lianyue thought in annoyance from her corner. What does Brother Huan think of me? Shang Guan Yao inquired with a smile. Yaoer is undoubtedly enchanting, Shen Huan replied with a grin. To receive such praise from Brother Huan means my visit tonight was worthwhile. I shall not take up the time of the other ladies. After a slight curtsy, Shang Guan Yao took her seat. Subsequently, 6 more young women stood up and turned to introduce themselves, but Shen Huan responded politely to each, his interest waning as he compared them to Su Miaoyi and Shang Guan Yao. Soon, it was Wei Hongyan's turn. The moment she stood, an unusual sparkle ignited in Shen Huan's eyes, as her tall, graceful figure and stunningly cold beauty stirred something within him. Wei Hongyan greets young Master Shen, she said, clasping her hands in a bow before promptly taking her seat. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Wei Hongyan's aloofness was indeed striking. Did she intend to attract Shen Huan's attention through such haughty demeanor? Shen Huan had not anticipated that Wei Hongyan would be utterly dissimilar to the other women who had previously fawned over him, showering him with flattery and seeking his favor. Instead, she seemed indifferent to his presence. The more aloof she appeared, the more Shen Huan yearned to conquer her. Although he had spent his childhood in the Lingzhen Academy, seldom venturing out, he had heard whispers of the illustrious Wei. It was a privilege to witness her grace today, and he wondered if she might grace the Shen family with her presence tomorrow. Upon hearing Shen Huan's invitation for Wei Hongyan to visit the Shen residence, all the noble ladies in attendance cast envious glances her way. Wei Hongyan had initially intended to maintain a lofty demeanor to provoke Shen Huan's disdain, thereby avoiding the need to employ Qin Guan as a shield. However, she was taken aback to find that Shen Huan had developed an interest in her, which left her utterly speechless. I'm afraid I have prior engagements tomorrow, accompanying Brother Guan on a shopping trip. I won't have the time, Wei Hongyan replied, suddenly linking her arm with Qin Guan's. The presence of a man in the hall raised eyebrows. Who was he? This evening's matchmaking banquet was ostensibly Shen Huan's domain. Yet Wei Hongyan had brought a man with her, affectionately calling him Brother Guan. Was this not a blatant affront to Shen Huan? The onlookers were abuzz with speculation regarding Wei Hongyan's intentions. At that moment, Shen Huan, noticing Qin Guan lounging in his chair, felt his expression darken significantly, his eyes glinting with sharpness. Miss Wei, this is my matchmaking event tonight. What does your bringing a man here signify? Wei Hongyan waved her hand dismissively. Young Master Shen, please do not misunderstand. I am merely here to appease my relatives tonight. Shen Huan glanced at Qin Guan, furrowing his brow. Then what exactly is your relationship with him? Shen Huan was truly foolish to court discomfort for himself. Taking a deep breath, Wei Hongyan smiled. Brother Guan is my fiancé. Upon hearing the term fiancé, Shen Huan's expression visibly soured at an alarming rate. Just as he was about to respond, Jiang Lianyue abruptly stood up, her expression displeased as she directed her gaze toward Wei Hongyan. Since when has Brother Guan been your fiancé? Wei Hongyan immediately rose to her feet as well. He is indeed my fiancé. In that moment, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, while Qin Guan sat quietly, observing the spectacle between the two women. Noticing Jiang Lianyue's stunning beauty, Shen Huan slightly furrowed his brow. May I inquire as to who this young lady is? Ahem. Jiang Lianyue cleared her throat and smiled at Shen Huan. Listen carefully. My name is Jiang Lianyue, and Zhang Fengtian, the master of Tianbao Pavilion, is my grandfather. Realization dawned on Shen Huan, and he hurriedly bowed in respect. I apologize for my ignorance, Miss Lianyue, but could you clarify what you meant by your earlier words? It means nothing much. Brother Guan is clearly my fiancé, and Wei Hongyan is attempting to usurp my love and steal my man. Jiang Lianyue, having spoken, suddenly wrapped her arm around Qin Guan's, pulling him close to her side. Who has the audacity to steal him away? Brother Guan was clearly the one I encountered first. Upon witnessing Qin Guan being seized by Jiang Lianyue, Wei Hongyan hastily rose to reclaim him. Brother Guan is mine. Return him to me. Jiang Lianyue once more drew Qin Guan to her. Mine. Just as Jiang Lianyue had taken Qin Guan, Wei Hongyan promptly yanked him back. The sight of Jiang Lianyue and Wei Hongyan battling for a man left all the noble ladies present utterly astonished. What was it about this man that warranted such a fervent display of rivalry among them? As the two women tugged him back and forth, Qin Guan wore a look of exasperation, hurriedly lowering his voice to say, You two are overacting. If this continues, I shall demand compensation. Chapter 59. The 8-scale radiance emerges Wei Hongyan and Jiang Lianyue. You truly know how to play the game. Are you not aware that tonight is Brother Huan's matchmaking event? To bring your fiancé here is rather disrespectful, wouldn't you agree? Not far away, Shang Guanyao suddenly let out a cold laugh. Initially concerned about the formidable competition presented by Wei Hongyan and Jiang Lianyue, she now felt an immense sense of delight upon witnessing their antics. Su Miaoi, observing the stormy expression on Shen Huan's face, secretly reveled in the situation, though she feigned anger on the surface. How utterly shameless of you to fight for a man in such a public setting. At that moment, Jiang Lianyue abruptly released Qin Guan's arm and turned her gaze towards Su Miaoi. Are you not here to compete for a man among all these people as well? I saw you chatting with Shen Huan earlier, your eyes nearly sparkling with desire, as if you wished to throw yourself at him. Pray tell, where are your principles of propriety? Su Miaoi, infuriated, stamped her foot, left speechless by Jiang Lianyue's words. What are you laughing at? Jiang Lianyue suddenly directed her attention to the smirking Shang Guanyao. I see you are no better than Su Miaoi. You two are quite the opportunist. Hearing Jiang Lianyue's remarks, Shang Guanyao was instantly incensed. Jiang Lianyue, have you lost your mind? Why do you attack everyone in sight? So that is how it is. Upon witnessing Jiang Lianyue's unreserved reprimand of Su Miaoi and Shang Guanyao, Shen Huan, initially filled with indignation, suddenly found a spark of understanding illuminating her expression. Jealousy, it seemed, was the underlying sentiment, as Wei Hongyan and Jiang Lianyue were evidently envious, deliberately fabricating a male acquaintance as their fiancé to provoke her. Otherwise, the situation was utterly perplexing. One was the esteemed daughter of Tianbao Pavilion, while the other was the 9th princess of Wei. If there were an engagement, it would undoubtedly be common knowledge, and the Shen family could not possibly remain unaware. Moreover, what were the odds that both women would coincidentally be betrothed to the same individual? Upon closer inspection of Qin Guan, it became evident that he bore no trace of spiritual energy, clearly an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. Even if he were not mundane, he could not possibly be compared to her. After all, she was a 16-year-old sword king, a candidate for the next principal of the Spiritual Sword Academy, and quite possibly the first sword saint to emerge from Qingzhou. There was no reason for them not to admire her. It was merely jealousy at play. Contemplating the underlying reasons, Shen Huan could not help but straighten her posture and smile, addressing her peers. Dear sisters, let us converse amicably. Should you continue this raucous quarrel, I may find myself displeased. Upon hearing Shen Huan's words, Su Miaoi and Shang Guanyao promptly fell silent. The banquet hall descended into a sudden tranquility as Shen Huan turned her gaze to Jiang Lianyue and Wei Hongyan, saying, Miss Wei, Miss Jiang, I acknowledge that it may have been somewhat impolite to summon you both this evening, yet I hope you can find it in your hearts to understand. My time here is limited, as I must soon return to the Spiritual Sword Academy, and with an evaluation arriving at the end of this month, I am the candidate for the next principal, so trivial matters are to be expected. As Shen Huan spoke, many women in the hall displayed expressions of intrigue. Indeed, the rumors circulating about Shen Huan being a candidate for the Spiritual Sword Academy were substantiated. The academy represented the strongest force in Qingzhou. Should one become the principal's wife, the benefits for both oneself and their family would be immeasurable, elevating their status to new heights. At that moment, Shang Guanyao suddenly interjected with an apology. Brother Huan, I comprehend your predicament. I apologize for my quarrel with Miss Jiang. It was primarily the actions of Jiang Lianyue and Wei Hongyan that were rather excessive towards you. I could not contain myself earlier. Forgive me. Su Miaoi concluded her remarks and returned to her seat. Not a problem. Shen Huan waved her hand dismissively and then turned her gaze toward Qin Guan, smiling lightly. You may leave now. This is not a place for you. Understood. Qin Guan nodded with a smile before rising to depart. As Qin Guan stood to leave, Wei Hongyan and Jiang Lianyue hastily followed suit. Observing the two women trailing behind Qin Guan, Shen Huan's mood soured. Miss Wei, Miss Jiang, if you must indulge in jealousy and childish antics, do so within reason. Excess is indeed off-putting. Insufferable. Narcissist. Jiang Lianyue and Wei Hongyan retorted in unison, not even glancing back. Hearing their words, Shen Huan's expression darkened. Stop them. As the words fell, 8 shadowy figures clad in black suddenly appeared before Qin Guan, obstructing his path. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Lianyue swiftly turned to Shen Huan and remarked, Shen Huan, I advise you to remain calm and refrain from any rash actions. Haha. Upon hearing Jiang Lianyue's words, Shen Huan burst into laughter. Lianyue, do not misunderstand me. I could never bear to raise a hand against you. My intention is merely to send that bothersome leg away, not to part you from Hong Yan. Being addressed so casually as Lian Yu and Hong Yan made both Jiang Lian Yu and Wei Hong Yan feel quite uncomfortable. Wei Hong Yan, suddenly adopting a serious tone, declared, Shen Huan, it appears you are so engrossed in your sword forging that you have lost your sense of direction. I shall reiterate, I have a fiancé, and I harbor no interest in you whatsoever. Jiang Lian Yu hastily nodded in agreement. What she says is true. It is also what I wish to convey. Shen Huan waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I comprehend that both of you are feeling jealous. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Lian Yu, Hong Yan, Miao Yi, and Yao Er, each of you has captured my affection. It is entirely natural for a man to have multiple wives, hence I claim you four without concern. Shut your mouth. Qin Guan, quickly silence him. A mouthful costs 2 spirit stones. I'll cover it. Jiang Lian Yu pointed furiously at Shen Huan. Is that true? Qin Guan's eyes brightened at the response. Indeed. Jiang Lian Yu's delicate form trembled with indignation, utterly disgusted by Shen Huan's foolishness. No sooner had Jiang Lian Yu finished speaking than Qin Guan vanished from sight. At the moment of his disappearance, Shen Huan's eyes narrowed instinctively, sensing danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed forward. In that fleeting instant as the long sword descended, a figure abruptly twisted in an uncanny manner. Slap. A sharp sound echoed as Shen Huan was sent flying through the air. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Qin Guan seized him by the throat. At that moment, several shadowy figures surged forth from the side. Boom. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Qin Guan sent several shadow guards flying across the room. The sharp sound of slaps echoed through the banquet hall, resembling the crackling of firecrackers during the New Year festivities. Witnessing Shen Huan, utterly defenseless on stage, being relentlessly struck by Qin Guan, the audience was left in stunned silence, astonished that the usually reticent man could exhibit such ferocity. Su Miaoi and Shangguan Yao gasped in terror, realizing the gravity of Qin Guan's actions. He was daring to challenge the very authority of the capital by assaulting Shen Huan. Enough, enough. As Qin Guan's strikes grew more rapid, Jiang Lin Yue, recovering her senses, urgently intervened. No one could withstand such an onslaught. Just as she spoke, Qin Guan suddenly appeared before her, demanding payment for the 18 slaps he had delivered. 18. That's 36 spirit stones. Jiang Lianyue's heart sank at the mention of such a steep price. It was far too excessive. Could you possibly offer a discount? She lamented, regretting her earlier underestimation of Qin Guan's swiftness. Noticing her attempt to evade payment, Qin Guan's expression darkened ominously. To toy with me comes at a cost. Fine here. Reluctantly, Jiang Lianyue tossed a storage pouch into his hands. Although this was all in jest, one must honor their commitments, Qin Guan asserted sternly. Must I really be the one to apologize? Jiang Lianyue cast a resentful glance at Qin Guan, refraining from further provocation. She understood that inciting his wrath was no trivial matter. Die, die. You will perish. At that moment, Shen Huan on stage erupted in a furious roar. His visage twisted in a terrifying snarl, as if he were ready to devour someone whole. 8-footed Xiongguang, manifest. A bronze mirror materialized in Shen Huan's grasp, emanating a peculiar ripple of power. Soon, the image of a white-haired elder appeared within the mirror. Upon recognizing the elder's countenance, the expressions of everyone in the hall shifted dramatically. It was Bai Wanjian, the esteemed head of the Spirit Sword Academy, a peak sword emperor of the 6th realm. A formidable figure of unparalleled renown in Qingzhou. Beware. That mirror is one of the Spirit Sword Academy's 3 treasured artifacts, the Xianming Mirror. Within a certain range, it can reflect the power of the techniques of the person within it through spatial force. The elder is Bai Wanjian, the Academy's principal. Jiang Lianyue quickly alerted Qin Guan. That mirror is quite impressive, he remarked. Qin Guan only heard the initial words of Jiang Lianyu. He completely disregarded the latter mention of Dean by Wanjian. Wan'earth, what has happened to your face? Upon observing Shen Huan's bruised visage within the Xianming mirror, Bai Wanjian was momentarily taken aback. Faced with Bai Wanjian, Shen Huan was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, I was assaulted. How audacious. Come, let me ascertain who in Qizhou possesses the temerity to lay hands upon you. Bai Wanjian declared with indignation upon hearing of Shen Huan's plight. It was him. That brute seems to be a martial artist. Shen Huan directed the Xianming mirror towards Qin Guan, who was not far off. Realizing he was within the mirror's illuminating range, the onlookers recoiled in fear, apprehensive of incurring Bai Wanjian's wrath. This was no jest. Bai Wanjian was a formidable sword emperor whose slightest gesture could extinguish a life. Jiang Lianyu and Wei Hongyan, now frightened, took a few steps back behind Qin Guan, sensing that trouble was imminent. Meanwhile, the reflections of Qin Guan, Jiang Lianyu, and Wei Hongyan swiftly materialized in the mirror. Upon seeing Qin Guan's image, Bai Wanjian's eyes widened in astonishment. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Upon confirming it was indeed Qin Guan, he nearly spewed blood. Just yesterday, he had nearly met his demise at the hands of that man, and today, he had unwittingly entangled himself with that harbinger of misfortune. In all of Qishou, Bai Wanjian feared but one individual, yet that scoundrel Shen Huan had provoked him. Truly, a calamity. At that moment, Qin Guan also noticed Bai Wanjian in the mirror. He furrowed his brow, intending to greet him, but suddenly, Bai Wanjian's image vanished. The Xianming mirror simultaneously lost its luster. What is happening? Is it broken? Everyone present was taken aback. 8-foot Xiong Guang, appear. Shen Huan, with his right hand forming a seal, attempted once more to imbue the Xianming mirror with a mark. Damn it, do not contact me again. Meanwhile, in his secluded cultivation chamber, the increasingly anxious Bai Wanjian sensed a disturbance in the space before him. Cursing under his breath, he hastily employed a technique to erase the spatial awareness. Seeing the Xianming mirror unresponsive for an extended period, Shen Huan's brow furrowed deeply. This should not be. How could the Xianming mirror possibly malfunction? Bring it here. Just as confusion settled in Shen Huan's mind, a hand suddenly appeared before him, snatching the Xianming mirror away. Ah! Shen Huan shuddered in fright at the abrupt appearance of Qin Guan. Boldly, you dare. This Xianming mirror is a treasured artifact of our Spirit Sword Academy. Should you dare to steal it, our academy shall pursue you to the ends of the earth without rest. Qin Guan disregarded Shen Huan, suddenly biting his finger and making a swift motion towards the Xianming mirror, subsequently stowing it away within the little black tower. It's over, utterly over. Realizing that his mark within the Xianming mirror had been obliterated, Bai Wanjian's countenance turned ashen, the three great treasures of the Spiritual Sword Academy. And now the Xianming mirror was lost. Cursed be it. Just yesterday, he suffered a grievous loss of 2,000 spirit stones, and now he had lost yet another treasure. Damn that Shen Huan. What should he do now? Hand over the Xianming mirror at once, or you shall bear the consequences of your actions. Shen Huan glared at Qin Guan, his voice laced with fury. How bothersome. Suddenly, Qin Guan delivered a swift kick that sent Shen Huan flying. Ah, indeed. This matchmaking event has been splendidly executed. Qin Guan felt a surge of joy in his heart as he turned on his heel and walked towards the banquet hall's exit with a buoyant step. Jiang Lianyue and Wei Hongyan, both flustered, hurriedly followed him, having initially feared that the situation would spiral out of control. To their astonishment, it had concluded in such an absurdly simple manner. The Xianming mirror had malfunctioned at a critical moment. As they watched Qin Guan's retreating figure, Su Miaoi and Sheng Wenyao stood frozen, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Who was this man named Qin Guan? How could Shen Huan, a practitioner of the Four Realms and the youngest sword king of Qingzhou, seem so utterly powerless before him? The name Qin Guan rang a bell in Su Miaoi's mind. What's the matter, cousin? At that moment, a young man burst into the banquet hall. Upon seeing Shen Huan, bruised and battered on the stage, he rushed over. Quick, take me back to the Shun residence. Shen Huan called out urgently to his cousin, Qi Nuo. Who did this to you? Qi Nuo asked, supporting him while anxiously inquiring. In the imperial capital, who would dare to strike his cousin Shen Huan? They must possess extraordinary audacity. It was a man named Qin Guan, Shen Huan replied, as Sheng Wenyao and the others hurriedly approached. Ah, it's him. So it was he. Upon hearing the name Qin Guan, Qi Nuo seemed to connect the dots. Earlier, he had encountered Qin Guan at the entrance, the very same man with whom he had crossed paths at the Zui Xianglu. However, he only knew that Qin was his surname and was unaware of his full name. Now, hearing Qin Guan, everything fell into place. Do you know him? Shen Huan furrowed his brows. That guy is the owner of Zui Xianglu. My men were also attacked by him yesterday. Qi Nuo said hastily. Isn't there a notorious martial artist named Qin Guan who recently made headlines in the imperial capital for slaying numerous powerful figures from the Spirit Sword Academy and Yunlan sect? Su Miaoi suddenly interjected, as if struck by inspiration. That's why his name sounded familiar. Qi Nuo exclaimed, smacking his forehead. And the others seemed to have an epiphany as well. Damn, that scoundrel has quite the resilience, managing to arrive in the imperial capital and evade a disaster. Shen Huan gritted his teeth, speaking in a low tone. What do you mean by that, cousin? Qi Nuo asked, frowning. When I returned to the imperial capital after my recovery, I heard from the academy's higher-ups that they had dispatched Pei Qian and Minter Hong Luan to Lian City. I never expected that scoundrel would come to the imperial capital, clearly managing to evade capture. Qin Guan had heard some tales of Qin Guan's exploits from the academy's disciples after his emergence. He had also learned that Pei Qian and Minter Hongwan were sent to Luyun City. However, he was completely unaware of Pei Qian's demise and Hongwan's severed arm. That scoundrel truly has a charmed life. After hearing this, Kino couldn't help but curse. Pei Qian and Hongwan were both formidable superiors of the Sixth Realm. If they were to capture him, they would undoubtedly reduce Qin Guan to mere dust. Back to the Qin family. I care not who he is or what forces lie behind him. I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. Qin Huan's eyes blazed with fury. Throughout his life, he had always bullied others and had never before endured such humiliation. He needed to return to the Qin family swiftly and inform his father of Qin Guan's arrival in the imperial city, urging the ancestor to emerge from seclusion. Missing Qin Guan at the academy, upon reflection, was not entirely a misfortune. If the Qin family were to eliminate Qin Guan on behalf of the academy, it would be a significant achievement, and Qin Huan's prestige within the Lingjian Academy would surely soar. When the time came for the selection of the dean, his position would be secure. Brother Huan, I will return immediately and have my father dispatch family experts to assist you. Su Miaoyi exclaimed urgently. Brother Huan, your enemy is also my enemy, and that Fifth Realm warrior truly believes himself invincible. The Imperial City is our territory. Do not rush into action. Inform me immediately upon discovering his whereabouts. I must take personal vengeance for this. Qin Huan spoke gravely to the two women, determined to seize this opportunity, ensuring that Qin Guan would perish at the hands of the Qin family or himself. Chapter 61. Requesting the ancestor to emerge from seclusion. Meanwhile, not long after Qin Guan and his companions exited the banquet hall, Hong Lao, Zhang Meng, and Li Qing hastily approached. Princess, we have grave news. What is it? Wei Hongyan looked towards the trio. Hong Lao glanced at Qin Guan and Jiang Lianyue, seemingly wary. Speak. 3 days ago, the Crown Prince conspired with the Grand Master Gong Sunyu to stage a coup in alliance with the Kingdom of Sang. In this dire moment, the Emperor led the Black Armored Army and his personal guards to fight their way out of the palace. The second and third princes have perished in battle. The situation is extremely critical. The Emperor has sent word that you must marry into the Qin family. Only by allying with them can we navigate this perilous crisis. Upon hearing this, Wei Hongyan's face turned ashen. What of my mother and the fourth and fifth princes? The fourth and fifth princes, as well as the Empress, have been captured. It is said that all royal captives are now displayed at Taiwu Gate, awaiting execution. Mother, my brothers. Wei Hongyan's expression was filled with deep anxiety as her delicate fingers dug into her flesh. Wretched beings. My father should never have shown them mercy. Princess, what progress has been made with young Master Qin? Hong Lao inquired solemnly. Suddenly, Wei Hongyan knelt before Qin Guan, tears glistening in her eyes. Qin Guan, can you help me? I beg you. Realizing the dire nature of her situation, she understood that Qin Guan was her sole hope. Seeing their princess kneel, Hong Lao, Zhang Meng, and Li Qing felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. Rise and speak. Qin approached and helped Wei Hongyan to her feet. I am not well versed in military strategies or warfare, but you may disclose to me whom you wish to eliminate. Very well. Wei Hongyan promptly nodded in agreement. Though Qin Guan's words seemed plain, they imbued Wei Hongyan with an unparalleled sense of tranquility and reassurance. Send someone to the Nan family to convey our safety. I fear my wife may worry, and I must report to her, Qin Guan suddenly remarked with a smile. Zhang Meng, you shall go personally, Wei Hongyan urged, casting a quick glance at Zhang Meng. Yes, I shall depart at once. Zhang Meng nodded, ready to leave, when Jiang Lianyue interjected with a smile. Allow me to handle this. No one can match the speed of Tianbao Pavilion. We cannot let my sister rower fret. Do refrain from making light of the matter. Qin Guan admonished Jiang Lianyue. Just aside, when have I ever led you astray? Jiang Lianyue replied, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Haha. Qin Guan grinned as he approached Jiang Lianyue. Come, I have something to discuss with you. What good news do you bring? Jiang Lianyue inquired cheerfully. Instruct your grandfather to temper his actions. The Tianbao Pavilion in Luyun City is firmly within my grasp. If he continues to disregard the rules, I shall take direct control. So far, I have refrained from intervening out of respect for you. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Jiang Lianyue rolled her eyes. Did I not tell you? If Tianbao Pavilion oversteps, act decisively and without mercy. Presently, she recognized that only by allowing her grandfather and Qin Guan to confront one another could she instill a sense of pain in that old man. making him comprehend the terror of Qin Guan. Mere words were futile. True change could only arise from personal experience of discomfort. Qin Guanzue's lips twitched. Are you certain you want me to go all out against your grandfather? Jiang Lianyue quickly waved her hand, exasperated, and replied, Don't target my grandfather. Aim for the Tianbao pavilion instead. Qin Guan nodded, saying, Furthermore, please keep me informed about any news regarding the esteemed elder Yang Tian. Upon finishing his words, Qin Guan unexpectedly returned the 36 spiritual stones he had previously earned from Jiang Lianyue. Upon seeing her spiritual stones, Jiang Lianyue blinked her beautiful eyes and remarked, Brother Guan, you are quite a good person. Qin Guan cast a glance at Jiang Lianyue before turning to depart. Miss Wei, let us be on our way. All right. Wei Hongyan promptly nodded, and soon the group vanished into the night. After their disappearance, Elder Su suddenly appeared beside Jiang Lianyue. Miss, I have finally located you. The old pavilion master, having heard some news, is in a frenzy, demanding that you return immediately. What on earth have you done? Elder Su inquired with a worried expression. Nothing much. I merely disrupted tonight's matchmaking event, Jiang Lianyue replied nonchalantly. Miss, do you have any idea whom I encountered tonight? Before Elder Su could respond, Jiang Lianyue suddenly laughed. Who did you meet? Elder Su furrowed his brow. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. I ran into Qin Guan, Jiang Lianyue stated. Qin Guan? How could he possibly be in the imperial capital? Elder Su exclaimed in shock. This fellow is far stronger than I anticipated. Do you recall the 2 mentors sent by the Spirit Sword Academy to the Southern family a few days ago? Jiang Lianyue looked at Elder Su. Elder Su nodded. I heard from the old pavilion master that they were Pei Qian and Hong Luan. Then why do you think he appeared in the imperial capital? Jiang Lianyue asked with a smile. Elder Su furrowed his brow, and after a moment, he suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, Miss, are you suggesting that Qin Guan arrived via Hong Luan's spatial transfer array? Jiang Lianyue nodded. It is the only possibility. Upon hearing this, Elder Su's expression turned grave. If Qin Guan indeed traversed through the spatial transfer array, it would indicate that he had likely been directly sent to the Spirit Sword Academy. This means that Qin Guan had already engaged with the Academy, and if he emerged unscathed, what does that imply? It signifies that the Spirit Sword Academy has suffered defeat. Impossible. If it were just him, how could he contend against the entire Spirit Sword Academy? After much contemplation, Elder Su remained skeptical. Both you and my grandfather are growing senile, Jiang Lianyue remarked, casting a glance at Elder Su before departing. Meanwhile, the head of the Shen family, Shen Chongyang, was seething with rage upon learning of the events at the matchmaking gathering. Summon the ancestor. Outside a cultivation cave, Shen Chongyang knelt with Shun Huan at his side. Shortly thereafter, a white-haired elder emerged from the cave. What disturbs my meditation? Ancestor, it is as follows. Shen Chongyang hastily recounted the general circumstances to Shen Xianjing. After listening, Shen Xianjing nodded slightly. Your thoughts are astute. If our Shen family were to eliminate the Qin Guan for the Spirit Sword Academy, it would greatly benefit Huan'er's standing within the academy. However, it is quite remarkable for one so young to have cultivated their physique to the 5th realm. Do you know what forces lie behind him? Shen Chongyang shook his head. I do not know. I only know that this individual is a son-in-law from a third-rate family in Luyun City, but his backing remains unclear. Reporting to the family head, we have received news that the one named Qin Guan has left the city with the 9th princess of Wei. They are heading in the direction of Wei. At that moment, a shadowy guard rushed in with urgency. Old ancestor, time is of the essence. Shen Chongyang turned to his father, Shen Xianjing. Grandfather, you must stand up for your grandson. Upon saying this, Shun Huan prostrated himself on the ground fervently. Rise, all of you. I shall personally intervene, Shen Xianjing declared. In an instant, his form transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring into the heavens and vanishing into the night. Father, with grandfather taking charge, our victory is assured. After Shen Xianjing departed, Shen Huan exclaimed with excitement. Huaner, you must strive to elevate your swordsmanship to the sword sovereign realm. Just now, did you not sense the formidable sword aura emanating from your grandfather? Though the difference between Sword King and Sword Sovereign is merely a realm, their powers are worlds apart. Should you attain the Sword Sovereign realm, you shall not be bullied by a mere 5th-tier martial artist. Do you understand? Yes, father. I comprehend. Shen Huan nodded, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Father, those 2 wretched women, Jiang Lianyue and Wei Hongyan, utterly disregard the Shun family. Shen Chongyang narrowed his eyes. Mark this grudge for now. At present, Tianbao Pavilion is not an entity we can afford to offend. As for the Wei Kingdom, let us not concern ourselves with them for the time being. Once you become the head of the Spirit Sword Academy, they will be compelled to kneel before you and submit to your whims. Do you not think? Father, indeed. The very thought of Jiang Lianyue and Wei Hongyan kneeling before him sent a surge of wicked excitement through Xinhuan's gaze. Chapter 62. Let us speak properly. Outside the imperial capital, within a small grove, the expression of Elder Hong and the others changed dramatically upon spotting a white-haired elder with his back turned to them. They felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary. The elder exuded an aura that was both profound and unfathomable. Might I inquire if you have business here? Elder Hong stepped forward respectfully. Shen Xianjing stood with his hands clasped behind him, unwavering, and in a deep voice inquired, "Which one of you is Qin Guan?" Boom. As soon as Shen Xuanjing's words fell, a powerful gust of wind swept across the faces of Wei Hongyan, Elder Hong, and the others. Before they could react, a terrified shout echoed from dozens of paces ahead. "Why are you running? I am Qin Guan. What do you want from me?" Qin Guan turned to Shen Xianjing, who was pressed tightly against a large tree. Shen Xianjing looked at Qin Guan as if he had encountered a ghost, resembling a cornered mouse threatened by a tabby cat. Filled with trepidation, his scalp tingled, and he felt utterly unsettled. In that fleeting moment, he sensed as if death itself had locked onto him, and his spirit endured a severe shock. Damn it, why must one pose with their back to the enemy? Bang! Suddenly, Qin Guan delivered a heavy blow to Shen Xuanjing's abdomen, demanding, "What do you want from me? Speak." At that moment, Wei Hongyan and others rushed over, and upon witnessing Qin Guan's fist strike Shen Xianjing, they could not help but swallow hard. Shen Xuanjing's face contorted in agony, blood slowly oozing from the corner of his mouth. "I am but a passerby, young hero, let us converse amicably," he gasped, nearly bursting with indignation. His peaceful retreat had been shattered, summoned by his son and grandson to face peril. Upon hearing Shen Xuanjing's words, Qin Guan's right hand instinctively gripped the hilt of the sword at his back. "Speak, I speak the truth." Seeing Qin Guan about to draw his sword, Shen Xuanjing's eyelids fluttered, and he hastily declared, "I am Shen Xianjing, and Shen Huan is my grandson. I have come to inquire why you would strike my grandson." At the mention of Shen Xuanjing's name, Wei Hongyan and the others were taken aback. It was none other than the esteemed ancestor of the Shen family, one of the three great sword masters of Qingzhou, a sixth realm sword master. Qin Guan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You did not come to inquire about my reasons. Rather, you have come to end my life, have you not?" No, it is not as you presume." Shen Xianjing hastily shook his head. Qin Guan suddenly smiled as if struck by a thought. "You have arrived just in time. Since you possess the ability to fly, why not take us to the kingdom of Wei?" Shen Xianjing glanced at Wei Hongyan and the others, his expression somewhat troubled. "Alas, my strength is limited. With my virtual sword, I can only carry two at most. It would be impossible to transport all five of you." Upon hearing this, Wei Hongyan quickly interjected, "Old Hong, you three should follow us shortly. Let Qin Gongzi and I depart first." "Very well." Old Hong and the others nodded vigorously, with Shen Xianjing leading the way. Their journey to the kingdom of Wei would undoubtedly be expedited. Qin Guan cast a glance at Shen Xianjing, who promptly pointed his sword, causing a 3-foot-long azure blade to hover above the ground. "Remarkable." Shen Xianjing executed a sword gesture, directing his finger towards the azure sword, which suddenly enlarged to twice its size, perfectly accommodating the three of them atop it. Shen Xianjing positioned himself at the forefront, with Qin Guan in the center and Wei Hongyan standing just behind him. Soon, under Shen Xuanjing's command, the trio ascended swiftly into the skies. As they soared higher, the forest below began to shrink, and the wind began to howl around them. Terrified, Wei Hongyan, who stood behind Qin Guan, clutched his garment tightly. Though Qin Guan was not adept at swordsmanship, his master often took him on aerial excursions, allowing him to stand upon the sword with the steadiness of an old dog, even more stable than the sword-flying Shen Xianjing. Suddenly, while soaring through the skies, Shen Xianjing coughed violently, spewing blood, which caused the sword beneath him to lurch uncontrollably. Alarmed, Wei Hongyan nearly lost her balance and instinctively clutched Qin Guan from behind, holding on as if he were a lifeline. Feeling the softness against his back, Qin Guan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he smacked Shen Xianjing on the back of the head, exclaiming, "Do you even know how to fly a sword?" Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Shen Xianjing replied with a hint of grievance, "Young hero Qin, your earlier punch has left my abdomen in ruins. I'm coughing up blood. Spare me your theatrics. I only exerted 30% of my strength in that punch. It didn't even hurt. Qin Guan retorted, exasperated. Hearing that Qin Guan had only used a fraction of his might sent a chill down Shen Xuanqing's spine. This youth was utterly astonishing. For one so young to possess such formidable power, one could only wonder about the caliber of the individual behind him. If the Shun family were to offend him, their future would surely be bleak. Contemplating this, Shen Xianjing hurriedly said with respect, "Young hero Qin, I've heard that my blind grandson dared to compete with you for a woman at the matchmaking event. To be frank, he deserves a good thrashing. I shall certainly punish him upon my return, to atone for his transgressions against you. Enough of that. Focus on your swordplay. Miss Wei's nation is currently facing turmoil. If we slow our flight, you might as well never return to the capital and remain in Wei forever," Qin Guan said calmly. Qin Guan's words were not lost on Shen Xuanqing. Should he falter, Qin Guan would not hesitate to take his life. Rest assured, Miss Wei, from now on, matters concerning Wei will be the responsibility of the Shen family. As for the people of Sang, whose nature is inherently cruel, I have long held a disdain for them. Henceforth, I shall slay every Sang person I encounter. Shen Xuanqing was somewhat aware of the internal and external conflicts within Wei. It was evident to any discerning observer that the relationship between Qin Guan and Wei Hongyan was quite extraordinary. Shen Xuanqing took the initiative to ingratiate himself with Wei Hongyan, demonstrating a strong desire for survival. Wei Hongyan was deeply moved by Shen Xuanqing's words and quickly expressed her gratitude, exclaiming, "If I could receive the assistance of Senior Shen, it would indeed be a blessing for our Wei." Her father had initially intended for her to marry into the Shun family for support. But after encountering Qin Guan at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, who offered to train the Black Armored Army for Wei, she resolved to defy her father's wishes, wishing to sabotage the arranged marriage. Deep down, it was also because Qin Guan had instilled in her a sense of confidence. Now, not only had the arranged marriage been thwarted, but she also received the backing of the Shun family's elder, a turn of events that Wei Hongyan had not anticipated. Ultimately, she recognized that this situation arose due to Qin Guan's influence. Fear not, Miss Wei, with young hero Qin by your side, even the gravest of matters become trivial. Shen Xuanqing chuckled, swallowing back his excitement. Indeed, Wei Hongyan nodded emphatically, reassured by Qin Guan's steadfast presence. Brace yourself, for I shall accelerate, Shen Xuanqing proclaimed, and with that, his flying sword surged upward, tracing a graceful arc across the night sky. Startled, Wei Hongyan instinctively clung to Qin Guan as the towering mountains undulated in the wake of the soaring sword. At that moment, her cheeks flushed like glowing embers, both hot and red. Throughout her life, she had never been so intimately close to a man, and the sensation of her chest pressed against Qin Guan's made her heart race with embarrassment. As he gazed down at the star-speckled earth, Qin Guan felt a wave of introspection wash over him. He had amassed enough spirit stones to sustain him for a while, and now he needed to diligently practice the transformative sword technique. Once he opened enough acupoints to accumulate significant spiritual energy, he too could learn the art of sword control. Soaring through the skies, surveying the land below. The following morning, Qin Guan and his companions arrived at the Taishian gate of the Wei royal palace. At that moment, the imposing city gate was adorned with a number of barely breathing individuals. Their tattered garments hung limply, limbs drooping in the biting cold, while beneath them pooled ghastly dark red puddles of blood upon the stone pavement. Witnessing this horrific scene, Wei Hongyan's expression grew increasingly fierce. "Ha ha ha, my dear sister. You have finally arrived." At that moment, a young man clad in a dragon robe and an elderly man wielding a feather fan approached from a distance. "Wei Hongya, you beast, they are your own kin." Wei Hongyan glared fiercely at the young man, her voice filled with anger. Wei Hongya sneered, "Relatives? Who among you has ever regarded me as family? Just because I committed a minor transgression, that old wretch stripped me of my title as crown prince. Now that he is surrounded by tens of thousands of troops, he must be regretting his decision. And now he considers me family? You are nothing but a beast, unworthy of even the lowest regard. To tarnish the honor of the imperial consort is an egregious offense against humanity. When my father revoked your title, he spared your life. Yet you remain unrepentant. Enough. Spare me your vacuous reasoning. The victor is king, and the vanquished are criminals. I am now the ruler of Wei, and I alone determine right from wrong." As Wei Hongyan spoke, Wei Hongya suddenly roared in fury. He turned to her with a mocking smile. "Ninth sister, you must realize that my decision not to kill them was merely to draw you here. Everyone claims you are brave and wise, but it seems you are not as formidable as they say." Wei Hongya's gaze swept over Qin Guan and Shen Xianjing, who stood behind Wei Hongyan. an old man on the verge of death, and a fool that resembles a simpleton. You cannot possibly believe that they alone can withstand my vast army? Upon hearing Wei Hongye's words, Qin Xuanjing's eyes narrowed. How dare this man ridicule a dignified sword master of the sixth realm? The might of 1,000 troops is insignificant. His murderous intent grew stronger, but noticing that Qin Guan showed no intention of attacking, he restrained himself. One must not underestimate that old man is no ordinary foe. At that moment, the elder behind Wei Hongye, holding a feather fan, spoke urgently, "Do not be careless. That old man is exceptional." Hearing Gong Sun Yu's words, Wei Hongye glanced at Qin Xuanjing. "Are you suggesting that the old man's strength surpasses yours?" In reply, Gong Sun Yu softly stated, "That elder is likely also at the sixth realm. However, I sense his aura is unstable, as if he has sustained injuries. It should not pose a significant issue." "That is reassuring." Wei Hongye nodded and then waved his hand, commanding, "Surround them." As his words fell, thousands of spear-wielding guards suddenly appeared around Qin Guan and the others. "Is he your biological brother?" At that moment, Qin Guan suddenly inquired. Wei Hongyan shook her head. "We share the same father but have different mothers. He is the eldest prince, who was previously stripped of his title due to an affair with an imperial consort. However, this rebellion is likely orchestrated by Gong Sun Yu behind the scenes. He lacks the capability to pull this off alone." Upon hearing this, Qin Guan nodded. "So, eliminating the individual known as Gong Sun Yu will resolve the issue, correct?" Gong Sun Yu, renowned alongside General Song, is one of the two most formidable figures in the state of Wei, both possessing strength at the sixth realm. "Exercise caution," Wei Hongyan cautioned. "Can one truly contend with that old man?" Qin Guan inquired with a smile directed at Qin Xuanjing. "Young hero Qin, you underestimate me far too much," Qin Xuanjing proudly proclaimed, stroking his beard. As a sixth realm sword master, despite having suffered injury from Qin Guan previously, he bore no fear towards any practitioner of the sixth realm, such as the pride and confidence of a sword cultivator. "Come, allow me to demonstrate my prowess." At that moment, not far off, Gong Sun Yu suddenly fixed his gaze upon Qin Xuanjing. "You are testing my patience." Qin Xuanjing's right hand grasped, and a 3-foot-long azure sword materialized in his grasp. Boom. In the next instant, Qin Xuanjing's figure shot forth with lightning speed. The azure sword erupting with a resplendent sword light, shooting forth like a rainbow piercing the sky. The sixth realm sword master. Gong Sun Yu's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward. His feather fan swirling with astonishing speed, conjuring a peculiar black energy shield before him. Buzz. Qin Xuanjing's sword pierced the black energy shield. The fierce sword aura vanishing into thin air, entirely absorbed by the shield, even the azure sword being gradually consumed by the dark barrier. "Trivial tricks, break." Qin Xuanjing snorted coldly, his grip on the sword hilt tightening as he advanced, thrusting forward with tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying sword momentum. Boom. In an instant, the black energy shield shattered, and Gong Sun Yu was forcefully pushed back several dozen paces by the overwhelming sword force. 100 paces flying sword, arise. Qin Xuanjing directed his sword forward, unleashing a barrage of flying swords that shot forth like meteors towards Gong Sun Yu. Seeing the incoming projectiles, Gong Sun Yu flickered, his form appearing ghost-like in the air. Yet, as he paused, several swords below seemed to possess a mind of their own, soaring upwards once more to strike at him. In response, Gong Sun Yu waved his feather fan downward, and a myriad of black skulls soared forth, colliding with the incoming swords. Boom, boom, boom. In the air, the skulls collided with the sword projectiles, erupting into clouds of black mist. Converge. At that moment, Gong Sun Yu bellowed, as the swirling black mist eerily coalesced, rapidly forming a gigantic black skull. The skull emanated an ominous aura, bellowing in a chilling roar, most fearsome indeed. Gong Sun Yu pressed down with his palm, and the immense black skull opened its maw, aiming to devour Qin Xuanjing below. Sensing the malevolent energy radiating from the skull, Qin Xuanjing's spiritual power surged forth as he swung his sword fiercely towards the looming skull. Boom! The sword energy surged forth, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted in the air. The colossal skull was shattered by Qin Xuanjing's strike, yet within moments, it reformed itself. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xuanjing pondered the dark and sinister techniques this ancient foe had mastered. Just as doubt clouded his mind, Qin Guan appeared at his side, whispering a vital piece of information into his ear. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, a spark of realization lit up Qin Xuanjing's eyes. He cast aside his Qing Feng sword, which then split into 9 ethereal blades, hovering around him. In the blink of an eye, Shun Xianjing's hands moved with remarkable speed, weaving intricate sword seals that shot forth from his palms, merging into the 9 flying swords. As he concentrated on channeling his sword intent, Qin Guan, concealed within his robe, subtly infused a thread of chaotic energy into the blades. At that moment, Shun Xianjing brought his palms together before his chest, and in an instant, the 9 swords coalesced into one, emanating a formidable and awe-inspiring sword intent that shook the very heavens and earth. Combined divine slash. Shun Xianjing thrust his clasped hands forward into the air. Boom. In the next heartbeat, the Qi Feng sword surged upward, enveloped in a powerful sword aura, hurtling directly toward the enormous black skull. The air before it was violently torn apart, producing a piercing shriek. Ah, no. The black skull and Gong Sunyu cried out in agony as the Qi Feng sword pierced through them. With a resounding crash, Gong Sunyu plummeted from the sky. How is it possible for you to shatter my death aura? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Shun Xianjing. In a flash, his body transformed into a foul, black puddle. At the same time, within the sacred mountain of the Sand Kingdom, an elder clad in black robes spat out a mouthful of blood, his hollow, terrifying eyes narrowing. Shun Xianjing, you dare to spoil my plans. You are truly audacious. The scene shifted back to the plaza of the Taishan sect. Shun Xianjing gazed in astonishment at his trembling hands, murmuring, that last strike bore a hint of the Sword Emperor's might. Could it be that my swordsmanship is on the verge of a breakthrough? Beside him, Qin Guan glanced at the elated Shun Xianjing and remarked, Sword Emperor, you are still several great strides away. Startled by Qin Guan's words, Shun Xianjing suddenly comprehended something profound. He tightly grasped Qin Guan's arm, speaking earnestly, young hero Qin, I am willing to tread through fire and water for your guidance. Simply seeking your assistance to help me ascend to the realm of the Sword Emperor. Get lost. Qin Guan effortlessly cast aside Shun Xianjing, who had lunged at him. He turned his gaze towards the figure of Gong Sunyu, now transformed into a puddle of black water, and frowned slightly. A mere avatar, quite intriguing, he mused. Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, both Shun Xianjing and Wei Hongyan were taken aback. According to their knowledge, only cultivators of the 7th realm, those who had attained the starry realm, could manifest an avatar. They had never heard of anyone in the entire Qingzhou region achieving such a formidable breakthrough. What are you still dawdling for? Your family is still hanging on the wall. Qin Guan suddenly directed his attention towards Wei Hongyan. You little rascal. Do not delay in releasing them. As Qin Guan concluded his statement, Shun Xianjing abruptly brandished his sword, directing it menacingly at the bewildered Wei Hongyan. The latter, visibly flustered, suddenly contorted his face with rage, pointing at Qin Guan and his companions, exclaiming, eliminate them. What if they are a 6th realm swordmaster? Our numbers are overwhelming. Slay them in my name, and I shall bestow bountiful rewards. Yet, in that moment, the thousands of guards present in the square exchanged glances, none daring to make a move, for their adversary was indeed a 6th realm swordmaster. With a clang, one guard, unable to bear the tension, dropped his weapon and hurriedly knelt before Wei Hongyan, proclaiming, this sinner deserves death for obeying the crown prince's treasonous orders. I implore the 9th princess for mercy and a chance to atone for my sins. Clang, clang. As the leading guard knelt in supplication, all the guards in the square soon followed suit, casting down their weapons and begging for forgiveness. Witnessing this scene, Wei Hongyan staggered back a few steps, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen. In that moment, Wei Hongyan rushed towards the city tower, addressing a kneeling captain. Why do you not release the captives at once? Yes, your highness. The captain hastily rose to lower the prisoners suspended from the tower. Upon seeing the wretched condition of the captives, Wei Hongyan turned to the distant Wei Hongyan, her voice steely. Sever the crown prince's head. Chapter 64. The octagonal heavy crossbow terrified. Wei Hongyan fell to his knees before Wei Hongyan. 9th sister, I am your elder brother. We share the same father, albeit different mothers. I have been misled by Gong Sunyu into this path. For the sake of our kinship, spare me this time. Wei Hongyan's gaze was resolute as she addressed a guard captain behind Wei Hongyan. Decapitate the crown prince. Any who defy my order shall be executed. With a swift motion, the captain wasted no time, and Wei Hongyan's head rolled away. Wei Hongyan surveyed the thousands of guards in the square. Her voice cold. You conspired with the crown prince in rebellion, a crime punishable by death. However, I shall grant you a chance for redemption. All of you shall form a death squad to atone for your sins. Thank you, 9th princess, for your mercy. Thank you, 9th princess, for your mercy. The crowd quickly bowed in gratitude. The law does not punish the masses, with the state of Sang having already annexed 12 cities of Wei. Their ambition surely extends to the entirety of Wei. Thus, allowing these individuals to atone is the most prudent choice. Ninth miss, quickly administer these elixirs to your family. At that moment, Shun Xinjing produced a dozen second-rank returning essence pills, offering them to Wei Hongyan. Upon seeing the precious pills in Shun Xuanjing's hands, Wei Hongyan exclaimed, "Senior Shin, this is far too valuable. Why refuse a gift?" Qin Guan suddenly signaled to Wei Hongyan. Shun Xianjing chuckled. "Miss Wei is a friend of young hero Qin. Thus, I request a small favor in return." Upon hearing Shun Xianjing identify himself as a native of Qinggu, Wei Hongyan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she promptly responded with utmost respect. "Thank you, Senior Shun." Receiving the elixir, she hurriedly administered it to the others, urging, "Quickly, take them to the palace for proper recuperation." Yes, in no time, a dozen individuals were carried away. Her thoughts then turned to her father and the others, who were currently ensnared in Feiyun City, where they faced an overwhelming multitude of 40 to 50,000. Should I muster reinforcements to venture forth? At that moment, Wei Hongyan cast a glance towards Qinggu, seeking his counsel. Qin Guan shook his head. "No need." "Good." Wei Hongyan nodded. At that moment, outside Feiyun City, a dark mass of troops encircled the city, numbering around 40 to 50,000. The sound of war drums echoed through the heavens, and various siege weapons bombarded the city relentlessly. The entire Feiyun City was engulfed in smoke and flames, its walls riddled with countless wounds, battered and on the brink of collapse. Standing atop the city tower was an elderly man clad in black armor, wielding a spear. His eyes blazed like torches, and his disheveled white hair danced wildly in the fierce wind. His body was crisscrossed with wounds, blood cascading down his cheeks and dripping onto the stones beneath his feet. Song Kuang, the mightiest general of the Wei Kingdom, stood equal in strength to the Grand Master Gong Sunyu, both being sixth realm cultivators. Were it not for Song Kuang's steadfast resilience, Feiyun City would have long since fallen. Most of his injuries were inflicted by the formidable octagonal crossbow, a weapon not only effective against fortifications but also designed specifically to target cultivators. Even a powerful sixth realm cultivator would find it difficult to withstand the simultaneous assault from 5 such crossbows. However, the cost of firing the octagonal crossbow was substantial, requiring the consumption of a spirit stone. General Song, all the black-armored troops and personal guards have gathered at the eastern gate. At this moment, a robust middle-aged man spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Song Kuang descended from the city tower and approached the middle-aged man. "Your Majesty, Feiyun City is on the verge of being breached. I fear we cannot hold out until reinforcements arrive. I shall cover your escape through the eastern gate." The middle-aged man took a deep breath. "It is I who have wronged you, loyal ministers. At this point, I can no longer bear to live. You are all my brave generals and steadfast guards. That beast seeks imperial power, seeks my life. I shall personally face death shortly. Do not resist and sacrifice yourselves in vain." "Your Majesty, you must not." Upon hearing Emperor Wei Yuntian's words, Song Kuang quickly dissuaded him, kneeling with his spear raised. "If you choose to face death, this old minister shall follow suit. We vow to die in service to your Majesty." Nearly 100 black-armored troops and personal guards knelt in unison. Wei Yuntian gazed at them, his voice trembling. "I am ashamed to have let you down." Song Kuang raised his head fiercely. "Your Majesty, do not hesitate any longer. The eastern gate is relatively weak. I will lead the charge and carve a bloody path. If you perish, the Wei Kingdom shall surely be consumed by the Sang Kingdom. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood." Wei Yuntian shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. "If that is the case, then I shall fight alongside you." "Your Majesty has made up his mind. Rise." Song Kuang wished to say more, but Wei Yuntian interrupted him firmly. "Very well, then let us fight together." Song Kuang rose, raising his spear high to the sky. Just as the crowd prepared for a desperate battle, the sound of the war drums outside the city suddenly ceased. "Report! Report!" At that moment, a guard hurriedly approached. "Your Majesty, the 9th princess is outside the city." "What? How many troops does she bring?" Wei Yuntian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he hastily inquired, replying to his Majesty. "The 9th princess has brought along only an elder and a youth." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuntian furrowed his brow and swiftly made his way toward the watchtower. "You lot, lay down your weapons and surrender." Outside Feiyun City, in a clearing, Wei Hongyan, after finishing her words, tossed a bloodied head into the crowd. "Oh, It is the head of the crown prince. A guard exclaimed in panic upon recognizing the visage. What? The crown prince is dead. The crown prince is dead. The news swiftly spread through the crowd, igniting chaos and turmoil. Everyone, remain calm. Do not panic. At that moment, a leader in the throng suddenly shouted. The previously agitated crowd quickly quieted, turning their gazes toward the leader, who solemnly declared, Do not be alarmed. If we surrender, we shall not be spared. We have committed the heinous crime of rebellion. There is no turning back. We are but one step away from success. A glorious future lies ahead. The crown prince is dead. We shall crown a new king. General who speaks truth. We have no path of retreat. Surrender means death, while resisting promises wine, meat, and beauty. Why should we capitulate? Indeed, we cannot surrender. We cannot surrender. Wu Qilong, cease your deceitful words. There is a path to survival and surrender. Without it, you face only death. The crown prince is dead, and various armies are hastening to support the imperial city, if you lay down your arms. This princess may spare your lives. Wei Hongyan glared coldly at the leading commander. Wu Qilong tightened his grip on his steed and chuckled, Your Highness. The armies are tirelessly battling against the kingdom of Sang, suffering defeat after defeat. Do not attempt to sway us. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Wu Qilong commanded, Bring forth the ninth princess. As his words fell, several soldiers surged toward Wei Hongyan. Swish. A flash of sword light cut through the air, instantly severing the soldiers attempting to reach Wei Hongyan, blood splattering forth. Witnessing this, Wu Qilong's expression darkened, and he urgently pointed at Shun Xianjing behind Wei Hongyan, shouting, Where are the crossbowmen? Shoot that old wretch. With a thunderous roar, the crowd parted, and 5 heavy octagonal crossbow carts swiftly targeted Qin Guan and his companions. As the 5 octagonal crossbows locked onto them, a chilling sense of impending doom enveloped the air, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Do you require my assistance? Qin Guan inquired of Shun Xianjing. Shun Xuanjing's lips curled into a slight smile. Young hero Qin, you underestimate me greatly. Qin Guan, young hero Qin. Behold my humble technique and advise on how it may be further refined. Suddenly, Shun Xianjing appeared before Qin Guan and Wei Hongyan. His Qi Feng sword pointed menacingly at a distant crossbowman. Come, allow me to experience the might of the 5 gates 8-angled heavy crossbow. Speak not in vain, strike him down. Wu Qilong bellowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heavy 8-angled crossbow emitted a thunderous roar, its bolts soaring like dragons emerging from the sea. Instantly aimed at Shun Xianjing with tremendous force, the sky was filled with a flurry of strikes. In an instant, several shadowy figures of Shun Xianjing manifested in the air, some wielding swords in horizontal slashes, others leaping downward for powerful strikes, and some turning to sweep their blades, each displaying a unique demeanor and moving with blinding speed. Boom, boom, boom. Every bolt unleashed was deftly shattered by Shun Xianjing with pinpoint accuracy. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left in awe. A 6th realm sword master was simply unparalleled. Effortlessly confronting the 5 gates 8-angled heavy crossbow, the venerable ancestor of the Shun family, Shun Xianjing, had personally arrived. On the distant walls of Feiyun City, Song Kuang's eyes flickered with deep astonishment. Ha! It seems that Yenner has successfully allied with the Shin family. Having summoned the ancestor, her prestige is indeed remarkable. Wei Yuntian laughed heartily, his gaze swiftly landing on Qin Guan beside Wei Hongyan. That youth must be Shun Huan. Truly, a dragon among men, a hero emerging from youth. Chapter 65. I have some disdain for you, however. Song Kuang's brow furrowed slightly. Your Majesty, why do I sense no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Shin Huan? It could be a concealed method. I sense nothing either, Wei Yuntian replied with a chuckle. Song Kuang then gazed at Shun Xianjing, who stood majestically in the wind, and sighed. Indeed, he is one of the 3 great sword masters of Qizhou. Though I stand as a 6th realm master, the disparity between us is considerable. Do not belittle yourself, my esteemed minister. You are the mightiest general in our great Wei. Wei Yuntian waved his hand dismissively. Ha! I am grateful for your flattering words, Your Majesty, Song Quan exclaimed, momentarily invigorated. Below, as the assault of the 5 gates 8-angled crossbow was effortlessly neutralized by Shun Xianjing, fear gripped the hearts of all present, revealing their apprehension. If the 8-angled crossbow proved ineffective, they would be as fragile as clay chickens before a 6th realm sword master. Utterly defenseless. Sensing the morale wavering among the troops, Wu Qilong suddenly declared, Everyone, do not panic. We must eliminate that man. Observing Wu Qilong's attempts to sway the hearts of the crowd from a distance, Qin Guan abruptly addressed Shen Xianjing. Swoosh! As soon as Qin Guan finished speaking, a glimmer of sword light suddenly pierced through Wu Qilong's throat, blood gushing forth. Upon witnessing Wu Qilong being slain by Shen Xianjing beneath his steed, all the soldiers were struck with terror and retreated hastily. Lay down your weapons at once. I grant you one final opportunity to preserve your lives, Wei Hongyan commanded, casting a stern glance at the multitude of soldiers. Clang, clang. Without a leader, the troops fell apart like a crumbling mountain, and in no time, large numbers of the rebel forces discarded their weapons and knelt upon the ground. Quickly, open the city gates, Wei Yuntian ordered urgently, observing the surrender of the rebels below. Soon, Wei Yuntian and Song Kuang emerged to greet them. I pay my respects to your majesty, Wei Hongyan exclaimed as she hurriedly approached Wei Yuntian to bow. Yenner, you have worked hard. Wei Yuntian merely cast a fleeting glance at Wei Hongyan before hastening to Shen Xuanjing's side, bowing deeply. I am profoundly grateful to Elder Shun and young Master Shun for your rescue. This immense favor shall be etched in my heart. Hearing Wei Yuntian's words, Qin Guan's lips twitched. Was he truly considering himself as Shen Xuanjing's grandson? Father, you are mistaken. Allow me to introduce. At this moment, Wei Hongyan hastily approached Qin Guan's side. Father, this is the Qin Guan I mentioned to you earlier. Qin Guan, not Shen Huan? Wei Yuntian felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. It turns out it is the esteemed young hero Qin. I sincerely apologize. It was my mistake. Qin Guan waved his hand dismissively and replied softly, it is of no consequence. Are you the renowned martial artist Qin Guan of the Fifth Realm? Song Kuang inquired, glancing at Qin Guan with a hint of astonishment. At that moment, many soldiers in black armor and personal guards behind Song Kuang could not help but scrutinize Qin Guan, for his name resonated throughout Qinzhou like thunder. He could be regarded as the most wanted criminal of the Lingjin Academy and the Yunlan sect, the two dominant forces. Qin Guan smiled faintly and nodded, I suppose so. Wei Yuntian glanced at Qin Guan, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. But he quickly collected himself and turned to Wei Hongyan, asking, Yenner, how are your mother and the others faring? Rest assured, father, they have been rescued and are now recuperating in the palace, Wei Hongyan replied. That is good to hear. Wei Yuntian nodded. In the evening, at the imperial palace of Wei Yuntian hosted a grand banquet to express his gratitude to Shen Xianjing and Qin Guan. Old Shen, had it not been for your timely intervention, my Wei kingdom would have faced dire consequences. Allow me to toast to you. In the grand hall, Wei Yuntian raised his cup and drank it all in one go. It was but a small effort. From this day forth, the affairs of your Wei kingdom shall be the concern of the Shen family. Do not mention it. Shen Xianjing replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuntian burst into hearty laughter, fully understanding the implications of Shen Xuanjing's words. He hastily declared, very well. From now on, the Shen family and Wei kingdom shall be like branches of the same tree. If Yenner were to err in any way, do not hesitate to reprimand her. Please, be frank. Slightly furrowing his brow, Shen Xianjing pondered the oddity of Wei Yuntian's words, which seemed rather nonsensical and unclear. Brother Shen, your swordsmanship has improved several-fold since the past. Today, you effortlessly broke through the attacks of 5 gates and 8 heavy crossbows. I am truly in awe. At this moment, Song Kuang raised his cup, saying, Come, allow me to toast you. Brother Song, you are too modest. Your thunder spear technique is unparalleled. It is renowned in Qizhou. Shen Xianjing laughed as he raised his cup in return. Come, let us drink. The two exchanged compliments and downed their drinks. At this juncture, Wei Yuntian lifted his cup, directing his gaze towards Qin Guan with a smile. Young hero Qin, to achieve such physical prowess at your tender age, reaching the 5th realm, is indeed a rarity in the secular world and worthy of admiration. Allow me to toast you. You flatter me, Qin Guan replied, raising his cup with a smile. Meanwhile, Shen Xianjing silently scoffed. Humph, the 5th realm, this fellow. Suddenly, a burly middle-aged man stood up, looking at Qin Guan. Young hero Qin, I am Xiong Tai, the commander of the Black Armored Army and the Imperial Guard. I have heard from the 9th princess that your physical skills are extraordinary and unmatched. She has long wished to invite you to train the Black Armored Army. Today, I am fortunate to meet you. Might I request a demonstration of your remarkable skills? Qin Guan furrowed his brow slightly. The commander of the Black Armored Army clearly sought to spar, driven by a spirit of defiance. Rest assured, young hero Qin, I shall refrain from employing my fifth realm cultivation and will engage in a purely physical contest with you," Xiongtai declared as he strode to the center of the grand hall. At that moment, all eyes turned to Qin Guan. Although Xiongtai's challenge was rather impolite, the onlookers were eager to witness Qin Guan's true capabilities. Xiongtai was a fifth realm cultivator, while Qin Guan was a fifth realm martial artist. A contest between the two promised to be exhilarating. Shen Shenjing discreetly took a sip of his wine, casting a sidelong glance at Xiongtai and mused to himself. Truly commendable courage. Such insolence. Just then, Wei Hongyan hurriedly entered the hall, having finished her military duties. She directed a stern gaze at Xiongtai, saying, "Commander Xiong, young Master Qin is a distinguished guest invited by this princess. Your audacity to challenge him so recklessly shows a complete lack of decorum." Upon hearing this, Xiongtai merely smiled faintly. "Do not worry, ninth princess. I shall exercise restraint and ensure that young hero Qin remains unharmed." Preposterous. Wei Hongyan's expression turned icy as she rebuked, "Xiongtai, you should promptly apologize to young Master Qin. Do you comprehend how absurd your previous statement was?" Wei Hongyan's sudden fury transformed the previously jovial atmosphere of the hall into one of palpable tension. "Yinner, do not act disrespectfully." At that moment, Wei Yuntian interjected. Then turned to Qin Guan with a smile. "Young hero Qin, Commander Xiong has always been forthright in nature. If he has offended you in any way, I hope you will not take it to heart." Qin Guan waved his hand and chuckled, engaging in a friendly spar is harmless. "The main concern is that my strikes lack restraint. If I were to inadvertently harm Commander Xiong, that would be unfortunate." "What did you say?" Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Xiongtai's fury ignited instantly, and at that moment, Wei Yutian and Song Quan's expressions darkened as well. Qin Guan's remarks seemed to utterly disregard Xiongtai's presence. This is it. He is truly courting disaster. Observing Qin Guan's visibly displeased demeanor, Wei Hongyan felt speechless in her heart. Just as she contemplated offering further counsel, she noticed Qin Guan suddenly rise to his feet, prompting her to swallow her words. To say more would be to invite disdain. Sparring is rather pointless. There is no need to hold back or suppress one's strength. Come now, unleash your most formidable technique. Qin Guan approached Xiongtai with a smile. "Very well. Should I happen to end your life, do not hold it against me," Xiongtai retorted, and in an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him. He launched a fierce punch aimed at Qin Guan's face. Bang! Just as Xiongtai's fist was mere inches from Qin Guan's visage, his body was unexpectedly propelled backward. Boom! In the next moment, Xiongtai was forcefully embedded into the wall of the grand hall, struggling briefly before his head tilted, rendering him unconscious. Thankfully, that was close. I almost took his life. Qin Guan glanced at his clenched fists, a wave of trepidation washing over him. At this moment, the great hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, all eyes fixed in astonishment upon Qin Guan. Moments ago, they had failed to discern the very movement of his strikes. The young hero Qin truly possesses an extraordinary depth, enlightening us all, Wei Yuntian remarked with a hurried smile, casting a glance at the unconscious Xiong Tieshing. With an impassive expression, Qin Guan gazed at Wei Yuntian, seated upon the dragon throne, and candidly remarked, "To be frank, I harbor a certain disdain for you." Chapter 66. Well done. Wei Yuntian's brow furrowed slightly, his countenance darkening with displeasure. He had not anticipated that Qin Guan would dare to insult him. For he was the emperor of Wei. Such audacity. At that moment, Song Quang suddenly bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon Qin Guan. How dare such a worthless wretch lay hands on young hero Qin? Shen Xinying's expression turned cold as he drew his sword, cleaving towards Song Quang. Upon seeing Shen Xinying's move, Song Quang frowned, and with a sudden flourish, he produced a long spear, thrusting it fiercely forward. The clash of spear and sword resounded. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted, sweeping across the vicinity. Bang! 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 The furnishings within the great hall were instantly reduced to rubble. "Brother Shen, what is the meaning of this?" Song Quang inquired, bewildered, as all present turned their confused gazes towards Shen Xinying, unable to comprehend why he would strike at the old General Song. "What do you mean, Brother Song? I was merely rescuing you," Shen Xinying replied with a serene smile. Song Quang scoffed. "I am not so easily intimidated by a mere warrior." Shen Xinying shook his head, opting for silence as he returned quietly to Qin Guan's side. "Is this how your Wei nation treats its guests?" Qin Guan remarked with a smile directed at Wei Yuntian, who looked increasingly grim. Wei Yuntian realized he should have intervened immediately when Xiongtai deliberately provoked Qin Guan, but he had refrained, intent on currying favor with Shun Xianying and thus underestimating Qin Guan. Now, to his astonishment, Shun Xianying had openly sided with Qin Guan. He could not fathom why, especially since his daughter, Wei Hongyan, was practically half a daughter-in-law of the Shin family. Young Master Qin, I acknowledge that our Wei nation has been excessively remiss in this matter, and I offer my sincerest apologies. Wei Hongyan hurriedly approached Qin Guan, bowing respectfully. She had not anticipated that events would unfold so rapidly, and at this moment, her heart was filled with immense anger towards her father. Qin Guan paid no heed to Wei Hongyan and quietly regarded Wei Yuntian. Observing Qin Guan's unwavering determination, Song Kuang expressed his displeasure, saying, "Young hero Qin, it is entirely customary for cultivators like us to engage in friendly competition, so why must you be so particular? Moreover, you ought to consider the gravity of offending the imperial dignity. It is disrespectful to our sovereign." Qin Guan replied with disdain, "To offend the imperial dignity? A mere emperor holds no significance in my eyes. My presence in the Wei kingdom is solely out of respect for Wei Hongyan. What is he, after all?" Qin Guan's expression turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice, "Impudent. You truly possess audacity beyond measure." Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Wei Yuntian was instantly consumed by fury. "Enough. Put away that lofty demeanor of yours. For the sake of your daughter, I shall refrain from holding this against you." After finishing his words, Qin Guan turned and departed. TSK, what a splendid hand poorly played. Shin King cast a glance at Wei Yuntian and the others before hastily leaving. Wei Hongyan's face turned ashen, and she hurriedly pursued him, reaching Qin Guan's side. "I apologize. Young Master Qin, it is my negligence. I am truly sorry." Qin Guan cast a glance at Wei Hongyan, his expression devoid of emotion, and remarked, "Today, I have alleviated the predicament for your Wei nation. The agreement to train the black armored army shall conclude here." As Qin Guan concluded his words, he turned to Shin King and said, "Take me back to Luyun City." "Certainly." Shin King nodded eagerly, watching Qin Guan vanish into the ether. Wei Hongyan felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, rendering her momentarily motionless. How could things have devolved into such a state? At that moment, Wei Yuntian, Song Kuang, and the others emerged. Observing Wei Hongyan's dazed expression, Wei Yuntian spoke solemnly. What on earth transpired? Why did Shin King assist Qin Guan? Taking a deep breath, Wei Hongyan replied, "My engagement with the Shun family has fallen through." Shun Xuanking's arrival in Wei Kingdom was solely due to his regard for Qin Guan. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Wei Yuntian retorted, a hint of frustration in his tone. If His Majesty had known Qin Guan was extraordinary, he would not have treated him with such neglect, would he? Wei Hongyan responded with a cold smile. Wei Yuntian fell silent, suddenly recalling his father's warning. Underestimating someone could lead to grave consequences. At that moment, Wei Hongyan continued, "Father, had our Wei kingdom received Qin Guan's assistance, we could have turned the tides and even emerged as the foremost power in Qingzhou. Instead, your negligence has squandered this opportunity. Princess, your words seem to be an exaggeration. Yes, I admit my earlier misstep tonight, but his affront to the imperial authority was indeed unwarranted." Song Kuang interjected sternly. Wei Hongyan turned her gaze towards Song Kuang. "General Song, it was our fault initially, and besides, he disregards even the Lingjin Academy and Yunlan sect. What right do we have to act arrogantly before him?" Song Kuang scoffed. "Disregarding them is one matter, but his offense against the Lingjin Academy and Yunlan sect may not bode well for us. Moreover, he is young and brash. Such arrogance will inevitably lead to his downfall. General Song, do you know why Shin King follows Qin Guan?" Wei Hongyan suddenly inquired. "Why?" Song Kuang frowned, equally perplexed. "Because Shin King cannot withstand even a single punch from Qin Guan." "What? How can this be?" Upon hearing Wei Hongyan's words, Song Kuang was taken aback, and Wei Yuntian stood in disbelief. Shin King is a 6th realm sword sovereign. There are no more than 5 individuals in Qingzhou capable of defeating him. How could he fail to withstand a single punch from Qin Guan? How is that impossible? This is something I witnessed firsthand along with Hong, Old Zhang, and Li Qing. What right does such a prodigy have to be arrogant? Who in Qingzhou could make him suffer? Is it truly mere arrogance and disdain that leads him to disregard the Lingjin Academy and Yunlan sect?" As she spoke, Wei Hongyan's voice rose, seemingly venting her pent-up frustration. Wei Yuntian and Song Kuang exchanged stiff expressions, realizing that they had chased away a prodigy capable of altering the fate of the Wei kingdom. It was no wonder Shen Xianqing had mocked them before departing, saying they had squandered a winning hand. After a moment, Wei Yuntian seemed to have an epiphany. He quickly urged, "Hong Yan, your relationship with Qin Guan is quite amicable. Hurry and pursue him. We must bring him back at all costs. It is late. We should promptly return to rest and prepare for the impending assault from the Seng Kingdom." Wei Hongyan scoffed before turning away. Meanwhile, beneath the vast night sky, Shen Xianqing and Qin Guan soared through the air with remarkable speed. "Old Shen, I have a question for you," Qin Guan suddenly spoke. "What is it, young Master Qin?" Shen Xianqing replied eagerly. "In Qingzhou, besides Tianbao Pavilion, are there other substantial merchant associations akin to it?" Qin Guan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Xianqing responded. "Aside from Tianbao Pavilion, there is indeed a merchant association that has been thriving in recent years." "Which one?" "The 8 Treasure Pavilion. Though it has consistently faced suppression from Tianbao Pavilion, its backing remains quite resilient, and it has been expanding throughout Qizhou." Shen Xianqing elaborated. "Let us not return to Liyun City just yet. We shall head to 8 Treasure Pavilion," Qin Guan decided. Given that Tianbao Pavilion seeks to undermine the Nan family and sever their financial resources, Qin Guan felt it imperative to seek another merchant association for collaboration, thereby creating an alternative route and choice. Since Jiang Linyue's grandfather wishes to engage in this game, it is best to play along with that old fellow. "Young Master Qin, it appears there is also an 8 Treasure Pavilion in Lingxiao City of Wei Kingdom. Shall we go?" Shen Xianqing inquired. "Indeed," Qin Guan nodded. "From now on, I shall serve as your dedicated vehicle of flight. Wherever you direct me, I shall soar," Shen Xianqing said with a beaming expression of flattery. Qin Guan glanced at Shen Xuanjing's prominent occiput and remarked, "At such an advanced age, why venture out? Would it not be more prudent to return home and enjoy a peaceful retirement?" Shen Xianjing, in a flurry, shook his head, exclaiming, "Though my body may be aged, my spirit remains youthful. I have dedicated my life to the pursuit of the sword. If I could attain the realm of Sword Emperor before my final breath, it would be a worthy end. Your swordsmanship still possesses significant potential for advancement. With a little guidance, achieving the status of Sword Emperor should not pose a considerable challenge." Qin Guan replied in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Shen Xianjing trembled with excitement and fervently declared, "Qin, young hero, you are my esteemed mentor. My admiration for you flows as ceaselessly as the mighty river, akin to a deluge that cannot be contained." Qin Guan, the Black Tower. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Shen family, "Father, the ancestor has been gone for a day and a night. By all accounts, he should have returned with Qin Guan's head by now." Shen Huan furrowed his brows. Shen Zhongyang replied calmly, "The ancestral soul lamp burns brightly, indicating that he is unharmed. His prolonged absence may suggest he is finished with Qin Guan and perhaps gone to meet an old friend." Shen Huan nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. "In a few days, I shall return to the Spirit Sword Academy. If the Academy learns of Qin Guan's demise at our hands, I might be rewarded with some exquisite cultivation resources. Master, the head of Tianbao Pavilion, Jiang Fengtian, and Jiang Lianyue are in the parlor." At that moment, a servant rushed in. "Humph, they come to apologize now. It is too late." Shen Huan expressed his displeasure. "Huaner, do not be rude. We must give due respect to Tianbao Pavilion. Come, let us meet Jiang Fengtian." Shortly thereafter, Shen Zhongyang escorted Shen Huan to the parlor. "Master Shen, I hope you can forgive my intrusion at this late hour." Jiang Fengtian clasped his hands and smiled. "Old Master Jiang, you are too kind. Please, have a seat." Shen Zhongyang hurriedly responded with politeness. Jiang Fengtian then turned his gaze to Shen Huan. "Little Huan, I am aware of what transpired last night. Once Lianyue returned, I confined her for a full day and night. She wishes to come and apologize." Upon saying this, he looked sternly at Jiang Lianyue. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and apologize to little Huan." Jiang Lianyue blinked her beautiful eyes and addressed Shen Huan. "Young Master Shen, I should not have disrupted your matchmaking event last night. I hope you can overlook my folly. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Qin Guan?" Shen Huan asked in a low voice. "Little Huan, do not listen to her nonsense. How could she possibly have an engagement with Qin Guan? It is all a fabrication." Jiang Fengtian interjected angrily. Jiang Lianyue nodded. "Indeed, I have no engagement with Qin Guan, but we once contemplated life together in a small grove." "What did you say?" Shen Huan's expression turned grim. "Please, young Master Shen, do not be agitated. We merely conversed in the grove. Nothing untoward occurred." Jiang Lianyue hurriedly clarified. "Father, I do not desire such a woman," Shen Huan declared, casting a serious look at Shen Zhongyang. Shen Zhongyang's expression was equally dark. This was not an apology, but a clear attempt to stab them in the back. At that moment, Jiang Fengtian was incensed. He had not anticipated Jiang Lianyue's audacity, daring to defy even him, her grandfather. Young Master Shen, I indeed am unworthy of you. I have come today solely to apologize for last night's incident. Moreover, should you have any grievances, feel free to confront Qin Guan. I would not mind. Jiang Lianyue said with a smile. Shen Huan scoffed, huh? Do not presume that a mere fifth-tier martial artist holds any significance. I will tell you the truth. My ancestor personally went to eliminate that scoundrel last night, and by now, he has likely already reported to the King of Hell. As the conversation unfolded, Shen Huan suddenly raised the corners of her mouth with a smug expression, exclaiming, how about that? Quite a surprise, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyu promptly gave Shen Huan a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done. Chapter 67, The 8 Treasures Pavilion Enough. Jiang Fengtian suddenly admonished, casting a stern glance at Jiang Lianyu as he commanded, return at once. Jiang Lianyu shrugged and turned to leave. Master Shen, this girl has been spoiled. I will personally come to apologize on another day. So please do not take it to heart. Jiang Lianyu interjected. Not at all, it is quite normal for children to have disagreements. In the future, our Shen family and Tianbao Pavilion will still have many opportunities for collaboration. Shen Zhongyang replied with a smile. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Jiang Fengtian stated before exiting the parlor. Father, that Jiang Lianyu truly lacks discernment. I wish to deal with her. Shen Huan seethed after Jiang Fengtian's departure. Shen Zhongyang quickly gestured for calm, saying, do not act rashly. Do not let a woman ruin your prospects. This matter does not warrant a fallout with Tianbao Pavilion. Have I not told you? Once you become the head of the Spirit Sword Academy, you will command both wind and rain. Shen Huan inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes coldly as he declared, Jiang Lian, you will kneel before me one day. Lingxiao City. Qin Guan and Shen Xinjing arrived before an imposing and magnificent edifice known as the 8 Treasures Pavilion. The grand entrance, featuring 8 doors, welcomed a steady stream of patrons, suggesting a thriving business within. Qin Guan stepped inside. Go, summon your master to entertain my young master, commanded Shen Xuanqing as he firmly grasped a young servant. The servant was about to retort, but upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Shen Xuanqing, he quickly nodded. Yes, I shall do so at once. Soon, the servant hurriedly returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a splendid robe. Upon seeing Shen Xuanqing, the man's expression changed instantly, and he swiftly clasped his hands in greeting, saying with a smile, I am He Bucai, the master of the 8 Treasure Pavilion in Lingxiao City. It is an honor to meet you both. Qin Guan nodded slightly with a smile and said, I have come to discuss a business transaction with your esteemed establishment. Upon hearing this, He Bucai's eyes brightened. Please, gentlemen, follow me. Soon, He Bucai led Qin Guan and his companion into a private room. Master He, I wonder if you could assist me in selling these items at your establishment in exchange for spirit stones, Qin Guan said, handing a storage bag to He Bucai. Glialu. Upon seeing the contents of the storage bag, He Bucai gulped audibly. Inside were 5 soul artifacts, for volumes of advanced martial techniques, and numerous precious pills of the 1st and 2nd grade. The value of this collection was truly astronomical. Noticing He Bucai's astonished expression, Shen Xinying couldn't help but steal a glance at the storage bag. What a staggering number of soul artifacts. Wait, that soul sword looks remarkably familiar. The intermediate level martial technique. The long wind sword art. This is the very technique practiced by Pei Qian. How could it possibly be in Qin Guan's possession? He must have killed Pei Qian. Shen Xinying appeared to connect the dots. That night, his son Shen Chongnong mentioned that the Lingjin Academy had dispatched Pei Qian and Hong Wan to Luyun City to eliminate Qin Guan. Qin Guan had managed to escape to the capital, narrowly avoiding disaster, which led to Shen Chongyang seeking to have him killed for Shen Huan's glory. Reflecting on it now, he realized just how fortunate he truly was. Young master, are you certain you wish to sell all these treasures? He Bucai inquired earnestly, looking at Qin Guan. Qin Guan nodded and said, sell everything, and then help me exchange it for spirit stones, if you please. Certainly, that is no problem at all. Based on the current market price, I can assist you in liquidating your assets for spirit stones right away. He Bucai replied, nodding. However, he added, the prices of soul artifacts, particularly those with mysterious tier techniques, can fluctuate significantly, as such treasures are rarely found in the market. In urgent circumstances, their prices may even double. Therefore, liquidating at the market price might result in some loss. if you are not in haste. Our 8 treasure pavilion will host an auction in 7 days. At that time, you may bring your treasures to the auction and directly sell them for spirit stones, which could increase the price by at least 30%. Very well, I shall wait for 7 days, Qin Guan said with a smile. He then inquired, He Lu Zhu, might your esteemed establishment be interested in collaborating on some business ventures? Of course. What kind of business does young master wish to engage in? He Bukai promptly asked. It is as follows. My father-in-law's family is currently in a developmental phase, engaging in small trades of fabrics and medicinal herbs in Liyun City, and I wish to assist him in finding some avenues, Qin Guan explained, smiling. I see, He Bukai acknowledged, and then suddenly produced a map, quickly locating Liyun City. Pointing at it, He Bukai chuckled. This place is somewhat remote. Were it not for the recent stir caused by someone named Qin Guan, I would have been unaware of its existence. At He Bukai's comment, Qin Guan merely smiled in silence. Then, He Bukai continued. Our 8 treasure pavilion does not have a branch in Liyun City, but we do have one in the neighboring Qinshan City, which is less than a day's journey between the 2 cities. I can certainly assist you in contacting them. Rest assured, as long as it is your father-in-law's goods. Our 8 treasure pavilion will gladly accept them. Indeed, to casually present such a treasure trove of immense value, accompanied by a formidable powerhouse, one can only surmise the significance of such an individual. The benefits of collaborating with such a distinguished personage will undoubtedly be plentiful. Even if your father-in-law were to offer something of lesser value, our 8 treasure pavilion would still accept it, He Bukai remarked with a hint of jest. Excellent. Here as to a fruitful partnership, Qin Guan replied with a smile. May I inquire as to your father-in-law's location? It will aid me in reaching out. He Bukai asked, smiling. South family in Liyun City, Qin Guan responded. South family? That name rings a bell, He Bukai mused, his brow furrowing slightly. After a brief moment, he suddenly appeared puzzled and asked, Young master, you wouldn't happen to be the esteemed son-in-law, Qin Guan, would you? Indeed, that is I. Qin Guan replied with a smile. What a remarkable coincidence! He Bukai exclaimed in astonishment. After a moment, he seemed perplexed, saying, Young master Qin, I had previously heard that you had a good relationship with Tianbao Pavilion. What has prompted you to seek collaboration with us? Qin Guan shrugged. Expressing his uncertainty, perhaps they believe that collaborating with me entails more drawbacks than benefits. Do you still dare to partner with me, Baobao Tower? He Bukai replied without a moment's hesitation. Of course we dare. I believe that Tianbao Pavilion's decision to forsake young Master Qin demonstrates their lack of vision. It is a tremendous loss on their part. Qin Guan rose and said, Master He, I shall return for the spirit stones in 7 days. He Bukai hurriedly replied. Why not temporarily reside in my Baobao Tower? The upper floor is quite serene, and you shall not be disturbed. I am most grateful. Qin Guan responded with a smile. Shortly thereafter, he was settled into a luxurious and tranquil room. Old Shun, I shall enter seclusion for 7 days. Do not allow anyone to disturb me. Rest assured, young hero Qin, I will personally guard your retreat. Shen Xianjing nodded in agreement. Before long, Qin Guan entered the little black tower, retrieved a collection of spirit stones, and commenced his practice of the transformation sword technique. 3 days later, at the Tianbao Pavilion in the imperial capital. What did you say? Repeat that for me. Jiang Feng Tian exclaimed incredulously upon hearing Elder Su's report. Elder Su's expression darkened as he solemnly stated, Indeed, Qin Guangling has written as such. Currently, our Tianbao Pavilion in Liyun City has ceased operations. We dare not open our doors for business. Anyone attempting to enter the pavilion to purchase goods will be met with violent retribution from the Nan family. Furthermore, all our partner merchants have halted their collaborations for fear of offending them. Preposterous. This is an insurrection, an outright rebellion. Jiang Feng Tian seethed with rage, pacing hurriedly before suddenly erupting in laughter. What audacity! How can a mere third-rate family presume to ride atop the Tianbao Pavilion? Do they truly believe they can threaten us with their tyrannical demands? Chapter 68. A Personal Encounter. As he spoke, Jiang Feng Tian suddenly felt a sense of unease and furrowed his brow at Elder Su. Something feels amiss. Why are the Nan family members all unharmed? Did Pei Qian and Hong Wan not engage them? In response, Elder Su replied with gravity. According to Qin Guangling, on that day, Pei Qian and Hong Wan indeed attacked the Nan family, a fact known to all in Liyun City. However, no one dared to observe the conflict, fearing the repercussions of Pei Qian's sword. When the battle concluded, Qin Guangling and his men approached the Nan family, only to find them entirely unscathed, while Qin Guan Pei Qian and Hong Wan had vanished. What truly transpired remains a mystery, known only to the Nan family. Jiang Fengtian fell silent, realizing that if this were true, the sudden appearance of Qin Guan in the imperial capital indeed suggested he had traversed here using a spatial teleportation array. At that moment, Elder Su spoke again. Old Pavilion Master, in my humble opinion, there are two possibilities. First, the force behind Qin Guan has intervened to broker an agreement with the Spirit Sword Academy, leading to a ceasefire. Second, Qin Guan confronted the Spirit Sword Academy, and they were defeated. Regardless of which scenario is true, we must exercise caution and refrain from rash actions. Moreover, the Yunlan sect has been eerily silent since their envoy to the Nan family was entirely wiped out. This is quite unusual. Jiang Fengtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are numerous inconsistencies in this matter. Summon that girl, Lian Yu. I have questions for her. Understood. Elder Su promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with Jiang Lian Yu in tow. Grandfather, why haven't you confined me? Jiang Lian Yu entered the room with a smile. Enough of your chatter. Tell me, what force stands behind Qin Guan? Jiang Fengtian spoke in a low voice. I do not know. I have never seen him. Jiang Lian Yu shook her head. What realm of martial artist is Qin Guan, then? Jiang Fengtian inquired again. He recalled that night when Xin Huan mentioned that the ancestor of the Xin family was pursuing Qin Guan, and he remembered Jiang Lian Yu's glee. As if she were certain that the Xin ancestor would fail. What? Have you realized something is amiss? Observing the solemn expressions of his grandfather and Elder Su, Jiang Lian Yu could not suppress a smile. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me, what realm of martial artist is Qin Guan? Jiang Fengtian reprimanded sternly. Grandfather, I truly do not know the realm of Qin Guan. Jiang Lian Yu replied with a slight pout. Then what led you to be so certain from the very beginning that Qin Guan would come to no harm? Jiang Fengtian asked, fixing his gaze on her. Jiang Lian Yu slightly lifted her chin, her eyes radiating conviction. Because he has remained calm from the start, such confidence and composure cannot be feigned without strength. As she spoke, the serene visage of Qin Guan surfaced in her mind. Throughout, he had always appeared unfazed, as if everything were well within his control. After hearing this, Jiang Fengtian fell silent, slowly pacing with his hands clasped behind him. After a moment, he turned to Elder Su, secretly informed the Xin, the Shangguan, and the Su families that the Nan family is at peace. What are you planning, grandfather? Jiang Lian Yu asked urgently. Naturally, to lure the snake out of its hole. I wish to see what forces lie behind him, Jiang Fengtian replied gravely. Are you intending to use the Shun family to force out those behind Qin Guan? Jiang Lian Yu frowned. Now that Qin Guan is in Wei and not at the Nan family, if Xin Huan discovers that the Nan family is at peace, his temperament will surely lead him to retaliate against them. At that point, the forces behind Qin Guan will undoubtedly reveal themselves. Jiang Fengtian nodded. Precisely. Lure the snake out of its hole, use a knife to kill, and conveniently send the ghost hand to clean up the aftermath, an opportunity to achieve multiple goals. Grandfather, I must admit I look down upon such underhanded tactics, Jiang Lian Yu remarked discontentedly at Jiang Fengtian. Child, you are still too young, Jiang Fengtian replied dismissively. If we must confront him, we should do so openly. If you resort to such deceit, should the Nan family suffer, Tianbeige will have no escape. Have you considered that? Jiang Lian Yu retorted coldly. No escape? Could Qin Guan truly topple our Tianbeige? Jiang Fengtian scoffed. Jiang Lian Yu's expression turned grave. If anything were to happen to Sister Rower, not only could Qin Guan dismantle Tianbeige, but he could also annihilate every member of our Jiang family, from the eldest to the youngest. If you believe this impossible, you may wager the lives of the Jiang family on it. Jiang Lian Yu understood how significant Nan Rower was to Qin Guan. If Tianbeige schemes were to harm her, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against both Tianbeige and the Jiang family. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Fengtian's face darkened considerably. Who is Sister Rower? Nan Rower, Qin Guan's wife, the one he cherishes most, Jiang Lian Yu clarified. At that moment, Elder Su interjected. Master, I believe the young lady has a point. We should avoid taking unnecessary risks. Jiang Fengtian, unwilling to relent, exclaimed, Shall we simply let this matter pass? The Tianbao Pavilion in Liyun City has been coerced by the Nan family into closing its doors, afraid to conduct business. If news of this reaches the imperial capital, where shall we place the dignity of the Tianbao Pavilion? To be intimidated into inaction by a third-rate family is unacceptable. How can we maintain our standing henceforth? Old Su remained silent, conceding that Jiang Fengtian's words held merit. If the Tianbao Pavilion did not retaliate or make a statement, its prestige would inevitably dwindle into oblivion. Grandfather, did I not mention? If you feel aggrieved, you may confront Qin Guan directly. If you were to subdue him, who would dare to mock the Tianbao Pavilion then? Jiang Fengtian scoffed. Humph, even if I do not disclose the news of the Nan family's safety, it will soon reach the imperial capital regardless. Jiang Fengtian retorted coldly. Is there truly a difference between it arriving naturally and you intentionally leaking it? If the Shun family seeks revenge, that is their affair and does not concern us. Jiang Lianyue countered. Then tell me, how do we resolve the fact that the Tianbao Pavilion in Luyun City is too frightened to conduct business? Jiang Fengtian's expression darkened. The bizarre occurrences compelled him to reassess Qin Guan. Jiang Lianyue's reminder extinguished any thoughts he had of resorting to underhanded tactics. Suddenly, Jiang Lianyue, in frustration, declared, You initiated this conflict, so you must find a solution. I went to great lengths to foster a relationship with Qin Guan, only for you to shatter it without hesitation. Whom can you blame? Furthermore, regarding Shen Huan, you believed him superior to Qin Guan and chose to align with the Shen family. Let me be clear. Even if he excels in the sword arts, his character will inevitably lead to his downfall. If the Spirit Sword Academy selects him as its leader, it would be a grave error. With that, Jiang Lianyue stormed out, slamming the door behind her. How dare she slam my door? This insolent girl increasingly disregards my authority. Does she not recognize me as her grandfather? I shall confine her. Jiang Fengtian seethed, incredulous as he glared at the door. Old Su interjected. Investigate and ascertain whether Qin Guan is indeed dead. If he lives, I shall personally confront him. Suddenly, Jiang Fengtian turned to Old Su, speaking in a low tone. Chapter 69. I have had enough of you. In the imperial palace of Wei Yuntian's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea. The kingdom of Sang had launched a massive offensive against Wei, resulting in the loss of 23 cities within 3 days, leaving him in a state of dread. Previously, the crown prince had colluded with Sang to rebel, severely depleting Wei's elite forces. Now, Sang's army advanced westward with relentless momentum. The kingdom of Wei is on the brink of disaster. Wei Yuntian lamented, surveying the opulent palace with eyes filled with despair. Report. Suddenly, a guard rushed in. Panic etched across his face. Upon witnessing the guard's agitated demeanor, Wei Yuntian instinctively rose. Your Majesty, it is dire. General Song has been grievously injured by a cloaked figure from Sang, and the once impregnable Qianshan fortress has fallen. In less than 5 days, Sang may breach the palace. Upon hearing the battle report, Wei Yuntian felt as if he had lost a loved one, collapsing onto the dragon throne in a state of panic and despair. Had he not driven away Qin Guan and Shen Shenjing 3 days ago, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this dire state. Just Shen Shenjing, a sword master of the 6th realm, was formidable enough to intimidate an army of 100,000. This exemplifies the weight and power of a strong individual. In the realm of Yuanyang, strength reigns supreme. That day in the Grand Hall, when Qin Guan had insulted him, it was entirely justified. Regret and remorse enveloped Wei Yuntian in that moment, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of irretrievable loss. On a street ravaged by war, Wei Hongyan gazed sorrowfully at the scattered corpses, aged elders, innocent children, and countless fallen soldiers, lying cold on the ground, their lives extinguished forever amidst the flames of conflict. The acrid stench of blood mingled with the intense odor of charred remains, enveloping the entire street like a suffocating net. War has always been merciless and cruel. Witnessing this horrific scene, tears streamed uncontrollably down Wei Hongyan's cheeks. She recalled the banished Qin Guan and Shen Shenjing, had they remained. Perhaps this hellish reality would not have unfolded. Princess. At that moment, Old Hong rushed over, urgency in his voice. Princess. Zhang Ming and Li Qing just informed me that they saw Shen Shenjing at the Baobao building in Lingxiao City this morning while purchasing weapons. Wei Hongyan's expression froze in shock. What of Qin Guan? Did they see him? Old Hong shook his head. They did not see Qin Guan. They only caught a glimpse of Shen Shenjing before he ascended the upper floors. They were unable to follow him to the VIP area. Quickly, Wei Hongyan mounted her horse and hastened toward Lingxiao City. Shen Shenjing had previously sought to ingratiate himself with Qin Guan, pleading to remain by his side. If Shen Shenjing was at the Baobao building, then Qin Guan must also be there. She needed to implore Qin Guan, for he alone could salvage this fractured nation. She would do anything to persuade him to act. 2 hours later, Wei Hongyan arrived at the Baobao building in Lingxiao City. Senior Shen, please. Allow me to see young Master Qin. I am in urgent need. Wei Hongyan implored urgently, her eyes fixed on Shun Xianjing. Shun Xianjing replied in a grave tone. Young hero Qin is in seclusion. No one is permitted to disturb him. Senior Shun, millions of innocent citizens and soldiers of my Wei kingdom are in peril. I beseech you to grant me an audience, for the sake of their lives. Wei Hongyan reiterated her plea. Shun Xuanjing's expression remained stern. Miss Wei, in my view, the survival of your Wei kingdom pales in comparison to the importance of young hero Qin's tranquil seclusion, and it is of no concern to him. At his words, Wei Hongyan's complexion turned ashen. She glanced up at the upper floors and resolutely declared, very well, if young Master Qin is in seclusion, then I shall kneel before the Baobao building and await his emergence. Wei Hongyan knelt before the entrance of the 8 treasure tower, her figure striking against the backdrop of the ongoing war between the state of Sang and the state of Wei. Observers paused, recognizing the 9th princess of Wei, astonished by her display of defiance amidst the turmoil. Although the city of Lingxiao remained untouched by conflict, its residents had long since fled, leaving behind only merchants seeking to profit from the chaos. Even if the state of Sang were to reach Lingxiao, the 8 treasure tower, a formidable merchant entity, would remain unscathed, for no nation would be foolish enough to provoke them. Casting a glance at the kneeling Wei Hongyan, Shun Xianying shook his head and departed. As night fell, a piercing chill enveloped the streets of Lingxiao, the cobblestones glistening coldly under the moonlight. Wei Hongyan remained resolutely on her knees, her armor feeling increasingly heavy and frigid in the night air, as if each metal piece sought to sap her warmth. Though her knees had long since grown numb, her conviction only strengthened. If she could wait for Qin Guan and secure his aid, it would all be worthwhile. He was Wei's sole hope. That girl surpasses her father by far, Shun Xianying mused, observing her from a window in the 8 treasure tower, a frown creasing his brow as complex emotions flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Black Tower, Qin Guan was immersed in his training. 3 days inside the tower equated to a month of practice outside. During this time, he had successfully opened 12 new acupoints, bringing the total to 25. As the number of acupoints increased and their essence became purer, Qin Guan noted the alarming rate at which he consumed spirit stones. Over 50 stones had vanished in just 3 days. This consumption rate was staggering, especially considering that the head of the Spirit Sword Academy, by Wang Jian, received only 40 stones per month, an amount Qin Guan could deplete in mere days. Yet, with every sacrifice came abundant rewards. The energy storage capacity of his 25 acupoints had expanded to the size of grinding discs, perfectly arranged in a row. Proceed to the 2nd floor. The Black Tower suddenly instructed. What purpose does that serve, Master Tower? Qin Guan inquired with curiosity. Your master left a sword technique for you, the tower replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan's eyes brightened. Why didn't you mention it sooner, Master Tower? The Black Tower responded. Your current energy can barely activate that technique. Had I mentioned it earlier, you would not have been able to practice it. Understood. Qin Guan nodded and hurried towards the portal on the 2nd floor. Bang! As soon as Qin Guan entered the 2nd floor, he immediately prostrated himself, pressing his body firmly against the ground. Can you endure it? Asked the little Black Tower with a chuckle. I can endure it, he replied. Qin Guan gradually rose to his feet, supporting himself with both hands on the ground. The expression of struggle on his face was unmistakably indicative of considerable effort. He had not anticipated that the oppressive atmosphere of the 2nd floor would be so formidable, far surpassing the gravitational field he had encountered in the depths of the 10,000 Demon Valley. At this moment, it felt as though several colossal mountains were pressing down upon him, rendering his breathing somewhat labored. Indeed, this 2nd level is truly an exceptional place for cultivating the physical body. Qin Guan could not help but speak, stating that cultivating in such an environment greatly enhances the physical body. That black dog has been confined here for 500 years, despite enduring considerable suffering. Its physical form has been significantly strengthened, remarked the small Black Tower. Qin Guan seemed to have recalled something and hastily said, Master Tower, if Xiao Ming has been confined in such an environment for 5 centuries, does that not equate to 5 millennia of cultivation? The Black Tower replied, the 2nd floor is a domain, while the 1st floor is a time-space realm. The 2nd floor does not possess tenfold speed. Qin Guan nodded, saying, however, under such immense pressure for 5 centuries, Little Ming's physical form will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. This is merely a fraction of the pressure endured, currently. We are at the minimal level. The treatment that dog received was 100-fold greater than this. Ha ha. Little Black Tower chuckled. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan was immediately taken aback. Could little Ming withstand 100-fold pressure? You underestimate it far too much. That canine possesses a commendable bloodline. Had it not been injured by your master, achieving the status of a demon sovereign within 5 centuries would have been a mere formality. The Black Tower spoke. The classification of demon beasts is as follows, from the 1st to the 10th tier, with those above the 10th tier designated as demon kings, demon sovereigns, demon emperors, and demon monarchs. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan expressed sympathy, remarking that Xiao Ming indeed has had his share of difficulties. Xiao He Tower responded, stating, such is its fate. Qin Guan, proceed onward. The sword technique left behind by your master lies ahead. Excellent. With labored steps, Qin Guan advanced forward. After traversing more than 100 paces, he suddenly beheld a glimmer of golden light flickering in the air, an enchanting golden figurine wielding a sword. As the figurine caught sight of Qin Guan, it transformed into a beam of sword light that penetrated into the center of his brow. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. Disciple, the activation of this sword technique signifies your readiness to cultivate the way of the sword. Congratulations, you no longer need to envy sword cultivators. This technique possesses limitless potential. Reliant solely on the practitioner's own mastery, you must dedicate yourself to rigorous training. The voice abruptly ceased. Master. Qin Guan recognized the voice as that of his master, a sound he had long cherished. However, upon hearing the familiar tone of the old man, he couldn't help but call out. A pang of nostalgia washed over him. Little did he know that his master had already paved the way for him. You little rascal, are you missing me? The old man seemed to chide. Yet, I can assure you, I have no longing for you. You consume so much and cannot even cook. Your feet reek terribly. I have truly had enough of you. Just as Qin Guan was touched by this sentiment, the voice of his master echoed once more in his mind. Chapter 70, Divine Avoidance Before Long. Qin Guan returned to the first floor and began to examine the small golden figure holding a sword within his consciousness space, as if responding to an unseen force. The small golden figure suddenly emanated a radiant golden light. Soon after, a series of characters floated forth from the figure. The name of this sword technique was Divine Avoidance. With a single stroke, all gods would retreat. Such a powerful name, I find it quite appealing. Upon glimpsing the name of this sword technique, Qin Guan could not help but exclaim. Qin Guan found himself increasingly entranced by the golden figurine, as if he had transcended into a different realm. By an endless expanse of tumultuous ocean, waves surged violently, and the wind howled ferociously. On the sandy shore stood a golden figure, poised as if to draw a sword, resembling a venerable monk in deep meditation, utterly unmoved by the chaotic forces around it. A faint golden aura emanated from its being, rendering it solitary amidst the tempestuous environment, yet imbued with an ineffable resolve. As the winds and waves intensified, they coalesced into a towering tsunami, rushing toward the golden figure with ferocity. In that moment, the golden entity appeared diminutive before the colossal wave, akin to an ant on the ground. Nevertheless, its steadfast posture remained unyielding, as if time and space had momentarily ceased for it. Just as the wave was about to engulf it entirely, an explosion of golden light radiated from the figure, and the previously tranquil sword intent erupted forth. In an instant, a resplendent beam of golden sword energy soared skyward, cleaving through the monstrous wave that obscured the sun. When Qin Guan witnessed the enormous wave being sliced in two by a mere flicker of sword light, and the golden figure sheathed its sword while the severed wave remained suspended in a state of stillness, he was utterly astonished, filled with a profound sense of wonder. The seemingly ordinary act of drawing the sword by the golden figurine concealed boundless profundity. Qin Guan stood there motionless, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Regardless of the ferocity of the tempest, my sword shall undoubtedly overcome myriad trials and perilous obstacles, carving a path through the abyss. As long as my heart wields a sword, the way lies ahead. Boom. In the next moment, the fabric of Qin Guan's attire fluttered fiercely as an overwhelming sword intent erupted from within him. Roar. Simultaneously, a heart-stirring dragon's roar resonated across the heavens and the earth, as a magnificent golden dragon joyfully circled above Qin Guan, singing its praises. Indeed, the essence of all things, the chaos body, possesses an astounding affinity for power. Mastering the source unlocks all pathways. The realm of the sword leaped directly to the Sword King realm, and even the true dragon's sword intent reaped the benefits. Alas, this lad, having followed that old man since the age of 4, endured 12 years of arduous training, and at the tender age of 16 awakened his chaos body to soar. Observing Qin Guan's swordsmanship ascend to the Sword King realm, the little black tower was filled with astonishment. Wait a moment. This fellow's sword path did not leap boundaries. The Sword King realm is, astonishingly, the starting point. How on earth did he achieve such a feat? Realizing that Qin Guan's sword path did not exhibit the might of a novice to a grand master, the little black tower was utterly flabbergasted. The starting point is the Sword King realm. The Sword King realm is the lifelong pursuit of many sword cultivators. The starting point for him is the terminus for others. One cannot help but concede, despite being of the same kind, the disparity is indeed vast. Haha, I am now a Sword King. Suddenly, Qin Guan's exuberant laughter echoed throughout the first floor. He never anticipated that merely by observing the little golden figure draw its sword and cleave through the waves, his own sword path would catapult to the Sword King realm. Had he not felt the sword intent of the Sword King surging within him, he would have never believed this to be true. It is simply beyond comprehension. Clap. Suddenly, Qin Guan delivered a sharp slap to himself. Ouch, this is not a dream, haha. Little black tower. At that moment, Qin Guan's right hand slowly grasped the hilt of his sword, his body leaning slightly forward, as images of the golden figure performing the divine evasion continuously replayed in his mind. Divine evasion. With a fierce roar, Qin Guan unsheathed his sword. In an instant, a sharp blade of energy surged forth like a lightning bolt, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Wherever the sword's aura passed, the atmosphere seemed to be torn asunder, emitting a sizzling sound. The disparity between this strike and that of the golden figurine was indeed vast. Reflecting on the power of his previous strike, Qin Guan sighed. Once more, Qin Guan again assumed a poised stance with his sword. No, the spiritual energy within my meridians has been depleted. Qin Guan desired to practice the divine evasion technique, only to discover that there was not a trace of spiritual power within any of his 25 acupoints. Qin Guan retrieved several spirit stones and swiftly absorbed them by employing the transmutation sword technique. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the efficiency of merging the formidable energy with spiritual power had significantly improved when utilizing the true dragon sword intent. It appeared that the enhancement of the true dragon sword intent could indeed elevate the efficiency of speed. Qin Guan quickly comprehended that the essence of divine evasion lay in the intertwining of the sword path and momentum. The stronger one's swordsmanship, the greater the momentum, and consequently, the more formidable the power of divine evasion became. At this juncture, the little black tower unexpectedly spoke up. After listening, Qin Guan nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude to Master Tower. The little black tower continued, emphasizing that the most crucial task for you now is to cultivate the transformation sword technique to unlock more acupoints. No matter how powerful the divine avoidance technique may be, it remains futile without the spiritual energy to activate it. Qin Guan nodded silently. Without sufficient spiritual power to sustain him, no matter how formidable the technique, it would be futile. Moreover, the true dragon sword intent is not merely an instrument to channel your vital energy and spiritual power. Although it was seized by you, it has acknowledged you as its master. If you can merge it with your swordsmanship, your strength will ascend to new heights. You must diligently explore and harness its potential. Indeed, Qin Guan nodded, fully aware of the significance of sword intent. However, the primary focus remained on the transformation of the Yuan sword technique, for without spiritual power, all efforts would be in vain. At this moment, the utmost priority was to open more acupoints and cultivate a greater reservoir of spiritual energy. Qin Guan sat cross-legged, continuing to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate the exchange Yuan sword technique. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, for days had elapsed. However, for Wei Hongyan, who had been kneeling at the entrance of the 8 Treasures Pavilion for that entire duration, each moment felt like an eternity. Her body was enduring unbearable pain. Every slight movement tugged at her nerves, and the excruciating agony nearly brought her to the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, the physical torment paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. If Qin Guan did not appear soon, the Wei Kingdom would face imminent ruin, as the army of the Sang Kingdom would reach the capital of Wei within a day. Your Highness, you must eat something, or at least drink some water. If this continues, you may lose your life. Observing Wei Hongyan's precarious state, Elder Hong was filled with worry and sorrow. For 4 entire days, Wei Hongyan had not consumed a single drop of water. Her visage had grown haggard, her complexion as pale as paper. Her cracked lips lacked any hint of color. And in this moment, the once stunning Wei Hongyan appeared to have aged over a decade, losing all traces of her former vitality. It's all right, I can endure. I must wait for him to emerge, Wei Hongyan whispered, her body trembling slightly. Her once proud spine now bent under the weight of despair. Each word uttered was accompanied by an unbearable weakness. At this moment, the area in front of the 8 Treasures Pavilion was bustling with people. That night, the pavilion was to host a grand auction, rumored to feature several soul devices and profound techniques, drawing many cultivators eager to attend. Oh, is that not the renowned beauty of the Wei Kingdom, Wei Hongyan? I hear you have been kneeling here for 4 days, pleading for the 8 Treasures Pavilion to a sister kingdom? What a desperate act. They are in the business of trade, not warfare, and seeking their aid is quite foolish. Suddenly, for cultivators from the Sang Kingdom approached Wei Hongyan amidst the crowd. The city of Lingxiao had already fallen to the Sang Kingdom. Scram, you Sang scum. Elder Hong glared angrily at the 4 intruders. You old fool, if this were not the territory of the 8 Treasures Pavilion, I would not hesitate to end you. One of the Sang cultivators retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Elder Hong. This is the domain of the 8 Treasures Pavilion. No one dares to act recklessly here. Wei Hongyan, within a day, hundreds of thousands of our iron cavalry will march into the capital of Wei. At that time, the people of the Sang Kingdom will become the new masters of this land. Why not abandon your pleas to the 8 Treasures Pavilion and come with me? I assure you a life of peace is my woman. One particularly unsavory-looking Sang cultivator leered at Wei Hongyan. Look at how lovely she once was, now reduced to such a wretched state. It truly tugs at the heartstrings. Come, rise and follow me to a room where we can tend to your injuries. He laughed, eliciting uproarious laughter from his companions. Yet, Wei Hongyan remained motionless on her knees, her body seemingly at its limit, unable to muster even the slightest strength. Bien du. Look at how weak Wei Hongyan has become. You should take her away for healing quickly, or it may soon be too late. At that moment, a mischievous monk from the Sang Kingdom smirked. Ah, this proposal is rather splendid. The lecherous monk named Bien Du nodded, and as he spoke, he made a move to embrace Wei Hongyan, who lay on the ground. I shall fight you all. Suddenly, Elder Hong struck towards Bien Du with a powerful palm. Bien Du dodged to the side, furiously declaring, "Let us confront him together." He initiated the assault. Just as Bien Du finished speaking, a soul sword descended from the heavens, piercing directly through his head. Blood gushed forth. Chapter 71. I shall go alone. Witnessing Bien Du being abruptly slain by the sword, the onlookers instinctively recoiled in fear, their astonished gazes directed toward the sky. Who possessed such audacity to commit murder before the gates of the 8 Treasure Building? As the crowd searched for the perpetrator, a young man clad in green suddenly appeared before Wei Hongyan, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair. These two were none other than Qin Guan and Shen Xianjing. Observing Wei Hongyan kneeling on the ground, Qin Guan let out a soft sigh before producing a pill and administering it to her. Upon his recent emergence from seclusion, Shen Xianjing had informed him that Wei Hongyan had been kneeling before the 8 Treasure Building for 4 days. After consuming the pill, Wei Hongyan regained a modicum of strength. A faint blush of color emerged on her pale visage. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes brimming with pleading as she gazed at Qin Guan. Young Master Qin, I implore you, please save the state of Wei. Qin Guan remained silent, effortlessly lifting Wei Hongyan from the ground and turning towards the 8 Treasure Tower. Cradled in his embrace, the emotions that Wei Hongyan had been forcefully suppressing, helplessness, despair, and fatigue, surged forth like a torrent after a dam has burst. The man before her, resembling a deity, caused her tightly wound tension to unravel in an instant, providing an outlet for the grievances and sorrow that had long been pent up within her. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and large droplets cascaded down uncontrollably. As Qin Guan cradled her in his arms, she realized that the state of Wei had been saved. How audacious to dare slay a citizen of the state of Sang. You seek your own demise. At that moment, 3 enraged cultivators from the state of Sang erupted behind Qin Guan. Suddenly, a glimmer of sword light darted past them, and the next instant, 3 heads, eyes wide with fury, soared into the air. Shen Xianjing cast a cold glance at the crowd before turning to follow Qin Guan into the 8 Treasure Pavilion. Master, they have slain citizens of Sang. Allowing them to remain in the 8 Treasure Pavilion may invite dire trouble. An elderly man urgently addressed He Butsai. The forces of Sang are poised to invade the capital of Wei. Soon, this territory will belong to the people of Sang. Welcoming Qin Guan and his associates at such a critical juncture could spell disaster. He Butsai regarded the elder with a serious expression. But Shen Xianjing is a 6th realm sword sovereign. Do you possess the strength to deny their entry? And as for Qin Guan, should he be provoked, He could raise our 8-treasure pavilion to the ground. Upon hearing this, the elder's countenance darkened. He hastily suggested, perhaps we should promptly inform the higher-ups and request reinforcements. He Butsai shook his head. Based on the current intelligence, Qin Guan is no ordinary individual. What manner of person is Shun Xianjing, a distinguished 6th realm sword sovereign? That he would follow him as a subordinate? What do you mean, master? The elder furrowed his brow. He Butsai fixed his gaze upon the elder. Our 8-treasure pavilion must withstand the pressure and side with Qin Guan. This is not merely an opportunity for our establishment, but for both of us, in grand endeavors. One either achieves great success or faces monumental failure. Do you comprehend? Master, I have always followed your lead. The elder promptly nodded, understanding that he Butsai possessed exceptional foresight and shrewdness. Since they had chosen to align with Qin Guan, there must be sound reasoning behind it. With intellect failing them, they would exert their efforts, deferring to he Butsai's guidance on how to proceed. Meanwhile, Qin Guan gently laid Wei Hongyan upon the bed. Rest assured, the state of Wei shall not perish. Take the time to recuperate. After Qin Guan had neatly arranged the quilt for Wei Hongyan, he departed from the room. After Qin Guan departed, Wei Hongyan slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, the pain in her body seemed to dissipate entirely, and she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of lightness and tranquility. Where has the army of the Sang Kingdom reached? In a room, Qin Guan glanced at Old Hong. Old Hong hastily replied, the Emperor of the Sang Kingdom is personally leading the charge, dividing his forces into 3 routes to simultaneously attack our Wei Kingdom. They are currently gathering in Tianxiang City, and according to intelligence, they will complete their assembly by tonight, estimating an assault on our capital around noon tomorrow. Where is Tianxiang City? Is there a map? Qin Guan inquired once more. Old Hong quickly produced a map and said, here is Tianxiang City, and here is Lingxiao City, which is our current location, while this indicates the capital city of our Wei Kingdom. Qin Guan carefully examined the map handed to him and remarked, are we not positioned directly behind the forces of the state of Sang? Indeed, Lingxiao City has already fallen into their hands. Old Hong interjected. The timing is fortuitous. It seems we can encircle them from the rear. Qin Guan laid the map aside and continued, encircle them from behind? Old Hong furrowed his brow and promptly inquired, young hero Qin, do you have any allies in this vicinity? Qin Guan shook his head and replied, there are no allies. Old Hong, puzzled, responded, with the state of Sang possessing an army of 700,000, how can we encircle them without assistance? Qin Guan cast a glance at Elder Hong, a slight frown adorning his brow. Am I truly incapable of surrounding them alone? Upon hearing this, Elder Hong was momentarily taken aback, as was Shun Xianjing, who stood nearby. One person surrounding an army of 700,000? After a brief pause, Shun Xianjing, regaining his composure, turned to Elder Hong and spoke in a low voice. What? Do you doubt that young hero Qin can encircle 700,000 troops alone? Allow me to assure you, at my level, slaying 5,000 or 6,000 foes in one breath is but a trifling task. Without the octagonal heavy crossbow, I could maintain my onslaught from dusk till dawn. Do you believe it? Elder Hong let out a dry chuckle, but remained silent. What do you mean by that? Do you think I am boasting? Elder Hong's silence prompted Shun Xianjing to grow displeased. No, I believe you. Elder Hong hastily waved his hands. Never mind. There is no point in discussing matters with someone who has not witnessed the world. Shun Xianjing waved his hand dismissively. Elder Shun, with your prowess, I naturally have faith in your words. However, the threat posed by the octagonal heavy crossbow weighs heavily on my mind. Elder Hong paused momentarily before continuing. From what I understand, the 3 armies of the Sang Kingdom each possess 10 octagonal heavy crossbows. If they are to assemble, that amounts to 30 crossbows. Imagine the terror if they were to simultaneously target a single individual. Furthermore, there is a formidable figure in a black robe within the Sang Kingdom. Our General Song was grievously injured after merely 3 exchanges with him, without even revealing the true extent of his power. Shun Xuanjing's expression grew solemn. Song Kuang could not withstand even 3 exchanges? Elder Hong's face turned grave as he nodded. Indeed, otherwise, we would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. One could say that the black-robed figure influenced the entire battle. Shun Xianjing fell silent, realizing that their adversary was no ordinary foe. Song Kuang's strength was considerable, yet he faltered so quickly. To his knowledge, only 3 individuals in Qizhou could defeat Song Kuang within 3 exchanges, by Wang Jin from the Spirit Sword Academy, Jiang Fengdian, the former head of the Tianmao Pavilion, and Zheng Ping, the Grand Elder of the Yulan sect. None of these three could possibly be the black-robed man from the Sang Kingdom. Young hero Qin, do you think that black-robed figure could be that Gongsun Yu from the last encounter? Shen Xianjing looked towards Qin Guan, pondering aloud. Qin Guan tucked the map into his bosom and spoke softly. It is possible. Shen Xianjing, displaying a hint of apprehension, remarked. That individual has the ability to cultivate a doppelganger. Thus, his cultivation must be at least at the 7th realm of the starry sky. Not quite, Qin Guan replied. Why not? Shen Xianjing asked, puzzled. If he were truly at the 7th realm, could that old man from the Wei Kingdom withstand 3 encounters? Even in a severely weakened state, he would struggle to endure a single round. Recalling the somewhat arrogant Song Kuang, Qin Guan expressed his disdain. Shen Xianjing, upon hearing this, nodded silently, finding the reasoning sound. At that moment, Qin Guan continued. The reason he can manifest a doppelganger is due to the nature of his cultivation technique. However, his true strength should be nearing the 7th realm. Shen Xianjing, surprised, commented, I hadn't anticipated that he was so deeply concealed. In Qizhou, I have never heard of this person. Enough. I will go alone tonight. You stay behind to guard Miss Wei, Qin Guan instructed. Understood, Shen Xianjing nodded, fully aware of Qin Guan's rationale for his request. Tonight, the 8 Treasure Pavilion would host an auction, and with the crowd bustling, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Especially after having previously slain several cultivators from the Sang Kingdom, they might seek retribution. As the sun set, casting its final rays, the sky gradually darkened. After indulging in a hearty meal, Qin Guan arrived at Wei Hongyan's chamber, intending to assess her physical condition. Where is she? Upon finding the bed empty, Qin Guan furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the screen, where a faint noise could be heard. A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped Qin Guan as he rushed forward, swiftly yanking aside the fabric curtain. Upon discovering Wei Hongyan, completely unclothed and poised to don her attire behind the curtain, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 72, A Twist of Fate. Fresh from a soothing bath and ready to dress, Wei Hongyan was startled into a shriek by the unexpected appearance of a figure. Qin Guan, quick-witted and swift of hand, hurriedly stepped forward to cover her mouth. Do not scream, it is I. Qin Guan swiftly calmed Wei Hongyan's emotions. Should this be discovered, the misunderstanding could escalate dramatically. Upon recognizing Qin Guan, Wei Hongyan quickly regained her composure from her earlier fright, hastily seizing her garments to shield herself. Her cheeks, already flushed from the hot bath, now blushed a deeper hue, reminiscent of the rosy clouds at dusk. Qin Guan swiftly released his grip and took a substantial step back. His voice tinged with panic as he said, I apologize. Upon hearing the noise, I thought someone intended to harm you. It was unintentional. He turned away. Wei Hongyan's voice was barely above a whisper, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Qin Guan's eyes. At his words, Qin Guan hastily turned back. Wei Hongyan quickly donned her clothing, but as she caught sight of the grotesque scar on her chest, a flicker of pain and complexity crossed her expression. Qin Guan had seen her form clearly just moments before, and thus the unsightly scar had not escaped his notice. Soon, Wei Hongyan had dressed completely. She glanced at Qin Guan and softly remarked, It's done. Qin Guan scratched his head, and suddenly his eyes sparkled as he spoke with a tone of reproach. Your body is still quite weak. Who permitted you to take a bath? I haven't bathed in many days, and I feel unclean, so. Suddenly, Qin Guan's demeanor shifted, leaving Wei Hongyan startled. At that moment, Qin Guan approached Wei Hongyan and, in a hushed tone, instructed her to extend her hand so he could feel her pulse. Wei Hongyan promptly complied, extending her hand. Qin Guan placed his hand on Wei Hongyan's pulse and glanced upward. There is nothing serious, merely a slight weakness in your constitution. You should promptly retire to bed and rest. Upon finishing his words, Qin Guan turned and departed. Qin Guan. As Qin Guan had only taken a few steps, Wei Hongyan suddenly called out to him. Qin Guan suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, his body rigidly frozen in place. Upon hearing Elder Hong mention that tonight he was to venture alone to Tianxiang City, where an army of 700,000 was amassed, equipped with 30 formidable octagonal crossbows, and a profoundly enigmatic figure clad in black, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. Wei Hongyan, brimming with concern, expressed her apprehensions. She understood Qin Guan's formidable strength. Yet the 30 heavy octagonal crossbows, specifically designed to target cultivators, along with the ominous black-robed figure, instilled in her a deep-seated apprehension. Her fears extended beyond the possibility of Qin Guan's defeat. She was profoundly troubled by the prospect of him encountering peril. Qin Guan smiled faintly and reassured, "Do not worry. That octagonal crossbow is merely a child's toy for shooting little monkeys. As for the 700,000 troops, while I may not be able to vanquish them, I am quite confident in securing the head of the emperor as well as that of the man in the black robe." Upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Wei Hongyan felt a surge of clarity within her. She clenched her delicate fist and gazed at Qin Guan, declaring, "I await your return." Qin Guan nodded and suddenly said with irritation, "Remember to lock the door next time you bathe. You have no sense of boundaries." With that, Qin Guan swiftly departed. A burst of laughter escaped Wei Hongyan as she beheld Qin Guan's flustered retreat. How audacious to take advantage of someone and then turn the tables. However, as her laughter subsided, a shadow of pain and disgust flickered in her eyes as her delicate hand involuntarily brushed against her chest. He had glimpsed her unsightly side. Meanwhile, not long after Qin Guan exited, he unexpectedly encountered Shen Xianjing around the corner. Shen Xianjing, with his sword cradled in his arms, seemed oblivious to Qin Guan, gazing instead at the night sky. "If you dare to speak of what just transpired, I shall crush your skull," he warned. After Qin Guan finished speaking, he swiftly vanished at the end of the corridor. Noticing Qin Guan's departure, Shen Xianjing's lips curled downwards, his expression betraying disdain. How brazen to boast after merely glimpsing a young lady's figure. Is strength truly so commendable? Exiting the Baobao Tower, Qin Guan ventured westward, his form darting through the streets like a tempest. An hour later, within the grand hall of the city lord in Tianxiang City, the emperor, personally leading the expedition, was accompanied by the illustrious Grand Master, whose martial prowess was unmatched. Tomorrow, as our 700,000 troops march forth to conquer the capital of Wei, our great Sang kingdom shall undoubtedly command respect from all corners. The emperor and the Grand Master will be celebrated for their contributions. A general clad in black armor knelt, his voice resonant with fervor and ambition. At this proclamation, the hall erupted with excitement. A middle-aged man draped in white robes, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Once Wei is vanquished, the neighboring smaller nations will surely quail in fear and willingly submit. At that moment, the territory of our Sang kingdom will expand significantly, with all nations paying homage. This splendid era will be a testament to the emperor's and the Grand Master's sagacious decisions. They are the guardians of our great Sang kingdom." The emperor and the Grand Master were showered with accolades, each voice adding to the chorus of flattery. The emperor wore a self-satisfied smile, his delight evident as he gestured lightly. "Each of you shall be rewarded for your contributions. When we have subdued the capital of Wei, I shall bestow riches, lands, and women upon you." "Thank you, your majesty." The crowd chorused in unison. Meanwhile, the Grand Master sat silently, a subtle smile gracing his face as he absorbed the adulation. At that moment, a captain abruptly rose and spoke, "Your Majesty, Grand Master, it has come to my attention that the 9th Princess of Wei has been kneeling for 4 days before the Baobao Tower, seemingly pleading for assistance to save her nation." "Haha, the Baobao Tower is a commercial entity. They never interfere in power struggles. Surely, the princess has been frightened into madness by our Sang forces. Even if she kneels until death, the Baobao Tower will never aid Wei." A general opposite scoffed derisively. Suddenly, another voice interjected, "That is not quite right. The latest news indicates that the 9th Princess is not beseeching the Baobao Tower, but rather a young man residing there. This young man is extraordinary, accompanied by an accomplished swordmaster. Today, they even killed 4 cultivators from the Tianzhong family." "What? Such audacity to slay members of the Tianzhong family?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. "I heard the Tianzhong family has already begun to take action," the earlier speaker added. "Fools." At that moment, the Grand Master, sitting high above, seemed to have an epiphany and spoke. The assembly fell silent, turning their attention to him. "That swordmaster is the esteemed ancestor Shen Xianjing from the imperial city. The strongest of the Tianzhong family are merely 5th-tier cultivators. To attempt to kill him is tantamount to courting death." Upon hearing the mention of Wei Hongyan, a youth accompanied by a formidable sword cultivator elder, the black-robed Grand Master immediately recalled the event at the Taishan sect in the Wei Kingdom, where Shen Xianjing had slain a fragment of his essence. At that moment, the emperor of the Sang kingdom voiced his concern. "Grand Master, what if the ancestral figure of the Shun family intervenes?" The Grand Master waved dismissively. "It matters not. My true form is present. A mere 6th realm sword master cannot stir the tides. Should he dare to appear tomorrow, I shall eradicate him without hesitation." Upon hearing this, the emperor of Sang breathed a sigh of relief. "That is reassuring." The Grand Master continued solemnly, "Even if he does not come tomorrow, I shall personally seek out Xinjiang in due time to settle the score for the audacity he displayed when he vanquished a fragment of my essence. Grandmaster. It appears that the youth accompanying Shun Xianjing possesses an extraordinary background. Otherwise, the Princess of Wei would not have knelt in supplication for 4 consecutive days. Remarked the Emperor of Sang. Even if he possesses a notable background, it is too late. I shall personally lead our forces. Our army is poised to besiege the city. With over 700,000 troops and 30 heavy crossbows, none in the entire Qingzhou can impede us. The annihilation of the Wei kingdom is inevitable. Grandmaster. You are formidable. Grandmaster, you are invincible. The gathered officials erupted into fervent cheers upon hearing the Grandmaster's proclamation. Suddenly, the Grand Hall's doors burst open, and a fierce wind swept in, carrying sand and dust. The revelry within the hall came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned toward the entrance. At that moment, a figure bearing a sword stepped slowly into the hall, the wind rustling his garments with a haunting melody. Abruptly, he turned and closed the grand doors, the wind emitting a mournful wail as it slipped through the closing gap, and then silence enveloped the hall. Ah, this is splendid. Soon, Qin Guan stood before the assembly. Upon seeing the gathered generals of the Sang Kingdom, a smile crept upon his lips. It is you. The black-robed Grand Master, seated high above, looked at Qin Guan with surprise. This youth was the same one who had appeared at the Taishan sect. The atmosphere in the hall shifted, and the attendees grew tense. With hundreds of thousands of troops stationed in Tianxiang City, how had this individual managed to approach the stronghold undetected? Who is this individual? The Emperor of Sang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I have come to claim your head. Before the Grand Master could respond, Qin Guan suddenly laughed. Impudent. Audacious. Instantly, everyone in the hall rose to their feet in shock. Be silent, all of you. You are entirely surrounded. Qin Guan bellowed at the assembly. Chapter 73, Utterly Useless. To hell with it, you seek death. At that moment, a black-armored general surged forward, brandishing his sword toward Qin Guan. Stepping forth, Qin Guan unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the armored general. With a resounding thud, the general's body was propelled backward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the Emperor of the Sang Kingdom seated upon his throne. At that moment, the dark-robed Grand Sorcerer abruptly materialized before the Emperor, striking forth with a single palm. The impact echoed as the black-armored general's form erupted in a cloud of crimson mist midair. Suddenly, a chilling flash of sword light sliced through the blood mist, directly targeting the dark-robed Grand Sorcerer. A flicker of disdain crossed the sorcerer's eyes. It was merely a sword cultivator of the Sword King realm. With a graceful sweep of his ample sleeves, a surge of dark energy dissipated the incoming sword intent into nothingness. You are a practitioner of the dark arts, are you not? At that moment, a sinister chuckle resonated from behind the dark-robed Grand Sorcerer. Suddenly, Qin Guan materialized behind him, causing the countenance of the dark-robed Grand Master to shift dramatically, a chill running down his spine. This individual was unfathomable. Boom. In the next instant, an eerie black aura surged around the dark-robed Grand Master, rendering his form increasingly insubstantial. Attempting to flee, he was met with a command to be subdued. With a sudden, forceful press of his palm, Qin Guan enveloped the dark-robed Grand Master in an overwhelming aura of dread. Ah! Within the swirling darkness, the once ethereal figure of the Grand Master gradually solidified. Clutching his head with both hands, he emitted a piercing and mournful wail, revealing a visage that was both aged and fearsome. His eyes, brimming with shock and terror, turned towards Qin Guan, and he stammered, You are a sixth realm martial artist. No, just moments ago, you were clearly able to wield spiritual power. Who are you truly? Take a guess. Suddenly, Qin Guan pointed decisively at the black-robed Grand Master's forehead. A resonant hum filled the air in that fleeting moment of silence. The Grand Master felt his spirit shattered by an overwhelming force. Instantly, he was rendered deaf, and his murky eyes became veined with a spiderweb of crimson. With a resounding thud, the black-robed Grand Master collapsed. Simultaneously, a soul-confining tower nestled within the sacred mountains of the Sang Kingdom came crashing down. This tower held 238 stones of national fortune from the Wei Kingdom, each one collected from renowned rivers and scenic landscapes across the realm. The black-robed Grand Master had employed dark sorcery to suppress these stones, thereby weakening Wei's national fortune. With the Grand Master dealt with, Qin Guan turned and swiftly severed the head of the Emperor of Sang. A cry of despair echoed through the hall as soldiers, witnessing the demise of both the Grand Master and the Emperor, panicked and fled towards the exit. Observing this chaos, Qin Guan's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, a flurry of sword light illuminated the chamber, blood sprayed forth, and heads rolled in succession, leaving no survivor. In mere moments, the core of the Sang kingdom was utterly annihilated. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Outside the hall, a sudden commotion erupted as countless soldiers of the Sang kingdom surged towards the grand hall, surrounding it completely. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air. Suddenly, Qin Guan burst forth from the top of the grand hall. Standing upon the rooftop, he casually hurled 2 severed heads downwards. Alas, it was the emperor and the Grand Master. The moment the soldiers of the Sang kingdom discerned the identities of the decapitated heads, chaos ensued among their ranks. As they shouted in alarm, "Damn it, where are the octagonal crossbowmen? Kill him!" At that moment, a commander angrily pointed at Qin Guan. No sooner had his words fallen than a line of heavy octagonal crossbows swiftly locked onto Qin Guan atop the roof. Fire! In an instant, a blinding array of bolts, accompanied by a deep, thunderous roar, shot forth, dozens of arrows infused with potent spiritual energy slicing through the night sky, aimed directly at Qin Guan. On the rooftop, Qin Guan stood with his hands clasped behind him. Just as the arrows were about to be released, his figure became a mirage, flickering between reality and illusion, surrounded by countless afterimages. Remarkably, not a single bolt found its mark. The onlookers below rubbed their eyes vigorously, struggling to comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed. Surely, it must be an illusion. Shoot again, the commander shouted urgently. However, no sooner had he spoken than Qin Guan vanished from sight. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, a multitude of fist-sized waves of energy erupted from the crowd below, sending bodies soaring through the air amidst their anguished cries. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers of the state of Sang, who had initially intended to charge forward, retreated in haste like the ebbing tide. In a fierce gaze, Qin Guan proclaimed with thunderous authority, "Henceforth, the people of the Sang nation shall never set foot in the lands of Wei. Should they do so, their nation shall face annihilation." The voice of Qin Guan suddenly reverberated through the skies of Tianxiang City, causing the entire expanse to tremble violently as if struck by a colossal wave of sound, instilling a profound sense of dread within all who heard it. At that moment, the eyes of every soldier from the Sang kingdom were filled with intense shock and terror. This extraordinary youth appeared as a harbinger of death, utterly shattering their resolve. Flee. Retreat. Withdraw. Countless troops discarded their armor and weapons, scattering like startled birds. The Emperor of Sang, the Grand Master, and numerous generals fell to Qin Guan's might, leaving the once mighty force of 700,000 leaderless and in disarray, their morale utterly shattered, no longer able to pose a threat. Qin Guan surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the 30 octagonal crossbows. While these crossbows posed no threat to him, they would serve quite effectively against cultivators of the 4th and 5th realms, making them a worthy acquisition for the Nan family. Qin Guan contemplated for a moment before carefully storing all the 8 crossbows into the small black tower. Subsequently, he meticulously cleared the battlefield before departing from Tianxiang City. Meanwhile, in a secluded grove, a group of cultivators gathered around a campfire, seated in succession. Beside the fire lay a colossal 4th-tier saber-toothed tiger king, its eyes ablaze with a fierce, cold light, exuding a terrifying aura that deterred any approach. Does the Nan family truly require such a grand display from our 2 clans? Yu Su family even brought forth a 4th-tier saber-toothed tiger king. A middle-aged man beside the fire remarked, casting a glance at the formidable creature. The 4th-tier saber-toothed tiger king possessed extraordinary combat prowess, intimidating even 5th-tier cultivators from engaging lightly. Brother Fei Hong, did not your noble family, the Shangwan clan, also send forth your most formidable 5th-tier master? Su Maozhu inquired, stroking the saber-toothed tiger king with a smile. Shangwan Fei Hong added another log to the fire. There's no helping it. That son-in-law of the Nan family offended young Master Shun, and now, with his demise, he has brought calamity upon the Nan family. They are indeed unfortunate to have incurred such a disaster. We shall arrive at Liyun City by tomorrow. Orders are to leave no survivors. We must strive for a swift resolution to return to the imperial capital as soon as possible, Su Maozhu stated solemnly. Indeed. Shangwan Fei Hong nodded in agreement. On the day of the matchmaking event, Shun Huan had been publicly humiliated by Qin Guan, suffering a disgraceful blow and losing his woman. Although he believed that Qin Guan had been killed by his own ancestor, his resentment lingered, prompting him to investigate Qin Guan's background, seeking revenge. Just days ago, news of the Nan family's safety reached the imperial capital, and to curry favor with Shen Huan, Shang Guan Yao and Su Miaoi immediately dispatched individuals to Luyun City to target the Nan family. On the other side, Qin Guan returned to Lingxiao City, where night had already fallen. As he was about to enter the Baobao building, 5 black-clad individuals wielding knives suddenly appeared behind him. Young hero Qin, leave this to us. Just as the 5 black-clad figures prepared to strike, an elder descended from above the Baobao building, followed by 4 formidable bodyguards. Qin Guan nodded slightly as he entered the 8 treasure pavilion. No sooner had he returned to the upper floor than a figure abruptly dashed towards him. Qin Guan furrowed his brow, ready to take action, only to discover it was Wei Hongyan. Wei Hongyan was immensely excited. She suddenly embraced Qin Guan, exclaiming, "You have returned." Qin Guan found himself in a rather awkward predicament, his hands suspended in midair, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, he could distinctly feel Wei Hongyan's entire delicate form trembling slightly, her soft curves pressed tightly against his chest. "Miss Wei, please don't be like this. Everything has been taken care of. There is no need for concern," Qin Guan gently urged as he attempted to ease her away. "Just let me hold you for a moment. If you could." Wei Hongyan suddenly tightened her embrace around his waist, unwilling to let go. The softness of her body and the alluring fragrance that enveloped her stirred something within Qin Guan, igniting a passionate fire that surged through him, causing a tent to form beneath him. Upon sensing the unusual pressure against her abdomen, Wei Hongyan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending to her neck. Alarmed, she quickly released Qin Guan and took 2 steps back. Yet, as soon as she retreated, a pang of regret washed over her, igniting a desire to move closer once again. Meanwhile, Qin Guan crossed his arms before his chest, employing his inner energy to suppress the fiery impulse surging within him. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply, realizing just how potent this urge was, nearly overwhelming even his formidable inner strength. "Do not worry. The army of the Sang Kingdom has already retreated. It would be wise to rest early." As Qin Guan hastily made his way to his room, Wei Hongyan watched his receding figure, biting her red lips in frustration, loathing her own ineffectiveness and engulfed in self-doubt. "You are leaving just like that?" At that moment, a voice resonated in Qin Guan's mind, emanating from the little black tower. "If I don't leave, I will commit a mistake," Qin Guan exclaimed anxiously. "What mistake could you possibly make? That is a perfectly normal reaction for any man. What is there to be concerned about?" The little black tower inquired unexpectedly. Qin Guan raised an eyebrow, declaring, "I am not that kind of person." The little black tower retorted, "You are nothing but a coward, utterly useless." At the turn of the corner, Qin Guan unexpectedly encountered Shen Xianjing, who stood with a sword cradled in his hands, gazing up at the night sky. Qin Guan was momentarily rendered speechless. "You old scoundrel, are you a voyeur?" he retorted. Shen Xianjing also found himself at a loss for words. "Young hero Qin, you have asked me to protect Miss Wei, yet both instances of disturbance were caused by you. I have nowhere to hide. This predicament is quite embarrassing for me as well." Chapter 74. Guardian Deity. As dawn bathed the land in its golden light, the Wei National Palace's grand hall was filled with a palpable sense of dread. Wei Yuntian surveyed the numerous consorts and their families within the hall, their faces pale and fear-etched in their expressions. Outside, the cold wind howled, resembling the war drums of the enemy, each beat resonating in the hearts of those present. Wei Yuntian's grip on the armrest of the dragon throne tightened, his knuckles turning white, his eyes brimming with despair and resentment. At that moment, Song Quan, clutching his chest and appearing ghastly pale, knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, this old minister can still fight," he declared, as his words echoed. The ministers and generals within the hall responded in unison, "We are willing to fight to the death alongside your Majesty." Wei Yuntian gradually lifted his head, casting a somber gaze across the gathered ministers and generals. His voice was low and hoarse. "My loyal subjects, the Wei nation is beyond salvation. I am filled with shame towards our ancestors and the common people." A profound silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the soft sobs of the consorts. At that moment, Wei Yuntian's eyes fell upon his empress. With a resolute glint in her eyes, she spoke slowly. "I am willing to accompany your Majesty to the underworld," refusing to be humiliated by the invaders. As she spoke, she produced a prepared piece of white silk from her sleeve. Seeing this, the other consorts followed suit. And soon the hall was filled with cries of despair. A sharp pang of anguish gripped Wei Yuntian's heart. He understood that this was their final dignity. Once the armies of the Sang nation breached the palace, these women would undoubtedly face humiliation and torment at the hands of their captors. Suddenly, Wei Yutian rose, drawing his sword from his waist. My esteemed friends, today marks the final battle for the Wei nation. We would rather shatter into pieces than remain whole in disgrace. With his command, the ministers and generals turned to exit the grand hall, prepared to face their ultimate battle. Meanwhile, the empress and her consorts slowly placed the white silk around their necks, a tragic scene of national ruin unfolding in the cold morning light. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Just then, old Hong rushed into the hall, breathless and visibly agitated, nearly on the verge of tears. Your Majesty, the armies of the Sang nation have completely retreated. What did you say, truly? Wei Yuntian exclaimed in surprise. The ministers and generals in the hall were equally astonished. The Sang nation's forces had withdrawn? The consorts, who had been preparing to hang themselves, hastily pulled their heads from the silk and turned to Old Hong. Old Hong nodded vigorously. It is true, the 700,000 troops of the Sang nation are now retreating eastward towards their homeland. Why have they suddenly retreated? Song Kuang inquired, puzzled. Because last night, the emperor of the Sang nation, the dark-robed grand sorcerer, and several dozen generals were all slaughtered by Qin Guan in Tianxiang City. Old Hong spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was utterly astonished, their eyes filled with disbelief, noticing the shocked expressions on their faces. Old Hong continued. The 9th prince knelt outside the 8 treasure pavilion for 4 days and nights before he finally persuaded Qin Guan to intervene. Last night, he single-handedly infiltrated Tianxiang City amidst an army of 700,000, slaying the emperor of the Sang Kingdom, the Grand Master in the Black Robe, and numerous generals of the Sang Kingdom. Now, the Sang army is in disarray, fleeing back to their homeland. The crowd stood frozen, their minds painting a vivid picture of Qin Guan's audacious feat of infiltrating the enemy camp and decapitating their leader. Song Kuang clenched his fists unconsciously, filled with admiration and astonishment for Qin Guan, murmuring, "Who in history has achieved such a remarkable feat? I once belittled and mocked him, and now I feel utterly ashamed." After finishing his words, Song Kuang could not help but chuckle at himself. In the eyes of others, he truly appeared as insignificant as refuse. Behind him, Xiong Tai wore a face twisted in disgust, akin to someone who had just consumed something vile. He had once boasted that he would not harm Qin Guan, boldly provoking him, only to be nearly struck dead by a single punch. It was clear that Qin Guan had merely spared his life. Alas, at that moment, Wei Yuntian